Hello, people of Earth. How are you today? I missed you. How are you? Did you miss me? I'm back. Nice to see everybody. Welcome in. I'll give everybody a second to come in here and we'll check it out. Welcome to the Purge. I am Kane B, your marvelous host. I will be honest with you right now. I didn't shower. But I'm ready. I'm ready to roll. We're going to do it. We got great celebrity guests for you. I have the Cartman is in the basement. People will probably pop in. I don't even know. Bianca's here. Get out of here. What kind of show is this going to be, really, honestly? Hopefully more people show up. But today's show is brought to you by Orange Popsicles. They're the orange kind. Nobody eats the orange ones. If you have a choice, ask yourself right now, what flavor do you go for? They're the creamsicle kind. That was kind of a surprise. I'll be honest with you. Welcome to Purge. I'm Kane. I got nothing. That's it for the show. Thanks for... Twiz is watching. I took some notes. And this is what I came up with. I have all that. And then I have this. And, yeah. Heather's here. Is Heather here? Where's Heather? What? What the hell? Who's rubbing off on Bianca? Now. Behave. Today's show also brought to you by Butter Bars and creamsicles. If you don't have these two, I've been waiting all day because I was working my little rehind off. So you think there's anything new in the Brian Kobeck case? Anyone? Really? I know something you don't know. No, maybe I do. How am I even on the air? I don't even have a window. This is weird. Let's go.
I'm already giving you some.
Good evening, Fancy. It's nice to see you. You're my favorite crime reporter. Yes, I attended today's hearing of the Brian Koberger case. And how are we supposed to trust a judge that can't even master using a microphone? You have to talk into it, Hitler, you moron!
Why are these lights not working?
That's the wrong remote. That is literally the wrong remote.
Hello, and welcome to another episode of What Happened Here. Is this the name of a town? Or is something horrible up the road?
That's what happens when you teach your coworker how to drive a front end. Who's a big boy? Who's a great big boy?
Stop it. If you attack me like that again, I'll step on your foot. Okay, don't do it. That's a physical assault you just made. Sorry. Don't do it again. Don't do it again. You're not big enough to do that.
Funny guys are dangerous. They will make you laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh, and then poof, your clothes are off.
I sensed someone to my left. So I says, buddy, have you got a match? And I got no answer. So I turned. There was his helmet, but there was no head under the helmet. It's like I made this up. And then they opened up again, and they were trying to catch up with me. I'm thinking, boy, those Germans, they don't know how to even shoot at a toothpick. But I made it to the cliffs, safe. A miracle. It's one of the miracles of my life.
Your throat out. Drink
please. Be my eyes. Back the fuck up, Brandon. Back the fuck up. Dude, stop. Stop. There's debris coming down at you. Stop your fucking car. Sorry, stop.
I see it. I see it.
You do.
I got it. I don't have my eyes on the map, but I got it.
Sometimes the tree of liberty must be watered with the blood of tyrants and patriots. Today we did what we had to do. They counted on America to be passive. They were oh so fucking wrong.
How was it during Natasha?
Very sweet.
Yeah.
Very good.
Because bombs are falling from the sky will hit the target. Time to simplify.
Is that the name you claim? Rolling through genres, let me play this game. Rap like a madman, Eminem with the slang, spitting bars so sharp like a rap hangman. From YouTube fame to Idaho's wild ride, you're breaking it down, putting truths aside. Kane B got the purge, no doubt he's the king, breaking down the case like a YouTube machine. Kane B the purge, bringing heat in the booth. Facts on the table, there's no room for proof. Throwing down lyrics while the world's watching. Is it guilty or free? That's the question we're knocking. Kane B the purge, taking Idaho by storm. He's got the heat and the truth breaking the norm. We're all glued to this case, no one's letting go. Will Brian be guilty or will he be let go? Kane B's in the game, watch him lay it all bare. He's in the mix with the case so hot. Rap, rock, pop, he's switching it up. Dancing through the genres like a YouTube cup. Got Kane B, the purge, putting the story in flow. Breaking it down with humor, watch the case blow. knowledge like it's truth on a train. Can't be the purge, taking Idaho by storm. He's got the heat and the truth breaking the norm. We're all glued to this case, no one's let go. Will Brian be guilty or will he be let go? Kane B's in the game, watch him lay it all bare. Will justice find the truth or just disappear in the air? Now here I am, R&B vibes on deck. Let's get a little smooth, but don't forget I'm bringing humor, I'm bringing the sound. But this case got us all spinning round. KB with the truth, it's hard to ignore. Like waiting for that next chapter in the lore. KB with the truth, it's hard to ignore. Like waiting for that next chapter in the lore.
Super highlight.
Yo, welcome back, everybody. I'm glad you're all here. Brian, Esther, James, thank you so much for the super chat, my man. We got Superstar Outcast, the new hotness, is up in here. He's taking the Purge franchise to the next level. He's the DJ. Did you guys like this? I can spin myself around now. You do the hokey pokey and you spin yourself around. That's what Kane has got. Bum, 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 bum. I had installed this plugin years ago, and not years ago, but months. And what you call it? It just finally kicked in when I did the update. So I don't know. Tom Campbell, welcome in. We got a great show for you tonight, folks. And I mean me and GG, wherever JJ is. JJ's going to show up here. I haven't even made a thing for him, I'll be honest. I am cooking pork chops, however, with onion, and I put the mozzarella, and he likes the introduction. It's like Heather. We're ready for Heather. We know she's there. I'm loud as hell. Sorry, I'm trying to be over the air conditioning. I wish it would cool down in here. I really do. Yeah, it's been quite a week. I found a new way that Uber Eats kind of screws you over, and peanut buttery bars. So what they do is they'll send you an offer, and if you refuse offers, it docks your social credit score. So they'll send you an offer. If you refuse the offer, they will send it. Oh, Tina, come on! How can you do it? If you refuse the offer, they send you the offer again as an exclusive. So they get you to decline the offer twice, and it totally screws you up. So yeah, isn't that crazy? All right, and I had another. If you remember the Popeyes fried chicken incident, Social Glow. Hello, darling, welcome in. I'm cutting out. Oh, I'm probably too loud. Is that better, darling? Sorry, I had it loud. It gives me more bass in my voice when I have the extra gain. I apologize for that. I hope I didn't ruin your audio experience. Big Dan, Donna Salamander, what an honor to see you guys. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you. I'm glad you still remember me. It's been a long time, hasn't it? And so, all right. Anyway, there's my game show host voice. Is that better? Give me a good thumbs up on the audio. Hopefully the video was. I had the music really loud. I didn't realize. All right. So anyway, let's put that cover back up, shall we, friends? And let's see what that does. We don't want it on me, but we want it. Why is it not? Oh, I know why. Hold on. There it is. Da, 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 da. All right. So this is. Ooh, I'm telling you, I made it by the skin of my toenails today. Getting it all revved up for you. I've had plenty of stuff ready, and I thought it was all going to go to waste. You never know. But here we go. Okay, so anyway, let's see what we got. Yeah. All right, and Kane. Hello, Kane. Why don't you use Kane? There it is. Okay, let's get that back up there. Hide that one. This shit. That's the show, folks. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. It was nice of you to stop by the Purge today. What is really going on here? Alright, you know what you do at this time of the evening, and I hope you're having a good Friday. I keep forgetting it's Friday. I thought it was Thursday, and I was ready to go to Beach Pizza for my stuffed Chicago. But yeah, not today. Alright, let's see here. Boom, 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 boom. Let's do this, and we like audio, don't we? Audio's good. Yay. Alright. Save it, and still doesn't show up. Okay, hold on. I did it, you guys. I was practicing in the basement with JJ Vance. I had him down there for the last week, chucking coffee and throwing donuts down, and he was like, I live in a van down by the river. So let's take a look at some of the fun that's been happening around town, shall we? So I'll start with this one. Why not? Red paint trail leads police to suspect in vandalism of RV in Clarkston. That's just... I make PA. I am proud. You're my Willie. All right, I'll get a link out for Willie. I'll get a link out. Leia, sorry, you're welcome to come on too if you would like tonight. We would love to speak with you. I'm going to get a panel then going if Mr. Willie would like to join us tonight. Chickmate, hello. And Tarak Steelhawk has joined us. Mooney Vale is in the house. So 45-year-old Clarkson woman was arrested earlier this week after police responded to a report of a break-in and discovered red paint smeared on multiple RVs and a set of missing wind chimes. Amanda Jean Wormel was taken into custody on April 15th for allegedly vehicle prowling in the first and third degree. Officers were dispatched. No report taken. Okay, anyway, that's the trail. Okay, wait. Upon arrivals, officer found Wormel with wet red paint on her arms, face, hands, and clothing. Some of the paint was still wet. She told the officers she had come to retrieve her father's ashes, which were believed were inside the RV. The RV's owners reported that a set of wind chimes had been taken and that paint had been smeared on the sides of two campers. He stated the camper was locked, though the door may not have been latched completely. I just swallowed a bug. Did you see that? You can rewind now on my videos. The door may not have been light. Now I need a popsicle. Officers later found the wind chimes nearby covered in the same red paint. The RV's owner confirmed that Wormel did not have permission to enter or remove any property. While she was initially arrested for malicious, the vehicle prowling charge was added following the investigation. Bond was set at $15,000. Okay, guys, that bug is kicking around. It's just more protein. It's just Manis Yahoo Oyasin. Mitakui. If I say this right one time, I get $15. Mitakuya Oyasin. You can. Is that Japanese? I know it's Heather. Heather. Damn, I forgot to blame her for all the boobs. It was mostly butts, really. Like that's what James Moen is here for, is butts. He wants butts. And I apologize for the noise. There is an air conditioner on behind me. It is Florida, and I'll be honest with you. Why I said I didn't take a shower. I am dying here. I think you should be loving it. I've been doing the sauna thing right here in my trailer. And so in the afternoons, I turn off the AC. I leave the fan on the AC. I'm not crazy. But I saw, the sauna thing is good for the people. Oh, God. Where did that go now? I just moved it somewhere else. I can't find it now. Okay, edit, undo. Try that. Yeah, that's how that works. That's what I wake up to every day, guys. Okay. Let's see if I can get it below logos. There we go. Do you like my new little logo setup, you guys? Wait, I can click over here. Let's see. Look. Okay, so you have Heather got really big in the head. And then you have the new JJ with the pink glasses. And Rockford. And then I opacity'd Miss Potts' new thing. Kids, go to bed. Listen. I'm not here to entertain you guys. Okay. UOI passes a $500 million fundraising milestone. Now, we all know that they lost out on the $59 million grant, right? I think I have that story in here somewhere. To me, I don't know. Hello, Mary Holt. Very nice to see you. Thank you for coming in today. Very nice. Hey, Brian Ramblings. Did I not say your name? I'm sure I did. Okay, let's zoom this up so you guys can see it better. The University of Idaho has reached a major fundraising milestone, a decade-long drive. The U of I on Tuesday reported reaching the $500 million goal. You know, the thing about this is 10% goes to the G's. Hi, Amethyst. Very nice to see you this evening. I hope you're all having a great Friday night. I really do. I really wish it was Thursday that I could go and get my pizza. But damn it. Rockford's watching. So... I don't know why. Hold on. If I am going to... There we go. The campaign launched in 2015. Oh, it is a decade. Yeah. Wow, Tom, I'm old. Okay. The campaign launched in 2015 earmarks $240 million for academics, research, $150 million for student scholarships, and $95 million for facility seating. The record-breaking achievement is a testament to the unstoppable momentum of the University of Idaho and the unwavering belief in our mission as Idaho's land grant institution. Oh, did I tell you? Well, I think I'll tell you later. University of Idaho C. Scott Green said in a news release surpassing the largest campaign in history than a milestone. It's a statement. Our Vandal family. That's always my favorite one. Thanks, folks. Good night. YouTube shut me down now. Okay, so, yeah. Our Vandal family has shown that when we invest in education, we are building a thriving Idaho world for all. Oh, man. So you wonder... How big of a deal is $59 million? You have $500 million! But Scott's got to get every dollar. Every dollar counts, so remember that. The university raised more than $1.28 million from its Vandal Giving Day drive. They just set aside a day a year as Giving Day. Did you give to your Vandal family today, my friends? Did you? What have you given? Because I know each and every single one of you over there in that chat. I see you, Chick. I see you, Heather Fitzgerald. You've all given up parts of your life to solve the case, which is more than I could say for University of Idaho or any of these fucking guilters that want to post the stupidest shit that I've ever seen kids go to bed in the last few days. So bad that they're not even worth addressing. It's absolutely not even worth addressing. I'll wear a dress before I address it. And so here we go. All right. So the next thing. Oh Lord. This is another Ann Taylor case, and she got the DP off the table. Okay, and so he pleaded guilty as a part of a plea deal to an enhancement for causing bodily injury during escape, which increases the minimum prison time in exchange for an enhancement for crimes tied to alleged involvement in a white thing. Meade was taken by 3 corrections officers to St. Alphonsus Regional Medical Center for self-inflicted injuries in March. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, I thought there was more. They're not all winners, guys. They can't all be.
Dead with 3 roommates in a house near the University of Idaho last weekend.
Sarah Robinson talked exclusively with her father in Avondale today. Still so many questions, Sarah.
Yes, a lot of questions. Xana Kernodle was raised in Idaho, but she spent time here in the Valley since her dad moved to Avondale a few years ago. He describes her as fun, smart, and strong-willed, and says it's impossible to imagine she was killed in the worst homicide police say they've ever seen in this small Idaho city.
She didn't really worry about the drama stuff that much.
Yeah.
She wasn't into that. She just liked having fun, wasn't worried about materialistic things. She was with her friends all the time.
Avondale father Jeffrey Kernodle, who was too distraught to be on camera, remembering the life of his daughter, Xana, one of the victims of the brutal stabbing at the University of Idaho, leaving 4 college roommates dead on Sunday.
I heard from her before we went out, I think midnight. I heard from her before we went out, I think midnight. I heard from her before we went out, I think midnight. It was the last time I heard from her, and then she was fine.
The murders happened early Sunday morning, rocking the small town of Moscow, Idaho, which hasn't had a murder since 2015, according to state records.
I have no idea. It doesn't make sense.
He says Xana was in constant communication with her family, and nothing about that night seemed unusual.
The door locks with a number code. Every time you open it, like I had to go back to I had to go around the house to get in the house because of the number code. So they either knew that or they just kind of went around and found the slider open.
A father struggling to understand how this could have happened. Why Xana?
They were just hanging out at home.
Yeah.
Xana was hanging out at home with her boyfriend.
2 other female roommates, Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonsalves, were killed along with Xana's boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, who Jeffrey loved.
Her and Ethan were together about a year, give or take some, whatever, but she really, when I went up there, I saw her just, a week before that, she changed a lot. She had a life. She got to see what it was to have a boyfriend to live with and have a real life, and she really turned around and was being really responsible, helping him out into the studies and stuff. I was really impressed.
Kernodle says there's one thing the autopsy shows for certain. Xana, a strong-willed girl, fought her killer until the very end.
Bruises and just, maybe hurt by the knife or whatever. She's a tough kid. Whatever she wanted to do, she could do it.
A very disturbing case. Investigators say they still believe this is a targeted attack, but the killer is still out there.
That kind of just tells you who he was, because he wasn't tied to everyone in that room. Ethan wasn't supposed to even be there. And, from what Ethan went through, that this guy just wasn't a man of character. He was just poorly built. And, there isn't going to be some kind of connection that I would think that would explain this. Like, behavior could explain somebody being this brutal to another human being. I mean, he was probably obsessed with just their overall looks and their social media accounts and the fact that they were close.
There is an interview with Jeff, Xana's father, where he says that he had spoken to Xana around midnight and that her and Ethan were already home.
That's what he told me personally, was that he spoke with her and that, you know, they were at the party and that there was that altercation and, you know, she was fine. She was at home. She was fine. You know, I think maybe she told her dad that, you know, because she didn't want him to worry and he was ready to get in his car and drive over there because he was in Pullman and he was getting ready to drive over to check on Xana, but Jasmine, she was like, no, Dad, you've been drinking, don't drive. So I don't know if she ordered food at midnight. I don't know anything about that, but I do know that there was the fight. It's my understanding that they were eating pizza at home. So that's that's a little bit weird to me too, that there was a DoorDash at 4 a.m.
That's something that I was thinking, but I couldn't find anywhere where he mentioned that. And he might have never mentioned it like anywhere in the public. You know, that might have just been conversations that you guys had between the two of you.
You know, I think maybe she told her dad that, you know, because she didn't want him to worry and he was ready to get in his car and drive over there because he was in Pullman and he was getting ready to drive over to check on Xana, but Jasmine, she was like, no, Dad, you've been drinking, don't drive. So.
Because, you know, he wasn't tied to everyone in that room. Ethan wasn't supposed to even be there. And, you know, from what Ethan went through, you know that this guy just wasn't a man of character. He was just poorly built. And, you know, there isn't going to be some kind of connection that I would think that would explain this. Like, behavior could explain somebody being this brutal to another human being. I mean, he was probably obsessed with just their overall looks and their social media accounts and the fact that they were close.
I love that ending right there. That was a good video, Heather. Damn. I think I should just probably leave that up there. Darn it! Stop not doing what I want. No, I need Pitbullpotamus. Can you imagine the amount of mac and cheese that it makes your head spin? That it takes to feed this damn mongrel. And that you wouldn't think that was a hippie dog, but he is. He's all natural, all the time. Tip, it's very nice to see you. How is Los doing? And let's see, we got JS in here. Hello, and Amethyst. I said hello already. Twizzle Stick and somebody more. Who did I miss? I missed one person. Chickpea. That's enough. All right, Tony Stevens. Good evening. How are you, sir? To Roxy. Oh, I know who we're missing. Because she wanted an introduction. Tex-Mex Thunderclap. Alright, let's move on. Let's get going. Let's keep it rocking. We got JJ is way over coffeeed. Let's see. YouTube never cooperates. What are we doing? But what? Was that the same one?
Dead with 3 rooms.
This is a new one. So guess what? 2 Heathers in a row. It's just like the movie Heathers, except for nobody. Let's see here. Okay, let's get to it. This is happening on the Purge. Thank you.
Shortly after Brian Kohberger's arrest, police started looking at old cases to see whether Kohberger might be linked. One of those cases was a burglary in Pullman, Washington. On October 10th, 2021, more than a year before the murders in Moscow, some young women living in a house in Pullman called police after one of them said a person with a knife came into her bedroom. A Pullman police officer's body camera recorded her describing exactly what happened.
So I have a couple questions for you.
Okay.
Where did you see this person?
I was asleep, and then I woke up me.
Okay.
And it was just me and Sadie home at the time, and we both lived down in the basement, and my door was closed. I heard my door open, and I looked over, and someone was wearing a ski mask and had a knife like this.
Okay.
And so I, kicked the out of their stomach and screamed super loud, and they like flew back into my closet and then ran out my door and up the stairs.
Okay, and that's the last you know as they ran up the stairs?
Yeah, and then when they got home, this back door was wide open.
Okay, how long ago did this happen?
Maybe 15, 20 minutes at most.
Okay. And so between the four of you, it's the whole house?
Yeah.
No one else is there?
What this young woman described is terrifying. The officers searched the house to make sure that it was safe and then brought the young woman back in and talked to the victim again. The video is redacted because it was recorded inside the house.
I really could not tell you if it was a guy or a girl.
Oh, okay.
When I first looked at them, I thought it was a girl. I mean, I only looked at them for a second, and then
So which room is yours?
This one.
So the victim offered some important information there. She said she couldn't tell whether the person with the knife was a man or a woman. At this point, the student reenacted the encounter with the person who was in her room with the knife.
So I was sleeping right here, and I'm a really heavy sleeper, but I heard the door open, and I saw someone, like I saw the ski mask first, and I rolled over, and I was like, what the heck? And then they like literally were like this above me with the knife. And then
is this what the lighting was like at that point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is exactly what it would have been.
Can you describe the knife for me?
It looked like kind of a smaller knife.
Okay.
A smaller knife. It wasn't like a huge, like anything. It kind of looked like just like a smaller steak knife.
Okay.
And so, yeah, I just rolled over and kicked them, and they fell back into the closet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Do you know if they would be taller or shorter than
They
you?
were shorter than you.
Oh, okay.
They would probably come to about like maybe here on you.
Okay, so pretty short.
Yeah, they were pretty short. That's the one thing I noticed.
Thick, thin?
I couldn't say for sure, but I don't think either really side.
So you're saying like a ski mask? Any glasses or lenses or anything?
Burgundy.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure it was a burgundy ski mask. Yeah, no glasses.
Did you get a sense of eyes or skin tone or anything?
Not really. It was so fast.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. I'm just...
Yeah. I wish I remembered more.
The next day, police went back to the street and spoke with neighbors and others to see if they knew anything about what happened, including a neighbor the young woman said smoked outside.
Pullman police, search warrant, come to the door.
Then, about 8 days later, they returned to the neighbor's house looking for possible evidence. This was the apartment for the neighbor that sometimes smoked outside, and police had said another neighbor had filed a complaint against him for entering her apartment and watching her sleep several times. An officer also talked to the victim again.
Did you remember anything else about his appearance, the knife, anything like that?
I really didn't. I've honestly kind of remembered less ever since it happened, but I don't know. Like, he was wearing a ski mask, I'm pretty sure, gloves, and like black hoodie, sweatpants, something like that.
Okay. And then can you describe the length of the knife to me?
I would say like a little bit bigger than a steak knife is what I remembered right after it happened. Like maybe just a smidge bigger than a steak knife, but not like a butcher knife or anything.
Can you give me like a hand estimate? Because take that. Okay. If you want to hold your hands kind of down that way, I'm gonna take a picture of your estimate there. And is that with the handle or without?
Just like the blade.
Okay, with the handle, how long would you say?
Maybe like that long.
Okay. Did you see the handle at all?
No, it was like in his hand.
Okay.
Police did not charge the neighbor because they said they didn't have probable cause, and the case to this day remains unsolved. Fast forward to January of 2023, days after Bryan Kohberger's arrest, and someone in the Pullman Police Department started asking questions about Bryan Kohberger. A Pullman officer wrote in a supplemental report on the burglary, although Kohberger would not have been residing in Pullman during October 2021, Commander Brashears advised that Pullman Police Department had received information that WSU's Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology may have had an on-campus event for prospective graduate students that Kohberger may have attended around the time of this incident. I emailed the department's graduate program coordinator, Danielle Macon, requesting information. Macon responded the following day and wrote that the department was looking into my request. Now, it was worth looking into. Both incidents involved a knife, although one was a large K-bar, and the Pullman incident involved what was described as a small steak knife. And in both incidents, the perpetrator wore a mask. But in the Pullman incident, the burglar was described as short, maybe 5'3" or 5'5". Danielle Macon wrote in an email to another staff member, Okay, so I figured out who I met with on October 15th, and it was BK Norton.
Oops. Oops.
I think we can safely tell Pullman PD that we are not aware of any visit from Koberger during the period they indicated. We did not hold a recruitment event during that time and actually did not hold an in-person one that fall anyway. So Koberger was determined to not be involved in the burglary in Pullman in October 2021, and the burglary was placed on inactive status. But what could this incident mean possibly for Koberger, if anything at all?
Pause for effect. I paused it just in time that time. Miss Potts! Welcome in, darling. So nice to see you. Mishy Girl, Annie Ruler, fresh from Aruba. Up in here, we got... Who did I just was going to... Cold or Covered, otherwise known as a Honem. I don't know. Alright, we're going to get to you guys here. Give me one more. I know those were long. I got a lot to get to. So we'll do half. So this is, I'll read this real quick. And Brian Koberger attorneys are working with an expert who says it's likely two people were responsible for the November 13th. This was one of the many details that emerged during a Wednesday court hearing regarding evidence in the case. The hearing was held in front of Ada County District Judge Hippler. Koberger faces 4 counts of first degree and burglary. Did we ever... Koberger's defense team is planning to show alternative perpetrators could be responsible for the Moscow after it finishes further investigations. Hippler ordered them to present that evidence before the trial so the prosecution has time to investigate. You got to make sure that the prosecution has time. Koberger's attorneys did not go into detail, but his lawyer, Ann Taylor, said they have produced an expert that believes it's likely there were 2 people and 2 weapons involved in it. She also claimed to have a pretty good lead in the evidence she was following up on. And I'll let Twiz take that. I think you know where I'm going. I thought this was gonna... What the... Oh, this is something I meant to tell everyone. I don't know that it's even working. Let me see. Yeah, look at that. There I am. And so there... Now, everybody knows my name. Might as well. So, let's see. Where am I... How do you get to your page, like, and stuff? Boom, 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 boom. Here it is. Probably. My feed, my home... where the buffalo roam. This. Alright. So we are at, let's see here. Oh, we got 2 followers. If you have not entered the world of Rumble, I don't think you can go into my dashboard. But let's see. Let's go to Rumble. Please do so. It's a very simple process. It's not quite the thing that YouTube is as far as signing up and doing all the stuff. And you will be able to watch The Purge there. I will be simulcasting there for a few months. And then possibly, I think we're going to come to... Wait, is this my page? Oh, what did I do? Oh, hold on. Now, Willie, what did you do? Heather. Alright, let's see. This is... I don't know how this page came about. But that picture appeared on its own. So, you go figure. So, yeah, this is the Kane Bees, The Purge. You can find me there on the Rumble. And that's where we're going. Okay, so there's where The Purge will be. And so... Latah County, man, you might have seen this in my post earlier. Man arrested on grape and video voyeurism charges. A 25-year-old man was taken into custody by the Latah County Sheriff's Office on Friday morning, facing charges of grape and video voyeurism. Detectives contacted Walker day earlier and... What the... Detectives contacted Walker Day early on April 11th as part of an investigation that began nearly a week prior. The case was initially reported to law enforcement back in April 6th. Thanks. Over the past week, detectives have gathered evidence supporting Day's arrest on 2 felony charges. He was booked. There he is, guys. When I put up pictures like this, I always feel like Bubbly Waters is watching, or she's like, yep, I know that guy. You want to pet my cat? Come on. I know him. Okay, so here's the, I guess, I've seen other creators follow this one. Is Phoenix finished? A deadline looms with visible signs of progress. Willie, is that you? Hold on, if they can't hear you, I can. Hold on, wait. You're in another window. That's the only reason. What were you able to do before? I put display names. Oh, you know what? I didn't. I put virtual backgrounds. Hold on. Let me. Hold on. Hold on, wait. Where's the thing? Have a special guest, a surprise guest for you guys today, and I'm going to switch over for it. This is Ronald McDonald from Romper Room. He's here and he's going to join us. Say hello, Ronald. How you doing?
Hello?
I'm the man in the box.
Who the hell is Ronald? Is JJ here?
I don't know where JJ was in the chat.
It says I'm in the room with JJ Vance.
You're in JJ Vance's room. He's not in the room with you.
Oh. I can't. The only thing I can see right now is a silhouette of a I don't know, cut out of a human being right now. I can't see shit. Can't see you. I can't see nothing. I don't know what you have me in right now.
You can't see me unless you have the.
I'm not gonna lie. If this was real life, I'd feel kidnapped.
Well, imagine how JJ feels. I've had him in the basement all week.
Yeah, bro.
Drinking buckets of coffee.
Because I'm like up here right now, and I feel like I'm fucking, shunned.
Were you able to get the chains off?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine.
Oh, okay.
We see you actually. Your little. And I'm gonna put your name up here real quick in a second. Let's see. Where's Willie? There he is. Move it up. Is that
where the hell is JJ or Cartman?
He has a show at 9. He should be here any second.
9.
and then Jen's coming too. Yeah,
It's like 2 hours from now.
he does a regular 9 o'clock thing on Fridaysle. So this is just kind of a surprise bonus live for everybody. So JJ, if you're out there, this is the link. And like I invited Leia Story. I'd love to have her on the show once. Oh wait, that's not the right link. I don't know where.
I think her name's Leah.
That's what I said, Leah.
I said Leia. Only because my daughter's named Leah, so I look out for that shit. But yeah, she spells it the regular way. I spell my daughter's name the weird way. I think it's Leah.
I think
this is Leia.
Once I was able to get the difference between Carolyn and Caroline together, I was fine. I figured, and I could spell Michael. There was a girl.
That should be the same. That should be the same, right? No, Caroline.
No, they're very fussy about that. Apparently, if you go to Caroline's, she will throw you out of the club if you don't say her name right.
Oh shit! Throw me as far as you can.
No, a girl. I was telling everybody earlier. I had another. JJ's going to be here in 7 minutes. 7 minutes is that? Oh, he's got to walk the dog.
Who the fuck says that? Is the gayest thing I ever heard in my life. 7 minutes. Just say 5. Fucking 7. I'll be there in 7 minutes.
Listen, JJ.
No, you don't have to be that fucking particular in this fucking today's world. Jesus Christ, bro. Sorry, dude.
He's a man of. Anyway, I can't even.
Listen, that's why I like being up here, man, because we can fucking have a laugh and shit, not fucking freak out.
Oh my god, he knocked the camera over. Yeah, no.
I can't see shit.
If you open and mute a chick bait, I can't even stop laughing, bro.
Yo, don't lie to me. You been drinking?
I had a popsicle, bro. I had a popsicle.
What the fuck is a popsicle?
You know what? Hold on for a second. I gotta get my coffee. I forgot. Hold on,
Okay,
guys. I'll be right back. I gotta get the
your
lid.
time.
I gotta find the lid.
Take your time. Who's here? 90 fucking
shit,
people.
I forgot to put it in the freezer. Shit. Well, it's gonna be hot. There you have it. Oh, that's old. Hold on. One good thing about doing delivery is that you eat a lot of food, and also you get all the like little silverware and plates and shit like that. That shit can add up. So the coffee kind of cooled down. They were a Magpie popsicle.
What do? You still like fucking a quarter of everybody's order and have like a full meal after the night? That's what I would do. Couple of fries here, a couple of fries there.
Dude, you're not gonna fucking believe this, okay? It's been one hell of a week, okay? Let me tell you what happened.
Don't fucking tell me, buddy.
I'm telling you right now,
I was
bro.
scrubbing slime out of a carpet, so go ahead, shoot.
What are you, a crime scene cleanup guy?
No, I'm a fucking I'm a goddamn father.
Okay.
That's what I am. So
bro,
yeah, basically
okay.
a crime scene cleanup guy.
So I'm on my 3rd delivery the other day for DoorDash or whatever, right? And I'm pulling into Popeyes. This is a different Popeyes. Now this Popeyes is a standalone building. It's isolated kind of by itself. And I'm coming off at rush hour, right? So I noticed this guy, and he's got these kind of glasses. The Daniel kind of glasses. You know what I'm talking about? And he's in a white, like a tourist.
Yeah, the gay ones.
And so, they're there. He's got these ones. Oh shit! I almost dropped my finger.
I can't see, but yeah.
It doesn't have a base. Well, they can't see it either. We got to keep that off the video. All right, these kind of glasses, and he's driving around in like a white. It looked like a Taurus, but I think it was like actually a Toyota. And so I notice him, and I pull in to go pick up my order, and he goes wherever. There's only the parking lot, a dirt parking lot. And so I'm like, that's interesting. And so he doesn't go in the store, doesn't go in the drive-thru. And when I pull out with my food, I see this motherfucker right behind me, like just chilling. And I'm like, that's weird. I'm like, okay, I gotta make a U-turn. And we made a U-turn to get in there. And then he makes another U-turn, and he's just following right on my ass, just like like nothing. And so I'm like, dude, this guy is made whatever. If he's a Fed, if he's Uber Eats, I think they send people out to see if you're eating the food. They watch you to see if you grabbed a French fry, and so I'm like. They can also listen in. They can see you. They can listen in at any time. That's part of.
These people are sick.
Giving. Oh, they're nuts. And so anyway,
Did you know people that work for Amazon have to wear like fucking house arrest ankle monitors now?
Really?
I swear to God.
So if they go too far,
yeah, count your steps. They say, but it looks like a fucking house arrest ankle monitor, dude. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. This is like 6 months ago they started this, but yeah, they put like an ankle monitor on you.
I have not even heard that. That is absolutely nice.
I swear to God, dude, this is happening. Yeah, they started this a while ago, but yeah, they put ankle monitors around them. They say it's to quote unquote count your steps, but you know what they're doing, Yeah,
I mean. You better run to the nearest underground railroad, man. That's wild. Well, I worked at Amazon during COVID, and I worked in the warehouse, and I kicked ass, but it was rough because you had to wear the mask. So all day you're in this hot warehouse, you're slinging packages, you're wearing the mask, but they have facial. Huh?
Were you stowing or fucking what?
What do they call it?
Stowing, running, fucking.
You sort. You sort
sorting?
In the morning, and then you stow it away in the afternoon, and that's your home.
The stow is what I did. Fuck, when I was 18, I just sit there and all day, bro. Beep 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 beep. I'm losing my fucking mind. That's worse than jail.
It was, who did you work for?
You can fucking, sit down and goddamn relax. Amazon, they're tracking every goddamn, minute, dude. And then they post, your numbers, during lunch to show everybody how much you suck. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Well, they're comparing you to bots,
What's up, JJ?
So, I think that's part of it. And, what's up, JJ? How you doing, man? What do you got on there? You got a West Virginia volunteer shirt on.
Oh yeah, okay.
Almost. Kane, greetings, sir. How you doing?
Fucking West
that's
Virginia.
Tennessee. I'm sorry, that's Tennessee. How are you doing, man? Great to see you too, bro. Yeah.
Tennessee.
West by God, Virginia, I believe is what it's called.
What is the Manson level of that T-shirt? I wonder.
It's West Virginia.
Oh, big time, big time. Chuck spent a lot of time in West Virginia growing up.
WV.
Willie, how you doing, sir?
What's up, bro?
I see my 7-minute joke fell short on you.
Dude, what do you see right now when you look at the screen in the back room? Nothing, right?
7 minutes.
I watched it on YouTube.
7 minutes, right. Willie, get it? We both missed it, the 7-minute joke.
Yeah, you guys missed my 7
I'll be there
joke.
in 7 minutes. Because 7 minutes matters in the hearing.
Right.
It's 6.
Right. Zoom, zoom.
6 minutes, bro.
Oh, man,
I don't know who's giving him 7. I hate the people that give him 13. But he had 6 minutes to do this like he's fucking John Wick. That's it. Brian Wick is his name.
Right.
Yeah. He didn't do that shit, bro. They're trying to fit a fucking square peg into a round hole. Or vice versa. It's disgusting.
Yeah, this hearing is it's pretty much what I expected to see, although I think what I didn't expect to see was the judge arguing shit for the state. Like, he overstepped his bounds big time.
You ever see a man cut off the defense that many times and act as a prosecutor?
No, and he's like, hey, we're here to get some answers. I'm going to stop you from helping you get those questions out so you can get some answers.
Dude's an absolute joke, bro. And then he's like, autism ain't real. Dude, get the fuck out of here. What are you bitching about?
Well, he still comes from the old school. Remember, Willie, he's
What does that mean? Please enlighten me with what that means.
That means...
I've heard you say that 10 times now. He's the old school. What the fuck is that?
I will literally give you a rundown of what the old school is. The old school is you call me sir. There is every command is followed by a question, and that question is that crystal clear? And then if you step out of line, you're cruising for a bruising. And then...
So why did you let Bill and fucking Ashley jump all over the line?
Bill...
Way, but he should never be arguing their positions for them either, which he did a lot
exactly.
of doing that.
Who's he to say, what's going on and what the evidence is when he doesn't even know shit?
He has brain damage, and they're hiding it.
Honestly, why did they choose him? Like, seriously, though, why did they choose this guy? Is it because of his inexperience?
They fucking changed the venue, which they shouldn't have fucking done, and they should have just kept John Judge, who fucking obviously had some kind of conscience. If you look at the letter he wrote, this pig, and at least he,
Sorry.
You know what I mean? At least he had. You could tell Judge had some kind of fucking conscience. This guy, he don't care.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, so when they got moved to Ada County, he got the short straw somehow, right?
Yeah. This guy looks like an abortion doctor, bro.
Is it because he's so inexperienced? I don't think he has. I really don't think he has any idea what he's talking about most of the time. Like, genuinely speaking,
he's a fucking district judge, dude.
Well, what I'm saying is his background of law has nothing to do with what he's overseeing today, and I don't think he's really overseen that many cases of a high value nature, of high felony natures. So I have to look more at his background of cases he's seen, but I'm often wondering why did he get chosen out of amongst the district judges in Ada County?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I think it's because he's so inept. Like he's genuinely like. Yeah, he's playing dumb for the state and all those things, but they picked the most hardball judge they could find there, the one had the least bit of knowledge.
He's gay for the state.
Yeah,
he's gay for the state.
He went from
that's epic.
He went from saying don't steal shit to now it's what is he doing?
Yeah, his whole shtick though, I just don't think he's a very intelligent man. Like as I'm saying, like his legal practice, I think he was mainly real estate and medical malpractice lawsuits. So I mean, like this isn't like the top tier of.
That's true. Yeah, he's in over his head on this. The Skylar Meade thing wasn't handled by Hippler. That was a different judge. It wasn't Marshall either. It was a lady though. I forgot her name. And as far as Bill Thompson goes. He inserted himself into this case day one. He just jumped on it. I'm the prosecutor in this town. This is my case. And then they chased away the FBI with this we are in charge kind of thing. That whole thing.
That's because he was going to find his fucking pot at the end of the rainbow and he found shit.
Oh, he dove right into a pile of shit. For sure.
All of them did.
And he rubbed it all over himself. He's like, oh.
Yeah, dude. As soon as they walked into fucking Brian's house and his fucking apartment and car, whatever, they fucked themselves.
Must have been like, oh, man.
They looked at each other like, fuck. Now we got to fabricate the whole goddamn thing.
Yeah, I mean, you can't.
What you guys saying makes a lot of sense. They got a whole bunch of shit dumped on them. They did have to fabricate a bunch of stuff. That's why we didn't see them make a single solitary remark for 3 days.
Yep. And they got his name on the 19th and had him arrested by when? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, well, a lot of that's playing into what I'm certain is this whole federal situation behind the scenes, which the grand jury on the Fed side pegged all this stuff well before the state did, and they try to make it look legal with the state stuff. So and that's why Hurwitz is so important, I think, is him coming on to an active role in the cases because he's the man behind all that federal stuff.
Yeah.
Well, you can't feel anything for them because they're lying, obviously, but also because they've doubled down on the lie by bringing in Mark Zuckerberg.
They're all in, Kane. They got no choice, right? I mean, they're all in.
There's not a turn coming up. The river is not coming. And they're stuck in their little lifeboat, and it's getting smaller and smaller in this giant sea of bullshit, and the more they open their mouth.
I saw a lot of folks say, like, why wouldn't the judge just let Cy Ray talk in the hearing and put it to rest? And that's what I was saying beforehand when they were censoring him. They were like, you can't even come to the hearing. You can call in via Skype, and we'll let you know if we need anything. And that's the important part. We'll let you know. You sit there, shut up in color. We'll let you know if we need anything.
Shut up in color.
Yeah, because they could have answered all the questions there, but they don't want to, right? They don't. They don't want to let. If they let any of that information in, it blows up their entire case.
Exactly. That's because Cy would have fucking buried him.
Well, yeah, and they're
in a bong.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
I smoke out of a fucking Sherlock Holmes pipe. Believe it or not.
Nice.
Yeah. It wastes. I mean, it doesn't waste. It doesn't waste a lot of weed, but it takes a lot of weed, bro. And fucking, you like that shit one time, you can hit that like a fucking old man for like 4 or 5 puffs. Oh,
I've gone through the Uncle Buck style of smoking pot. He's always joking he's going to
How
get
the fuck did he smoke?
version of quitting smoking tobacco. He's going from cigarettes to cigars.
Oh yeah.
The film Uncle Buck with John Kane.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite films.
I didn't know he smoked in that movie.
Oh, he smokes. Well, he smokes. He's talking about tobacco. He's talking about quitting smoking, but he's going to go from cigars to cigarettes, then to smokeless tobacco. He's got like a whole plan. I've gone through the whole gambit of different variations of smoking pot, but I always land back at the
That's such a good movie. Yeah, people like it with fucking tobacco. People swear by it. I just throw it in a bowl.
My plan is to use the vape like I did last time. And then the problem was I got off it, and then somebody I'd loaned one of my vapes to returned it to me. So I'm like, one more's not going to hurt.
There we go.
It's the universe talking to you, Kane. They wanted you to have it back.
Listen, either you're a smoker or you're not a smoker. There's nothing.
Bro, I watched Pineapple Express the other day, and do you know how blessed we were to fucking be like around for that movie?
It's a classic.
They'll never make another movie like that ever again.
What movie?
Ever.
What movie did you say?
Pineapple Express.
Oh.
I mean, watching it again after like 10 years, bro, it was like, wow.
Yeah, but you honestly cannot deny how good Grandma's Boy was.
It was great. Yeah, I know. That's a great movie. No, that's a great movie. I'm just talking about fucking for its time, bro. Pineapple Express was wild. That shit was everywhere.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a pretty good movie. It still plays well.
Yeah. Anyway. Fuck Hitler.
Look at where we are.
Kane, if I may just comment on one thing real quick. I caught the beginning of your show there, and you were saying you were sponsored by a variety of different snacks. First of all, I'd like one of those creamsicle pops. Secondly, I think what you're saying is you're sponsored by type 2 diabetes. What's going on with your diet, bro?
Oh my God!
Tell me that's not your normal situation.
I have onions, the mozzarella, and pork chops in the toaster oven right now.
That sounds delicious. Actually.
If anybody wants to come pull them out of my cold dead hand, they can. And I'm gonna finish it with this. I don't care, and I'm gonna have a cigarette too. What do you call it? Look at where we are. It's been a week since we did a show, I think, the last one, and we're not whistling Dixie here, and other people. Angel D, I just got choked up. Oh, you look so beautiful, lovely. How are you today? Willie, say hello to Angel D for me, will you? Willie's petting his cat. Oh, he's muted right now. he's like total silence. But yeah, Miss Potts, and I've caught 2 of the 3 lives Miss Potts did. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. Hold on, coffee. Up with the hearing, watching the hearing, because when I was recording, I was listening, I was reacting, looking back and hearing her content and her opinions is, and I know I caught you in a couple chats there, JJ. While we got Willie in the basement silenced for a minute, maybe you want to give your opinions overall that you've been holding back before you have to go.
Right now?
right this. Hey, did you get a new mic? Oh, I thought that was a Big Roads mic. It looked different. Sorry.
Are we purging? Is this the purge?
We are purging it up, my friend, with my Purginians. Turok Steelhawk. You could not ask for a more Viking name or American Indian like warrior. Turok Steelhawk. That's your given engine name right there. You know what I mean? Like, you know, it's like you woke up, I am Windflower. No, you are Turok Steelhawk. That's a badass. And then you have Wakinian Tonka. You know, I'm sure there's a Tonka. Is there a Tonka tribe that you're familiar with? Hello, Sandra. Also,
So that sounds like Pacific Islander style natives.
The Turok Steelhawk or the
Tonkas.
The Tonkas. Okay, yeah, you're right. But you know, there's a group of guys that protect people in Hollywood that are they're like the Pacific Islander guys. They're the big, huge Samoan dudes, and nobody will mess with them. Nobody will. I forgot the name of the group.
Were they called the Brownies?
I think something. Yeah, maybe that's it.
I'm just messing with you. It's that furry My Little Pony group, the Brownies.
Jabroni.
The all-male furry.
I'm trying to remember the name in all seriousness, but anyway, I think they protect like Kevin Costner and all those. Yeah, I did say Tonka was a guy. Tonka's a guy. Oh, I forgot the joke already.
Tonka's a dude?
Yeah, Tonka's a dude. Yeah, it's always, everybody's like, Tonka's a dude? Tongan. I just feel like there should be some kind of bongo drums.
I don't fucking know.
I have a bongo. I have a Kate Cajon right next to me. Hold on. There it is right there. So you can... I have it now. I had the way I have it set up. Don't judge me by the mess that's all around there. I have it now set up so you can put a foot pedal and kick drum it, and then you can snare with your hands because it's got a built-in snare, you know. And then you can drum, and it's like a whole drum kit, right? Without a cymbal, obviously.
Yeah. I just walked away for 10 minutes. Angel, what the fuck are you talking about? You don't know what you did to upset me. Who the fuck said you upset me? I wasn't even here.
Oh, right when you walked away,
what the fuck is
I said, Willie, say hello to Angel, and there was total silence. So
listen,
she took it
much
instantly to heart.
Crack do people fucking smoke, dude? Like, this fucking YouTube world is wild.
Hello,
Holy
Angel
shit.
D. It's very nice. You look beautiful. Just tell her she looks lovely. You'll be fine.
Yeah, you look great. What are you fucking packing over there? I'm about to pack another one myself.
JJ. Jealous?
Yes, sir.
I'm holding up the popsicle stick.
I am jealous. I want one of those things. Orange Snickle, that sounds
It was a surprise. I stole it out of an old lady's hand.
Typical.
Well, no, you didn't, you fuck.
No, I did steal it.
Honda, you're out there committing crimes.
I did steal it from an old man who has diabetes, and it's all he's been eating. I made my neighbor take my trash out. I made him run to the store and get me smokes, and he did. But anyway, so I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna hire you as the maid. He took my garbage for me, man. I mean, it was incredible. He's a good guy. He's probably drunk and forgot all about it right now, though. That's it's a nice sunset out there. Damn. Wow, look at this shit.
Bro, you can't name 5 players that were on fucking West Virginia football team last year.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Nobody can.
I don't watch college athletics.
Oh,
exactly.
shit.
So don't fucking sit here with a fucking West Virginia fucking shirt on.
First of all,
somebody who fucking watches that shit.
First of all, there'll never be another legendary basketball coach in West Virginia other than D. Bob Huggins.
What are you doing there? Some dolphin dandruff?
The man uses vodka to slick his hair back and he wins championships. I mean, what are you gonna argue about?
Yeah, about fucking time, dude.
So,
what do you got there? Some blow, or you got some fucking? You got some bud.
I got a delicious apples and bananas. That's what they call this.
Dude, remember when you could do fucking blow and you didn't have to fucking worry about fucking getting fucking like fentanyl or shit like that, dude? I haven't done blow in like 10 years.
That shit's over. Come on.
I've never
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Allegedly.
It's so gay.
Anyway. Dilgaff about what does that say? Dilgaff.
So
what about the case Idaho 4?
Yeah. Well, what about it?
I don't know. We're watching JJ roll. We shouldn't be watching you roll though, JJ. I don't think. I think the smoking part of it's probably the bad part.
He's rolling a fucking cigarette, bro.
Right.
Putting on a tutorial right now.
Fucking relax, people who like to strike.
Homemade cigarettes.
Here, I'll just do this now. I am JJ Vance.
For anybody wanting to fucking report, it's fucking tobacco. It's like
or if you want to, you should do this at home because it's fun.
I wanted to. What's the character? Matt Full? Is it Matt? What's his name? The Chris Farley
motivational speaker.
Yeah,
Matt Foley.
I want to get that jacket, like a too small jacket with the tie and the glasses, and do a show like that. It'd be at least it'd be great for the opening. You know, to do something fun.
That's a good comedy, Kane. I like it.
I could run with that. I think.
It's nice. The thick frame lenses, he's got there.
Maybe I'll do it now. When I go to Boise and we're with me and Twiz, and I can do that as my on the ground reporter bit. They'll love that in Idaho. I'm sure of it. The family won't be insulted at all. But we take it more seriously.
It's gonna be a circus up there, right? I mean,
I don't know.
I'm not saying intentionally. I'm just saying it's going to end up being a circus up there, right?
I'm not sure.
What's your expectation?
It should be.
You've been to Boise before. You know what it's like up there.
Oh yeah, me? I have been to Boise, and it's a small town,
Right.
and it's made up of even smaller towns.
Yeah, but don't they got fucking like Boise State there, bro? Dude, I will show.
Yeah,
listen,
it's right there.
I will fucking shave and show up to a motherfucking college party like nobody's business, dude. Nobody's fucking business, and I'll fucking chill there for a week, 2 weeks, fucking for that trial. That's right in the middle of summer. It's beautiful.
It's gonna be nice.
Fucking school, summer vacation and shit, dude. I could get out there for a little bit, but I don't want to watch the state's case. I want to watch the defense's case. I just don't understand. Maybe you guys can help me. How the state's gonna put on more than like a 2-3 day case? What are they gonna fucking present? That
They got 56. They got 65 terabytes of shit to put out. They'll be like dick pic number 1, dick pic number 2, dick pic number 5.
Okay, but if Ann's like 64.95% of this fucking terabyte shit ain't worth it, then what are they really gonna show?
Well, that's what I'm saying. As it stands right now, they haven't even presented their expert witnesses to the defense. So as it stands right now, their entire case is going to be an afternoon.
Yeah, so tells me they don't have any.
Well, they're trying to avoid having these FBI agents testify in the hearing. That's why they avoided them having testify in the grand jury proceedings.
Yeah, because they're probably like, I don't want to because we don't agree with your shit.
Well, there is nothing. There's nothing to agree on. They're just boxing out this fictional evidence, right, through this process.
I think that
they have no case. It will be interesting. That's what I'm saying. It's going to be a weird trial.
Right?
Yeah, I honestly think that what they'll do is just not understand everything that the defense is presenting. So the defense is literally going to have to go get experts for the experts and explainers to the explainers on how to. Oh, what is DNA? It's dinucleic whatever acid, and Hipper will be. I don't understand. How do you? We need a Latin teacher in here to explain what words are to me, and then they'll just do stupid shit like that with his little feigning idiot thing, and I don't know. Do you think that it's because Hitler is kind of
correct?
Well, he's inexperienced in this realm. Do you think that's why he's approaching it with caution, maybe?
I don't know.
And picking on the defense only and not the prosecution?
I mean, he's doing what he can to save his own ass, right? But, I mean, it goes back to what you were asking before about, you were saying you were watching some of Miss Potts videos, and you saw me in the chat. I appreciated Miss Potts' breakdown of some of those hearings, and she at one point in time was also commenting on one of the portions of the hearings where they were discussing the lack of chain of evidence. So not only are there like PowerPoint presentations they're trying to pawn off as expert reports, there's no chain of evidence of the reports that are supposed to justify that final report in the first place. So they have nothing on top of nothing. And it's being talked about in these hearings, but the judge is acting like, oh, this is just going to be your expert versus their expert. No, they won't produce their expert. That's one of the problems.
That's
and
what pissing me off, dude. You're giving them so much fucking slack.
Well, he has to. I mean, he has to. He's got no other choice. It's been thrown. He drew the short straw. And again, to a certain extent, all of these folks have to. They're all doing the dance of the puppet master there, Hurwitz, and whoever's puppet.
But we're how many months away from trial, and Anne's still claiming she's still going to pick up Discovery? I mean, that's a crock of shit, dude.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's part of the gambit. You got to stonewall them at all costs. They all have to play their plausible deniability.
Why?
role.
If you have the fucking cards, show them.
We did our best. We gave them all the Discovery as soon as we could.
That's what I'm saying. If you have the fucking cards, then play them.
Well, they don't. They don't. So the stuff that you can see and asking, and the defense asking in these hearings is, again, this evidence being shielded from them, this alleged evidence for that matter, being shielded from them through this federal process and these quote unquote federal experts that were relied upon by Brett Payne in his, completely what I would call an unlawful arrest affidavit, because he did not get it, not get it notarized. And it's also what we know as the arresting affidavit for Kohberger is simply Exhibit A of an arresting affidavit we've never seen. And it's strange because if you look at what Mowry did over on, was it not Mowry? One of the other detectives I think it was Mowry. Whoever did the search warrant for Kohberger's residence, the arresting affidavit or the probable cause affidavit for the search of Kohberger's residence over in Whitman County, and that one, it was almost identical to Brett Payne's affidavit. He added some more stuff to his. It's also just the exhibit of a larger actual affidavit or motion for search warrant to the court, which is notarized by the prosecutor over there. But homeboy there in Moscow also notarized his affidavit where Payne did not. So I think that's, again, very strange to me.
Yeah.
They don't have nothing. They don't have nothing. So again, I think this is all part of some sort of sick ruse on their part, again, for plausible deniability, because why else would they not even produce something, anything?
Yeah, now they want to use some fucking dollhouse as their model to show how this. I mean, come on.
That was pretty obvious what they wanted to do for moment one when they tore it down, because the moment you tear it down, you can bend.
Yeah, but they were all talking about some VR shit.
Yeah, but you have a model, you can bend the way, if you have the actual home, you can never walk somebody from Dylan Mortensen's room down to the.
That's what I'm saying. You're not going to be able to reenact. Yeah, you can't 100% reenact the echoes and the fucking.
Well, it's not even the echoes. You'd be walking right past the deceased roommate that she would later claim to never seen before in the first place.
Exactly. Like if I dressed up as a firefighter with a vacuum and a knife, and I walked past that room where that footprint was, and the jury was standing in that room, and I passed there, right?
You'd be like, "This is bullshit."
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Without that person fucking going in there and killing her. Yeah.
It's the old Bill Hicks joke, the old stand-up comedian. He says the reason why they don't let you in the look through the window of the 6th floor of the school book depository down in Dallas, Texas, is because you'd realize Lee Harvey Oswald couldn't have fucking done it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You look through the window, like, no fucking way.
But the problem is, Anne was okay with them knocking the house down. So I don't know.
Well, was she?
Yeah. They both had to agree to it.
Did she concede that all the evidentiary value had already been exhausted? She's
Here we go. Yeah, but we did a whole show on this one, Willie.
Yeah.
She actually, go ahead and tell it, JJ.
Go ahead, Kane.
Well, apparently, we'll give JJ a break. I covered you up, JJ.
Thank you.
I'm about to hit it with you, buddy.
Let me actually turn you up a little bit, because sometimes your audio is really good. Did you fuck with the audio?
Am I all right?
Are you cloning me again?
You're perfect.
You cloning me?
No, I put Willie's. Willie, is this your boy band picture that I just got off of your?
Dude, I can't see a dick.
Glamour shots.
Oh my. Okay, so.
What do you got on the fucking screen?
I put your avatar up there. I was watching the Sarge show today. There's something called the Sarge show, and they talk about Idaho 4, and that guy is funnier than fuck sometimes. I mean, the jokes he told I can't even repeat on the show for sure.
What fucking pic you got up right now, bro? You talking shit? What pic is it? Hold on, I gotta go look.
It's just your avatar, bro. It's no big deal.
Yeah, bro. I took a picture that I had as an avatar and I put a background behind it.
No, it looks like a Time magazine cover, like Boys to Men.
No, it's just the only pic I have without a fucking hat on, and people bitch about fucking, they don't like hats and shit. I like having a hat on and shit. Kind of like how you wear a headband, bro. I always have a fucking beanie on.
This is a McDonald's. This is a visor.
I like cutting off my peripheral vision and kind of just being more focused. That's what beanies make me do, but
where was I? Fucking hate, dude.
You were on the fucking moon, bro. Here's the problem with this case, right? Here's the fucking issue. The issue is the whole display of injustice is happening right in front of us. Right? And there's no fucking people with picket signs. There's no people with fucking, shirts. All this shit that would be if Brian was a celebrity, people would be losing their fucking nuts right now, dude. You understand me?
There's still people sticking up for Diddy, so hell yeah, I understand. Sure.
That's what I'm saying. But the only person you probably have out there is like fucking Twiz or fucking, seriously, dude. Somebody from fucking like one of our fucking channels. And that's not a fucking slight at anybody. I'm just saying, look at fucking Karen Reed. You feel me? That's a cop that died, dude. That's a cop.
Oh, we were talking about.
Fuck him. She didn't do it. Hundreds.
There may have been.
Here we have Twiz, the lone soldier with a fucking.
Listen, Malaka. Fucking Twiz is going to be on Andrew D. Myers' show. And he's going to wear his fancy pirate shirt with the ruffles.
Don't fucking tell me what to do, Heather. I'll fight. We will fight.
Don't stop, Willie, please, Heather.
Heather? I love Heather.
I know. She's my twin flame. She really is. Me and her dog are gonna grow up.
Bro, I talked to like 4 people off of here, and fucking, she's one of them. So,
did Miss Potts die of pain from all the laughter we've been giving her? She dropped out somewhere.
Like, fuck this, I'm taking a nap.
She's like, oh, it's time for my medicine.
Nap, bro.
Darlings.
I can't go live, bro, because fucking. I'll be shot after like fucking 30 minutes. I'm like, fuck this.
I think that was Chickbait was talking about how me and her fell asleep on your guys' live. That first time when Jen was on, crazy, whatever. And
I missed that fucking little crazy bitch.
Anyway, so yeah, there she is. There's Miss Potts.
Oh, I thought you meant
She
Jen.
always
I was like, oh,
she likes to lay. She honestly likes to lay low.
What's Miss Potts saying? I can't see nothing.
She says, I'm right here, MFers. I forgot you're on your phone. I forgot. JJ, are you still with us, sir?
Sound alive and well. Listen, stand by here, sir. What you got?
The silent JJ. You got just a black screen. It's just...
He's smoking a J. Let the man alone, Let the man.
I figured I'd let him catch up,
Okay. Kane coming and blowing eyes.
He's got a pile of blow black there over there.
Let me get some.
Listen, we were talking about the motion that Ann put up originally before Brian left Pennsylvania to stop the destruction of the house.
Yeah.
So that was her first move. And then they gutted the house. Literally cut out the walls, took out all the furniture.
Why?
Because the family wanted the bloody furniture to make a memorial.
Why was there bloody furniture if it was secluded to 2 rooms?
I didn't see a single shred of any blood ever leave that home, and I've looked at a lot of photographs.
Hello?
Well, did you see the bodies leave either? No.
I didn't see nothing.
I looked at a lot of photographs that never even seen a coroner's van. No, sir.
I saw the motherfucking
There's
U-Haul.
also, if you want to get real weird with it, Kane, there's also no probate record for any of these victims. Meaning these
I
states
saw
are
a
never
U-Haul
settled
driven
through
by
the
a
normal
fucking
processes of
pig.
the court.
Yeah.
Jen's going to be joining us in a little bit, guys. We'll get a
if Jen
female's
comes
touch.
up here, I swear to God,
You gonna
I
kick
will
her ass?
pull all the videos she sent me.
You what?
What Jen are you talking about?
Jen, my Jen.
Isn't that weird?
I'm about to go in the archives, bro.
What is she? Yeah, what's that, bro?
Isn't that weird?
What's weird?
We got no photographs of blood, no coroner van, and no probate.
People have speculated that those mattresses that they brought out had stuff on them. But that's
Was it recovered?
What?
Who saw them?
Oh no! I mean, they're covered up. They're covered up, but it looks like there's blood stains on those mattresses.
It's certainly possible. I suspect, looking back, that the reports of the removal of the drywall. I suspect some of that drywall was in the.
Well, where do you guys think Xana was compared to where Ethan was? I'm curious where you guys are I'm curious where you guys are placing the bodies in your heads.
Well, that's a big point of tonight, actually,
Well,
Willie.
let's talk because there's 3 of us up here.
Anne said, or it came out in the hearing, that Dylan saw Xana's body.
Yeah. Which means that she would have been in the hallway area, right?
Which
is how
means
it was reported right there. Yeah,
that bottom line, no matter what it means, is that the body was visible. Allegedly on the 911 call, Hunter didn't see the body until he opened the door. So who closed the door?
Well, that's what we're supposed to be hearing on that audio, right? Is Hunter and then saying, "Get out, get out, get out."
Exactly.
So they waited to call 911 before fucking anybody made any kind of heroic decision to go inside. Jesus Christ, dude. This is.
Well, there's more. And Twiz, here's the link, dude. Get your ass up here.
That's kind of my point, James. What you're identifying right now is my point of what we were saying before, is why the house had to go, but also what is this level of secrecy? Why are we being sold to obscenely different narratives? Why is everything to do with the death of these victims all veiled in so much secrecy, right? Everything.
Why am I being taken as a sucker?
Because you've been buying it all along. You haven't.
Yeah, people have from MSM, which is, probably, hopefully, only 50% of the jury. But let's just hope, dude. Let's just hope and pray to God that half of the jury has half a fucking brain to look at this and be like, what?
Hope in one hand and shit in the other, Willie, and see which one fills up first.
This has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. I now have in my head as a juror, when I go home and lay my head down at night, of a contraption of putting this guy that I see his face every single fucking day in a contraption that's going to shoot him directly in the heart. And you're telling me 12 people are going to vote yes with this evidence? In what world does that happen?
Idaho?
Oh, it can happen, Willie. It can happen. Let me give you an example.
I understand it can happen, but I'm saying in a world of an actual fucking justice system that looks at evidence properly, where does anybody get off of them going with the touch DNA rather than 2-3 fucking blood DNA samples? Enlighten me.
The court can do a lot of things to bounce things in and out of the court. What is and is not visible to the jury. That's one thing. We've already seen that.
I get they can do that, but why?
Here's an example of how the court can stack up a jury against somebody, even when they've by all other purposes and all their statements are saying they're not doing these things. I'm sure you're familiar with the case of Stephen Avery, the Making a Murderer fellow, right?
Yep. On Netflix. Yep.
Early on in that investigation, it was declared that the Manitowoc Sheriff's Department will have no impact on the investigation. There will only be an augmented force. Turns out they find all key pieces of evidence in the case.
Yeah.
Also, in that same vein, a reserve deputy from the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department was put on the jury. So
Yeah.
the court can do a lot of things to make sure they're.
I know, man. I'm sorry. It just pisses me off because, like, fucking, I knew his mom, bro. His mom taught me in 8th grade, and it's like, you know, just
It should
thinking
piss you
about
off.
what the fuck she's
piss you
going
off.
through every goddamn night, thinking about what her son's going through, and like, you know, I've been in fucking, you know, fucking situation. So him being locked up like for 3 fucking years and shit like that, with not having any kind of visitors or nothing, I can't imagine, dude. You know what I mean?
It starts to really reak. You know,
I hear you,
at
man. I hear you.
3
What you're
years.
saying
You
is
know?
all very reasonable, Willie. It's all very reasonable. It should
You
piss you
know?
off too.
It's just like, why do I have to know this fucking dude that's fucking this is happening to? Why can't it just be the person that, you know, they have a ton of evidence on, and I can just say, okay, you know, this guy lost his mind that I, you know, went to school with, who's yada, yada, yada. But instead, it's like, nope. I have to know the guy that they're fucking screwing on a quadruple homicide. Like, this ain't no fucking, you know, bat of an eyelash. You understand?
I knew
This
a
is
guy.
nuts.
I knew a guy in Korea. He was a comedian. Got his head blown off.
They're gonna shoot him, bro.
Real funny guy. The tail gun.
You know, and it's like, I don't know, man. You know, they're gonna
Publishing.
shoot him and shit.
Those bastards.
And then I talked to Mike, the one that fucking, you know, published that rap song everybody likes to listen to, and fucking he's getting fucking, like, you know, starting to get really upset now. Rich has been upset. He's ready to fucking. I asked Rich, I was like, yo, you want to help me and do whatever it takes? He's like, fuck yeah. He's like, this is sick. So I'm glad that, like, people back home are starting to fucking wake up to this bullshit narrative that people have bought for 2 years plus, because, you know, doing this to a human being should not be allowed. I'm sorry. It just shouldn't.
I think any reasonable American, honestly, should have woken up at least 20 years ago. I mean, it was around 1999 when, I'm sure you guys have the same thing. Here we have our local news 24-hour network. It's called Bay News 9. Gay News 9. And it's so fucking lame. And they stopped reporting news around 1999, 2000 when their original lead anchor guy retired. It was like a changing of the guard. So it became all happy stories. And do you have that with your local cable company or whatever? You have a local Philadelphia Today or some shit.
I've been partying like it's 1999 since 1999.
Bro, remember fucking Woodstock 1999?
Oh, dude.
Dude. Yeah,
I was supposed to go to that. Yeah, I almost went there to fucking go. You were going to go AWOL? That's a step
I
above.
couldn't get my leave approved, but I was like, fuck you guys, I'm going to Woodstock, man.
Bro, remember when fucking what's her names came out to the fucking sea of people? That was insanity, bro. With the fucking helicopters and shit. Oh my god.
Yeah, that shit was burning, bro. I was when was it the
Whose
chili
concert was that? Was that fucking Woodstock, or was that fucking just Nirvana? Was that Nirvana who had the fucking dudes in Russia and the fucking helicopters are fucking flying over the fucking crowd while the fucking Russians are going crazy? Whose fucking concert was that?
That had to be Metallica.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Why the fuck would I say Nirvana? I'm an asshole.
Yeah,
but
dude,
dude.
they'd never seen American shit before that
Dude,
concert.
And it was free. It was free.
That is life right there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
There were 600,000 people, man. They must have been going nuts. Metallica!
Yeah, that's what happened today. If you put that with 600,000 of these psycho Americans we have in this fucking country today, dude, you know, there fucking be fights and people be fucking freaking out.
They call that Coachella, don't they?
Misgendered, yeah, all kinds of fucking weird shit. You know, back then.
Wait, what happened to
people were
Coachella?
fucking-
I forgot what happened this year.
Who knows?
Oh, I don't know. I'm waiting. They let that fire festival guy out of prison. He's going to do that again. I'm waiting.
I heard some chicks lied going to space. You guys hear about this?
Yeah, they can put Katy Perry in space, but they can't free Brian Koberger.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem real because, dude, they went to go fucking like unlock the door or something like that with like a wrench. And
yeah, I saw that.
They opened the door like it was a fucking hatch to a goddamn RV or something.
Well, they opened it up first. Somebody whispered something inside. Then they closed the door, and then they did this dramatic production.
Yep. I'm supposed to believe that came from an atmosphere that could have blown that door open and killed them all. Yeah, sure.
Well, weren't they only up there for like 16 seconds or something, right?
Exactly.
Was it 16 minutes, 16 seconds?
Yeah, and they had time to take videos and blow. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, she's blowing on sunflower. I snuck a sunflower in because I'm so pure and natural. I'm Katy Perry.
This is what the world is today, and that's why I'm just sitting back watching as somebody who's not that old. Like, holy fuck, I can't imagine people that are older than me watching this shit. Like, what has happened to us? This is what people get off on.
I mean,
people
you know,
got real dumb. People got real dumb real quick.
The thing is,
idiocracy.
We know about it though, and we're sitting here talking about it. So yeah, it's a part of culture now. It is.
Yeah, I'm sitting here talking about it because it's bullshit. I'm not sitting here talking about it like, oh my god, we sent more humans to space. No, dude, they went up there to fucking do whatever. If they even went up there, I don't know what happened. The whole shit looks fake.
Yeah.
The launch, all of it.
I see a couple Katy record albums back there in JJ's house. Is that? Oh wait, maybe not.
I'm a Katy Perry super fan.
Super fan number one right here.
I listen to Taylor Swift like every other day.
Oh god.
What she did with Kanye was
and then I cut myself
years ago, where she's talking about invoking alien demons into her body through some sort of rituals. That one was
she's nuts, bro.
With the one that's really kind of falling apart is Demi Lovato is a hot mess. I mean, when you talk about
hot mess, Kane, they're all a hot mess.
Yeah, dude.
Well, yeah. No,
they all went the way of Britney.
Yeah. The hottest chick ever, in my opinion, doesn't matter how old she gets, is still Jennifer Aniston.
Both of you, leave Britney alone. Leave her alone.
Spears? She shaved her fucking head.
It was to protest. It was to protest the record companies, really.
It was to protest her mom. She was nuts.
She's been through a lot. Leave Britney. I agree with Kane. We should leave Britney alone.
She's doing good now. She's still dancing in front of fucking fireplaces and shit.
Strangely enough, the people associated with tormenting her contracts are also deeply connected to Iran-Contra. It's a long story.
I like Britney.
Have you seen Amanda Bynes?
Oh man,
my God, dude.
That is a travesty right there. Yeah, that's.
She often gets attributed to her downfall to Dan Schneider, which probably
Dan Schneider
said there.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to that. Definitely.
Her best friend was a fellow by the name of J.J. Bryan. He was a leader of the Process Church of the Final Judgment.
That doesn't make sense to me. Why, without surgery, her face would be that swollen?
I would say it's a large volume of drugs.
Yeah.
Large volume of drugs.
Was that lean?
Probably maybe some kidney failure in the mix, maybe.
Yep. Her ankles are probably big, too.
That's why I eat these things, baby.
They call them
Dude, that happened to a guy, what's his name? He was very, very, very fit. Like, I can't explain how fit he was. And all of a sudden, he went off the internet for like 2 months, came back. He had a huge stomach, and his ankles were swollen, and it was heart failure from fucking lean.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Promethazine, dude, these kids are doing today, this purple shit or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It seems like
Rick James warned him. Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
If you look at it, the worse something is, the more the kids like it now. So you have like Trank, and you have shit that just makes you go, and you sit there and freeze. I mean, and
Cause I talked to my brother's or my friend's brother who's still he goes to Pleasant Valley right now, and his brother's 18, and he tells his brother who's my friend, like, what goes on at the parties and shit. Bro, what the fuck, man? When you went to like the parties I threw, there was like jungle juice and maybe some bud. Here there's like fucking meth, somebody in the corners doing fucking fentanyl.
Well,
like
they got Skittles parties too. I always felt like I missed out on the Skittles parties, where you just put all the different pills in there, and You just grab a handful and take them.
But back then, exactly. Because back then you didn't have to give a shit. Now you gotta fucking test everyone and fucking make sure you're not getting fucking,
Fuck trusting that shit, dude. No way, man.
Fuck that. I would never fucking do anything.
Yeah, it's just pot for me, fellas. Pot and, well, occasionally some fungus, but that's all kind of natural, I guess.
The fungus hurts my stomach. That's why I like LSD better, but it's been 10 years.
Dynamite! What's happening?
Dynamite.
She got the right answer. That's right. So let's get back to the case, please. Please. We left off talking about Anne and her reasoning, and we were getting into it about whether we saw anything coming out of the house.
So I think one of the things she probably ultimately did after taking her whatever evidentiary value was left of that home by the time she had access to it.
Well, she was able to do a full investigation, remember?
Well, I know that's the game they're playing, but look what was done to the home before she even got set foot in there, you know what I mean? So
but
the
whole
scene was already trashed.
If
whatever
they were,
she was able to salvage, I'm sure she salvaged, but at the end of the day, she's going to use that as a card in her favor.
But if they're claiming
saying,
that...
Fine.
but if they're claiming that it's only
then I'll go.
Yeah, but if they're claiming that it's only, separated to 2 different areas and nothing else, why would the whole house be destroyed to where they can't use it during a trial?
Right, but that's what I'm saying. So they obviously wanted to go. She's going to fight it for so long and concede, then use that in her favor later by saying, "Look, I conceded on this. I'm not conceding on this now."
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It surprised me that she was okay with them knocking down the house. But again, as a defense attorney, it's like, if you want to knock down your crime scene, I guess go ahead, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Outside of actually walking the jurors through the actual crime scene, which I presume she realized was never going to happen.
Yeah.
The fact they were so dead set on tearing it down.
Yeah.
She got whatever evidentiary value was left out of the situation because there wasn't much.
Mm-hmm. But I guess now when you have 2 witnesses that damn well would have heard shit, you understand why the state wanted that, and why they wanted you to agree to have the house to knock down now, which is crazy.
Oh, for sure.
If anything,
I don't agree with it. If you're asking, I don't agree. It should say.
I know, but do you agree that if
I'm assuming she use it as a card to put it in her pocket for later? Like, look, this is very common, especially in high contentious, court cases like this, where you have to concede at some point in time, and you can't,
But do you agree that if the house was still standing and it incriminated Brian, say 5-fold, that they would have kept it up?
Oh, of course.
That's crazy, bro. That's the problem right there. That's the problem right there. It shouldn't be like that. It should be one way, which is the truth. And now
that's the ideal way, right?
Yeah, but they're gonna sculpt their own fucking truth, and it's like, we're watching this, like, do you know we can see you?
They're on the world stage where as little influence that we have here in this little community that we have. It's our job, I think, to show that picture to the rest of the world that mainstream media is not interested at all. Even Fox News isn't even interested at all in exposing this case for what it is. So that may be where we come in.
What kind of views do they get on their stuff, you think? I mean, because their TV views, Fox News ain't getting shit.
Oh, they still get in the millions per show, and they even have like the Iranian ones, the Iranian versions of Fox News, and you think you're clicking on Gutfeld, and it's like it's run by Ahmad in Dubai, and you're like, damn, they're still getting millions of views, and like, I like Gutfeld. I like I don't know. That there's a good point. I can't argue with that at this point. But
I'm just saying, it's been my perception over the years. They started a marketed downtrend in their whole business model around 2012. And I'm not saying I have any inside knowledge. However, I was the fantasy baseball champion for the Fox News production staff.
That means a lot.
2009. So I used to hang out there and party a lot. That's what I'm saying. So I'm somewhat familiar with their operation. It just seems like they've been on a marketed downtrend for well over a decade, and their YouTube numbers, I'd question whether or not they get anything. The ones I'm interested in the most, though, is News Nation. They're the ones who popped up on the scene. We're like, hey, we're the go-to source for Idaho 4 stuff. They've been driving a lot of the narratives, especially the stuff Howard Bloom produces. Then it goes over to Anton and Banfield, and they parrot it, and then it goes everywhere. Megyn Kelly, etc. So, what do their numbers look like for News Nation?
Yeah. Fuck them, dude.
Fuck them.
This Truth Nation, I'll fuck them. Any kind of debate, I'll take on fucking. Who do they got over there? Ashley.
Yeah, that's. Isn't Nancy Grace over there?
No, she's not. I'll piss on all of them. I hope they watch this.
Okay.
Truth Nation versus News Nation. I'll fuck them, dude.
A bunch of nonsense, obviously, but they're talking the knife and the clicks or whatever.
Dude, I don't care what they want to talk about.
They got 79,000 views in a month.
That's fine with me. I don't need views.
So, I realize that is a lot of folks that are tuning into this nonsense, but at the same time, is it really that many people?
I'm the silent fucking angel. You understand? That'll fucking come down and fucking drop fucking 5 actual sources on their fucking head if they want to fuck with me. Cause I haven't been given a fuck, dude, where, I could bring anybody on and fucking, that'll talk fucking some sense about Brian and anybody who wants to fucking talk bad about him. But, I let these pigs just speak and come out with bullshit, and listen to Howard Bloom and these idiots like that. And it's funny to me, bro. I just laugh. No, seriously, bro. I just laugh. And if fucking the jury's gonna buy that bullshit, then it is what it is.
They're going in there.
I'm nobody. Remember?
It's funny about Howard Bloom. I just watched the interview last night he did on the Not Sober Bird show there. And it's funny, Bloom is walking back almost all of his statements.
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
Really? Well, I mean, how long can you stick with a broken narrative when it's being played out? All your shit is systematically being dismantled right there on Court TV.
Homeboy's ball washing him in his book, and he's like, "Well, wait a second, that's not accurate, and we can't say that, and this isn't. Now we know this." And I'm like, "Holy shit, Howard Bloom is walking all of his fucking narrative back."
No shit, I gotta play that. I think Heather put up a link for the Nexus Lexus thing a little earlier. If you guys want to take a break coming up here in 10 minutes, I got a few more things to play, and we can look at the Lexus Nexus thing. Willie, will you wander off and hit your head on a crack pipe, or are you going to come back and talk with us?
How long you take a little break?
Yeah, I'm going to try. I was going to try to get Twiz up here because I don't want to put his whole narrative down and miss out on something. I want to let him do it, whether he wants to do it in the chat or up here with us.
Yeah, I'm going to fucking eat something.
True, yeah, I got the pork chops cooking over here, so I'll let a video play. Let's say we'll reconvene in 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna be a little.
I'll have to catch you gents later there, Kane. I have my show coming up here. GCB
oh, you do come. You have a show. Let's ride you out then, like a borrowed circus pony, like I like to do. And
we'll take. I'm still alive. I'll come back.
I'm good. I'm good for 20 more minutes. Yes.
Okay. We'll hold on to you. Hang around, Willie, for 20 more minutes, and then we'll take a little break. I want to get some of those pork chops in me. Because peanut butter and Nutter Bar is not covered.
I want to get some pork chops. That's been delicious. Came with some mozzarella there.
Oh, it's a Parmigiani on there. And all I need is I got to throw some tomato sauce.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. I'm loaded. I'm fucking hungry.
It's the latest. I don't. Now they have the air fryer that you get the package and it's got the little QR code on it, and you can scan the QR code, put the shit in there, and it cooks it perfectly.
Wait,
can we be honest about the situation? That's a convection oven. We used to have those many years ago.
Do you scan it with your? Do you scan the QR code with your phone?
No, with the oven.
What?
I saw an advertisement for it. And Rosie the robot comes and serves it to you.
Oh my fuck! I beat a robot up, bro.
Nice.
I couldn't own one. I feel like, dude, it scares the shit out of me when people have like videos of them and their robots. Could you imagine that thing choking you out in the middle of the night?
Well, the thing is they literally called it
Robopocalypse, dude.
They followed that's a couple of the articles I have is about robots and stuff like that. But they literally called it Cyborg 1 is the name of the first robot. I mean, it's like they literally took it out of that movie AI with Haley Joel Osment.
You know what part fucked me forever is when when Will Smith puts the gun up to the one robot's head, and then the one robot like looks at him from all the way in the back row, and then puts his head back, and he sees that one of the robots is conscience, and he fucking tracks him down, and then the robot's like, "Who am I?" And I was like, "Shit, man, that hit hard." Is when those robots start figuring out, they're something, and they can all like group together telepathically. That's scary, bro.
JJ, did you ever see the movie AI with Haley Joel Osment? You saw it, right?
I have not.
Oh wow. Okay, so in that movie,
how old is it?
It is.
It's
probably
20
years old. It's 45.
It's 20.
It's like 15 years old.
2 years old.
I want to watch it. What's it about?
It is about AI robot, and the story is the leading scientist of the leading robot manufacturing company. They're like 12 generations in with the robots now, and he makes one that is exactly like his little boy to replace the little boy that died to his wife. And so
it's essentially a Philip K. Dick nightmare.
I haven't read Philip K. Dick. I don't know. I'm not familiar.
Oh.
But
have you seen Minority Report?
Yeah, I've seen Minority Report. Sure.
Starring a different Scientologist other than Will Smith.
Great fucking movie.
Yeah, that's a Philip K. Dick.
There's only really two Scientologists, bro. Fucking Tom Cruise and what's his name? Well, Leo.
John Travolta.
Yeah, John.
Old Johnny Boy. Yeah, I go way back with old Johnny Boy.
Leah used to be a fucking Scientologist from King of Queens, and
well, I'd argue she still is, but yes, you're correct.
Nah,
correct,
she went on Rogan.
He does argue that though, and she's over here in Tampa Bay doing all that shit.
She was like, "Fuck Xenu."
You can go on her website today. Anyone can, and you'll see that she advocates donating money to the Best Friends Animal Society. That is the Dark Moon.
Wow. Are you fucking serious, dude?
No.
Last time I checked, that was still the case. Yeah.
Well, then why would she go on there and be like, "Xenu's a bunch of bullshit"?
Go.
Okay, Jen, you just got a hot topic for Jen. As soon as you said that, she jumped on she texted me. That's funny.
I watched William from it's called something Scientology, and he literally got the place in Los Angeles. It's a huge Scientology building. He literally got them to install these windows that they click a button and they go like cloudy. Because, dude, they were all fucking harassing this building for like months and months. And I was watching the lives on it, bro, and it was fantastic. These Scientologists are freaking the fuck out, dude. But when you look into it and really look into like what they're about, it's sick. It's really
dark.
sick. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty funny because the all of the senior members that started with Scientology, you have different levels, and your whole achievement thing by taking all these classes is to become clear. And so when you become clear, Tom Cruise is clear. If you have enough money, you can get clear.
Orenthal J. Simpson was clear.
And so what happened was these original founding members got to the 32nd or 33rd level of whatever it is, and they told them, the secret is bugs live on you, and they're telling you what to do, and they're the aliens. And they were like, what the fuck? I just spent 40 years of my life on this, and you're telling me that there's bugs on my nose, and then telling mind control?
Somebody dropped popsicle people in a fucking volcano. Dude, I would have punched somebody right in their mouth, bro, after fucking, if somebody would have told me that. Xenu and all that shit, I would have popped somebody right in their shit with my suitcase that was wrapped around me. Fuck that, dude.
You fellas mean to tell me O.J. Simpson is not has not reached a higher level of spirituality and he's not gone clear?
O.J.
He's fucked.
O.J. was a Scientologist.
He signed the billion-year contract, dude. He's fucked. He's got many lifetimes before he can get out of that contract.
Yeah. He's chilling with Xenu right now.
He's dead. He's just recycled. He's coming back to new mission.
Nah, he's fucking chilling with Xenu.
That's what I'm talking about. This is how they look at it. They recycle and come back for a new mission.
He's chilling with Zizian right now.
Well, the Sith Lords, huh? They could be Scientologists. I don't know that. I have no idea. I'm just saying they would definitely get along. I think. They must love space operas, is what I'm saying. The
still a lot of money there. A lot of scary money. And
that South Park episode killed Scientology, bro.
Well, they wanted to do that.
Did not do them any favors.
Yeah, they wanted to do that because this is what I want to talk about real quick.
No, they wanted Homeboy to quit the show. I think Isaac Hayes or whatever. They're like, "Hey, this guy's got to go. We don't want to pay. We don't want to pay." Well,
they liked
do a show about his religion and he'll quit.
No, they liked Isaac Hayes according to them, but he was a Scientologist, and they're like, "We can't put off doing this show any longer," and he rage quit the show. Yeah. But Frosty Phantom
for contract. That's probably has nothing to do with it, though. I'm sure.
Absolutely not. Absolutely. Yeah, that was hilarious because they weren't allowed to say he was gay, so they said Tom Cruise won't come out of the closet. But before I forget, Frosty Phantom says L. Ron Hubbard was friends with Aleister Crowley. Now he's really hit the if that's a guy or girl, whatever. I'm sorry. He's hit the nail right on the head. That is where the legend of these people come from, and I believe it was one of your guys there, JJ. Robert Louis Stevenson.
Great actor.
He is the guy who wrote Alice in Wonderland. And it's alleged their whole
great fucking movie.
The Diddler, yeah, the Diddler. Lewis Carroll and
Charles Dodson.
Aldous Huxley, who wrote Brave New World, the British version of 1984, the better version, and George Orwell all traveled time. That was the legend that got them their Riz, that got this whole thing started. And Aleister Crowley, of course, wrapped up into the mix there. And a lot of people don't realize that. And so when they came out, I mean, these are people that are respected novelists at the time. You didn't go to the movies, back then. You read a book. And these were the guys that wrote the book. And, of course, once you have L. Ron Hubbard, in his 70s, in the 1970s, right? 60s, 70s, you have those three together, however that worked. And so there was credibility to it, because they'd had that their whole lives. It's like, I wouldn't be surprised if Salvador Dali was in there somewhere.
He said basically like Boeing fucking, what are they called? Boeing 757s, is that what they're called?
They were DC-5s, these we were talking about.
Yeah, I'm sorry. DC-5s.
They were similar to DC-5s.
Yeah, and you see the fucking detail JJ knows down there. He knows all about this shit. So, you know what I mean? He knows what I'm talking about.
I know my alien cargo code.
They flew over with fucking popsicle missiles with people and fucking dropped them in a volcano. Then they blew up, and like you said, the soul stuck on everybody. And fucking that's what you've been hooking your fucking cans and strings up to for the past fucking 20 years of your life. Dude, I would have freaked the hell out.
Especially if they were them delicious creamsicle popsicle sticks that Kane's got. I mean, you're going to be wasting them.
I'm gonna eat one of those starting out every show now from now on.
And you got other people to join this cult and shit, dude. You got to live with it for the rest of your life. Oh my god, that's sick.
Well,
that's a different kind of sick.
A lot of rock stars have started religions or churches. There's more money in religion than there is in any other industry.
Yeah, but you take people away from their families with this shit, bro. And if they fucking stop responding, dude, they send you letters for the rest of your life. No matter where you move to, they find you.
Well, how about billion-year contracts? How is that an enforceable contract? That is the definition of an unenforceable
$1 billion
contract.
Years. Is that your child too?
If they can,
they don't believe in children.
They track you. They have the Amazon ankle monitor on you when you pass, and you take that into the light with you, and when you come back through Boss Baby, then you're then you're tracked.
And then they suck you up through their soul, dude, because you're, they take you as their Thetan, whatever the fuck it's called. I think it's a Thetan.
A Thetan?
This is how wild, Willie. This is how wild they are. They have a room in every I'm not sure of every org, but every main Scientology center and residence of L. Ron Hubbard around the world. They have a room for him all set up with his cigarettes and everything else, waiting for him to just show back up one day.
Yeah, he's gonna appear like a fucking like a hologram. And start banging everybody. That's what they think. Yep. That's how delusional people are, dude.
Super delusional.
So when you ever think your life's so bad, right, and everything's going so bad in your life, just think about these fucking people that are sitting there with cigars and fucking scotch, waiting for this jackass to come back.
Have you seen? Has anybody seen the Netflix special 1923 or whatever with Harrison Ford, and it's the prequel to Yellowstone?
No, is it good?
It is absolutely spellbinding. You will be
Why is good
sucked
shit coming
into
out on Netflix now, dude? What's up with that?
They have exactly what you're talking about. The billionaires table where they're all in the tuxedos talking about how it's going to affect their business, and that show is just freaking unbelievable. Harrison Ford is amazing.
When does it take place?
It's in Yellowstone, this is the prequel. Yellowstone, the series was modern times. This is from 1923. The founding guys, the original people. If you've seen the Yellowstone,
yeah.
But yeah, no.
I think I heard about this organization in the film "So I Married an Axe Murderer." You familiar with that one?
That's one of my favorite movies. Yeah, woman.
It's great, isn't it?
Whoa, man.
He tells them there's a secret group of folks running the world. They meet it, triannually at the secret compound out in the Rockies known as the Meadows.
Oh, the Meadows. That's what you're talking about.
The Vatican, the Rothschilds, the Gettys.
He was dead on. Hey, listen, Barney Miller. Do you remember the cop show Barney Miller with Fish? They had an episode where they talked about the World Bank or the Fed and described exactly what the Fed was. And that's 73. They were talking shit. Nobody had any idea back then, really. Maybe our dads did.
No, and how the hell did Mike Myers and gang who wrote "So I Married an Axe Murderer" know that old Colonel Sanders was a 33rd degree Freemason? I presume is what they were alluding to.
Oh my god. Dude, I buried so many Masons, it was crazy. They wanted fucking this certain symbol on their fucking headstone, and their wives always wanted this certain star, right?
Yep.
And fucking
Order of the Easter Star.
Oh yeah, I'm not lying to you, brother. I buried a lot of people in 10 years. That's why I know a lot about the COVID era and shit. A lot about the death certificates, but I'm not gonna go into that right now. But anyway, fucking the ladies always wanted the star, and the guys always wanted the fucking ruler with the fucking this, that, and the third. And, it's crazy, bro. Because I don't really know, what to think about all that stuff. But who started that? Was it just some dude that was like, all right?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. That is how they find each other, right there, with the star. If you have a star in your logo, that means you are down with the Masons and that whole business. You'll see it everywhere, like Starlink. Sirius satellite radio, Texaco, there's a million of them, and I only notice it now, and I pick up on it, and I'm like, oh shit, look at that.
Man. Because the ladies always, usually the guys die first, and the ladies always want the fucking star on their headstone. Because I bury people, bro. You feel me?
I feel you. Yeah, I wasn't sure you were going to go into it. I wasn't going to ask, but
I managed a cemetery for a very, very a decade. I managed a variety of cemeteries.
Let me ask you something. Do all grave diggers need to be named Willie?
No, dude. Well, listen to this, bro. There was this chick that was like 500 pounds, right? And they were lowering her down. This is in Union, New Jersey, right? You can either, you can even call up one of the ground crew there. They'll tell you. And they were lowering a chick down on a lowering device, and the casket broke the fucking strap, and the casket flew down into the. So basically, there's a vault. It's called. It's a concrete container that goes into the ground first, and that's what the casket's lowered in. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what protects the casket. So the casket's not just sitting in the ground and getting crushed by the weight of the earth. But anyway, the casket flies down, hits the fucking side of the vault, cracks open. This lady fucking plops out and fucking chilling in her vault out for the whole family to see. Lawsuits up the ass, right?
Oh, right.
They had to hoist the lady out by her body in front of the whole family, and then fucking get another casket, put her in, and fucking try to act like nothing happened, but the damage is already done. And this is a story that one of the ground crew guys told me there, and I was like, oh my god, bro, could you fucking imagine? Being there and fucking going down there and having to hoist a body out of a fucking grave that's 500 pounds.
That's what they get for buying the casket at Costco, and it was a return.
You're sick. You're sick.
But
that sounds awful, gents. I'm gonna have to get going here, Kane.
You're out of here.
All right, brother. It was a pleasure. If we're still going, jump back in. I wish I was over there in your chat right now. I'm going to keep it going because we got Jen coming, Heather's coming up, and Twiz also maybe.
Finally.
Excellent.
No.
Well, good purging. I'll definitely join you if you all aren't still purging later, and good purging, and I'll look forward to the next purge.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for coming on, JJ. We'll see you in the next one, brother. All right, Willie, you want to
Yeah. I'll hop down.
stretch your legs for a little bit, and
yeah.
I wish I had some elevator music like Miss Potts has, and it could just play the elevator music. She literally walks. She's like, "Okay, folks, I got to go take care of something with my daughter." Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, no, I got some videos to play and shit. So I'm gonna.
I'll hop down, and then if you're still going, and I'm alive, I'll hop back up.
Word up. All right, cool. All right, we'll talk to you in a bit, brother.
All right, brother. See you, man.
See ya. All right, JJ and Mr. Willie there from Truth Nation Uncensored. Make sure you're tuned in to Operation GCD podcast simultaneously as this live here today. We'll check in with JJ. We always do. So let me get back to where I left off on my thingy dabber. Unfortunately, I already played all. I'm gonna have to work for my pork chops today. Let me turn their thingies off. Wait, that didn't sound right. Hold on. Where is Willie? Oh man! All right, so yeah, we've been at it for a couple hours now, probably, and we haven't really gone anywhere. So I really, Twiz, I don't mean to bother you, but if you could come up in 7 minutes, and actually in about 25-30 minutes, if you're cool with that. I would like to continue the conversation that we were having earlier today. And I'm not going to get into it, but he kind of blew my mind with a couple things. So I wanted to give him the opportunity to share his viewpoint. I'm trying to do something, and I can't do it. Where is that thing? Did you guys... I don't know if I posted it, but there it is. There's the song, and we were in Sky Game or Outcast chat the other day, and he's like, yeah, from New York, and everybody's like, it's like that song from New York. What did they say? Concrete tomato. It was like one of those wrong lyric things. Anyway, it was funny. I could entertain you with a little guitar. It is Friday night. It might make you feel like you're out somewhere having a beer. Just listen to Fat Dude on the stage rock out, Why don't we let's see if my headphones. I'm not going to take the chance. It'll break everything if I do that. It usually does. Okay, let's see here. I got my shorts on my guitar. That shows you how much I've been playing it. I played at Rockford's a little bit the other day. There's a pick. Look at this go. Alright. Don't judge me. It smells like vagina in here. I tell you, if you miss... There's Jen. Yay. Alright, Jen, we'll have you up in about 10 minutes or so. Unless you want to come up here and do your thing and get it out without me. I kind of wanted to play some... You know what I should do? I really should do for our Chelsea Whitaker there. Tell me why. Oh wait, I can do this. Oh, it's always the G string that causes the trouble. I got the tuning pegs are right. The sun was in my eye. I wanted to go there. You know what's cool is this? Oh, I fucked it up already. I don't even know if I can play it anymore. What am I doing? Ashley Jennings is made of this. Who am I to disagree? The one down for Miss is it super loud? I hope not. For Leslie and Billy. What was it? Okay. And you think that it's just Lenny Kravitz or whatever, but he's up there. I was trying to sing it at practice the other day, and I was like, nope, my voice is cut out right now. But the other one is. But then the chords were easy. It was like, now I can't even remember. He goes, he's doing all kinds of little picky things in there. I know Scott wants to hear some metal, so we're gonna give him some metal. I'll give him this one real quick, very quick. No, wait, I'm not. Wait, do I get it right? Do I have it right? If I play it really awful, they won't give me a copyright strike on it. No, take your time, Jen. We're going to be... I lost my teeth today. The rest of them. And, we'll be right... You go take your time, Jen. I'm going to fuck around for a little bit. It's Friday night. I mean, Ooh, that was kind of weird. Oh, I think I smell pussy. It smells like pussy in here. So, if you don't know, the Outcast fellow there has been running this HR video, one of those training HR videos, and I guess it's like a not ready for primetime players kind of thing, where they do a skit and the guy just goes right up to the girls, or the girl goes up to another girl and she's like, God, it smells like pussy in here. And the other guy's like, yeah, must because you have such a fat cock. It's like, it's Did I ever play the... I don't think I ever did. Let's see if I can get through. Oh, baby, where do I begin? Let's start with the places we've been. I thought you were a part of me now, but it slipped away somehow. Who cares about the phone when you won't be coming home? And these days they turn me back. I guess you won't be coming back. I can't believe... Oh, fuck, I already fucked... You did that. I had my Friday night thing and I'm reading out Outcast and I'm laughing my ass off over here. I'll get the chorus right. I have peaches in my orange drink today, guys. Outcast. These Purge franchises. I can't believe that you do this to me. I'll get it. I can't seem, man, to make you wanna leave. So just get up and go, 'cause I'll be here, swimming in my coffin, drown in tears. Have fun in Boston. Have fun in Boston. There's a whole nother like verse and stuff. That's that. I have to warm up. I'm not a natural born singer. Maybe a natural born killer. I don't know. Here's one for Scott. If I fuck it up enough, they don't give me the copyright. That's the only reason this is happening right now. I did do that one once. She walked through the window. Alright, that's that one. At least I made it through one of them. Yeah, alright, so what else is good here? Let's get into it, you guys. Back to the old case. Sudi Vasic has joined us. The wonderful Sudi Vasic. Very nice to see you. This is Rumble. I will be doing simultaneous lives for now from the Rumbles, the worlds of the Rumbles. So if you would like to join me over there, this is the place where you sign up. And if you could just, if you're watching in the replay, and I know you're already chat. I had 6,000 chat messages sent in one of my, and all you have to do is search Kane Beats the Purge, and you'll find me over there on the Rumble. So there's that. Okay, so moving on. That guy, we're almost there, you guys. And Jen's going to join us there. We read that one. And so this was, when I started putting this reel together, this was happening, and so I thought it was kind of wild. There's, I think, since been a bunch of them. Where the fraggity daggity is the thingamadammer? Here we go. No, it is. Oh, yeah. Okay, it's me. I'm dumb. Who knew? Kane, you're an idiot. Okay, so make me smaller. There it is. And so, yeah, at that time when I first started developing this show, whatever you may want to call that, let me make a new window here because it'll just be easier for you. And I hope you're having a wonderful Friday night, sitting there drinking a beer, or maybe a White Claw, or maybe some Borg with your family. Don't do any of that Trace Loco stuff or whatever. I know you guys, you like the 3 Locos. How many? Are they up to 6 Locos now? How many Locos can you fit in a can of Trace Loco? So here we are, and let me put me back on somewhere somehow. And I'll make it look like I'm reading the report here. Okay. So, yeah, they got hit by an earthquake. And so, I've told you guys a story before where I went camping. And it was in the middle of eastern San Diego. And that was out in Julian where they make pies. And it's the canyons for the mountains, right? And that's where the fires start every year. Well, they had a pretty good shaker. And it was a 5.7. Something like that. Let me do the cover. Here, after we get this, after these messages from our not sponsors. Hold on.
Such a waste of good whiskey.
Yeah, and this earthquake was particularly loud. This is video here from inside a liquor store in Julian. Caught the moment the magnitude 5.2 quake rocked the county on Monday morning. Epicenter was just 2.5 miles southeast of Julian in the community of Pine Hills.
And then we all got to play my favorite social media game. Did you feel it? ABC 10 News was live, bringing you minute-by-minute updates just moments after the shaking stopped. Viewers sent in some amazing video capturing what it looked like at their homes and businesses. People as far away as LA County reported they felt the shaking, and the U.S. Geological Survey says there were 10 aftershocks in the 3 hours following the quake. Those range from 2.5 to 4.0. So far, there are no reports of any serious damage or injuries. The quake was strong enough, though, as you saw, to shake some things off of shelves and send some rocks careening onto the roads.
ABC 10 News reporter Laura Acevedo went to Julian to check out some of the mess.
We're in the back room of this liquor store, and it still smells of alcohol from all of the bottles that shattered here when this quake hit. The bottles have been cleaned up, but if you look over here, you can still see some of that liquor spilled all over the ground.
So anyway, long story short, yeah, they shook over there. It doesn't. The epicenter was closer because let's go back here after this commercial. Sorry. Let's go back. This is okay. All the way back. How far back? All the way back. Hold on. Oh, it's up here. So this is San Diego County, and you have it starting. This is Oceanside. That's a little bit north. You have Escondido over here. A lot of people lived in Escondido. This is the 5 freeway goes there, blah, blah, blah. And so down here is Tijuana, and so Mexico starts right here. If you can see my thing, and so the epicenter was right here in. I guess you can't. I was trying to zoom in. They won't let me. Right here out in the Sierra Nevadas, I guess basically start kind of right here, and so there's like a little valley. These are hills kind of over here. Anyway, so it was a 5.7 or 5.5. This is downtown. That is La Jolla, right there where I lived, and Pacific Beach and Mission Beach and all that stuff. And so when the one happened in Los Angeles, it was in Northridge, which I think is like right around here. Okay, and so that was 3 times the difference away, but that was a 7. And so when you have an earthquake, nobody's been in an earthquake before, it feels like the ocean is rolling through the land. Like there's just waves after wave of the land goes up, the land goes down, the land goes up. It's like you're riding a wave, and everything just shakes, and it's freaking nuts. And so, yeah, that was an old story. You guys probably already saw that. Sorry. Okay, so anyway, let's see. There it is, folks. Willie talked about it. JJ talked about it. And yes, sir. She, as soon as you hit the thing, she was in space, and Brian Kohlberger is still sitting in Ada County, Ada State Jail, whatever it is.
The last few days.
So who cares? All right. Anyway, I love how she trained for the last. She took a crash course in astronauting. That was the one. She read the Cliff Notes on astronauting. So this I was discussing earlier for you guys, and this is real. And so if you have seen the movie AI, put a 1 in the chat if you know what I'm talking about, where they're talking about they're already starting with the generations of robots. And so in AI, what I was trying to get out with those 2 mouthy bastards that were on here before, I'm just kidding, but they had already attained like this 20th level of robot tree, and now it looked like a human, acted like a human, talked like a human. You can't really even tell the difference. So they're starting already with that type of sci-fi mentality here, and they call it Cyborg 1, and it's called Thai Robocop patrols streets with 360-degree eyes and live face tracking power. Check this out. Thailand has unveiled its first AI-powered police robot, deploying during the Songkran Festival in somewhere. The Royal Thai Police introduced the robot on April 16th via a Facebook post named Polko Nakathungbra Plod Pai. Okay, they're really trying to fuck you up on this one. In March, China introduced humanoid robots in Shenzhen to patrol with police, interact with pedestrians, respond to voice commands, and wear high visibility dress, drawing public attention. Surveillance gets smarter. The robot named AI Police Cyborg 1 made its debut during the Songkran Festival. Police Cyborg uses onboard AI, immediately processes and analyzes data by integrating real-time data from aerial drone footage and local CCTV networks. Rapid reaction coordination is made possible by the robot's built-in 360-degree smart cameras, which immediately connect to the province's command control center and backed by video analytics software. So here it is in Thailand. Is that what they said, Thailand? Those are not robots. Those are people. But anyway, where is the darn picture of the robot? I think we had one at the top. That's all you get. So anyway, if you remember on the Purge, we had talked a lot about robots and a lot about drones. Hold on, Jen. And one of them is how they'll roll them out in a fun way. And another thing is the Real-Time Crime Center. So if you haven't heard that name before, if you're new to The Purge, please hit that subscribe button. I'm Kane B. I'm your host today. I'm taking care of each and every one of you. If you haven't heard Real-Time Crime, what that is now is a center for the CCTV. Like you see on the CCTV cam shows over there in England and this and that. And so that is the apex of where this real-time crime. So they'll have robot patrols on the street in addition to their officers. So now it will basically be a cop on every corner. They already have license plate readers that are hidden in neighborhoods, usually in lower income neighborhoods where there's a lot of crime. They have face reading cameras all over downtowns, and these are all being fed in. Businesses, cameras, inside and out, are being fed into these real-time crime centers. They've volunteered in. And also city-owned buildings, which include retirement homes, apartment buildings, like Section 8. So they're everywhere, these cameras. Now they're going to add Cyborg 1. Anyway, so that's that. Let's see here. This is the Phoenix University website. I'll put a link later. Okay, here, one more. Hold on, John. Okay.
A former Florida school principal and a teacher are in hot water, facing charges for child neglect after they apparently hosted an open house party for teenagers.
Well, I'm saying, but I'm concerned.
And you're intoxicated too.
Oh, who cares? So I could get in your car and ride with you or call me.
Because he's 17 and he was here drinking at a party.
Why are you yelling at me?
Because you're yelling. You're here with your boss having a party with 200 kids who are drinking. Get out of my face. Now.
Police say former Roosevelt Elementary School principal Elizabeth Hill Brodigan hosted more than 100 underage kids at a drinking party. Police got to the scene and they found a 17-year-old throwing up in the front lawn of this Cocoa Beach home. So that teacher is now on administrative leave. The former principal has been arrested.
We had covered that story before about this, and apparently they're not mentioning it in the article, but there's satanic ties to this psychopath right here.
Roosevelt Elementary School.
I don't know what her name is.
Yelling. You yelling at me?
Because
not her,
yelling.
but allegedly. Allegedly. She was hosting hundreds of kids. And it's like a bad episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer where the teachers are partying like the kids.
Your car and ride with you or call me.
Because he's 17 and he was here drinking at a party.
Get in your car.
Intoxicated too.
Well, I'm saying, but I'm concerned.
And you're intoxicated too.
Oh, who cares? So I could get in your car and ride with you or call me.
Because he's 17 and he was here drinking at a party.
Why are you yelling at me?
Because you're yelling. And you're here with your boss having a party.
Get in your car, but I'm concerned.
And you're intoxicated too.
Oh, who cares? So I could get in your car and ride with you.
Somebody saw one once. Alright, fuck. You guys are a tough crowd. Here we go, we're gonna finish up. Archery. Oh, this is exciting. And then, yeah. And then, there's that. Okay, so this is the only one I'm going to talk about. I've been saying for a very long time here on the Purge. Hi, Little Harbor Oak. How are you? Annie Ruler. Very nice to see you. Chelsea Whitaker. I played something for you earlier. I don't know if you caught it. I forgot what it was now. But anyway, yeah, we have Chelsea Whitaker, from the Chelsea Whitaker program show. If you guys ever want to catch Twiz or I or Heather as our true unglued selves, you'll need to see her trivia night. She's another Purge affiliate, another Purge franchise. She's franchised out the trivia, and now we have Naked Never Have I Ever. So if you are, it's only 99 cents to become a member with Chelsea Whitaker show, and it's here on the tubes of you. So I've been saying for a very, very long time here on the Purge, if you're a regular bowel movement, then thank you, fan. But why is it doing this? Why me? Maybe this will do it. There. So what I've been saying is that what these rich people want to do, what the goal is of having so much money and hoarding all this money and not giving us any and not letting any kind of anything leak out, is because they want to fly over these cities and look down upon us in these drones. In these, they're not even going to be manned drones. And they can just scoff at the poor people below. And so that's what this is. Archer Aviation on Thursday announced plans for a New York City air taxi network in partnership with United Airlines. So it's real talk, people, real talk. And it's already, I believe, enacted in China, has an entire fleet of robot taxis or drone taxis, service, that whole thing. All right, let's get to the moment everybody's been waiting for. Our favorite little Scoopy Starr over here. We call her Scoopy Sales. Why am I dumb? Why dumb? Me dumb. Let me put the link for you. There we go. Okay. And so, without further ado, without further poo-poo, let's bring up Jen. Hopefully it's Jen. Jen, wake up. We'll have Jen up here, and then maybe Willie will come back in a minute. I feel like I need to put more options for Willie. I didn't do enough, he said. I never get it right. So we'll get Jen up here in just a moment, folks. Red Meadow, what's happening? Derp the Durable. Another big thing over there on Chelsea Whitaker Show. It's live primetime, 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock every Tuesday, is the Squirrel Power. And so here's your link, lady. My lady. Squirrel Power is what drives. Now, she's a vegan. I'm going to warn you right up front. So, you're not going to get none. You know what I mean? And so, that's what you get over there. But she honestly delivers a vegan news message like a carnivore. There's no other way to put it. And we love her to death. She talks too fast. You might not understand a damn word she says, but you're going to love the chat. You're going to love her voice. She's been putting me to sleep, to bed, tucking me in for the last 4 months. And Jed, do you need another 7 minutes, Jen? Jed. No, she'll be here. Let me cut back, and we'll hear her voice when she comes in. Let me cut back to the fun, folks, because did I cover it all? No, I think I covered it all. Yeah, she has a very pleasing tone. She is also happens to be one of the foremost experts on court. I think it's called courtism or courtinomy. She has a PhD in trials. She's been there. She's done that, and she can very easily and well. I'm preaching to the choir here. P Fox, I kept meaning to say hi to you. I'm sorry. And that's why I ate the peanut butter things. So let's see here. I think Jen has a new video to share with us. There is a love affair between Chelsea and Twiz. I think it's brewing. I don't know. But Twiz is going to be on the Andrew D. Myers show. And Lucy Lawless is his sidekick over there on Andrew D. Myers. And I love her hair. And Annie Elise, if you're watching, I bet you she just did like a... Do you guys remember when I did the call-in on Lana's show? And it was like when my channel first started. I don't know how many of you remember. But I was on Lana's show. And I totally always... You know how I take over shows. I basically take over shows. And so I'm on Lana's show, and I'm doing the call-in, but I'm, you know, you can see me. And I'm doing the interview with Lana. And I turned it around, and I started asking the questions. You know, like when they say when you're in an interview, turn it around and ask the question. And so it was a very great, it was one of her better shows, I'll tell you that. And that's saying a lot. Anyway, what did you say? I have to give access to what? I'm in JJ Vance's room. No, you're not. Oh, there you are. Well, say something, sweetie. We can hear you. Just say hello. Do I need to turn you up? Let's see here. Mute, unmute, mute, unmute, mute, mute. Are you going to get on camera? You owe me. I'm at 1,101 subscribers, Jen. And you promised me an on-camera at 500. That's how long we've been together. I have her picture here. Look at this. Check this out. She has like 1 billion subscribers now. Where is this? I think this is it. Is it that one? Check this out. No, that's not it. Well, she's coming anyway. That's Jen. Maybe you need to come in and out. I don't know. Jen, don't make this harder than it has to be. Please. Here we go again. Okay, so anyway, welcome to Friday night. I hope you're having a wonderful Friday night. You got a White Claw. You've got a Borg. You have a nice cold beer. You're in here, Jen. I don't know. You need to give access to something. I can't hear you, though. No, ma'am. No. Chelsea, you don't understand. Heather lives for these moments when I'm struggling. Do you not understand the dynamic between that dirty hippie and me? All right, so let's see here. What was I doing? Maybe I put on automatic mute. Just come in and out, maybe, Jen, is all I can say. And, you know, if you want to be on camera, you're welcome to be on camera. If not, didn't I have to change the settings for you, though, last time? Oh, she went out. She took my advice. Select an image. Oh, I have to select an image. Okay, anyway, so... Alright, that was Jen, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Has anybody even left in here? Who knows? Post the link again. Let me enable an option. You're not going to have a camera, so I'll enable the don't have a camera option. Since Willie didn't have a camera, let me close this. And guest joins with no camera. Let's try that. Maybe it was bugging you about the camera, and this will do it. Let's try that, my dear. There's that. Okay. And welcome into the Purge. I'm Kane B. This is Kane B's Purge. I'll be your host tonight. We have Jen from At Criminal Confidential here with us tonight. She's going to share her insights and discussions on the Idaho 4 case. So thank you for being with us. If you're new to the Purge, please hit that subscribe button. And don't be shy. Leave some DNA on the like thumb. Alright, so I can preface, and she's already been yelling at me for 20 minutes. And I yelled at JJ Vance this week. We'll get into all that later. I'm going to go ahead with Twiz's panel thing because he's being a little shy tonight. I'm going to go ahead with his take on the whole thing. So yeah, you must have your mic turned off in the browser, maybe, Jen? Is all I can imagine. There's some type of thing. So please try that. I'm going to play some elevator music while we wait, guys. Here, hold on. Let me see what we got. So yeah, we'll have Jen up here. It worked last time, so hopefully it's not smarter than her this time. I don't know. If she can't be smarter than an OBS, no, I'm just kidding. Let's see here. What else did I have to say? String, dingity. You don't even need to hold notes to be a good guitar player. String, ding, dingity. Now I got my voice back, and I can sing again. String, ding, diggity. That's a Britney song, I think. Tell me why it ain't nothing but a heartache.
I rise today to introduce the Ocular Penetration Restriction Act of 2007, mandating a minimum 5
I don't know who that is. Somebody decided to raid the chat. Ocular. That's got to be. It's got to be Heather Fitzgerald. Ocular penetration. Please put in the chat who the fuck that is. Jen's still struggling. Unless that's Jen and she's coming through on 2 channels. Ocular. Is that you, Willie? If you know that joke, that is hilarious. But yeah, your waitress will be by with drinks here soon. Jen jumped out again. Who is that in the chat, or who's on the panel here with us? Is that Leia Story? Could it be? There's Jen again, coming back. One more grand effort. This is the most entertaining part of the show. Hey, Offie, how you doing? I didn't mean to ignore you earlier. Sorry about that. That's Pat. It's time for androgyny. I guess we're watching whatever trial this person has decided to put up. Does anybody want to take credit for being on my panel right now? Is that you, Willie? Hold on, let me mute it just in case there's a dick pic going on. And I'll put me over the thingamabadabber-doo. Alright. You never know. You never know. Let's see here. Okay. Stop playing the video, though. The ocular penetration. That's fucking hilarious. Wow. Well done. Well played. You can't hear me. No, we can't hear you, Jen. I'm sorry. What's going on there? The ocular. That was totally Heather Fitzgerald, by the way, guys. If you didn't know it, if she would come back, I would play that whole fucking thing again. I had no idea who it was. The first thing I heard was ocular penetration. Let me see here. Jen, I can't help you. It's on your end, hon. I can't switch browsers at this point. That was funny, Heather. Good stuff. Sorry, I kind of blew the whole joke. You got to give me a heads up. I don't know. Yeah, it was definitely Heather Fitzgerald. No question about it. That's the inside joke there. I wonder how those pork chops are doing. They're just coming in. So, okay. Well, you want to call in, Jen? Because it's just you and me, I guess. If Heather's not going to stick around and Twiz is being a butthole. No, he's fine. You don't have to come up to Twiz. It's all good. I just thought you made some good points today. I don't... Oh, is that from Outcast? Was that you? Outcast, you can come up. Here's the link. What you call it? I missed the whole day of the Outcast show. If you're not familiar with the Outcast show, please somebody post a link for the Outcast show over there.
Hello.
Oh, look at that! You made it! Yay!
Yay! See, I'm the smartest woman alive.
I agree. I have to concur, my dear. You were a little.
The movie where Adam Sandler's when he's like, "I'm the smartest man alive." Remember that movie? Was it Adam Sandler?
Was that Billy Madison? They're making
Madison.
They're making a Billy Madison too. Believe it or not, I don't know how they're doing it. What in what world is that allowed? Heather, get back up here with your funny ass shit, or Sky Game, whoever the. Did you see that, the ocular penetration?
Yeah,
dude,
I saw. Who is that?
It's an inside joke, I guess, from Sky Game. Has a channel. He's one of the Purge affiliates. He's franchised out the Purge. And hey, Mommy Ball, how are you? Thank you, Mommy Ball. I appreciate that. He's got a really fun chat, and it goes straight all night. And he does really cool shit. He's got he's the guy that did the cleanup of the 911 call, Jen. And that's where we were introduced to Mr. Sky Game. He was in the chat, but I didn't realize his stature. He is also from New York.
Got you. Why are you trying to dox me? I'm kidding. Everyone knows.
He is from the small town of Madrid, where you live. Now, what do you call it? 221 Boogie Boogie Avenue. But no, he has you haven't been in there with us, and it's feckin' hilarious over there. Anyway, so have a good time over there. I apologize, Sky Game. I didn't get the reel together with your, because I want it to be, when I do your song, I want it to be hit. I want it to hit, and I didn't have time. By the skin of my teeth, I got my reel together. I should have replayed my reel because we got a lot of new people in here. But anyway, we got Jen now from Criminal Confidential. Hello, Jen. Hello. No.
I'm mad at you, Kane.
I know everybody's mad at me. Everybody hates me now. The Purge is over. This is the last show. Thanks for coming in, everybody. I appreciate it. Why? What did I do now?
You didn't say happy birthday to me.
I did 3 weeks ago. How many happy birthdays do you want?
That was my daughter's birthday, and it was like 3 months ago. It was in January. That wasn't my birthday. My birthday was Saturday. I told you I was going out of town. You don't listen.
It's not like I've had anything on my mind with my mom falling and hurting her back.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, well,
Wait, are you joking?
Oh, hand to God, I wouldn't joke. And I just coincidentally had a delivery in that area, and I was able to see her right after and rub her back for her. My poor mom. So did she break anything, or she just fell? She did not break anything. She fell out of the bed.
Aww.
Though,
she couldn't get up at all?
She's walking around. Her back just hurts. She's 94. Yeah. So it's not easy. Yeah. Poor mom. But here's the thing I was talking about. Where is it?
The thing.
Yeah, that thing. It's your face, pal. Where is it?
My face.
Your face. Where is it? Because I was saying how long we've known each other.
We go way back.
Let me put this up. You were actually none your business forever, remember?
Yeah, and then someone else had like the same name or something.
Yeah, there was somebody else.
People that were like hitting me up and like saying like, "Oh yeah, I saw you on this person's show about the I don't know whatever other case." I'm like, I don't know any other cases. That wasn't me.
You had a avatar doppelganger.
Who?
You.
Oh.
Anyway, so I was showing this because...
Not 59 subscribers.
When you have 59 subscribers, you're like 4 million now.
No, I don't. I have only a little more than you.
They all start here. You know what it is, Jen? All right, that was Jen, everybody. Thanks for coming. You still owe me an on-camera interview. Or live.
No. Listen, you like all this shit happening in this case. I'm scared. I don't know.
I don't blame you, man. I don't blame you.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's really what it comes down to.
It's wild, it's hard to believe that you're so invested in a community and yet you have zero life, that you have to fuck with other people in the community and get jollies off of it. It's sickening to me, but that's how people are, and here we are. So anyway, how have you been? Happy birthday, my dear.
Thank you.
Happy ice cream.
I've been out of the loop. Like I was out of town. I went to Virginia, like on Friday, and I didn't get back till like Wednesday. So I'm still behind. I need someone to like give me like the short version of what I've missed.
You want the cliff notes of it? Bunny Murphy is in here. Bunny Murphy. Annie Ruler's back hurts too. Oh man, my poor mom. It was really hard to leave the other night. I literally broke down in tears because I love my mom so much, and I went over there and it was 10:30 at night, and she's not in a rest home. She has her own apartment. But it's kind of a hot a rest home feel. And she's got care around the clock. So she's well taken care of. She's very comfortable. But I haven't brought her she lost the Roku remote. So she has not, and it's been killing me. She has not been able to.
I have an extra one if you need one, I'll mail it to you.
Well, they have them for $10 over here at the dollar store. So
I'll probably the same for shipping.
I'm gonna pick one up next time I go over there. And I have some Flips pretzels. She loves what they call drop, That's the black licorice and the red. Sometimes she likes the red.
Oh, gross. So
It's a Dutch thing, bro. I don't even know. It's salty, so it's like getting your savior. Anyway, she chewed all her teeth out with candy as a kid. She loves candy.
Aww.
My poor mom. And so anyway, she has never watched the show, Jen.
Really?
Oh, I have 160 shows. She's never watched one. So I have my new phone over here, this one, that I brought with me. I made sure it was charged, and I was done doing my deliveries. So I go up there, and we watched the opening reels of like 3 shows. And she was making such funny comments because, I have the girls. And she was like, these girls these days. And, she just, the way she leaves things, like, it's just so funny. And then she's like, wow, you look really good with a fro.
Oh my God.
And then she was glued to the phone because it's a pretty decent size phone. So she's watching it in full screen. I literally, because I had to get back home, it was like 12:30. I literally had to pry the phone from her hands watching the show.
You got a new fan.
She was I want her to come because she used to be a secretary, so she's like amazing with typing. So if anybody knows a way that you can chat on Roku, please let me, because when Rockford and I are in there, we can see the chat, and I think there's a way that you can hook a keyboard up to it and you can join the chat. I'm not 100% though. So if anybody knows, let me know.
Does she have a smart TV or a dumb TV?
I just got her a new Philips TV, so I think it's a smart TV. But
what kind of phone does she have?
What?
Does she have an iPhone or like an Android or?
She doesn't have a phone right now.
Okay, so she might be able to do like a Bluetooth something. I don't know. My TV has like an internet option and then like a screen mirroring. So I don't know if it's gonna help.
Will you send me your tech notes, Jen, and I will follow those down the road.
I'm really good at just figuring things out, as you see.
Listen, dude.
I don't really know what I'm doing.
It's
but I figure it out.
It's been close to 2 weeks since we talked to you, right? You went to Virginia. Do you want to tell us the story about your trip?
I went axe throwing. It was so much fun.
You did not go axe throwing.
I did, and I was pretty buzzed. I had like 2 bourbon punches and like 2 these
nice
Crown Royal, like in a can. It's like some apple Crown Royal.
Oh, that sounds good. What are they? Those little club ones, like the little ones, the little cans?
It's like a beer can. It's like that, but it's green. It's a green can, and it said Crown Royal.
Oh, that sounds dope.
It was delish. I don't drink really. Like I don't not drink like specifically, but I just don't. I happen to not drink because I don't go anywhere. So it hit me. It was fun. I figured I need to learn some skills in case the zombie apocalypse goes down.
When the zombies come, you'll be ready. And,
yeah, I'm sure just throw an axe right to the brain.
So did you hit anybody with the axe?
No, I didn't hit anybody, and I did get 1 bullseye. I did.
You got a bullseye, really? Did you split the axe after that? You have to. That's how you prove it. You got to throw an axe through the axe.
Bell you ring.
I bet you did. Anyway, so what brought you down to Virginia?
Oh, I went with my boyfriend to see his family. We just went to go visit, just to get out of town.
That's cool.
No particular reason, just get away.
Oh, really? So it was just a getaway. That's nice.
Yeah.
Did you stay like at a bed and breakfast? What did you do?
No, we just stayed at, we had a bunch of points, so we got like, that's another reason, like we had free rooms basically, so we just said F it and just went. Where did we stay? 4 Points, I don't know, some bullshit hotel. It was free.
That's pretty nice, 4 Points, wow. I stayed at a Ritz-Carlton once, and I didn't want to leave. They had to drag me kicking and screaming. The bed is like literally floating on a cloud of air, and then they have.
Oh, speaking of bed, so we get there first night. The bed is broken, like in the middle. Like I don't know, it was a king size, like the middle part, right? So it was late. We were like, forget it. We'll just finagle it. Like figure it out.
Are you serious?
The next day, listen. They moved to another room the next day, And middle of the night, I go to pee, I go to wash my hands, and then all of a sudden I hear something like pop. Something came loose underneath the sink, and there was water everywhere.
No.
I'm like, lucky this is free, otherwise I'd be complaining to get a refund.
Holy! And so did they give you an extra night or anything? I mean, something like that's pretty extreme. Especially where...
no, I'm sure I could have gotten like some of my points back, but it was just like, whatever.
Bro, I would have been like, listen, Virginia's for lovers.
I just wasn't in the mood
to complain. You didn't want to be a Karen.
Sometimes I'm in that mood where I'm like, oh hell no, oh hell no, oh hell no, hold my beer. But I wasn't in that mood.
I'm always in that mood.
I had no fucks to give. I was like, whatever. They came fix it quick, whatever.
So did you go to the town of Blandford by any chance?
No.
That's Williamsburg used to be called Blandford.
Really?
Yes, it did. And that was back in the... Did you go to Williamsburg? You just kind of hung at the hotel?
No, I was in Richmond.
Oh. That's a pretty historic place. The houses are so beautiful. It makes you really hate where you have to go back home to after you see those beautiful wraparound porches and the magnolia trees, right?
Yeah, those are like my favorite kind of houses.
Hell yeah. Yeah, there's some down here like that still. Very few and far between.
Oh, so I was talking to one of my uncles yesterday about my other uncle who's in death row in Florida, right? I didn't realize that he's been on death row for like 33 years or something like that.
Yeah,
that's a long time.
There's a big gap between when they do the DP on people nowadays.
Like, I know that, but this is like seems a little like excessive. 33 years, like that's just crazy.
Did you say you visited him?
No. I was talking about. I was on the phone with my other uncle, and somehow got brought up, and I didn't write. He told me, he's like, yeah, he's been on there for 33 years. I guess like the governor of Florida is trying to like expedite people who've been there for a long time, like something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard anything about that?
Yeah. That's how he works, and so he's
he's been like signing away people's executions. Just, but 33 years is a long time.
It's ironic, 33 years.
I know. That's why I wanted to tell you.
So we were talking about, let's sidetrack real quick. The Animal Society. And yeah, of course I remember doing that show with you.
I was gonna say.
And for Ray Lemony, Lamone to be involved with that, still asking for donations for them is sick. Now the one thing I know, I've seen the Scientology show and all that, and I saw her on King of Queens, but they Leah Remini, what was I saying?
Remember the stuff about the 4-Pi cult? That they're known for skinning dogs and like recruiting like college age kids to
they get
ER on command.
Yeah,
they're an offshoot of the Process Church.
They're and they get these kids as interns for free, right? So they work in there, and they don't even have to pay the kids. So and that's something that people have been donating to a long time. The Friends of Animals or whatever. What is it?
Yeah. How do you go from like a satanic cult to an animal sanctuary? Like, I don't get it.
So, all right, Twiz, are you going to come up, bro? Just give me a 1 or a 2. And he'll put 1 or 2. He's such a smart ass. But I before we get into Idaho 4, what I think everybody would be most interested in hearing from you is your take right now. You know, before I interject my views on what's happened in the last couple weeks.
Well, I'm whatever's happened this past week, I'm totally behind. I don't even know what's going on. But in general, it's like, it's really scary. It's been really scary to realize how much that the prosecution and, corrupted law enforcement, etc., can get away with. I mean, think about it. Like, any one of us could be sitting in Brian's shoes. Any one of us with our search histories, Like it's just crazy. It's really scary, and I don't understand how the families aren't like rioting. I would burn the whole town down. God forbid that was one of my kids. No way would that happen. That's what makes me feel like so. Oh, like I kind of been giving Steve G the side eye lately, because I refuse to accept that someone is just blind because of grief to this extent. You know what I'm saying?
No, I know exactly what you're saying, and that's the thing, Jen. Overall, is I think there is a mentality that Kohberger is guilty in that town, and they feed upon the press reports, the News Nations, the Nancy Graces, and the CNNs, that when they cover it, what they say. And I would say that probably in that area they're a little more informed than the rest of the Pacific Northwest and the rest of the country, the rest of the world. But it does seem like there's a good odds that whatever jury pool goes in there is going to be well versed in this, and what I'd have to classify as tainted at this point.
100%. And not for nothing, but if Ryan was guilty and this case gets thrown out because of a technicality, let's just say that situation was going to happen, you only have yourself to blame, Steve G. I'm sorry. Like, it's just there's an agenda. And I've also been kind of like wondering about Shannon Gray as well. Like, how did he find him? Like, is he related to, Molly Gray with the weird Venmo at, 3:30 a.m.? Why isn't he telling his clients, like, hey, like, zip it, stop, doing, like, what is he there for? You know what I'm trying to say? Am I making sense? Because I'm just kind of rambling.
No, yeah, you are. There is a new theory. One means yes, Twiz. Jeez, he's got to be a Twiz every time. One means yes, Twiz. Put a 1 or a 2 for no. But okay, so did you catch the motions in limine hearing at all? Did you watch my broadcast or Miss Potts recap? Or actually, Willie and hopefully Willie's coming back in a minute here. And Willie and Miss Potts and I did a recap right after the hearing. So I did an 11-hour live that day. Yeah, it started and then it was crazy. There's a lot of crazy shit that even happened before it started. I got all whacked out. But it was more emotional than I expected. But they came out and the overall outcome, Jen, was that we feel Hitler had, to say the least, an extreme bias towards the defense. And he kept interrupting Anne. I think Meanie Weenie counted like 75 times or something. She was keeping score. And she counted like 70 times that he interrupted the defense. Yet I think one time he interjected over Shushley buckets.
Yeah, I don't understand why there's not a conflict of interest, considering the fact that he worked at the law firm that's listed as a registered agent on the documents where the house was gifted to UI, like the property records.
Yeah,
they were Givens personally is listed on there. Like, how is that not a conflict of interest?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, you're going to have overlaps in everything, because you have to remember, Idaho is made up of small towns. It's it's hard to really even.
But there's not there's no other judge that didn't. I mean, come on.
There's like 100 other judges in Ada County,
right.
And that's what me and JJ Vance were discussing before he had to go to his show at Operation GCD podcast. They had their, and he doesn't have experience in DP cases.
Right. So why him?
I don't know. And so we were kind of conjecturing of whether or not he was being timid because he didn't have the experience, or because he's a giant prick. Because how he can't wrap his...
Or both.
I think there's a lot more of... I think in Idaho you don't have dumb people. You have selective intelligence. In a lot... Obviously, and so when Twiz gets up here, we'll talk about what I want to talk about. But what else have you... Did you put a new video out or anything? Or you just been kind of vacationing?
I did a couple days ago, I think. Or maybe over the weekend. I don't... Yeah, there's a new one.
There's a new one? Okay. I don't know if I saw it yet. Let me look real quick. Over here.
Oh, yeah. About Emily and the drug truck.
Oh, no, we saw that one.
Oh, you did? That's the new one. It's a new one, right?
Is that new? Let me go to your page. Hold on. I'm on my back page.
The newest one we posted. I don't know. I'm so behind.
Yeah, no, there's been a lot, my dear. Somebody said, and if Miss Potts is still watching, is it true that I heard somebody said in the chat or something that they locked the documents?
I saw someone say that a couple weeks ago, but I went and looked, and they're not, that I can tell. Maybe I'm missing, I don't know.
It was like a day or two ago, and I honestly didn't go and look. I just thought I was like, what point would that serve at this point for them to lock the documents?
Already.
Okay, so you put out a video here?
I did.
Okay.
Like I did.
Yeah, I see one from 6 days ago. We did play that one.
Okay, that's probably it then.
Yeah. The time just flies by fast, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Let me see if your sister Heather... You guys are sisters, right?
She's my twinnie.
Let's see here. I'm going to kidnap her dog one of these days.
Aww.
And Pitbullpotamus will be mine. We played 2 of her videos already. Let me see if there's one I missed. Oh, yeah. Wait, did I? Yeah, I played that one. She had one from 4 days ago. She has a few that I haven't played yet, I think. We got through part of one, the unknown male profiles, the ad hominem attacks. So that's where they came out. This was one of the takeaways from the hearing, Jen, is that Hitler, you're not even going to believe this shit. Hitler came out saying there will be no ad hominem attacks, which means attacking the man. Right? It's the straw man fallacy where you're arguing about DNA and then they say, well, this guy was a drunk. Or you know, stuff like that. So that was one of the first things out of his mouth. And then one of the first things that he does is read off the part of the Cy-Ray letter, and then he called him a conspiracy theorist.
Wow.
You can't write this shit, bro. And so
I don't understand why any of this is even necessary. Like, it should just be so simple. Like, show me the evidence, and the defense, someone's life is on the line. Like, you want, like, they should be allowed to bring in whoever the hell they want. Like, why is anything allowed to be barred? I don't get it.
Well, that's another thing that they're talking about, because we're watching on the Chelsea Whitaker show over there. They have something that is a rule that is followed pretty regularly, that keeps the family out of the courtroom because you don't have what is it when you're married, you don't have to testify. What's that called?
I don't know, something. I know
meritable exception.
Meritable.
You don't have to testify against your spouse.
Yeah, you don't have to testify against them, or can you testify for them, or it's just your choice? I don't know how it works.
You don't have to take the stand. Period.
Okay, got it.
And so, unless you want to, and they don't have that for families. And so now the prosecution is using that to keep his family out of the court. His family can't afford to fly out for every hearing and stay in a fancy hotel.
I've been texting you. You don't answer me. I keep saying, can we ask Willie, see if we can get in contact with him and find out if they're okay if we do like a GoFundMe, because I think they should be able to go visit him at the very least, even if they don't go to trial. I mean, come on, it's not right. You know, Scott Green, Howard Bloom, everyone and their mother is you know, pocketing off this case. Why can't they at least go see their son, like for like a legit valid reason? Like, it's not fair.
Well,
fair.
Howard Bloom, as I didn't catch the video yet. I'll play it on the next one. I'll probably do another one in a couple days here, guys. But JJ says that Howard Bloom has been walking back all of his statements.
Shocker.
Surprise. And, well, when it plays out in court in front of you, then you have to, maybe any self-respecting journalist other than like some of these other people, they're never going to admit that they were wrong. They'll just come up with a new vilification of Koberger instead.
Straight up making up shit.
It's well, I mean, they'll pull selected, they cherry pick from documents. And they'll act like they read all the documents. I don't usually read the documents, but I happened across this one gem about the knife sheath. Blah 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 blah. And you know, so he calls Cyray a conspiracy theorist. What was I had another one lined up.
This crazy.
Okay, so the next one that was exciting is the alternate. So we were talking about the family. Remind me of alternate suspects, though. About the family, it's a common rule. They don't have the marital exception or whatever. So the family, if they're called by the prosecution to testify, they have to take the stand. Now, I believe that they can take the fifth and just say, I plead the fifth, which is stupid. So, you know, they're not going to testify against their son. So it's even a ridiculous argument. But the prosecution put that as a limiting motion to keep the family out of the courtroom until they testify as a witness, which they probably will never be called because obviously it's pointless, right? And so that is one way that they're keeping them out. And so Ann Taylor, or actually Miss Masseth, her opening statement was, first of all, we want to say that Brian's family wishes they were here. They all love him, blah, 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 blah. And that was, you know, in response to the prosecution's trying to keep the family out of the courtroom. And
I wouldn't feel safe for them to be in that town, you know, during the trial and all that. I mean, I'd be nervous if I was them. Who knows what the hell would happen? You got Steve G out there enticing people to riot, basically. It's just, I don't know. But they deserve to see their son. It's not right.
Definitely not cool. And so,
Kane, give me 1 second. I gotta go pee.
Yeah, go. Okay, go ahead. I'll play the rest of that Heather video. Hold on.
Okay.
So take your time. Go ahead. I'm gonna look at the pork chops here. So thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Kane B. I'm your host here. This is Jen. Don't close the window, Jen. And I'm gonna minimize this real quick, and we'll get back to Jen at Criminal Confidential. There. Let me. There we go. Okay. So let's take a look at a book. And it's a Reading Rainbow, you guys. So here we go. And this is, if Jen can hear this from the bathroom, hopefully. This is the video, more or less, that I was waiting for Heather to make while the hearing was happening. So this is one of my faves. And so we'll play this here. If we haven't seen it before, we're going to see it again. So, here, give me a minute. I'm going to use I got to take a wicked pissa. And Jen will be right back. Thank you for being here, everybody. And if you're new to the Purge, please hit that subscribe button. Make sure you subscribe to Jen at Criminal Comedy Journal, all that stuff. There we go. All right, I'm going to play. Let me make sure I got audio.
I don't know.
Yeah, we got it. Okay. Here we go.
So if I'm understanding your question there, or your assertion that we're talking about 3 potential analysis of DNA that was not provided to you, but that has no connection to Mr. Kober.
Correct.
Any response?
Your Honor, we didn't realize this was going to be an issue today. We have given the defense everything that we received from the lab. They've asked for DNA workups on other people. To the extent that they don't have them, they weren't done. We can't produce something that doesn't exist. We've provided everything. There's one outstanding lab report that relates to the forensic examination by the lab personnel of the crime scene itself. Will be received today. That's the only outstanding lab report. Everything else, along with all the notes, is what there is, and it's been provided to the defense. I mean, they're hoping that there's something else there. It's not there.
Ms. Taylor?
Well, Your Honor, it's part of our third motion to compel. It's still something that we don't have. We also don't have the unexpected corrective actions, unexpected results from the Idaho State Police Forensics Lab for the 6 months before and the 6 months after November 13th, 2022. We did get some, but it's a narrow scope, and we asked for the full year, 6 months before and 6 months after. That's also in our motion.
I understand your responsibility is to turn over every rock, but you can't get things that don't exist. But you can't get things that don't exist as well. So, I mean, there has to be some level of trust in discovery. You're all sworn attorneys. And so Mr. Thompson is saying that there's one more lab report that is coming your way today, I heard you say.
Now, maybe not today. We are waiting to receive it so that we can process it for discovery. It's supposed to be in any time.
Okay, I misunderstood that. So it's coming soon. It has to come soon because we're 6 weeks away from the trial. So we're going to be very rushed about a lot of things. But I'm going to talk about that a little more later. So what about the other claim, Mr. Thompson? Do you want to address that? The other mistakes?
Corrective action log, unexpected result log. We have that in part, but not the full scope.
I don't know what exists that we haven't received. We provided all the requests to the lab, and they've assured us that they have provided us with everything that they have within the scope of those requests. I'm not sure what else to say. I mean, we can make a supplemental inquiry to clarify that after we finish in court today. But I'm kind of sitting here saying, Judge was giving me everything we know to exist.
Well, that would be wise to check on that.
We will.
Because we don't want this to come back on the eve of trial.
Yes, sir.
Or, 4 years from now at an appeal.
Yes, sir.
So we want to make sure that we have combed through all the information that has any bearing or argument of bearing on this case. That's all.
Ms. James is making a note right now. We'll send the inquiry out later today.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, just for a point of clarification, we also ask for all emails, text messages, electronic messages, or other messages. Some have been provided, but we don't have assurance that that's all. And so for the same reason, we want to make sure that we have the complete file.
Okay, Ms. Mr. Thompson.
We have told them, we have given them everything that we know to exist. We've asked the lab provided it to us, we sent it to them. At this point, all I'm hearing is speculation, is they think maybe or they wish something else was there. But as far as we know, it doesn't exist. I don't know what else we can say. You can't respond to something that isn't real. We have told them, we have given them everything that we know to exist. We've asked the lab provided it to us, we sent it to them. At this point, all I'm hearing is speculation, is they think maybe or they wish something else was there. But as far as we know, it doesn't exist. I don't know what else we can say. You can't respond to something that isn't real. Sorry, Judge.
I mean, we're just sorting it out.
Yes, sir.
Making sure that everything that there is shared. Except for the ones that you don't want to have.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
And that's one of the reasons we're here.
We'll make an additional inquiry to the lab to see if there's anything else in the form of emails that they haven't already provided to us.
I would add, I mean, there are times, okay, in the world of the law, that sometimes people forget to do things, or sometimes things fall through the cracks, and so it's always healthy to make sure that it is done thoroughly.
Absolutely. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
You're already policy murder.
Okay. Just one moment. Are your experts in the courtroom right now?
Let me pause it right there for you for a second so I don't get a copyright strike. Yeah, I can hear you. They cannot. Let me switch over. I have to go to the other one. I will tell you, Jen, that I made the best pork chops just now, and I went and on a little break there. You're back on now. Oh wait. Hold on, you're not yet. Hold on, I can't do anything right. Hold on, you should say something? Nope, it's still not working. Hold on. It's me, it's not you. What in the... I've been broken up with so many... Let me just delete this sucker here real quick. I don't know if you guys noticed. Copyright strike. I have something funny to say about that. We'll get to that later. I want to get more with Jen, and hopefully Twiz will join us. Control room. Let's get some audio on that.
So you said you saw my video, right? Did you hear when?
Oh,
it
is.
They're saying, it's that psycho or something.
I'll play it again. I will play it again here, so you don't have to walk us through it, because it's
validation if I'm crazy or not, you know.
No, it's clear as day, and the whole thing with, I've known a lot of people that have woken up dead, and then he's like, "Die, bitch, die." It's like, what the?
It looked like he said that, right? Did you see it too? Like, it looked like his lips were saying "die," HORE. I mean WHORE. I can't spell.
WHORE.
The W is silent.
Hold on.
You're such a HORE.
Anyway, I was trying to tell you about my pork chops.
Oh, yummy.
I was dipping them in caramel sauce that I got from Popeyes or somewhere. And it was, oh my god, because I didn't have any other sauces. I'm like, well, caramel and pork chops, those are two great tastes that go great together. I'm thinking about making a pork chop caramel candy bar. That's how good it was.
Really?
I bet you there's 20 people in the chat right now that totally agree with me.
What's the weirdest thing you've ever eaten? Like, what's the weirdest, unusual thing that you've eaten?
Other than a bag of dicks? Let me see. I'd have to say octopus was the most awkward thing I ever ate. I went to a Grec. I had a Grec restaurant, and my buddy's mom and dad were the owner, and they treated us, you know, because I worked with them in a restaurant, and we went there just for dinner, and they were treating, and they pulled out all the stops. So we started with calamari. Unfortunately, the calamari was a little chewy, and if calamari's not right, forget it.
Oh, you're saying it calamari. I get yelled at when I say it like that. Because my kid's dad, he's Italian, so my kids are half Italian. Like, calamari.
Yeah, mozzarella. But, no.
I can't say mozzarella right either, apparently. I get yelled at for that, too.
So they bring out the octopus, and it's in a bowl of water, and it's the whole intact octopus, like upside down.
Oh! With the head and everything? Like,
pretty much, yeah. And you were supposed to eat the brains. The brains were the best part, you know. They tell you these, eat, you're so skinny, eat, come on, you skatamalaka. I was doing a bit in my live. You know, I did a live the other day that went live, and it had 0 people in the chat. And I was at the St. Pete Clearwater International. It's called PIE now. And I was in the Learjet because I had a delivery back there to Skyrim or whatever the fuck it's called. And fucking, I was in the middle of all the billionaire Learjets that are at PIE. And I did a live. Nobody gets in the chat. I'm like, this is weird. And so I'm driving down the road going back to do my DoorDash shit. And I'm like, man, it's still 0 views. This is weird. Okay, everybody, well, I guess you'll catch it in the replay. And I hang up the live, and I go to look when I get to Rockford's house, and we're maybe having or not had a shot of whiskey over there, and I'm looking for the live, and it doesn't exist. And I come home, I look on my dashboard, and it's not there. And I'm like, that's wild. So that was weird. Anyway, I did a whole live. It was kick-ass. I'll go back there again because it's kind of on my route, and you'll see these freaking Learjets are insane. I mean, they've got the billionaire logos on them with the money signs, and there's always a star somewhere. Yeah, I heard about that, Amy Conway.
I've been on a private jet. I don't know if it was what kind of jet it was.
Was it a jet? Was it?
I don't know.
Was it? Was it a G5 aeroplane?
I don't know these things. I just know it had 2 wings and it flew.
Yeah. They have. There's also Saratogas, which are basically a twin prop.
No, it wasn't like a little tiny one. Because I mean, we went from Florida to New York, so I mean, it wasn't like a little propeller plane. Although I've been on one of those going to the Bahamas because out of Miami International Airport, they have this airline. I don't know if they're still around. I think it's called Chalks or something like that.
Yeah, a lot of those have come and gone. Sure, the Caribbean Airlines.
They land and take off in the water. It was really cool.
Yeah, no, you have to island hop. They call that island hopping when you get... And it's the same thing in Idaho. When you get to Boise, if you want to go to one of these small towns and it's remote, you have to fly in there. So I think that we took a plane to Boise, and then we took like a seaplane to where we landed, and they let us off at the dock. It was wild. Yeah, that's how they get around. What were we talking about?
Pork chops?
Pork chops and caramel, dude. The pork chop and candy. Your pork chop got in my caramel. Your caramel got in my pork chop.
I guess it's not any different than, there's a lot of like sweet and savory combos that, work well.
I've just gotten really good. Half-Ass gave me a couple tips on how to cook pork chops. That's how I get.
Did you fry them or you baked them or what?
Nothing leaves this house unless it's going through the toaster. What do they call them? The
air fryer?
The air fryer, yeah.
Yeah, I love the air fryer.
I
gotta fry my pork chops. Like when I eat pork chops, like I want some fried pork chops.
Fried pork chops. Fried pork chops are really probably an excess that I can't afford at this stage of my life. I used to work at Cracker Barrel. I know a good fried.
Oh, I ate Cracker Barrel twice when I was down in Virginia. I love Cracker Barrel.
Oh, what did you order?
I ordered the sampler, I think it was.
Oh,
I can't decide. I want a little bit of everything. Like I want biscuits and gravy, but I also want eggs. And I also want blueberry pancakes.
I was going to say you were there at Cracker Barrel breakfast is off the chain. Off
So
the
good.
chain.
Those little bottles of syrup are my favorite.
Mm-hmm. Mm. You know, they're all set up the same, basically, those dining rooms with the shotgun over the fireplace, all that kind of stuff. They have a planogram that they do. Anyway, yeah, they have a lot of good dishes. Like their chicken fingers are really good for lunch and dinner. But their best entree, and I can tell you this hands down as an employee that worked there, is they have the Sunday fried chicken. And they only have it on Sunday.
Damn.
But it is the best damn thing you could... anytime that I go, I order 2 orders of the Sunday chicken. Because one is going to get 8 now, and one's going to get 8 at dinner or tomorrow. Because it's way too good. It's like, it makes Publix chicken look like a joke.
Oh, I had a Publix sub too, because I love Publix. I miss Publix. Like,
Have you ever had the Publix chicken tenders sub?
Yes, that's what I got. Duh.
It is literally,
So
I think,
good.
I want to say it's $20 now for a chicken tenders sub. But they literally have their own Facebook page, and it's got millions of followers. Because it was such a controversy, like, who's going to put a fried chicken fingers on a sandwich and blah, but it's, oh my god, yeah, it's so good.
And I had a piece of cake, because their cake, I used to get all my birthday cakes for people, like their cakes are really good too. I had a little slice of cake.
Well, you know, McDonald's doesn't have cake. McDonald's doesn't have birthday. Yes, they do. I had this big argument with Meanie and Meg P about, because they have kids. They did not have birthday cake at McDonald's when we were kids.
Hold on, my daughter's calling me. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna mute you.
See how I get treated, you guys?
Hello?
See what happens? Oh, we can still hear you, Jen. Okay, good. I didn't want her to dox her conversation. Yeah, no, I would love to visit Nothing and sit down to a nice meal over there. And then, of course, she would make me do some gardening and cleaning out shit like the shed. But it would be worth it. And I would sing for my supper, Nothing. I really would. I'd get up there and I'd do my original tunes. So you didn't get copyright strike. You could wear your red, white, and blue cowboy hat. And that would be a party. Man, talking about, and it's Friday night. I want to get some, I might want to go to, it might be a little late to go to Rockford's to get some whiskey. I don't know how long Jen's going to be. Let's switch over and she'll let us know.
I'm back.
Oh,
it was
okay.
just a silly question. She just, I don't know.
She's
She
being
wanted
a
to prove something
kid.
to her friend, so she called me and had me on the phone with her friend to prove it.
What do you ask, Jeeves?
What?
How does your kid not use Google? What was that?
No. It was something personal. It was like something like about when she was a kid, and she was like, "Mom, right?" And I was like, "Yeah." I didn't know what to say.
Do you want to hear a crazy story? Like, okay, I'd known this girl that I worked at Cracker Barrel for 2 years, and she was dating my best friend, who's now passed away. Rest in peace, JC.
Rest in peace.
She was dating my best friend, and I was dating her best friend, and so one day we're all over at her parents' house, which she lived in East Lake over there, a nice little condo back there, and it was one of those moments like, "Hey, Mom, aren't we?" And she goes, and it blew all our minds because we were talking about Scientology, and she's like, "Mom, what religion are we?" And her mom's like, "I don't know, Catholic, Methodist." She's like, "No, we're Scientologists, aren't we?" And the mom was like reluctantly, like, "Yeah, we were Scientologists." But that was like one of those kid moments, you know, where she's like, "Hey, Mom, aren't we Scientologists?" But the mom was like, no.
Yeah, blew up her spot.
Didn't really back her up on it. So, all right. Anyway, what else did you want to say about coming in?
What?
About your, I don't know. You know, I find that my best thoughts about this case come when I take time away from it. My best insights, my best outlooks will come to me because it's not gonna, it didn't go off your mind. It's not like you shut down what everything
I
you
shut
do
down.
every day. Okay.
I had to shut down. I
Well,
needed a break.
There must have been a point where something. Did you have any aha moments while you were on vacation there, or did you just kind of drink and forget it?
Mostly try to just not pick up my phone and go on YouTube, but a little bit. I like to go back and watch the the court hearings from before all this stuff came out in the docs when they've been unsealed, because I'm convinced that Ann Taylor was trying to get things out there, like loopholes, you know what I'm saying? And also going back and just watching how she's a master at her craft, because she is setting these officers up to perjure themselves. If you go back and watch it, it's so much more clear now. Like, she had a plan. Hello?
Well, she keeps doing that, Jen. That hasn't stopped. And one of the things is the next thing I wanted to get with you about.
Yeah.
And that is the alternate perpetrators. And so I'm going to go into, I guess Twiz isn't coming up. That's fine. I appreciate him being here. You can't come up every time.
Oh, I do want to say something before I forget. So
yeah, no, go ahead.
Okay, DM comes out and says, the guy, he was white. I don't know how I know he was white. I just know, or something like that, right? Remember? Something to that effect, she said. Am I remembering correctly?
Go ahead with what you're saying. I'm listening.
Okay, so I almost feel like that, only because she specifically said it, that it might not be true. Do you know what I'm saying?
Aha. Yes, aha.
You get what I'm saying, right?
I do.
It's like the fact that she went out of her way to say it. Is it strategic? I don't know.
Well, that's, speaking of strategic, what she did in this hearing is she talked about the driver, Eric Gower.
Yes.
And apparently what she said in the hearing, and most of this is coming from Twiz, everything I'm going to say right here, so I'm straight jacking his intellectual property, but that's okay because he's my boy. And what she said is that they have a good idea who the other alternate suspect would be. And so here's what Twiz came up with. And I'm sure you guys might have already heard it in other chats, or if he was on a show or something. But
I believe they knew on day one, at the very least, they knew what the intent of the crime was. Like, something gave them the security to be able to release the vandal alert, for example, after 45 minutes. I don't believe that them saying that no one was in danger was wrong. I think that they really said that because that was really true. I think that it was that obvious that it was not gonna, it was something like that location, maybe not necessarily those people, but at the very least, nothing that could have spilled over. You know what I'm saying? I think they knew that on day one. From the minute they walked in, they knew.
So here it is. So after hearing Ann talk about this private driver, apparently the text messages on Dylan's phone never stopped. So we thought it was a big deal that we got all these text messages. Suddenly we had the transcripts and all this, and we knew what phone call was made, and that she was on Yik Yak and Indeed and Instagram and Snapchat and da-da-da. Did everything under the sun. But apparently the activity, according to, I believe what Twiz said is, according to Ann, is that the activity on Dylan Mortensen's phone never stopped.
Yeah.
That night. And we have a giant 1.5 hour gap in the transcript of what occurred, of the activity on her phone.
Yeah, they have more. I'm sure.
So a lot has been left out. Once again, welcome to the Purge, everybody. Please hit that subscribe button. I'm Kane B. This is Jen at Criminal Confidential. And
sorry. Go
so
ahead.
yeah, no. Let me get this out. So what Twiz came to me with was that the only person that has an alibi for 4 a.m. is Gower, the Taco Bell receipt. And he thinks that the crime... Hold your thought till the end here. 1 second. Mm-hmm. He thinks that it happened actually before 4 o'clock, so it was like 3, and then you go to Jack in the Box to get the receipt. And there's your alibi. And so I started thinking about that, and then he said, what I think happened was, and I don't know where he got this, and this is all speculation in my opinion, allegedly, is that perhaps DM was having an affair with this driver, and the people in the house were going to tell his wife who was pregnant. And so he brought home Kaylee and Maddie first. That happened. Then he picked up, because we don't have the time track for Ethan and Xana. He brings them home and then does that. So here's the other thing. If you remember, his Facebook had all those wild weapons, right? The younger Gower. That's where we're still on the fences. We don't know which one it was, if it was the older Gower or the younger Gower. But he did say that his door was 1,200 feet away from BK's door. And so what if he was giving these tips to police all along to try to pin it on BK? Now, here's the kicker. Twiz was talking with somebody that lived like next door or whatever, and she said that she wanted to go help them, that she's a true crimer or a private detective or something, but she was listening to everything over the radio, and she lived nearby there, and she said they were fucking everything up. Kids go to bed from the word go. On the radio, there was 30 people traipsing in and out after the crime was discovered by Ellie, traipsing in and out of the crime scene without any kind of protection or means of preserving the crime, that they were just in and out of there like ants all morning. And then when you compound that with the what possibly happened before they got there, you just have this completely confuddled whole crime scene. And so I thought that was wild. What do you think?
My only problem with that is I'm not convinced Eric Gower is even the driver. And if he really is, then I guarantee the person doing those interviews is the real killer, because he's inserted himself in the investigation. I mean, Eric Gower doesn't live 1,200 feet from Ryan.
No,
you know
he doesn't. Thank you. I did forget to mention that. And so Twiz was saying perhaps one of his friends lived close to Brian, and they knew he drove at night. So they watched him. They saw when he left, went and did the crime, and now they can pin it on him. They may have known about the knife or something along these lines. And so I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to...
Okay, so... Damn, I forgot what I was going to say now.
I'm sorry.
It's okay, it's okay.
So you were saying that he doesn't live near
Right,
BK.
so the person doing those interviews does not live 1,200... I mean, the person doing the interviews says he lives 1,200 feet from Brian. says that he didn't find out about what happened until they released the names, and then
Aha.
another article I think it says
Yes.
a few days later.
Right.
Now here's the thing. Olivia said that she spoke to him on Sunday and he tipped her off about the grub truck video. Except the person doing those interviews never mentioned speaking to her or even knowing the G's, even though Steve says it's like a family member.
Right.
So this is, I listen, you go, I've been talking about this, me and Heather, since the beginning. That is like such a huge red flag. Huge. And not to mention, Kaylee was texting to book a ride, right? So that tells me this person who was called a private party by law enforcement in the PCA, right? Which I take to mean as just a friend, you know, just a person. No one who's getting paid to do that, basically, right? So if this person was really working, quote unquote, as a driver, but was booking rides through text, because Kaylee wasn't on the phone, she didn't have a phone call, and there's no app, because if that was an app, then Olivia would not have been able to track him down, because Family Plan's only going to show numbers that are called and texted. Anyway, are you with me?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Because I kind of talk fast. So
I'll slow you down when I need to.
So, damn, what was I saying? Shit.
No, Kaylee.
Okay. So if he's that basic where he's booking rides through text, not an app or a website or like a dispatch you call in, then how the hell did he have evidence, quote unquote, that could give an exact timestamp? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't like with an Uber or Lyft where they close the ride and it's documented. Like, how did he have all this digital evidence if he doesn't even have a digital way to book a ride? You get what I'm saying?
And so a lot of people, they're saying in the chat right now, have been do we have somebody new in the thing? I thought I heard somebody. A lot of people have been saying that perhaps he was slanging some kind of substance, and that's why he did what he did. And so there the driver, and maybe he just wants to pick up on hot young college chicks, these type of things. But what this gives him, Jen, is a means and a motive. We don't have a weapon, but we have a means and a motive right there, which we don't have with BK. They've tried to invent them, but nothing has stuck. And so perhaps he did this and was able to pin it. And the point of me saying about these Keystone cops at MPD going in and out and the state troopers is that this lady was saying they're idiots. They're complete freaking idiots. And so they went ahead and just changed the story just by what Dylan was telling them. And so let me see. She was, and then okay, so let's say that this is possible, allegedly, in my opinion, that Dylan Mortensen was involved with him. He came in and did what he did, and she hid downstairs. Something like this. So now she's culpable. When you have a DA... Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. When you have a DA that has a niece that was involved in something like this, this is the classic scenario where you're going to have stuff like pulling strings, like we've talked about in the past. Because you don't want the DA, which is her uncle.
Has it been confirmed that they're directly related? Because I haven't looked into it.
From what I understand, I think I got that from you.
It's a common last name. It's a common last name in that part of the country.
Well, it's a very wealthy family too.
Mormon,
They have anyway. So just my conjecture that this is where all this cover-up would come from. So you have the explanation of the cover-up. They're stupid, clearly, and they have selective intelligence when they do know shit. And then so you have the cover-up. That's where that all comes from. So it's another, in my opinion, situation of inserting yourself into the case, and we have this in two areas. Inserting yourself into the case is Gower. He says that he didn't know about the case until Wednesday. Olivia says she talked to him on Sunday, and he told her all about everything. And he told her about the grub truck, has all this information, but yet he didn't know about it till Wednesday. So that
one interview he says, Monday when they release the names, and then another one he says a few days later or whatever. But I think that Dylan, when she texted him and said, "Are you driving?" I personally think it's code for something. Like, I think that was code for.
I think that there was more
to. Everyone's in their rooms.
I think there was more conversation with him. Amy's saying, in my opinion, they would not cover for Eric Gower. However, Eric Gower's wife works at MPD.
I think Eric Gower is being used to cover up the real driver. Personally, I don't think he's the real driver. I don't think so.
I think there's a lot of things that point to it, and I think you have a good point too. Code Twiz is like, code for what?
Code for everybody's in their rooms, the door's unlocked, or everyone's home, or something like, I don't know.
Fair enough. Yeah, no, it could be. So yeah, no, go ahead and give your opinion. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
What I always come back to is, why were Dylan and Bethany unharmed, right?
Yeah.
Why out of the people in that house that night, why were those four chosen? And when you look at the fact that the two sororities that the three girls belonged to were on probation at the time for health and safety violations, which is alcohol or drugs or risk management, they were on probation at the time. All three of the female victims, had dropped out of their sororities the semester prior, which is not something that you do lightly. And when you do, you're pretty much shunned.
Right.
I found a TikTok, this girl who was in the same sorority as Maisie Chapin, and she had gotten, I don't know, thrown out or something like that. She had basically posted saying that she was being like, she's like, I've never been treated so horribly by, people I called my sisters once. Like, she was really being like ostracized. Is that the right word? Anyway. Yeah. So I don't, that's what I always come back to. And to me, that's the only thing that can explain the delay. That's the only thing that can explain calling friends first, is the sorority fraternity angle. Like, it has to be connected. Like, that can't be coincidence.
Check out what Ms. Potts said about exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
She says, my kids are grown up kids, and the only way that they're calling me at 7:30 on a Sunday morning is if there's something gone really fucked up.
Yes. And remember that text that Dylan posted from her dad where it was like, oh, if you're ever in trouble or blah, 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 blah. Remember that?
No,
I'll always be there for you. Yeah, she posted a text. It's on her Visco before she deleted it. I have it somewhere. And basically saying, like, I'm never going to let someone come between us again. I love you and your sisters, blah, 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 blah. If you ever need a ride home or you're in trouble or you need anything, you can always call me. Something to that effect.
Right.
That's what I thought of first, too. I was like, ooh, did she call him because she was in trouble?
What else would you call your dad? Hey, Dad, And then you had also Xana's dad the night before. So you have a prelude to disaster, and then you also have a follow-up to disaster, in my opinion.
I have so many things to say about the Xana's dad situation, but I'm going to keep them to myself for now.
Well, go ahead and give us a piece. Give us a little taste.
Well, it's so weird to me that he wouldn't, like, if you look at, there's a picture from the year before, and it was Parents' Weekend or whatever at WSU, and it's Xana and her sister and her dad. Like, you live out of state. Like, why, if you're in state, why wouldn't you want to see your daughter? Like, I don't know. There's pictures of him drinking at the house. There's pictures of a lot of these kids' parents getting lit, getting turned up with the college kids on football days. I mean, I wouldn't put it. I would not I bet anything there was a party. It was a big football weekend, the last home game. Like, Xana and Ethan aren't 21. Like, I feel like they probably had people over, and it's very possible some of the parents were there, including Jeff, because why wouldn't you want to see your daughter when you're in town? It's weird. I don't know.
You talked a little fast there.
I'm sorry. I'm triggered because
that's okay. I love it. I've got you bottled up now for 2 weeks. You've been busting at the seams, and I get the fresh take on the show here. That's why we love having you. How is Backwoods not a moderator? Did you?
I didn't do anything.
Not you. I mean, I was wondering if he deleted his account and reactivated it or something, because he was a moderator for sure. If somebody came in the chat because I have so many moderators, they're like, "Boy, I better walk on eggshells in here with all these moderators in here." Anyway, yeah. So somebody asked in the chat, "Where was Bethany Funk's car that day?"
What kind of car did she drive?
I think it's a white Sentra or something like that. I don't know.
So wait, well, they were looking for a 2019, I think. I don't know the year, but anyway, they were looking for Nissan Sentras in the very beginning. There was an article. I don't know if it was.
Well, apparently, I don't know if you're gonna get the chance. Hopefully you can join us soon. In Outcast, you have to type in Outcast Idaho 4 with a K. Idaho 4 to get. Otherwise, you'll get Outcast Andre 2000, and I call him Sky Game 2000. That's his alternate name. Anyway, I'm just kidding. But anyway, I think he made a video of a Cilantro Sharknado or something like that, like a tornado with the Cilantro in it. They were talking. Like I said, I missed a lot of their really good chats over there at Outcast Idaho 4. Make sure you check out. And I think it's Outcast. It's Sky Game 420 or Outcast 420. You'll find. So make sure you sub up over there, guys, please. And somebody will probably put the link in the chat because he takes the Purge. Honestly, I told him he takes the Purge to the next level because he's a straight up DJ. He does all the mixing and recording stuff, and he is the one you might be familiar with a few weeks back that he cleaned up the audio for the 911 call. Were you there for that?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, it is amazing. That was my first contact with Outcast. Was that Heather posted a link, and I had not heard of him yet. And I was like, okay, yeah, let's listen to it. And we listened to... He basically put AI filters over the... and I know you're rolling your eyes. Over the audio of the 911 call. And with AI, even in the audio, you can either be dead on balls accurate, kids go to bed, or you could be totally off, right? Like the fingers. But with his, guess what you hear in the phone call in one of those whispers?
What?
Don't tell them they're dead.
Guess what you don't hear? Sirens. Why is that?
Why do you... And that was the other thing about Twiz's theory here, was he was saying, why does DM keep saying, yeah, and there was somebody in the house at 4 a.m. and trying to establish that 4 a.m. thing.
Right. Like, she has a script to follow. And it's
Very
just
much.
funny to me. You weren't worried about the person in the house before, but now you're just like insistently trying to get that point across. And she even says, oh, I don't know about someone being unconscious, right? The 911 operator says, was someone unconscious now? And she's like, I don't really know, but can I just tell you real quick? It's like a script. It's like a rehearse, like, okay, I don't know, even like the something's happening in her house.
I think,
I'm sorry.
Jen, I really honestly think that all the answers that we needed from the beginning have been our gut feelings, our instincts about this. And yeah, a lot of people got carried away. There's definitely something going on with whoever is Showalter or whatever that case may be over there with Vito. I think somebody's dragging a dead body outside. I don't know if you can hear that.
Remember the tree stump? That weird tree stump?
Yeah, the white tree stump, yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at other old pictures of it, and it's just like, it looks so fake. Like, I don't know. I keep thinking it's like a hatch or something.
Okay,
Or like
let me interrupt you. Go ahead and keep
I don't
talking.
know why I just thought about that.
No, don't stop, because I'm just going to make sure that something's not about to explode outside, because whenever I'm live, something crazy happens, so I'll be right back. I'll just keep talking.
Okay.
Oh, it was my coffee maker.
Oh.
It ran out of water and it gets super angry.
Oh, the glass can break.
There's something floating in it. Oh, these pork chops are delicious. They are
Coffee
so
and
good.
pork chops? That's nasty. Listen, what is up with you? Caramel, coffee, pork chops? Like, that's
Dropped the
gross.
piece, damn it. That's going to
gross.
go to the rats.
That's gross.
Let me get my sugar. Hold on. Let me get my brown sugar here.
Oh my god.
The last
So, anyways, everyone.
I keep going.
So, there was a video that News Nation did. I have to find the link. Where they got access to the backyard, like up close. And that tree stump in the back always stood out at me because it looks fake as F, for one. For two, when they demoed the house, if you look at, first of all, let me back up. If you look at old pictures, that whole backyard was like heavily wooded, like heavily.
Yes.
And they allegedly removed all the trees, allegedly, right? But they also raised the ground in the back. So the tree stump should have been lower. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, I don't know. I feel like it's like, when I want to put my tinfoil hat on, I start thinking that it's like a hatch to like a bunker in the back or something, because it's just weird. And then if they couldn't remove it, where they had to leave it behind, right? How come they removed it so easily when they demoed the house? Like, all of a sudden it's gone. Like, why didn't they just do that in the first place if it could have just been removed like that?
Well, they had it. I mean, they had a giant backhoe at that point, so anything's coming out of the ground with that thing.
Right, but
I'm sorry, it was an excavator. My bad, excavator.
Something like that.
Make sure I get it all right, or Heather's gonna rip down my throat.
Well, that's what makes me feel like there was like a basement level, and it was just a continuation basically of the first level. Because who would build a house and make it just narrow like that? Like, come on, it doesn't make sense. There's a basement in the house, and then you want to ask yourself, why are they covering it? You know.
So what do you think actually where Bethany's car was? Did you?
I don't know, but I do think that this whole thing, all these weird circumstances and like coincidences, I can't accept that they're just like happenstance. Like, like there's too many. I feel like this was planned like quite impressively, and I feel like multiple white sedans were almost like people had roles to play, like specific places to be on film. And I feel like it was just they reverse engineered everything. And I think the white sedans that you see on camera were planned. Am I making sense?
That's you mean suspect vehicle 1?
Right. And I want to know also, when did that house next door to when would 1112 get a camera? Because during the noise complaint with Kaylee, I didn't see one. So like, when did they get it, and like what made them get it? I'm just curious. I don't know.
Yeah, and why was she so timid to go back and etc.
I don't even know if she even lived there. I mean, let's be real. It makes zero sense that someone would leave all their stuff behind and bring more stuff to unload when they moved out. Like, let's be real. Like, it's just, I'm not convinced.
Well,
I feel like that's a big lie too.
Yeah, agreed. And so Doug Outlaw makes a great point here, and he kind of brings up a whole hornet's nest of shit.
Yay.
I love shitty hornet's nests.
I love hornet's nests.
They are delicious. I love a good giant hornet's nest waterfall. Those are the best. I like to bask in them. But anyway, so
I like to eat hornet's nests inside a rabbit hole. That's my favorite.
Well, the hornet's nest honey is delicious. It's the best in the world. It'll give you hallucinogenic properties. So okay, let's break down what I told you before. is that DM saw Xana laying there. And she claims she thought she was just drunk or passed out.
Yeah, right.
But to see her without going to the door and opening it, that means that Xana's body had to be outside the door. Okay? Follow me.
Anne said that the doors were open.
Follow me along. This is what's come out recently. So, if she saw Xana's body laying there and then just decided to go down to Bethany's room and hide out and text her from the same room, which is weird.
Right.
Why in the morning is it important for her to interject that her friends were really drunk last night?
Right.
And
how did she know? I thought she was sleeping at 1 o'clock.
Well, there's too much activity on her phone now. We know she wasn't sleeping. And that's you bring up a whole nother hornet's nest of shit. Is bringing in the hornet's nest of shit is what about interjecting that? Make sure you tell them there was a guy in the house at 4 a.m. And then Tex-Mex Thunderclap, yes. Let's hear it for everybody. All right, they have won today. Been waiting all night to see the Tex-Mex enter, and she got a good pointer. I think Kaylee was trying to put a bit of distance between her and her life in Idaho. Texas was a last-minute decision, it seems.
Well, at the vigil, I did a video where I showed her friend, I forget the name, whatever. One of the friends that spoke about Kaylee at the vigil on the day Brian was arrested, I guess, that one, whatever. Anyway, she said that they had been going back and forth for like 7 months or something, trying to decide where they wanted to live. And I thought that was weird because I thought Kaylee was moving there because of a job. Like specifically, like, okay, I got a job, so now I'm moving there. But she was just like, oh, like they just wanted to move somewhere after college and they were going to move together. And then also Kaylee had posted on Facebook looking for a roommate. I don't remember when exactly, but it was like a short term. It was, she only needed the roommate for like 6 months in Austin. I don't know.
You know, it's funny that you bring that up because do you remember when I was working at the store, I call it an interview with the pest control lady. She was coming to check the rat traps. Mm-hmm. And I asked her if she'd ever heard of EcoShield, and she said, oh, there's so many of these pest control companies, I can't even keep track. Mm. But what we found with EcoShield, if you remember, there was a wealthy people throwing these big parties for the employees, taking them to exotic locations, this type of thing. Now, I've been driving a lot, and I've been listening. I only listen to talk radio because, only on Friday and Saturday night is the radio for music bearable. They'll play a couple songs that they don't normally play, like the classic rock or whatever, or the metal. And so what I've been noticing on these afternoon talk shows, these one particular guys keep talking about, because they did a cruise. They do they call it the Cowhead Cruise. The local DJ here runs a cruise. He's been doing it for 20 years. His name is Cowhead. One of the other afternoon DJs was talking about how they were getting down and partying with these really wealthy people from a pest control company. And it somehow in these talk shows, it's come up several times. And if you think about it, Jen, that is a business that it's a set it and forget it.
Yeah.
Because, like Ron Popeil, you get the spray-on hair. Once you have that corporate account, you have your pest control guys that are going to maintain it. Those rat traps have digital sensors that tell you when there's a rat in there, you go and take the rat out.
Yeah, you forget they even signed up for it.
Hopefully, the businesses don't have to worry about pests, But at the same time, these people are, because a corporate account for pest control is going to be in the hundreds or whatever a month. So say you have 100, 200 accounts, you're raking in the dollars and barely putting in. There's not a whole lot of days where you have to go pull a snake out of somebody's attic. In other words, it's not a lot of hard work. Once you set up those traps and you spray for the bugs, that's pretty much it. You know, you go back and spray once a month.
I thought they go like door to door.
If you're a business, Jen, you're more or less going to use the yellow pages to find your, or word of mouth or whatever it may be, to find your pest control guy, because you have to have a pest control guy. You don't want a rat running through your living room during a live.
But they don't just do businesses, I thought, because like there's this Sigma Chi kid that coincidentally I think in Austin moved there and was doing Eco Shield in Austin, and he goes door to door because like he films himself like TikToks and shit like that, like walking door to door. I was like, that sucks.
He films himself like on TikTok?
Yeah, or YouTube, like does like reels, like, you know.
That's
like
funny.
Day to day. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been doing that a lot with the Uber Eats. I've actually taken time away from my job and gone to the malls and my old properties and stuff like that and told stories. It's kind of fun. And everybody in the chat seemed to be enjoying it. It was a good chat. Anyway, so here's another thing. And maybe we'll look at the video in a minute from Bubbly Waters.
Oh, you didn't play my video again. I wanted you to tell me. Oh, I wanted everyone's opinion. See if they heard.
Here's kind of a boom for you, at least. I'm sure many of the other peoples are familiar with Bubbly Waters already. And may have seen the video. But apparently, this guy has a very long record. He's very young.
Who?
And he was recently arrested for possession. And I think with intent to sell. And it's Xana's ex-boyfriend.
Oh, Mason, yes. That's another thing. Jasmine was like saying how she never had a boyfriend, but like there's pictures that look, at least with two different guys, where Xana, that was her boyfriend. Like, I don't think Ethan was her first relationship.
No. But that was her first real love. This guy, he's got an ugly record. But so the thing is, walks like a duck, talks like a duck, birds of a feather, that type of thing may indicate where her tendencies were over the years. I mean, you can't deny that every single one of these kids was a hard partier, at least with booze that we see.
Well, her dad said that he was like so proud of her because she had a lot. Some people
Hold
still
on,
think
Jen.
she said she's lost.
Jen, do you have music in the background?
No, that was someone on my windows open.
Oh, okay, I heard just in case I heard something. The AI picks up on everything. Sorry. No worries. My bad. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, Xana's dad had said that she had really changed a lot and like became really responsible.
Right.
And I got the gist, like that he was trying to say that she used to not be responsible. You know.
Well, I mean, what else could that mean? I mean, it could mean you got bad grades and you're getting better grades, but it does seem to be
turned around.
More to it than that. I agree.
I think that people have been kind of, sugarcoating when it comes to victimology and the reality, and it's not victim bashing or blaming. It's just these questions need to be asked, and these things need to be addressed. Period.
So let me read this. Hey, you guys want to know something fun? I have it on extremely good authority that some of the WN younger bros join a lot of those MLM businesses. Yeah, I would imagine, because if you're a tight, once again, it's that circle of trust, Jen. That's a good one, Tax Max. That's really low. At first I didn't get it. Do you see what I'm?
Yeah, me either. At first, I was like, "What's AB? AK?"
Yeah, I was like, "Who are these? Another driver? Who is this guy?" That is because you have that circle of trust, and so you can hire from within there. And that's a great source of, like I said, it's steady income. And so you have, over the years, you've collected all these businesses, and now the checks you just sit there and wait for the checks to roll in and cash checks. That's what you do. And so you have the money to do these wild things. Anyway, I don't know where we're going with that. If you want to take it.
I don't know what I was gonna say. It's like a MLM sort of, in a way. These door-to-door pest control things.
Yeah, a lot of companies have resorted to that to try and bring back that old vacuum cleaner, cosmetic salesman, kind of aw shucks country boy thing to businesses. Like Vivint is a satellite or internet company and a security company that does exactly that. They canvass neighborhoods and sell their product, and they're very good at it, and they have very good deals. They're outdoing the cable companies and the ABS and all that stuff.
Yeah, I almost went to go work for ADT, like basically going to appointments and security selling. It's annoying. I wouldn't want to be in someone's house like alone, like I don't know.
Well, you're going to get 90% that slam the door in your face, and you have to kind of work through it.
Yeah.
That's,
Sales
and people will cuss you out, bothering them, and so you have to have, it takes a certain type of character, and anybody can do it. I sold newspaper subscriptions, was my first job at 13 years old, door to door, and if we sold the most, we got a free pizza party or whatever. And they paid, we got paid by how many subscriptions we sold. That was it. So you were motivated to sell subscriptions, and I sold a lot of subscriptions to the St. Petersburg Times, believe me. And
I hate sales. I can't do it no more.
I don't mind. I like sales. I like talking to people. The problem is with the retail industry now, and what I predicted was going to happen and what exactly happened is you get these guys in there that need it today, but why shouldn't I just order it on Amazon? So everything comes back to why shouldn't I? And so finally stores started price matching Amazon if they could verify it. Because there's a lot of shit on Amazon, Temu, and all these other garbage websites that's not real. They say you can get a real Les Paul for $600, and you order it and it's a piece of shit. It's not even.
Yeah, everything. They sell fake beauty products, like knockoffs, and you know what's crazy is, I don't know how we got on this topic, by the way. Funny. I noticed sometimes Amazon is more money. Like I've seen things on Amazon that like they sell on Temu for like half the price. People are just posting Temu crap on Amazon and marking it up. It's insane. But anyway, so going back to like the comment about the AB and all that.
Yeah.
Okay, so that ties into remember I was telling you about how Kaylee's or Jack D's aunt, Brooke Miller, was like heavily involved with like Patriot Front stuff, and she was saying how Kaylee would give her information, and she was, woke and didn't buy into the stuff that they were teaching at the school. Do you remember that? Remember we spoke about it?
No, refresh my memory.
Okay, so Brooke Miller, she's the one that like set up the GoFundMe's for the G's, by the way, right?
Okay.
Yep. She is heavily involved in like setting up local protests and things like that. She was at January 6th in the Capitol. Mm-hmm. She's heavily, you look at her page, heavily involved with Patriot Front in North Idaho, right? And remember how the G's were saying Kaylee was a conspiracy theorist?
Yeah.
and she was, like looking into like child trafficking and this and that. Then I remembered the Chronicles of Olivia interview, and Steve was saying like how he had found her, right? And he said something to the effect of like a case that she was working on with you, to Olivia. He said that to Olivia. I'm like, working on a case with her? I don't know. And then I just started getting this gut feeling that maybe Kaylee was involved and maybe met the wrong person, pissed somebody off. Maybe this was like, you know what I'm trying to say? Like there's something, I feel like it's just a gut feeling I have. I feel like there's something tying into Kaylee being singled out. And
well, you know what, Jen? That actually,
phone, like I feel like there's something. Kaylee allegedly apparently had a crush on Tucker Carlson, according to Stephen Christie. So I don't know if she liked older men. Like, did she like get herself involved with someone? I don't know.
Well, that's what I was gonna say, Jen. That fits exactly. Whether Eric Gower or Grower, the younger one or the older one, you just walked yourself right into that narrative.
Yeah. And the fact that they were calling Jack like over and over and over and over again makes me feel like something, like I don't know. Love you too, Heather. I'm just like spitballing now. Like I haven't tied all these things completely in my head, but I just feel like there's something to that. Kaylee being conservative and I don't know, like maybe you can tie that in. Something happened within the sororities and Kaylee maybe wanting to stand up for what's right and being the justice police, as they called her. Maybe she like ratted somebody out, uncovered something. Like I just feel like she was really into it, like to the point like we are, like really doing research, really looking into things.
I don't disagree with you one bit.
And I think Brooke Miller being like inserting herself and setting up those GoFundMes and all that, I feel like the G's were paid off, possibly, or like I don't know.
Well, allegedly, yeah. Who knows? But yeah, you have a lot to chew on there, and for her to have been working on a case, which would mean that she was actively working on something. Maybe she did discover something and she was going to reveal something to someone that she shouldn't.
Let me read you this message that Jack's aunt posted on Facebook. I'm just going to read it to you instead of sending it to you.
Okay.
Hold on. Where is it? Go ahead. Hold on. That's not it. I started adding tags to my photo album, and it's so helpful because I can just search for something and it comes up.
What was that word that you said the other day that I was picking on you about? It was something like Avi or something
Avi, I don't know. Yeah.
What did you shorten a word that I've never heard?
No, it was unforch. Instead of unfortunately, unforch.
I'm like, she's been hanging out with her 15-year-old daughter too much, folks. Sorry. Unforch. Unforch, I was sitting on the porch, lighting my torch with Doug Wilson. All right. We got a Doug Wilson song, folks.
The sword and shovel, I couldn't say that. Coffee house that Christchurch owns.
Which one?
It's called Sword and Shovel.
Okay. I didn't know they owned a coffee house. Okay, go on.
Yeah. It's right by the school, I think. Anyway, I was looking into something and like they were comparing their logo to like a Hitler logos. Like this, let me find it. Hold on. Let me look for one thing at a time. I'm trying to find this. Okay, so hold on. Damn. These comments on Facebook on the G's
apparently
page
Facebook has really been blowing up with this case lately, and our little Twiz there has been the subject of a lot of criticism and attacks. And they don't even know him. I don't even think anybody's even watched his show that is attacking him. You know, obviously people have watched the shows. But yeah, he's been having to shoot down idiots left and right. And he keeps asking him how his dictate is, you know? I don't know if he has good dictate or bad dictate when he speaks. So I'm not, that's something I wonder. But yeah, it's Facebook is, it's not scrumptious. It's a whole different platform of, I see shit on there that I just can't even believe to this day. You know, there's some good stuff on there. Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm just talking.
I can't handle it. I get pissed off when I go on there, so I can only take it in.
Yeah, it's. I think Facebook has gone the way of MySpace now. In a lot of ways, because you'll see people that are loyal to the Book of Face that still post stuff and they think the world, and they'll get like 3 likes. It's like, okay, you know, you just want to keep in touch with your family or whatever. That's fine, I get it, but I don't know. It just seems like everybody's kind of migrated away.
Oh, I found it.
Oh, Twiz says he's on in trouble on Facebook again. What'd you do now, Twiz? Oh boy, here we go.
You're a bad boy.
Bad Twiz.
Bad Twiz. So this is a comment that Kaylee's aunt made on a post on the Gonsalves Facebook page. And this is what it says. It says, Kaylee was so aware of what is actually going on in this country. She would always text me and ask questions and ask for information along those lines, and ask for more information, as well as send me information along those lines. So far ahead of many of the youth who are brainwashed by the institutions and MSM. She was 100% against the jab, the masks, etc., and was 100% convinced that the election was stolen in 2020. I have so much mass respect for her for digging down to the truth and not being afraid to share it. She did not allow the college institution to influence her away from the truth that she knew and that was installed in her. Massive respect for young people who refuse to be brainwashed to follow the narrative. I just found that comment kind of interesting. I don't know. Yeah, the G said that. They said she was a conservative and she had a crush on Tucker Carlson, and she was like very
oh wait, I'm muted. Who doesn't?
Yeah, I mean, duh.
So Twiz showed
They
it.
said that she really said he was a real manly man.
Who was a real manly man?
Tucker Carlson. She's
Oh,
like, oh,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, no, you could see that. Twiz said that he showed a pic of Ron Burgundy with his boner, saying this is guilters when they hear Amazon clicks. I guess he did a meme.
I'm Ron Burgundy?
No, on Facebook he got in trouble. On Facebook.
No, I was in the movie. He says, I'm Ron Burgundy with a question.
Oh,
mark
okay.
at the end.
I've only seen it once, and everybody quotes from it, so I don't. I'm kind of
I'm
slow on the
slow.
uptake. Kind of an idiot, John.
Milk was a bad choice.
I just remember Hello San Diego. That's all I remember. Anyway, so did you know that?
Stay classy, San Diego.
Did you? Yeah, that was it. Did you know that Christina Applegate had MS her whole career, her whole life?
Oh, I like her. Did she die or something?
No, she had cancer. I think she beat it though.
Shannon, the girl from 90210, did she die? Did she?
Yeah,
die?
she unfortunately her and her boobs are gone.
Rest in peace. I liked
She
her.
had an amazing rack.
I was
Anyway,
never allowed to watch that. I had to like beg my dad to let me watch Beverly Hills 90210.
I remember the first time I watched it, I thought it was just the dumbest thing, but I was in love with, I think, Kelly, the blonde, at first, and my girlfriend's like, which one do you like? Because they were so into it. She was like a year or two younger than me, and she was like, which one do you like? Which one? And I was like, the blonde. Oh, the blonde, huh? She was a brunette. I was just seemed so dumb. Da 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 da. Anyway, I think that James, is it James? Heather, is it James or Offie that lives in Hollywood? I forget. But but he was like saying, yeah, it's going on in the 90219 or something. He's like right there in the, I don't know what I'm talking about. Anyway, Willie, come up here and save me. What else from the hearing? You want to take a little break, and I want to play a Miss Potts piece. I want to keep going.
Yeah, go ahead and do that. I'm gonna go.
It's still early, and I'm trying not to look at how long I've been live. I need to purge. I need to get the purge out. JJ Vance has also offered to come back once he's done with his show. So hopefully we can get... I didn't really pick his brain as much as I didn't give him a chance to get his out. So let's do the Peach Pit. That's right. That was the name of it.
Peach Pit!
Boy, that show went so heavy into the drama. What about One Tree Hill? Also... Well, it started off crazy, and then it got... You never watched One Tree Hill?
I wasn't lame.
It was not lame. That show was awesome. I watched it all in reruns, and I loved it.
Dawson's Creek, too?
I've seen a couple episodes of Dawson's Creek.
You saw my picture when I was a kid. You saw my picture when I was a kid with a beer and a cigarette. I mean, come on. Do I look like I watched One Tree Hill?
I didn't expect to like it either, but I got hooked and I binge watched the entire series. And I also I'll confess, I'll be honest with you, I also liked that show Supernatural. That show was... I like it because it's kind of filmed in a movie way. Like every episode is something different. The same characters go through, and they're hour-long episodes, so you can kind of get a complete story. And it was well written. And it got better, and it got really biblical towards the end. All the crazy stuff that they pulled out of their hats for the end of the world and all that stuff. It was crazy. I loved that show. Was it Sam and...
Yeah, that guy was really cute.
There you go. I knew that was coming. Sam and Dean. There's Operation GCD.
Yeah.
All right, Jen, take your break. Double J, would you like to join us again here and get your purge on? Don't close your window, Jen, though, and just come back to us when you're done. Don't eat the whole house out of the house and home.
No, I'm cooked earlier. I just didn't actually eat.
What did you make?
Some salmon. I eat a lot of salmon.
Salmon? Is it pink?
Salmon.
You know, it really smells like pussy in here. I need to talk about salmon.
It's me. What can I say?
I honestly have to.
Don't say that word.
I have to play that. I have to play that HR training video in here one time. I'm gonna steal it from my boy Outcast there and play it on the Purge original.
Wait, Outcast, if you're listening, can you do your magic on like the grub truck portion when the girls are there and see if you pick up on anything?
Oh, there you go. That's a good idea. That's a whole show for him right there. He's taken over King of Late Night status. So I am typically going to broadcast Thursday 3:00 and Monday 3:00. Today was an exception. It's Jen's birthday. We wanted to celebrate all that stuff. I have
3:00.
Let me put the link in the chat for JJ just in case you'd like to join me.
All right, let me go. I'll be right back.
Yeah. I'll start with. Let me see if JJ jumps in here, and for the most part, we'll do I got Jen muted just in case she didn't mute herself. Okay. We're going to miss you when you're in timeout, Jen. Honestly, a lot of people tune in just for you. You know that, right? So anyway, all right. So she's gone. Anyway, hit that subscribe button if you like Jen, and even if you hate me and you hate Twiz, you can like Jen. All right, there's the link for Mr. JJ. Sweet. We'll get him in here. I've been talking so much, my own voice is give me a headache, but I love it. I love being with you guys. I like trying to figure out this case. And remember, we are small ants in a tiny pond, so we have to buy Purge t-shirts to wear at the courthouse, and everybody needs to go to the courthouse for the trial. and wear Purge t-shirts, and I'm going to wear the Matt Foley outfit, and we're going to drive everybody crazy. That's the plan. Let's see. Yeah, thank you for welcoming Jen in here. I appreciate y'all. I know you guys love her. Woke up. There you are. Nice to see you again. So we'll wait on JJ. JJ, do you want me to give you a couple more minutes, or do you want... see y'all in 7 minutes. There he goes again. Okay, he'll be here in 7 minutes. In the meantime, I want to play a piece from Miss Potts from the hearing that may or may not be something that Jen has already heard and that we haven't discussed yet. So let me go there, and I'm going to switch over on the thing. Thank you for your technical difficulties, patience. So here we go. And we'll go to Miss Potts. There, she's usually pops right up. There she is, darlings. And she's taking her medication, and she's laid down now. So nobody make her laugh, because she will break another rib. And so gracefully, she did use my audio. And I don't know what was going on the other day, but she got her stream interrupted, and she had to start over later at 9 o'clock. So let's look at the most recent one while we wait. And I'm going to go take a bite of pork chop, if you guys don't mind here. I'm going to mute this crap. Hold on. Oh, what did I do? See what I did? See what I do? This is why I shouldn't. I'm just a pretty face.
Happy Friday. It's Good Friday. How's everybody doing? I know it's Easter weekend. Everybody's probably going to be real busy with family and the kids. And, I hope everybody has a great Easter weekend and stay safe and all the good things. Hello, Bree-Sully. Hi, honey. Welcome on in. Sharon, how you doing? Thanks for being here. Echo, it's always good to see you, honey. Dagburn, how are you? William Tardy, welcome on in. Nola, you were first. New Orleans lady.
I
She's
love
my
her
favorite.
voice, dude.
Hello.
That's funny.
We love us some New Orleans lady around here, huh? Oh, well, look at this. Meg P, hello. Kissy times 3, hello. Kylie.
I could honestly do a show.
Beautiful Leah.
Thank you,
Hi.
Rochelle. Thank
How
you.
are
Thank
you?
you.
I'm sure you guys already read through most of this shit. Yeah,
But I could do a show just listening her to do her introductions.
I think we all expected
I think it's freaking hilarious.
Sally
But
Shepherdson, hello.
we
Happy
do get
Easter
into it.
weekend
Oh,
again.
this is a document
Fish
read.
girl,
Okay.
hello.
Let's get into it.
I just think it's really interesting when you look at it. Is it a bad fact he purchased a K-bar knife, a sheath, and a sharpener? Of course it's a bad fact. But you can't take that bad fact out of context either. Put in the complete context. Just show the goddamn how he did it. Say, yes, he purchased the exact knife and sheath as the sheath found at the crime scene. Right? I notice nobody's talking about that. Not even the state. Not even the state once has tried to assert that the sheath found at the crime scene, United States Marine Corps stamp, is what he purchased on Amazon. So it's going to be interesting to see what this judge is going to do. If Special Agent Balance here admits in his voir dire that, I had the timing advance records. We can get them anytime we want. We don't abide by 7 days. The state knew that I had them, and the state saw them. Mowry and Payne saw the timing advance records because we were all fucking co-located in the same office together. Everybody saw Brian Koberger's timing advance records because we were a collaborative team co-located in the same spot. Right? Just my opinion. All right, Kay. State's motion in limine regarding self-authentication of records. The state moves in limine to permit the admission of approximately 60 exhibits pursuant to IRE 803, 68, and or 24. The state represents that it will obtain and submit certifications for the foregoing exhibits to render them self-authenticating under IRE 9024 and or 11. However, as the state acknowledges, IRE 90211 contains a notice requirement that has not been satisfied. To this end, the court will require that after proper notice is given under IRE 90211, the parties are to meet and confer regarding self-authentication and any objections defendant may have to specific exhibits prior to raising the issue with the court. The court's ruling on the motion is reserved. State's motion in limine regarding admissibility of demonstrative evidence. The state seeks permission to use a not-to-scale 3D model of the 1122 King Road residence as a demonstrative exhibit at trial, contingent on the state laying sufficient foundation to establish the basic accuracy of the model and a demonstration that it will be helpful to explaining the testimony of the presenting witnesses. The state contends the model will aid certain witnesses in describing their testimony. Defendant objects, arguing the state's drawing of the model and other related information was only recently disclosed in discovery and
Pancakes on Good Friday. You know that is the reason that there's a fish fillet at McDonald's is because of you're supposed to eat fish on Friday. And they wanted to have a sandwich for the people that, instead of going to the fish fry, they would go to McDonald's. However, there was a controversy because Ray Kroc wanted to make a hula burger. It was called the hula burger, and it was a fried pineapple on a bun. But the fish fillet won out over the hula burger. Anyway, I saw the conversation, and I wanted to interject. I will eat pancakes 6 days a week and twice on Sunday, just so you know.
massive. Defendant claims
Waffles.
the data and model cannot reasonably be evaluated by its expert in time. Defendant disputes that the model is irrelevant and even if it was defendant disputes that the model is relevant and even if it was, claims it should be excluded under IRE 403 due to the danger it might not be accurate. The trial court has discretion in allowing the admission of demonstrative evidence. Here, the court finds the State v. Weigel. Here, the court finds the demonstrative exhibit is relevant, assuming foundation can be laid, because it will supplement the testimony of witnesses or assist the jury in obtaining a better understanding of facts in issue. Masters v. Dewey. The homicides occurred in 2 bedrooms within a 3-story home with a complicated layout. The suspect's ability to enter the home, carrying out the stabbings, and exit the home consistent with Dylan Mortenson's observations will be a central point of the trial, particularly given that defendant is challenging whether it could be accomplished by one person within the time frame alleged.
Get relief.
The testimony of lay witnesses and experts alike in explaining the locations of the victims, witnesses, and other items of evidence, as well as understanding the suspect's potential or likely path of travel. Moreover, though it is not to scale, accuracy is not the standard governing relevant of the illustrative evidence. Rather, the illustrative evidence must only be relevant to the witness's testimony. State v. Stevens. Abrogated on another ground, State v. Garcia. So long as the exhibit is not deceptive, it does not have to be shown to be precisely accurate or consistent with the testimony of the other witnesses. State v. Rodenbaugh. Diagram properly admitted were not to scale and admittedly inconsistent with another witness's testimony. While the defendant's expert, Mr. Nodell, contends there is a risk that the state's model could be misleading if it misrepresents the location of a wall or door or an actual line of sight, those are simply concerns at this point. The state intends to lay foundation to establish that the 3D model fairly depicts the residence, and if it fails to do so, the model will not be allowed. Further, defendant is free to cross-examine the testifying witnesses and to put on his own evidence, including experts. He may also use his own demonstrative exhibits if proper foundation is laid. However, the state is not going to be held to a standard of precise accuracy in this regard. It will only need to demonstrate accuracy to the point of avoiding deception. In addition, There is no basis under IRE 403 to exclude the model. Defendant contends that allowing the model is prejudicial because it is built from data that was untimely disclosed and which its expert has little time to analyze for accuracy. And stop here because we had footnote 13 up here. I want to read this. Sorry, footnote 12. Defendant submits the declaration of its expert, Matthew Nodal, wherein he discusses that it will take at least 2 to 3 days to assess the 3D scans recently disclosed by the state, and he will thereafter have to set aside at least 2 days to travel from Seattle to view the model and assess its accuracy. He states he is unavailable until at least April 7th, 2025. However, defendant has ample time prior.
So, okay, I think that's what they mean by demonstrative, if I'm not getting it wrong, that if the model, that's a great point, meaning if it's not to scale, it's deceptive. So it's another tactic to fool the jury. And they're going to wheel this thing out. It has wheels on it. And it's the funny thing about it is they've had a year that they're supposed to be working on it, and it's still not finished. It's like turn in your homework, kids. I don't know. Yeah, the stuff, the knife, all that. Let me see if I got my boy back here yet. JJ, let me put the link in there. If anybody else would like to come on up and discuss the case tonight or anything else, you are more than welcome to. And we still don't know who put the ocular shit in here. Heather. That was probably the funniest shit that ever happened. I would say I still have Jen back there. JJ, are you ready, my man? Ready and willing and able, I hope. And we'll get you back up here. I have a lot of questions for you right now. So I can play the video a little longer if you would like. Yeah, it reminds me of the suitcase case with the lady from Nickelodeon, and they had a box that they had a box. Speaking of boxes, they had a box that they brought the suitcase in, and the way they propped up the box at the trial, it looked like it was sitting there on one of those old people canes with the two legs, and it was going to hop out into the middle of the floor and start testifying. Maybe it was Shaggy. That would be funny. Okay, here we have JJ, I think, unless we got Heather again. No, this is JJ. Hello, JJ. How are you? Let me switch over. Let me get that. Hold on. You're not live yet, buddy. Hold on.
It's the Purge?
You're purging, my friend. You officially have repurged. You've reemerged on the Purge. How was your show, bud? I'm sorry I didn't even check in with you guys and give you a hello. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, no worries, sir. No worries. Good times over there. We had a lot of great Operation GCD style topics discussed tonight.
Always good stuff. Doing JJ Vance stuff. Oh, really? Were you talking about the Process Church again?
I was educating some folks on the Process Church. A fellow by the name of Tim, great fellow. He's the host of Sixth Sensory podcast. He joined us for a roundtable discussion. He was talking Satan cults and Nazis. And I'm like, well, you're talking my language, friend. Have you heard of the Process Church? They're both Satan cult and Nazis.
Now they're combined, the two?
Well, the Process Church loves themselves some Nazis. They venerate a lot of Hitler stuff. They like the Hugo Boss outfits, and the leaders of which also claim to be reincarnated versions of Nazi leaders, some of which, by my count, were still alive at the time they made these claims. So I'm not sure how that works, but you don't want to explain things like time to these people. They're not very reasonable.
Now, who's not reasonable? Oh,
leaders of the Process Church. For example, Marianne de Grimston claimed to be the reincarnation of Joseph Goebbels. However, at the time in which she made that claim, Joseph Goebbels was apparently still alive. So that's all I'm saying is, you don't want to explain, things like time and space and reasonable things. You can't explain that to a Scientologist.
Gender.
You know these things.
Did you get into gender in the transmutation apocalypse?
I try not to. I aim not to in life, but sometimes it comes up.
All right, so we left off with we kind of got into more conversation stuff, and I know that I know you well, and I can probably just sit back for a minute, and you got anything you want to kind of spew out?
Yeah, I'd like to talk about a demonstrative exhibit of that pineapple burger you were talking about.
The hula burger, baby.
Yeah, what is that? Some Ray Kroc propaganda you're pushing here tonight? Are they paying you for this?
I'm shoving the clown down your throat, baby.
I know you got them Ray Kroc connections. They paying you for this? To push the Kroc propaganda?
Listen, we went to McDonald's with them one time, and I'm like, "You eat this shit?"
Right?
I'm like, "This is like Ronald McToxic. What's going on?" They were like, "What? What's wrong with it?" I'm like, "Let me tell you." But no.
I'm addicted to In-N-Out Burger myself.
Yeah, we don't have that here. Apparently, it's going to start in Orlando, though. They're finally moving east of the Mississippi for us. I don't know how long you've had In-N-Out. Do you have In-N-Out in Ohio? Oh, okay.
I've just lived in places where I have had In-N-Out: California, Arizona, Texas.
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming just like Buc-ee's. We finally got some Buc-ee's.
Oh, Lord of mercy. I love Buc-ee's.
We got one in Tampa now, and yeah, you can take a shower there. You can get bulk food items, and you get petrol. So
they make one of the most delicious brisket sandwiches outside of Texas.
Oh, I'll take brisket any day of the week and twice on Sunday for sure.
And 2 of those pineapple burgers, please.
They're only 59 cents. They're doing the throwback pricing. So check in with your latest McDonald's.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. I like these economical, these tough economical times. We need to focus on cheaper food options.
Well, you think about it, you can get a whole can of pineapple slices for $1. So how many pineapple burgers is that going to make? It's good profit.
There you go,
good
dude.
profit margin.
You can go full Hawaiian, get some Hawaiian rolls, dude. Eat your burgers on.
I think that's the last meal of the Heaven's Gate cult was the pineapple burger.
We're in luck. I got a purple robe and some black Nikes. Let's get them burgers rolling.
Get them pineapples on the grill, boy! Oh my god.
When I first moved to Great Falls, Montana in 2000 or 1999, it may as well have been 1959, given their prices of food and stuff.
Wow, that's great.
They have this. Oh, dude, this burger shop across the street from me sold burgers for $0.25 and cheeseburgers for 35 cents and milkshakes for 75 cents. I'm like, this is crazy. It literally was like a different era.
I remember driving in 1999 or whatever it was down the I-10 corridor there and coming across a couple places like that where it was a diner and the old guy owned it and the burgers were $1.99 or whatever, and it's like the locals, they don't even cook dinner. They just go to the diner every night, and they have their beer there and whatever. So that it's up till a few years ago. It seems like a few years ago, but if you think about it, the 2000s now, as kids of the 80s, right, or whatever, and 90s, what did the 60s, even in the 80s, seem like to us? That was forever ago, and now the 2000s is that same, has attached itself to that same moniker now.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, we're ancient, dude, and it's just weird to me that there's these weird pockets of America that existed. I don't think they really exist like this anymore. Where I wasn't leaving a major metropolitan area. I was from Cincinnati, and I joined the Air Force, and I got shipped to the middle of Montana. I just happened to get shipped to this city of like 60,000 people that happened to live in an era that had been long forgotten. You know what I mean? There was no chain restaurants there when I first moved there. Dude, I was part of the ribbon. I went to go attend the ribbon cutting ceremony at the Applebee's. You know what I mean?
Their first Applebee's. That must have been the biggest deal.
First Applebee's, dude.
Wow, the prices all the prices went up after that.
Oh, it's a shit. It's not as nice now, but yeah.
It's a shame.
I've been back in recent years, but yeah, it's when I first got there. I mean, like the main road was a gravel road. I'm like, is this real life? But I quickly adapted to the wonderful economic circumstances that existed there.
Well, that's me and Twiz were talking about living in Thailand because one of the guests on the Sarge show is he's a guy who lives in Thailand, and we're like, well, if he's making YouTube American money, and he's spending it on Thai, in Thai economy, he's got to be living pretty large, because apparently you can get a lobster for $1 over there.
Oh, for sure. I'm not gonna lie to you. If I'm leaving the country, I'm going to the South Pacific. You can live like a king over there for like $10.
That would be a little too exotic for me to insert myself into with all the possibilities, not just against Americans, but as far as if you wind up in one of those prisons, you're gone forever. I mean, your family's not pulling you out of there. I would choose.
Kane, let me ask you this, sir. How is that any different than the circumstances Brian Coburn was in?
I saw that coming right as it hit me.
And you got purged, friend. You got purged.
I just got double purged. You backstabbed me. We were talking about how, okay, so your friends, you've never been backstabbed by an enemy, right? It's always your friends who stab you in the back. You see, enemies may try to punch you.
You tried to break some bad news to me here? What's going on here?
No. It was just, I don't know. I was kind of like, whenever I talk to Twiz, all the memories come flooding back. I'm sure Chelsea Whitaker must be live, that he's not in the chat right now, because he is a very loyal moderator for her show.
This is one of those Godfather scenes where you're about to tell me that, and that's why you're out of here, JJ. You're done.
It's been a nice... But never go against the family, especially in front of other people.
Hey!
Holy
JJ.
shit, it's a party.
Howdy.
What's up, Jennerific? How are you doing, my dear?
I'm doing better.
What did you have for dinner again? I forgot.
Salmon.
Salmonella. And it smelled like pussy.
Yeah. Oh, don't say that word. I hate that word.
You will love it again.
That word and moist. Ugh.
What is wrong with moist?
No. No.
It's really unfortunate that you don't like moist.
It's totes unforged. Totes unforged. JJ, have you ever seen the old Mormon cartoon?
Yeah, which one?
I don't know. I saw one of them, and
the one where they go into outer space with the Mormon Jesus. He is a Mormon. Did you know that? Grew up Mormon.
That's why I just brought it up. Duh. I've been waiting to ask
my favorite. That's my favorite cartoon.
It's very...
Elohim lives on the planet Kolob. That's great stuff.
He knows. Is that something they play in Sunday school for the kids to get them acquainted with the Mormon faith?
Tell us about the magic underwear. I want to hear about the magic underwear.
Well, I've worn the magic underwear quite a bit. In fact, actually.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to offend anybody.
Yeah, I'm not offended. It's actually just a wise maneuver when you go to war. It protects you from nuclear attacks. General bomb threats.
But wait, what are magic
sometimes
underwear
bullets,
exactly?
knife attacks.
What are they? What do they consist of?
It's like just a white shirt and a white pant.
Oh, but it's not like special material, like armor or something.
Well,
I thought it was like armor.
I'm sure it's blessed. If there's probably some one of these. My camera's not working right now for some reason, but I'm doing one of these little crosses. I'm sure when they do one of those to it, right? I'm not sure. I've worn them when I used to go to the temple as a teenager to do necromancy. You familiar with that?
What the hell?
I told you JJ's funnier than fuck, Chad. You can't even hold him back, dude. That was the best line I think I've ever heard.
JJ the Necromancer.
Yep.
Hey, there's nothing like a little... There's nothing like...
I forgot what it's called.
I can't even talk.
But wait, no, what's that like? Shit. Go ahead. It'll come.
Go ahead.
Damn it. What's that like super elite get out of jail free thing they do for only certain people? It's like a what is it called?
Thunderclap.
You know what I'm talking about, right? It's like where they it's like the second anointing.
Oh yeah. Yeah, anointing rituals. Yeah, they do.
Oh, to get into heaven, right? Yeah, that's
Well,
right.
but there's like a secret
It's the
anointing,
back door,
not
yeah.
secret, but like
Oh yeah.
exclusive,
Oh yeah,
where
big
it's
time.
basically get out of jail free card.
Well,
Like
they
no
love
matter
their
what you
secret
do,
stuff,
you're
right?
automatically going to heaven.
Much like the Masons, who they are a similar offshoot of. They definitely like their secret orders within the order, right?
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, the second anointing stuff was crazy.
No, definitely, absolutely.
I never quite made it that far. I got my whatever. I'm trying to remember what it's Melchizedek priesthood, I think. Whatever they give you at 18. I got my various teenage priesthoods and even the one into adulthood. But I quit being Mormon stuff around age 22 or so.
Did you do a mission or anything?
I did not. However, I did graduate seminary. However, when I graduated seminary, I did it in 3 years because they really were not into my questions.
I can imagine. Now that's what I call a sticky situation.
Yeah. Let me tell you about my relationship with the Mormons as a teenager. They found out I was doing like refereeing soccer games and basketball and baseball and whatnot, trying to save up money for a car when I'm like 14, 15, responsible shit. They're like, hey, we heard you're making money. We're going to need to get some of that tithing. And I said, that's cool. I'm going to need to see your books before I start doling out any money. Do you want to see how money is getting spent around this place?
Bingo.
They weren't into my questions.
Yeah, we'll show this 14-year-old the books. Let's open it all up to him.
Yeah. They weren't a fan. I was shocked they ever gave me temple recommends because you got to get if you want to go to the temple to do some of that necromancy I was referring to, you got to get the bishop to sign off on it. You got to go and meet with the bishop.
Oh man, there's nothing like some good necromancy humor here on a Friday night on the Purge, folks. Welcome to the Purge. I'm Kane B. This is JJ Vance over here, and that's Jen at Criminal Confidential. Holy shit, bro, you're killing me tonight. If you have kids out there, you guys, and they're of 9-10 years oldish, there's a really good hustle that I heard about, again, from the radio guy, because I listen to a lot of talk radio now on these deliveries. And what the kids are doing is you pay them $2 a week, and they take your trash from the curb, or from the house to the curb for you, and then bring the can back when it's like, because at some places you can't put the trash out the night before. You have to wait until the morning. And so it's a relief to a lot of people. Now, you think about it, if you have 100 houses that you're doing that for twice a week at $2 or $4, that adds up pretty quick. So I just want to throw that out there. I don't know why I thought of that. Sorry.
Yeah, Joseph Smith, much like Xenu, Joseph Smith's going to want some of that money, King.
Yeah, they got to get their 10%. And as long as you are taking care of the church, you'll get to heaven.
Yeah, we'll get to there.
Little coincidence involving Joseph Smith. If we want to start talking real conspiracies and all that.
Yep.
Okay, so back in, I want to say like 1833, something like that, a long time ago, there was like the biggest meteor shower on record, known as like the night the sky was falling. Like, it was the Temple Tuttle comet, which is the Leonids meteor shower. It orbits the sun every 33 years, right? Now that meteor shower way back then was written about in Joseph Smith. Joseph Smith wrote about it in his journal and thought it was the second coming of Christ, and it was November 13th. Just throwing it out. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, that date certainly pops up a lot of times, and also the 1112 or the 1122 number.
Yeah,
I notice it in all kinds of stuff now.
And listen, the Sunday, November 13th of 2022, was also the 33rd Sunday in Ordinary Time, which is like a Christian thing. I don't really know, but I just thought it was funny, Add it to the
No,
stat.
I think there is something to those numbers for sure. That's interesting, Jane.
Didn't Dylan post the tattoo that she got on 11/22, like on the 22nd of November? Can anybody verify that?
I didn't even know the date. I remember seeing the tattoo, and it looks very gang-like.
It looks symbolic, and I think the date wasn't. I think they the date was on purpose, personally, but I don't know.
Didn't Koberger's new car registration begin on 11/22?
It expired November 30th of 2022 was the expiration date.
Yeah, it's just weird. You know, you look across even elements of the infamous
birthday.
white Hyundai Elantra, right? You know, the car registration.
His birthday was November 21st too, so it was like a lot of.
That's what I'm saying. So yeah, he had a when he got registered with his new ID and new registration,
Yeah.
it would have been effective 11/22.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah. I don't know. Did he switch over his license on 5 days after, or just his plates? Does anybody know?
Presumably both.
Oh.
I'm not certain. I just presume you can't get a car registered there with an out-of-state driver's license.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it works. I would.
It is America. You should be able to do that, but I think they
Right.
want their money. They want their cut. They want their 10%. You know what I mean?
Are you guys familiar with the real ID situation?
Oh yeah, I gotta get one.
So if you haven't got
real,
this is real, and it's you must conform by May 9th, I believe, and it's been going on for years. And real ID means you have a star on your driver's license, and so basically, if you don't have the star on your driver's license, you will not be able to fly within the U.S. and other restrictions. How's that for
May 7th? I think it is, but same difference.
Thank you. Yeah. So yeah, if you haven't, like, I recently got a new ID, and if you get you get a duplicate ID or whatever, they put that star on there. And otherwise, you'll need a passport to fly within the U.S. Now, and, it's obviously, again, in the name of terrorism, right, JJ?
Yeah, exactly.
Fighting terrorism.
I wasn't there. I didn't do it.
Weren't you the Olympic guy, Eric? What was his name? Was it Gower? Eric Gower?
Eric Rudolph.
Rudolph, yeah.
Gower.
They really pinned him to nothing on that. They're speaking of another fucked up case.
Oh, that was it. Thank the wonderful folks at the Federal Bureau of Investigations for that one. One of my former bosses was the head bomb tech for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation on that scene there, getting folks out of Olympic Park. So he was initially on. He was high up in the GBI at the time. He was the deputy director. He tells a story of how he told the FBI, "You're going after that security guard? You guys are fucking morons. We're out of this case." Just to give you an interesting dynamic of maybe how some of this federal and state stuff works sometimes. The state walked away from that when the feds pushed, their suspect on them.
Yeah, it happens all the time. I found. Let me just to back up a second to the second anointing stuff, JJ.
Sure.
It says, in the Latter-day Saint movement, the second anointing is the pinnacle ordinance of the temple and an extension of the endowment ceremony. Founder Joseph Smith taught that the function of the ordinance was to ensure salvation, guarantee exaltation, and confer godhood. In the ordinance, a participant is anointed as the priest and king, or a priestess and queen, and is sealed to the highest degree of salvation available in Mormon theology. So apparently it's very exclusive. Like, a lot of people don't even know about it. It's one of those. But
I'm
it's like
sold.
a get out of jail
Sold.
free
Where do
card.
I sign?
Like, right. Like, you're getting in no matter what. Doesn't matter what you do from now on. You're in. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, well, the Mormons really don't have a hell. They have like a lower degree of heaven.
Right. And is it really is it bad? Or
I mean, your friends and family might not be there, but it's still kind of heaven is how they sell it. You know what I mean?
Now I'm glad you mentioned that, because like that, a lot of people, they fail to or they don't really realize how tight these religious bonds can be, especially in that faith, because these people believe that you're going to spend eternity with like your extended family. So you better not piss anybody off, like even that's your like fifth cousin, doesn't matter. You gotta be loyal because you're gonna be next to them for the rest of your afterlife. People will keep their mouth shut for people is basically my point.
I wonder if oral cavity. Oh man, I had a good one. I dropped it. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Ignore me on my own joke.
What is this creepy picture that I see, by the way, in the back in
my back?
In the ninja thing, there's like a AI robot person. What is that?
Where's that, my dear? What are you doing?
In the room, in the ninja room, in the I don't know, whatever you call it. In the app that we're using right now.
In Ninja, the thing at the bottom, the thing at the bottom. I switched avatars, so if I appeared not as a director, as a guest, that's what you would see. And that's I'll change it if it's bothering you. It does.
No, it's okay.
It looks like kind of a mummy.
I was wondering who it was.
Anyway, that's what that is. Yeah.
I thought it was the Ninja Parade, Kane.
I was telling people about that in line the other day, and that shows you that you're becoming your parents when you start talking
I love
to
those
people.
Commercials. Those commercials are epic. The becoming your parents commercials.
Yeah, they're the guys at the gas station. Like they don't call them clean bikes.
Or when he's going up to the bathroom door and continuing the conversation. Like, that is so true.
You don't talk through the bathroom door. You don't talk through the bathroom door.
When the door closes, so does the conversation.
I'm glad somebody got that joke. I wasn't sure what I was going to get out of that.
That's great.
That's funny. Let's hear from JJ a little bit more. He was kind of on a roll with his take. Where did you leave off, JJ? I'm sorry when Jen rudely interrupted you. No, I'm just kidding, Jen.
Ew.
Okay.
Refresh my memory. What was I talking about?
I think you were talking about
the gooch.
Let's talk about the gooch. I've been wanting to really get down in the gooch and get moist and roll around in that gooch.
Get familiar with it.
Hi, Christine T. Very welcome in here. Good to see you again, Outcast, my friend. You are welcome to come up on the panel and join us as well. Here is the link for that if you want, but you have the night off, so you enjoy that. It's Easter weekend. So there, I didn't give him the link. Hold on. I can do it. Did I save that? Yeah, okay. And so here is the link for Mr. He's a sub-affiliate of the Purge, and this is just not working for me today. Hold on.
Is he also sponsored by type 2 diabetes?
Get it together.
Hey, what American doesn't? It's the American way now to have type 2. If you have the type 1, you're frowned upon.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
That is, yeah.
It's unfortunate.
It's unfortunate. Bless her heart. If she has
type 2's on you, friend. Type 2's on you.
Hey, listen, dude. I've made it this far, and I am the healthiest fat dude you will ever come across. I've beaten up cops recently. Didn't I, Jen? Jen knows.
If I'm being honest, I'm just jealous. I wanted some of them orange sickle popsicle sticks you had there.
Listen, dude. If I get to get the diet ones, we could have a feast, man.
That and some of them pineapple burgers, you got me sold, friend.
JJ has a photographic memory, by the way, folks. If you're not familiar. Now, you were talking about one of the motions in limine, JJ, and I believe you were getting into the text messages, even though you weren't.
I mean, it's certainly possible I might have been, but every time I hear motion in lemonade, I want myself a glass of lemonade.
That's why Miss Potts was picking up, because I put motions in limone for the title of my hearing coverage there. She thought that was cute. Anyway, the cooch. Dynamite says push in the cooch.
Oh no, so Jen was talking about the Mormon stuff there and talking about how these folks operate and think with all this eternal, condemnation nonsense and apocalyptic attitudes. And and I think that's something to be said here with the case, because again, with the Gooch being from this old school Mormon family, and same with Dylan Mortenson's, it is odd that it would be the Gooch that's, taking the key interview. It's the Gooch that's doing the key role in the DNA investigation for the state police, right? It's the Gooch.
And wasn't she on? Didn't she retire and then come back?
Yeah, so she officially retires in December of 2022. So right after she did these very important things on the way out, she's like, "See y'all later, I'm out." But she was already kind of in a retired status, I think. So she'd been teaching a lot of classes at 3 different universities and 1 high school, and teaching a mystery writers course, like Murder, She Wrote style.
Interesting.
That I love the Murder, She Wrote theory that Angela Lansbury was the killer all along. She was just really good at framing people. Wherever she
that's
went,
my favorite.
Yeah, wherever she went, somebody died, and she automatically can figure it out because she was the killer, and she just blamed it on somebody else and just said, "Oh, that's the guy."
No one asked, why is everybody dropping dead around this old broad who just happens to show up in town?
And it didn't affect her none. She's seen plenty of unalivings. But, they had a special Murder, She Wrote episode in the Bahamas. And I believe who's the guy from that played Moses? One of those big movie actors was in it. And it was so ridiculous to watch the whole Sherlock Holmes breakdown with Angela Lansbury. Oh, and they're always following along in the steps of her book, The Killer. So the whole thing has already been pre-planned out by the book. Then she executes the murder, and then she pins it on somebody else, just like it went in the book. It'd be weird if Stephen King's stories were true too. And he was the guy behind that.
I got a lot of rebuttals for you there, Kane. I like where your head's at, friend. So, isn't it weird that all of these popular murder programs for years are connected to Charles Manson? Murder, She Wrote. Angela Lansbury's daughter was a member of the Manson family. She actually signed a letter for her 14-year-old daughter to be for Charlie to be her guardian. And if you're familiar with the popular detective program that ran for decades, Columbo, well, it comes to find out recently that old Charlie and Peter Falk, well, they had a very keen liking to one another. I'm saying they were banging. Columbo and Charles Manson were banging.
Pardon me, man. One more thing. Put it in my butt. Listen, there was a joke on. You'll like this. On
that's a lot of murder. That's a lot of murder around Manson, there, right? They're perpetrating. All of Manson's buddies are perpetrating these ideas of murder.
You just ruined Gumbo for me, man. I love Gumbo. One more thing, man. We used to call him Gumbo, Columbo.
Oh yeah,
Because my surfer buddy, he taught me how to surf. That's the only show that I could stand watching on the network TV there when we had just 3 channels in San Diego.
Ruined it for me. Ruined it.
That is, Columbo. Yeah. Oh man, you might as well say Steve McQueen couldn't drive.
No, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. That's a little ridiculous, Kane.
Let's not get wild. Here's the picture, you guys, that Jen was referring to. What did you call it? A zombie ninja?
I don't know what picture is it. Let me look. Hold on.
Let me put it up in the thing. Where is it? Here is. Wait. Where did it? Okay, there it is. I think you may be able to see it. Meow. It's tiny. Hold on. That's what she said. There. This is what scared Jen in the background. Just so you guys know, that's what happened. I think JJ had a little fear of it too. He kind of popped off the mic there for a minute. Anyway.
I'm part ninja, so I'm used to these things. I would like to point out, though, in the chat, Heather Fitzgerald just pointed out that apparently Howard Bloom is cousins with the Gooch. If this is real life, I'm out of here, Kane.
That couldn't be true. Heather's a liar and a hoaxer. And she puts copyright strikes on people all the time. You know, it's funny. In my back rooms, I have a list of copyright strikes that I could, and it says you can put a copyright strike on these people that they've used their videos. They've used your videos. But it's another YouTube fallacy because it's actually people's videos that you've used. So it has like Heather and Jen and Jen and Jen and Heather, and it says, "Do you want to put a copyright strike on these people?" I'm like, wait, am I going to put it on myself? What's going on here?
Are you cloning me again? What's going on here?
You're not in there yet. I don't know that I've swiped any of the GCD stuff yet. That's
You're
all.
not cloning me again, are
I
you?
could do a 6-hour show on GCD at least to start with. Listen, you'll take it and you'll become a ninja. The best thing
You'll
about
be cloned if you need to be cloned, all right?
if I had 5 JJs, I wouldn't need anything else. I'd be all set. But the best thing about the ninja parade is not seeing the ninjas. When they take the kids to not see the ninjas, and they love looking to not see the ninjas. I don't know. Anyway, I liked it when the ninja put the candy in my pocket, and I didn't even know. He must have snuck up behind me. That ninja parade thing has got legs. I love that one.
That's good stuff.
What, 30 years they've been doing it, Santa Monica, California, right? And
Is that real?
That is a real thing, a ninja parade, yeah. And there's one picture.
Oh, I thought that was a bit, dude. I didn't know it was real life, dude. I thought it was a bit.
Yeah, no, it's been going on, and that just shows the temperament, the humor of that town. That they religiously appear once a year for a ninja parade, and there is one video that they captured of a ninja, and he's jumping from a tree to a telephone pole, and it's the only time. And it was in 1984 that they've ever captured one of the ninjas on film.
I want to go to a ninja parade.
I want to go. I wouldn't mind. I don't know when it is. If we can schedule that in when I go to visit Twiz out there in Boise, I would love that. That would be, I mean, talk about alive. The ninja parade, and it's just nobody walking past for an hour and a half. And there goes nothing again. Here we go. Oh, there's candy in my pocket.
Sounds like a great time. I'll tell you what you need to check out in Idaho there, Kane. You need to find yourself a nice testicle festival.
Is it a ball chinian sort of deal, or just balls on your forehead, or?
It's a fried ball festival. A lot of fried balls, a lot of
lamb
lot
fries. Not a lot of people have a taste for lamb fries anymore.
I believe they call them Rocky Mountain oysters.
Rocky Mountain oysters, yeah. You know, if Clark Griswold can eat 28 of them, I wonder how many I could huck down before I found out.
Yeah, Twiz knows what I'm talking about. He's been to a festival or two. It sounds like.
Twiz has had some balls in his mouth before, I guess. Pull on him, suck on him. But that, you know, that AC/DC song "Balls" is probably one of the best written comedy parody songs ever. It's just all innuendo, and it's double entendre right all the way through. You know what song I'm talking about. It's you really don't know that song? Well, yeah, you'll please at your leisure play "Balls" by or "Big Balls" by AC/DC. It was an original.
"Big Balls" by AC/DC. Oh,
correct. Yeah, Bon Scott.
Right there.
Yeah, Bon Scott original. That guy was a genius, Bon Scott, without a doubt.
There's a lot of innuendos there, right?
Everything in the song is an innuendo, and if you try to sit down and write that, it's you have to think, and it seems like all their songs, they're just 3 chords that they came up with, and they sound really cool, and then it's like somebody just sat there and all the writing just came to them. And that was the song. And it's fucking hilarious. Yeah, "Big Balls" by AC/DC. Anyway, where were we on the case, too? Go ahead with...
We're talking about delicious Rocky Mountain oysters, King. You gotta find you a nice spot out there near Boise.
Look, Dad, bedpans. Big Ben Parliament. I want to give you a chance to give us a summation, because I know you've been in the chats and you've been in the pots, and you're a pot's head, allegedly. What's your? Let me ask you, as an interviewer to an interviewee, your take on the recent developments, just to catch Jen up to date and to give the viewers something to chew on here other than pork chops.
Speaking of stuff to chew on, we're building ourselves quite a menu here. We got pineapple burgers, we got fried bulls balls, we got all sorts of things on the menu.
Bulls balls are tough. They really are. They'll prick you if you're not careful. Dynamite, thank you very much for the super chat.
I keep derailing you here. What were we talking about? The motions and lemonade?
Motions and limoni, that's right, yes. That's what I titled my video when I did the hearing, Jim. Motions and limone. I'm sure Miss Potts thought it was a typo. But
yeah, I mean, they got boxed out, right? I mean, the defense got boxed out on every front. They're like, nope, we're not going to do that. In fact, we're going to overstep our boundaries and prevent you from doing this.
It's amazing because I really think she presented excellent arguments, and she was never able to finish a sentence. And she's like, I mean, it was stuff like, how can you overlook this shit? How can you overlook everything from the dollhouse to the Barbie Jeep, to the messages, to now I think that she's alluding to the driver being the alternate suspect, and Ann said that one of her investigators has more or less figured out who the alternate suspect was, who may have done this.
Well, that's the easiest route to argue in the court, because you got to tie somebody to the scene of the crime as the nexus point, and that's the easiest person to tie.
Remember, there was a 4chan post that allegedly was Hoodie Guy who wrote it, and it said something to the effect of how the sheath came from Payne, was planted, and it was from Payne, Officer Payne, and that they got the wrong driver on purpose. That the law got the wrong driver on purpose. And that always sticks in my head because I think that's exactly what they did. I think Eric Gower is just being used to cover up the actual driver.
Oh, I mean, I'm not even sure there was a driver. He's definitely being these narratives, these false narratives, like you're saying, Jen, have been sold to us regarding the story of the driver. But it is the easiest person to select for the defense in the state's narrative to say, because they, like, as old Judge Hippler was given the beef about, as far as making sure they're doing this properly, was presenting these alternative suspects. He got beefy with them on the subject, and the defense was like, "Yeah, dude, we understand. We're not retarded." And but one of the things he's saying there is, you got to meet the certain criteria. One of those criteria is you got to have a nexus point of this. Despite the state not having a nexus point for Kohberger at the scene, you got to have a nexus point of the alternative suspect at the scene. So the easiest character in this state's narrative is then, if it's not Dylan or Bethany, it's then the driver, one of the two drivers, right. The private driver or the DoorDash.
It's funny how they call the PCA says it was a private party, but then they started in the newest court docs. It says Uber driver again. Like, what the? And Uber came out and made a statement saying that the girls never booked a ride through them.
Yeah, I suspect it was them playing legal games where the guy does drive for Uber but wasn't driving for Uber at that time.
Yeah. Now, what I've always found very suspicious is the fact that the G's have literally came out and said multiple different things about the driver, right? They said it was Steve said it was a sorority designated driver. Olivia said it was an Uber driver. Then Steve said it was a private party, like a family member or something like that. These are multiple different stories contradicting each other from the same mouth. You know what I'm saying? It almost seems like,
for sure. They got some
like they're the ones trying to cover it up. Like, why are they? It's not like they misspoke. Like, these are totally different scenarios. I feel like they're intentionally trying to, cover up who the real driver is. The G's, not just law enforcement, the G's, in my opinion.
Sure. I think, I think the defense has an easy way out there if that's the route they're going, because it doesn't seem like the state's provided any evidence surrounding this driver, either one of these drivers, to the defense based upon their own statements. It seems that they're basing everything off of tips and reports that the investigations got, or the investigation got during that 6-week period, but not necessarily about things that the prosecution has turned over to them, in which they could elicit the same investigatory response through these tips. So it seems like they're going to choose their own adventure. They're like, oh, so you say there was a driver there this time, but you're not going to tell us who that driver was or any of the details. We'll just go ahead and build a narrative around this idea of a driver based upon your tips that you received. That's what it seems like it's going on here, because it doesn't seem like the defense has been released that information either. Maybe I'm wrong. Just that's my take on some of their statements, that they've been left in the dark regarding these driver details as well.
Yeah, he was also referred to as a professional driver, Heather pointed out.
Yeah, private driver, private party, Uber driver, all this other, nonsense. Sorority designated driver. Like, these are different things. Family member. Like, that's what I'm saying. The person who did these interviews saying he lives 1,200 feet from Brian not once mentioned speaking to Olivia, telling her about the grub truck video, or knowing the family. Like,
oh, these are all great points of why I don't believe anything that we've been told about the crimes is honest or accurate, because, and why I'm willing to back up these timelines of these murders, the moment they got home. You know what I mean? The moment they got home that night. Because
the timelines are completely wrong. Like, I did videos about Ethan and Xana's timeline and Kaylee and Maddie's. I can prove that they're wrong.
Right. And when I say when they got home, when each party got home, not collectively all get murdered at once, right? Okay.
Oh, got it.
I just want to make sure. So incrementally, as each one was getting home, or each party was getting home, right? They were getting murdered, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, which is not the narrative we've been told, but I'm saying that's the most logical narrative. It's the narrative that seems most reasonable given the details and et cetera.
I said it before, and I'll say it again. I just love that we do shows together, you guys, with you, and we don't really communicate between, yet somehow we've arrived at the same destination or conclusion by showtime. And I feel strong. I agree. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you, Jen. Go ahead.
Oh shit, I forgot what I was saying. What were we talking about?
The
does anyone remember? Christy is an interview with Stephen Christie, and she said something like how Kaylee was trying to convince Jack D to go somewhere else after the corner club, and he was like, "No, I worked all day." Am I remembering that correctly? Does anyone else remember that?
That's a new one to me. Say that again. You did it a little fast.
Okay, so in my brain, I have a memory. I don't know if I'm making things up in my head, but I remember Christy saying something about how Kaylee was trying to convince Jack D to go somewhere else, like maybe to another bar or something.
Oh, to stay out and party. I don't know. Maybe you had too many of those whiskey punches in Virginia, Jen, but that I don't remember hearing that. Exactly.
I know. Listen, I'm like a walking Idaho 4 encyclopedia. I know that I heard this somewhere. I need someone to back. Okay, Meanie backed me up. Thank you.
Okay. I know I'm not crazy. I'll be honest with you. The chat right now. I don't know how many people are watching. Hey, Bubs. But right now.
Okay, Heather backed me up. Bubbly backed me up.
Okay. All right. We all know Heather. It's official then.
Yep.
But right now the chat is literally the who's who, and they are blowing my mind. I keep pinning messages because either they're totally hilarious or they're making good points. But Christine T wouldn't be surprised if they have a sealed motion to protect the true driver's name. And it made me think, like, well, wouldn't that just tell you the world if they did that shit?
Isn't that the case with all the evidence, right? That's all the case with the evidence. They're just using it onto this federal guise. Like, we don't have to show you that. That's federal evidence. So that makes a lot of sense. They'd be restricting that too.
Okay, Bubbly. Is it okay if I play your video about Xana's boyfriend being arrested? Because I was really amazed by that. You've been doing some great work and blow smoke up your ass. No, just kidding. I would love to play that here in a little bit when JJ and I decide to take a break. again, and hopefully Jen will stay with us. But yeah, if I would really like to get that into the discussion here, because the points you make, I think, in that video are very important. I mean, she doesn't talk a lot in that video. It's just discussing his background, and it was like I said, with you have to remember the narrative that they painted, and Heather says it over and over again. They're pretty imperfect, and
yes,
and BK is a boogeyman. Thank you, Bubbly. I have to ask. Okay, so anyway, yeah, I gave up on asking to play videos hundreds of years ago because nobody ever gets back. When you have the creator, hey, Bubbly, would you like to come up on panel? Here's a link. We would love to have you. I don't know how much longer I can drain Operation GCD's brain hole longer, but I'll suck him dry. Wait, that didn't sound right.
It wasn't me. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. I didn't do it.
It was lamb fries, ma'am. Lamb fries.
Lamb fries.
We got the holy underwear doing the necromancy dance. So I would love to see. I haven't spoken with Bubbly in a while.
It's the magic underwear. It's the magic underwear.
Right, and the Mormon Jesus wore it once. Is that what the whole thing is?
Well, I think it's in my opinion, it's more designed to protect you against indirect fire, some bomb attacks, nuclear weapons.
I love that. Bubbly is driving.
Right
maybe she can join us on the break or something. I'll let her do a Operation GCD Purge takeover when she gets to her destination, if she would like. That would be a great honor to have her back on the show. Hello, Beckless 3819. Very nice to see you. Thank you for joining us tonight. And we are picking my borrowed circus pony's brain hole currently, and so greetings to everyone, and thanks for not being freeloaders tonight. I appreciate it, and you got me out of jail. I get you out of jail. Are you familiar with the whole Gray Hughes putting himself in jail, and he calls his viewers freeloaders if they don't put $12 in his chat?
Holy smokes.
He's literally yelling and screaming at them, and they flock in by the thousands, and they give it to him. He's like, my bills are due. I need $12 more from each of you, or I can't get out of jail and tell you about the case and everything I think. I need to get to that level, I guess, where my thoughts are $12 worth of entertainment or education to some people. I'm sorry, guys. Go. I interrupted.
You're worth $12 to me, Kane. You're worth more than $12.
That means a lot to me, Jen. What's my value? What's my Mason value to you, JJ?
Is this a trick question? Am I supposed to answer this? Like,
well,
I knew it. You're a Mason.
I need it in. I need it in euros. That was where it was coming from.
I'm on to you, Kane. I know I'm not a Mason, sir, but these Mason values you speak of, I also can't speak to that.
Is it like the mushroom situation on Joe Rogan?
What I can speak to on the next break, if you don't mind tossing down some of them pineapple burgers in the basement, I'm chugging some of this coffee.
You're gonna be like Wimpy. You're gonna have like a jughead and have a stack of pineapple burgers and just keep eating them.
Wait,
JJ. I wouldn't mind it.
I have a question before I forget. JJ, okay, at a crime scene, I always thought they're not supposed to like move things around, right? Is that true? Aren't you supposed to leave everything
generally
the way it is?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a trick question.
Yeah,
so, there's video.
The Idaho protocol, but
right, there's video of them in the kitchen, like moving things around and like putting it from like the counter or something to the table in the kitchen. Like, I always thought that was weird. Like, why are you touching things?
Super weird. I sent Kane an email a couple weeks back on this subject because when they started roasting Koberger about his crime scene project from DeSales University, I just thought, I wrote to Kane, I said, oh, the irony. They're roasting him over this assigned project, when if they actually read it, they would understand what they did wrong in their own investigation.
Bingo. That is so true.
Yeah, so they're really just roasting themselves there, right?
That's the funny thing, is they don't see that. They think they're actually making good points. Like, Shushley just keeps getting up there with all this confidence and her movements. And even though we're lying, can we just move past that and look at this thing that makes no sense either? And it's like, oh yes, Ashley, please go ahead. Here's the VIP bathroom, the ladies' room.
She's giving blowies in the VIP bathroom. She's definitely giving blowies.
There's definitely an Ashley glory hole with her name. Oh God.
There's no way anyone could be that confident of knowing that they really are completely full of shit. Like, there's no way. No one can be that confident.
How did she become prosecutor,
gosh,
extraordinaire, right? Because she's a special prosecutor. She got assigned
special,
on temporary assignment.
Special, all right.
Special indeed.
That is for sure. It's a comedy of errors to watch them bumble over themselves, and you wonder when Zuckerberg is going to insert himself into this moistness. At some point, he has to, because he's got to take the reins, or that's what he came here for. So I guess it'll wait till trial, because was the closed hearing canceled on the 16th it was supposed to be on, and it didn't happen, and there was a reason for that, and I forgot what it was. It was about the hearing was supposed to be it was about the families, right? And they canceled it because of, and that was one thing that the guilters latched onto, like, great job, Hitler, keep the boogeyman's parents out of the courtroom, because he approved the motion eliminated to keep the families out, because it's a typical move that they do. And anyway, so yeah, what do you guys think about that? I guess
I think it's all shenanigans. It's all shenanigans.
This is a shenanigan-infused journey, I will tell you that.
And not the good kind of shenanigans. Shenanigans, they can go both ways, sir, and these are not the good kind. These are not the good kind. I mean, in what world do you box the family out of a courtroom playing these kind of ridiculous games, right? In what world?
You don't. What do you guys think about Brian's parents being called to that in Pennsylvania to testify or whatever? Remember that? For like that missing woman?
I think the FBI forced him to.
I always wonder what that was about. I mean, it could be something so simple as them just going and testifying to back up an alibi or Brian's. I don't know, but I always wondered what that was about.
I think the FBI had to sell him as a crazy serial killer, multi-state manhunt. So when they forced on Monroe County, when they forced themselves upon Monroe County for the siege of Brian Kohberger's parents' home, the unlawful siege of that rate in violation of all sorts of folks' rights. They got their hooks in there, and they probably said, look, what other unsolved murders you got in the region? Well, open up a grand jury, call his parents, make it happen.
Yeah, I just always wonder why they would be called to testify.
There's no reason.
Yeah,
the victim's family was outraged by the entire spectacle.
Yeah, they came out and said that Brian had nothing to do with it. And you know what? The prosecutor in Pennsylvania came out and said that there was no prior police contact that they searched in their little system or whatever, and that the only police contact that Brian had previously was when he had his car got locked in the parking lot of a hiking trail or something after hours, so he had to call to get his car out for help, and he was really apologetic and thanking the officers. That's all that came up. This whole story about the stolen cell phone, I don't know where the hell that came from.
Let me interrupt real quick. Sorry. Yeah. I've heard
the burger's done. Is that what you're saying?
Rumors. Come on down, JJ. I got yak fries, and I got. I heard a rumor, and I can't verify this true, but allegedly BK's sister wrote a book. Is anyone else familiar with this rumor?
Book?
Yes.
Yes, sir. I am familiar with it. This originates from none other than Howard Bloom.
Okay. Never mind.
Get him out of here.
Get out of here.
Howard Bloom.
Yeah, no.
How is it even legal to do to write books like that? It's just I don't understand. This country could save itself a lot of trouble and money and moving trials if they would just put some kind of regulation and law to what can be said about someone before they've been found guilty. Like, it really is that simple. It's not right.
I don't disagree. There's like a dozen books on Amazon how Kohberger did it. We got a Dateline Kohberger did it. We got a 48 Hours Kohberger did it. We got a couple News Nations Kohberger
That should be illegal. It's not right.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I like the little meme that I play, and I'm gonna play a nothing half-assed on the break, guys, video, and I'll run my reel again, and that'll give us all a break to eat some pineapple burgers, coffee, and pork chops here in the meantime.
And caramel. You forgot the caramel on the pork chop.
Oh, the caramel was the shit.
Gross.
Let me ask you this, Jen. He might be. Eating this diet.
I don't fuck around with caramel. I'm telling you. I'm trying to carnivore out, but I keep falling to temptation from all
I was gonna say, didn't you say you're gonna do the carnivore diet?
I'm trying. I've dropped 10 pounds in the week, so I lose weight really fast. I also gain it really fast. To stay in shape, I have to really be in good shape. Like, my high school weight's like 156, and I was there from 30 to 45. And then now I've ballooned up to like 157 or something like that.
These numbers you speak of, I haven't seen since junior high, Kane. So I'm not sure what you're talking about right now.
Well, when you're a short of stature fella, it does pay to have a low center of gravity. And when you got a tool like mine, you need to build a shed over it. That's all I'm saying.
There you go. Can I, before we take any breaks, let me ask Jen real quick question. Are you familiar with who's financing this Howard Bloom operation?
No, not at all. Tell me.
It's a media company started by a guy who made the official the official biopic film of Bob Cocaine Evans, and that's the guy who founded the company. And they're owned by they're called Airmail. They're owned by a equity group out of Dallas, Texas. That equity group has approximately $1.5 billion in its coffers from the Washington State Employee Pension Fund, which includes all of the employees at Washington State University, includes all of the Pullman people, and their pension money.
Interesting.
So it's literally the Washington State employee folks who are paying for the Howard Bloom propaganda operation. It seems.
Do they own any other big media companies that we would know? Because a lot of these are like all owned by like the same, few big dogs out there. They own all the little channels and all that. They're all controlled by the same people.
Well, they have an interesting. It's a good question. They have an interesting catalog of investments there at that equity company. I think it's TCG Equity. Mm-hmm. But they seem to have started Airmail and specifically employed Howard Bloom uniquely for this Idaho 4 case.
Interesting.
He publishes his first article on January 7th, 2023, the day after Kohberger landed in Idaho.
Wow. No shit. Huh.
That's wild.
Wow, I didn't realize that.
And he is the source for most, if not all, of the propaganda. So when News Nation's parroting some nonsense, or Megyn Kelly, or insert, mouth-breathing person on the screen, they're repeating Howard Bloom driven data points in large part.
I was watching some new documentary CW or some crap that came up on my feed.
Yeah, I saw that.
I had to get off after 20 minutes of watching it. I'm surprised I got that far. It was
silly.
Pissing me off. It was so bad. So bad.
I was convinced that JJ was going to say George Soros, but that's a bigger picture.
Son of a bitch, George Soros.
Paying those protesters. The news just keeps feeding me shit for my reel. And thank you again, Douglas Outlaw, for the awesome Purge theme song. And it's like it writes itself. I don't even have to really look with these tractor trailers plowing through these protesters. And I don't feel like I was close, Twiz. I don't feel like there's a lot of sympathy for these protesters, because you can protest, just don't block my way of being able to get somewhere. Don't stand in the middle of the freeway. Don't stand in the way of me getting to work, and this type of thing. So I don't. It's kind of like the reverse Luigi Mangione thing, where you have the anti-hero in the same thing, but it's an awful thing to think about somebody driving a tractor trailer through a crowd of people. But when it's like I was saying about the copyright strike, when you act like a bitch, you're gonna get treated like a bitch, and you're gonna get called a bitch. So
Get 'em.
Call them what you want, and that's how these people are acting. And anyway, so liquid pork chops? What the fuck is that? I think you might be onto something, Dynamite.
I don't want anything to do with that.
There's like a pork chop milkshake. You gotta get. Hey, listen. If you couldn't chew a pork chop, you would dream of a liquid pork chop. Let me tell you.
No, sir. I just threw up my mouth a little bit. Just the thought of it. I would not dream of that.
You can literally screw some teeth into your mouth. I'm missing. I've told you guys before. I'm missing my top teeth because a ladder when I was doing cable bounced off the ground. There's one of those slide ladders, and it hit me in the chin. I lost my teeth later. Anyway, I was talking to the dentist about doing those fake teeth or whatever that screw into your mouth, and he's like, "Yeah." So the first thing is you have bone loss in your cheeks there. So we're going to have to take some dead people bone and put it in your mouth first. And then we're going to... And I'm like, wait, stop right there. What? I'm like, you're going to put dead people bone in my mouth? I mean, at least if I get a bone in my mouth, it's going to be alive, for God's sakes. Is pork soda really pork? Is that a real thing? That's nuts. Tanel Ray, very nice to see you from all the way across the world, the globe. Tanel Ray coming to us as a Kiwi from Zealand, rubbing two fat cocks together. Can this show go anywhere today? This show has legs, but it has really become a shenanigan-infused journey. I think Operation GCD. I might be a franchisee of. You know what I was saying all week long is that all channels are now the Purge, because I had Miss Potts. Miss Potts is playing my hearing. I've got Outcast playing my hearing, playing my videos, playing my reels, and then you had like a couple other channels. They're like, well, finally the takeover is complete. I can retire, and I'll just sit back and cash checks. Oh man,
you've infected them with the Purge.
I think I've Kane Ultra'd them. That's what I'm gonna. I haven't said it yet, but Kane Ultra is gonna be the new channel down the road. We're talking about way down the line here. Way down the line.
Next day?
Maybe tomorrow. But this channel will remain as the Purge, as a what do they call it? A flagship store. This will be the flagship Purge, and as the Purge spreads.
I like Kane Ultra though. That's good stuff.
That's Meanie Weenie and her collective mind there. She's amazing. BK Ultra. Heather and I always had a joke that Brian was going to open a restaurant and call it the Kabar once he gets out with all the money that he's going to get suing these people.
Nice.
A champagne Kane supernova, a supernova Kane. Phil, hello, very nice to see you. Nobody can say that word, by the way, Phil Biggs. Gilbert Villain. Oh, Gilbert Villain. I never really sat down and analyzed that one. I was off by 12 pounds, Twiz. That's why he deflected that whole thing. It was a distraction. So, okay, it sounds like you guys need a break. I'm going to give it to you. We're going to get into the nothing half-assed business. And then we're going to play my reel for anybody that hasn't seen it. Stay tuned, folks. If you want to get up and use the plop plop machine, or pet your dog, or pet my cat, or maybe Willie will join us again if he's still up. He probably had to put his little one to sleep. We will reconvene here in about 20 minutes, guys. Does that sound chunky dory to you? You want to continue?
Oh, sure. That's plenty of time to eat some pineapple burgers. Why don't you slide a couple ketchup on there for me?
I'll just slide them under the door for you there. I don't want to get bitten again.
Flatten it down there. Just flatten it down there. Just slide it on in.
You got it. All right, we will check you guys in a hot minute, and that's Jen at Criminal Confidential and Operation GCD. Thank you guys. All right, and so let's switch over. I'm going to use my game show host voice now. Going into it, I need to do more of those shorts where I talk in my game, because people freak out. They think I'm a newscaster when I get serious. So all right, Jen, did you want to go ahead and take a break? You want to hang with me for a minute, or what do you want to do?
I'm here. I'm fine.
Okay, well, I'm gonna play a video, and I'm gonna eat some more pork chop.
Okay, go eat your cold pork chop.
But don't go anywhere. Please stay with us, and we'll be right back. 20 minutes.
Okay.
Cold pork chops are the best, by the way. Anyway, so okay.
Bro.
Off we go. JJ was like, he's like, okay, bye. Just jumped out of the chair. He's like, thanks. Needed a break. Glad I called it. A liquid bread now with a liquid pork chop. It's keto friendly. Okay, well that's something I need to look in. I finally figured out, I guess Rockford told me, that keto is basically carnivore, except you add vegetables, right? Is that what, am I right? I don't know. I'm not sure. Okay, we're going to switch over now. I'm going to check around the horn and see who's active and stuff real quick before I go completely kabonkos on this. Here, let me turn that, and then let me get rid of that. That was the zombie. Okay, and yeah, Dynamite, we were talking about fried pork chops at okay, it was Primus Pork Soda. Thank you, Truck. I pictured it as one of those Jones sodas though. And unfortunately we don't have a 24. I'm going to have to go to Thornton's because now I'm craving a frozen Coke and maybe a hot dog. I don't know if they have hot dogs this late, but they got a good deal. Oh wait, they can't hear you, Jen. Hold on, let me switch over. Do you think I might be pregnant?
I think Kane. I think you need to go get a pregnancy test. I'm not the father. I'm not the father. I
listen,
refuse.
Dollar Tree has pregnancy tests.
Dollar pregnancy.
So
test.
if you take six of those, you'll get an accurate result as you would with the $6 guys.
There you go. Pregnancy tests are expensive.
Listen, I've paid for many. They've broken my bank many a day. And the funny thing is, like, it'd be like 15 minutes later. Okay, go take the tests. And then you're waiting outside the bathroom. Oh yeah, that's a whole fun thing there. Yeah, I don't. You know what though? I think I think I blew my wad on Hookers and Blow, and I wasted the rest. Let's see here. All right, Jen, I'm going to come back to you. I'm going to play Nothing's video and take a look around the horn here. Thank you for interjecting that I was pregnant. I appreciate that. And I'm going to switch over. We'll check you in about 15 or 20, okay?
Okay.
All right. Check you out. Okay. All right. So this is... There's Nothing. And then let's look at... There was another... Oh, I'm going to play my reel. Okay. So let me just look around the horn. Who else is live? I'd like to know. Let's see. We had Operation GCD earlier. I hope you guys go back and rewatch that later when you get the second. And make sure you subscribe to Mr. JJ Vance. He's almost to 1,000 subscribers. So let's get him there. Part 2. Okay, so this must be the part 2 video from Nothing Half-Assed. Let's get right to it. And I'm going to just kind of do my thing. And I will check back with you in just a minute. So if you want to take a little break, please don't now. Wait till the Nothing Half-Assed video plays, and then you can go during my reel. Nobody wants to watch my reel. So let's do that.
Hello, everyone. It's your favorite Fancy Grace. Welcome, welcome. I have been dying to show you this clip because I know all of you have seen it before, and I hear what everyone thinks is threats against Maddie, but I don't hear that. And I want you all to just clear your minds. Give this a chance, okay? Just clear your thoughts. It's going to play over and over again. I'm not going to tell you at first what I think is being said, but I believe this wholeheartedly. When I put on my headphones and I listen to this, I believe I know what is being said by Jack. And I don't think he's a bad guy in this. So, well, I'll just tell you. I'll tell y'all. I'll let you listen for a moment. And then I'm going to come in and I'm going to tell you what I think is being said, okay? And then we'll just discuss it, I guess. All right. Take care.
I told you.
Okay, here it is, guys. You ditched those guys for doing drugs. Listen to it. Hear it for yourselves, guys. Open your ears. You ditched those guys for doing drugs. Now, I don't know if he means to go do drugs or that the guys were going to go do drugs. I don't know, but I'm telling you, listen. You ditched those guys for doing drugs.
I told you.
All right, well, that's my presentation. It's just a little short and sweet one. Y'all, please be so kind as to hit the like button and leave a comment. If you disagree, tell me. What do you hear? I'll listen again. I'm not opposed to listening to different viewpoints, guys. I really am not. I'm open to hear everything. I really haven't made up my mind one way or the other who's guilty in this at all. So, like, subscribe, please, and know that all of you are special. And especially, we want to give our respects to Kaylee, Maddie, Ethan, and Xana. May they rest in peace. But I really want to catch whoever did this. I know you all do too. All right. Love y'all.
Wow, did you guys hear that? Anybody put a 1 in the chat if you heard that? I kind of hear it at the beginning going into that, and then it kind of it'd be nice if we could get and I see him Outcast back in here. I thought a second ago to maybe hit that with one of his AI filters. That'd be kind of cool, and see if we can't boost the volume on that. That's pretty tight. Thank you for that. Nothing. That's a great one. And I'll make sure I put the like on there for you, darling. Okay. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, they can't hear you. Hold on. What did you say?
I said I definitely heard it, and the receipt from Corner Club, right? It was like, I think the timestamp on it was like 12:30, right after midnight, if I remember correctly. What if they went somewhere else after? Like, how do we even know that they were really at the Corner Club? It's like, why would they just hang out for another 2 hours, 3 hours, or whatever, and not have another drink? You know what I'm trying to say?
No, that's sure. It does seem like a very alcohol driven situation, whatever the case may be. And with drunk people, you tend to continue the party other places. The last place that it seems that people out drinking want to go is home, because then the party's over.
Right.
So that would
know, where was
absolutely...
Kaylee's friend that night? Like, if she doesn't live there anymore and she's in town, I know when I go back home to Florida and visit, like, all my friends, like, they want to see me. We're all going out together. Why didn't any of the other roommates or any of her sorority sisters, like, nobody wanted to hang out with her? I don't know why that seems weird to me.
Well, they were straight up ignoring her at the grub check, so
her little was Molly Gray. Like, that's just weird. I'm sorry, like, that's very abnormal, but it is normal if you leave the sorority. Like I said, you're going to be, like, ostracized. You're going to be shunned.
Sure.
You're not going to be welcome to another sorority's party. The whole Greek system is going to kind of, like, look at you like, listen, you took a vow and you broke it. That's a big no-no.
I'm looking forward to Outcast hitting that video, so make sure you tune in. Somebody please put a link, and make sure you sub up. He's only got like 2,000 subscribers already. Now he's another one that they get their start here, Jen, and then they forget all about me, and they move on and blow up. But he's a really talented, very you didn't. You're a loyal purger.
Purgette. I'm a Purgette.
Purginian. We'll just say Purginian, and we'll keep it non-binary. But he is a very talented DJ, entertainer, and he's got a way with the mic that is second to none. He can keep the chat rolling all night long, so I dig that dude. All right, Jen, I'm going to take my little plop break. I'm not doing that, okay? Don't judge me. No, I'm going to eat. I'm going to slop some pork chop soda and guzzle down some. Oh, I knew it. All right, we'll come back in it's about 10 minutes long. So do what you got to do. Walk the dog. Any of those.
Stop trying to get rid of me.
Those row tricks. Bye, Jen. Just kidding.
Say bye, Jen.
Say goodbye. Don't say goodnight, Jen, yet. No.
All right, I won't.
Because then you'll be on forever. We know you're a late night guy. We'll see you in just a hot minute. Yeah, okay. I'm going to have to delete this. And hold on, I'm going to delete you. Bye. We'll be back. Okay. Let's see. Let's add this in one more time. See, if I had the Outcast talent, you guys wouldn't have to deal with these technical difficulties that I always get. Let's see here. This one is the one we want. We want audio. Yay, it already did it for me. Thank you. It's about time it learned my preferences, right? 2 big fat pork chops in caramel. It's the only way I take my chops. Gotta rub them in the caramel. I'll be honest with you. I was a little tempted to put some mustard on there. I don't know what it is. I'm not pregnant, and it's not yours, Heather. That's all I gotta say. Okay, so we're gonna play my reel. God, I picked the wrong thing again. I did it again. More technical difficulties here. Thank you for Ronald McDonald leading me. And Grimace, Hamburglar, they all love you. And we're going to shove a pineapple burger down your throat right now. If you haven't seen this video yet. Alright, let's see. Where is this now? Matt Foley is down in my basement walking his dog. I can hear him stomping around down there. There it is. And here we go. Okay, get rid of that. Hold on. Don't start without me. Hold on, folks. 1 second, please. Okay. Here we go. And one of those and one of these. What did I do? Okay. Yeah, I need to get a drink real quick. I will be right back after these messages. This is our reel. We're going to take a little break, folks, and I hope that you enjoy the show and are comfortable and sitting there with your Milk-Bone dog biscuits and treats and making mac and cheese for your pit bull. So here we go. I'll be back in just a hot minute.
I'm already giving you some.
Good evening, Fancy. It's nice to see you. You're my favorite crime reporter. Yes, I attended today's hearing of the Brian Koberger case. And how are we supposed to trust a judge that can't even master using a microphone? You have to talk into it, Hitler, you moron!
Why are these lights not working?
That's the wrong remote. That is literally the wrong remote.
Hello, and welcome to another episode of What Happened Here. Is this the name of a town? Or is something horrible up the road?
That's what happens when you teach a coworker how to drive a front end. Who's a big boy? Who's a great big boy?
Stop it. If you attack me like that again, I'll step on your foot. Okay, don't do it. That's a physical assault you just made. I'm sorry. Don't do it again. Don't do it again. You're not big enough to do that.
Funny guys are dangerous. They will make you laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh, and then poof, your clothes are off.
I sensed someone to my left. So I says, buddy, have you got a match? And I got no answer. So I turned, there was his helmet, but there was no head under the helmet. It's like I made this up. And then they opened up again and they were trying to catch up with me. I'm thinking, boy, those Germans, they don't know how to even shoot at a toothpick. But I made it to the cliffs, safe. A miracle. It's one of the miracles of my life.
Please, be my eyes. Back the fuck up, Brandon. Back the fuck up. Dude, stop. Stop. There's debris coming down at you. Stop your fucking car. Sorry, stop. I see it. I see it. You do.
You're shooting it, man. You got it. I got it. I don't have my eyes on the map, but I got it.
Liberty must be watered with the blood of tyrants and patriots. Today we did what we had to do. They counted on America to be passive. They were oh so fucking wrong.
How was it during the session?
Very sweet.
Yeah.
Very good.
Very good.
Because bombs are falling from the sky will hit the target. Time to simplify.
Oh, just man. Woo! That was it, that was it. Oh, dude. That was
Yo, KB, is that the name you claim? Rolling through genres, let me play this game. Rap like a madman, Eminem with the slang, spitting bars so sharp like a rap hangman. From YouTube fame to Idaho's wild ride, you're breaking it down, putting truths aside. Kane B got the purge, no doubt he's the king, breaking down the case like a YouTube machine. Kane B the purge, bringing heat in the booth. Facts on the table, there's no room for proof. Throwing down lyrics while the world's watching. Is it guilty or free? That's the question we're knocking. Kane B the purge, taking Idaho by storm. He's got the heat and the truth breaking the norm. We're all glued to this case, no one's letting go. Will Brian be guilty or will he be let go? Kane B's in the game, watch him lay it all bare. Will justice find the truth or just disappear in the air? Here's my bubblegum pop, you ready or not? Kane B's in the mix with the case so hot. Rap, rock, pop, he's switching it up. Dancing through the genres like a YouTube cup. Got Kane B, the purge, putting the story in flow. Breaking it down with humor, watch the case blow. Boom, Kane B's riding with electric groove. Breaking it down, yeah, he's on the move. He's got the purge, so come and watch him reign. Sipping on knowledge like it's truth on a train. Kane B the purge, taking Idaho by storm. He's got the heat and the truth breaking the norm. We're all glued to this case, no one's let go. Will Brian be guilty or will he be let go? Kane B's in the game, watch him lay it all bare. Will justice find the truth or just disappear in the air? Now here I am, R&B vibes on deck. Let's get a little smooth, but don't forget I'm bringing humor, I'm bringing the sound. But this case got us all spinning round. KB with the truth, it's hard to ignore. Like waiting for that next chapter in the lore. KB with the truth, it's hard to ignore. Like waiting for that next chapter in the lore. Super highlight.
Okay. Is that me? I'm back? Okay, hi, everybody. How you doing? I didn't know it was over. I thought it was still going. I hope you enjoy. I just heard a wild noise. And so either I have a demon in my house or my refrigerator's on the fritz. Let's get back to the kids over here in the control room. Hello, Jen. Are you there? Hello, Operation JJ. There goes... Okay, my Texas toast has dinged. I heard the wildest noise. I don't know, maybe I forgot to shut off my coffee maker. But it was like...
I'm going to lean towards fridge demon.
I like to go with
I
like to go with my gut instinct, JJ. I'm pretty sure that's what I heard. It was a gargling sound.
I think one of those in Ghostbusters one time. They're not a pretty sight. Them fridge demons are nasty.
I'm here.
Hi, Jen.
Hi.
I have peach slices in my orange drink. Did I tell you? It's absolutely delicious.
You're fancy. I'm telling you, you're pregnant.
Well, today's show is brought to you by Orange Drink with peach slices. So,
and type 2 diabetes.
Imagine
allegedly. That's your conjecture. I think we might have to do a point counterpoint.
I'm not a doctor. I'm also not the vice president.
On the next Operation GCD.
Hey, did you see Steve's new thing is like to talk crap about speculation? Did you notice like a couple of interviews that he did?
Absolutely. 100%.
Like, bro. It's so funny. He wants to talk crap about YouTubers, but those people are the ones that are funding his GoFundMe. Like, calm down, Steve. Hold on, I got a phone call.
Well, I would cite the Facebook persons. I think I don't know. Isn't it funny how quickly Facebook took off? Because it was like a thing. I think that it offered a young feel, and it was the first one of its kind beyond MySpace, for older people to feel young. You know, like they're acting like teenagers, posting pictures, and this and that on Facebook. I don't know.
It's ludicrous, all of it.
Sorry about that.
Adults don't act like adults anymore, Kane. We've lost it as a society.
That's another point that's been made for sure. I don't know. I haven't lost faith 100% yet. From day to day it varies, but when you see the clowns that are running the streets right now, it does make you wonder. I deleted that.
Clowns, you say?
Yes, the ones running around in the loud. Okay, you have to have a motorcycle that's loud. I get it. You want them to know you're coming. But does it have to be ear-shatteringly, earth-quenchingly destructive every time you rev the engine?
Okay.
I guess. I mean, I love Harleys. I love Indian motorcycles. I love crotch rock. I love them all. But if you're in a 35-mile-an-hour zone or a 40-mile-an-hour zone, there's no reason for you to go flying by me at 90.
Did you just hear? I just like a bunch of them just drove by just right when you said that. I don't know if you can hear it or not.
Well, Jen, I have actually had the instant karma satisfaction of seeing one of these guys acting like a complete douche in traffic, weaving in and out to get to the red light. And there was just in Florida, in this part of Florida, we don't have a lot of topography. It's very flat. But this one area where this guy happened to be going south on US 19, stopped at the light after cutting all these cars off, and he's just sitting there, and he guns it when the light turns green, and goes into a wheelie, and I'm like, oh wow, really impressed, dude. And then I was still down at the bottom of the hill, and all you see at the top of the hill is the motorcycle flies 30 feet in the fucking air and then crashes down, and you just see a million motorcycle parts blow into pieces.
I hate to laugh at that, but I mean,
you're going to hell for laughing at that, Jen, for
that's
sure.
What you get.
But it was one of two glorious instant karma moments. The other one was this guy was in a Mitsubishi Eclipse, with his friend, and they were turning on US 19, and I was going through the light from the other side, and they were turning right. Well, they cut me off, even though I had the green light. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. It's 20 miles an hour zone anyway. So, because there's a blind, deaf child in the neighborhood that has a sign, warning, blind, deaf, mute child. And so I always used to go and slow there. Hey, Shaggy, how you doing, man? Oh, the Occult Rejects in here, too. Wow, shit just got real. What's up, Nick?
I think Nick wanted to join us there, Kane, if you want to post the link.
Jump on up, my brother. I'll be happy to have you. That'll be a new one. Nice treat for you folks tonight. We got Nick from the Occult Rejects coming on up here. So the second one was, they cut me off in the green Mitsubishi Eclipse, right? So I'm driving my grandma's speed, because I don't want my insurance rates to go up, or I don't want to get a ding on my car or a flat tire or something. It's funny how cautious you get when you get older, right? And so I pull up to them, and now their car is turned upside down on its hood, and it's spinning. And it spins with the headlights facing me, and I see the two idiot clowns in the car. Hi, musical contestant. Very nice to see you. Staring at me, stuck in their seatbelts, upside down. Stupid. And so I'm just like, okay, yep, turn it. And I turned around and just went the other way. Because you can go around.
Maybe you have superpowers. Maybe you're causing this with your mind.
When you want something bad enough, Jen, I think.
Listen, that's manifestation at its finest.
I wouldn't wish that on anybody except for these assholes. It happens, and it's sad because
you think they die.
Well, no, they were fine. But the ambulance was there before I even made a 360 or 180. Anyway, yeah. You ever had a moment like that, JJ?
Story of my life, friend. Story of my life.
I'm sure you've seen it all. I'm sure people have tried to outsmart you as a military police officer and flubbed completely up because they're drunk or whatever. Is that along the right lines?
Don't be deceived by my looks. I may look like a young man, however, I'm an old grizzly master sergeant, and I can spot folks bullshit from a mile away from my many years in the Air Force Police. That is correct, yes, sir.
And they seem to be drawn to me like magnets. For some reason,
I get that a lot too in public. I get a lot of weirdos just like, hey, this guy seems like a great guy to go talk to, and I'm like, oh, what is it about me that causes that? I have no idea.
It's like OCD coded Friday here on the Purge. Oh, I guess it's Saturday morning. Happy weekend, everyone! You made it. You survived the week. It's very nice to see Melissa Z6R6V. Hello. Welcome in, musical contestant. Always a pleasure. Now Heather finally will stay around because she's got some cohorts to chuckle with over here. Those are two main dudes.
Did you post the link there, sir?
I think I did. Let me make. I probably posted the link to Nothing Half-Assed. Okay, let me try. I'm sorry, Nick. He's like, what the fuck am I doing?
YouTube.
Yeah, I did. I'm sorry. That's how we get you here. Gotcha. He's a first-time guest. We got to bust his balls a little bit. All right, back to the group over here. Sorry about that, Nick. Nick's like, fucker. You're going to put a spell on me.
You picked a good night to join us. The pineapple burgers were delicious.
Yes, I've been feeding them very well. So what do you think, Jen? You down for a pineapple burger?
Only if I get some motions and lemonade to drink with it.
Oh, you just reminded me of my Texas Toast supplemental pork chop. I gotta go. You guys, as soon as Nick gets in here, welcome him in.
You got a primary and supplemental pork chop moving over there.
Man,
I like your style. You planned it out well. You got the first round and the second round. I like it.
Well, I only eat pretty much once a day. I'll have like cereal in the morning and coffee, and then I'll do my big dinner. There's Nick. How you doing, Nick? I don't have a title ready for him. I got one for you guys. Let me work on that while I eat my pork chop here.
I thought you were going to say you want to eat once a day, then start listing out a bunch of things you eat all day long. And I'm like, wait a second, Kane.
It's the 7,000 calorie diet. Oh, right. Milkshakes and lemonade. That sounds
never stop eating.
good.
Your body's always burning calories.
That's how I stay fit, by constantly shoveling garbage in my mouth.
Right.
Oh man. All right, let's see if we can hear Nick. Hello, Nick. How are you?
Yo, can you hear me?
Hey, Nick.
Yeah,
Hey.
you're good. Let me get some titles
welcome
up
to the
for you
Purge,
guys.
sir.
Welcome to the
thanks.
party, man. Have you been listening in tonight a little bit?
I just got on now. I was eating after the last show, but I think we'll change it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Food is the big topic here today, and
True crime and food, basically.
it really they go hand in hand. They really do. You have to admit. Let me get this thing down there.
Very pork chop focused conversation tonight, Nick.
This is true. Hold on. So
You should
how?
name your pork chops? Name one Officer Payne. Name the other one Fry. Name them.
I'm focusing on moving names here. Here we go. Is that right?
Okay.
I got you backwards. That's perfect for the Purge.
What are some of your thoughts on the case, Nick? Generally speaking, with the all the time and discussions you've had on the Idaho 4 case, along with myself, on the occult rejects and Operation GCD. Ron from Wicked Planet. What we've done about 20 hours over there amongst us three talking the case. So you've seen the full scope of the events that have transpired around this case, over that time, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, even for me, looking at it from the beginning to where it is now, at first, I mean, I always thought that Brian Kohlberger didn't do it, or if he did, he wasn't by himself. But I really didn't buy that the guy was able to do it. And I figured there must have been some reason why they're going to pin the guy for that. But at this point,
I think that's literally the exact, almost word for word statement you make in one of our first shows that you, me, and Ron did. Like that, literally, like your opening statement. There was literally like the same thing you said then. That's pretty accurate.
I'd have to say now, just due to some of the stuff you sent me and that I've seen. I mean, I was even questioning. I'll be totally honest with you. At the beginning, I was even questioning if it even really happened. I do actually question if the whole thing's fake. At this point, I know that's like a drastic.
I thought that thought before. It's not that far fetched. I don't think, honestly.
There's no house. There's nothing to prove that these people are dead or that the crimes even took place anymore.
There's so many AI pics in this, case. It's crazy. It definitely fits the bill as like some sort of, I don't know, psyop, whatever.
Right.
I just find it weird that
there's no probate for the victims,
and that the victims' bodies are gone. Like there's no proof.
They never took them out of the house. Like it's weird. Definitely weird.
Yeah. No. Yeah. There's no pictures of the coroner van. There's no funerals.
Yeah.
The Ethan Chapin funeral was sold as a funeral by the media. However, on paper at the University of Washington, where it was held, it was a memorial service.
Also, the PCA said there was an autopsy done. I guess a second autopsy. I don't know, but it said dated. I think December 15th. Don't quote me, but it was
no, you're correct.
It was after his funeral. I'm like, how did they do an autopsy?
Right.
I don't know how that works.
No, it was December 15th. That came out later. Yeah, because supposedly the alleged funeral took place on November 21st.
21st, Brian's birthday, right?
Yep. That is his birthday.
Oh.
A lot of ones and twos in this case, Nick. A lot of ones and twos.
Oh yeah. Even stuff with Brian Kohlberger, I thought there was just weird stuff with, he's a G building, and it was just like certain things.
Yes, the G.
A lot of that.
That's a good observation from somebody that, I mean, I know you're not as vested in this case as JJ, but that's to bring up that minute of a detail. That's why I love watching you guys, because the details matter and you focus on them. And I'm not trying to blow smoke up your ass, but it's fucking incredible, dude. And I hope that more people that haven't yet join in on Fridays, and you do your show on Monday, Nick, typically, or do you have a set?
My show? No, actually, I have a set day where the shows drop. They drop on Wednesdays and Fridays, but I always do my live with JJ on Friday. That's one definite thing. Friday for me. Fridays and Thursdays, actually. Sorry, Thursdays.
Getting weird on Fridays. We had a good one tonight, that's for sure. I had a good conversation with our guests tonight.
You know what's even another weird one, Kane? And I mean, I think JJ will probably even remember this. And I don't know if there's really anything to it, but I really did think something was fishy about the crime scene cleanup company.
Yeah.
Remember when I was looking them up, and the guy had a whole bunch of different companies that was all supposedly on some plot of land that did not have a building and had a pond on it.
Yep.
It was like, well, where's this crime scene cleanup company actually? Like, where does it exist?
You know, when they sent that remediation company that came with the tent and like put it in front of the door, there was one of the workers had like really long, like reddish brown hair. Does anyone remember?
No.
Oh yeah, that's the same company. You know, that's the same company we're talking about. I don't remember that specific employee, but that is the same company.
Oh, see, I was just going to ask you about that now.
The guy was at the grub truck. The guy with the long brown hair.
Oh, really?
I'm starting to think now if this stuff, if you want to entertain that this all might possibly be fake, I would assume, and this is why I wanted to have you on or talk to you about the video, I would actually maybe assume that was even set up for us to just mind fuck ourselves over. Like, I'd be interested in who actually owns, who's the owner of that truck?
John Fletcher.
Is he connected to like?
You're in the right company to ask that question, Nick, because I don't know.
I'm a huge grub truck nerd. Yeah, and also the building that it parks in front of, that the grub truck parks in front of, is owned by Christchurch Deacons or whatever.
Oh, interesting.
Yep.
I'm just
St.
wondering.
Andrews Academy.
Yep. And you know that, what did you say to Adam video, is the camera is mounted on New St. Andrews building.
Yeah, that's a very suspect release of that video. That never made any sense to me.
That's what I thought. I always thought it was like, yo, something's weird here. I mean, I do think maybe you could get some stuff out of it. I thought it was a little weird, but just to me, I was like, I have a feeling this is here just to mind fuck people and give people more of a.
I think that whole video is AI personally, and I think that it's staged, as well as the Corner Club shot that came out, because conveniently in one swoop it cleared, at least in the court of public opinion, it cleared Jack D, Hoodie Guy,
yep,
Adam. I'm sorry, I don't buy it. Plus, I did a video about the group that released, the Facebook group that released those two pieces of evidence, which are crucial in establishing a timeline. The Adam video and the Corner Club still shot is the same group that Papa Roger was posting in. And I just find a hard time believing that those aren't paid actors that run that group. Like out of all media outlets, we're supposed to believe that like they got that lucky. You know what I'm saying? Like they got the Papa Roger activities, and they got, you know, a source gave them the Adam video, and then a source gave them no, I don't buy it.
Yeah.
I don't buy it.
I agree, because like all this stuff has been distractions. Like that Linda Lane footage. That's, speaking of mind fucks, that has mind fucked the entire Idaho 4 community. It looks like, right? Everyone wants to dissect that. It's on kind of this unofficial release leak footage, like this other leak footage, right? That is released at, I think, at very strategic times in which to distract folks and whatnot.
Absolutely, just like the plea for help locating the Elantra.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
It was on the same day that they were taking items and packing them into the U-Haul.
It's like they called the press on the way out the door to the house with the U-Haul and like, hey, you know, we need your help, send out the press release, and then they're literally hopping in the U-Haul moments later.
Right, and how do they even how are they going to discern like whose belongings are whose? I didn't see any like names written on the boxes, nothing like that. And it's just funny there, you know, if I was like, oh, you know, we want to help the families get some closure and blah blah blah, like these items may have meaning to them, like, and then I see them carry out like a chair, some dirty shoes, a pillow.
Right.
Like, well, how is that sentimental? You were in that much of a rush to give them those things? What? I don't buy it. That's not normal. People don't realize how
reasonable sense.
Right, like people don't realize that is like unheard of, to be removing items from the scene like that. And they gave them to the school, to UI, to hold, and then they didn't even release them to the families for months.
Jen, that is absolutely brilliant observation, and something I had not even mulled over. That you just kind of shook my brain hole, and
Your manhole.
I wish. Can you get in there and cornhole and finish the job?
Yeah.
But wait, which part? What did I say that blew your manhole?
Welcome to Friday night here at Criminal Confidential. This is Operation GCD Occult Rejects Takeover tonight. It couldn't be more official. But yeah, the fact that they weren't, there was no order to the move. There was no sense to it. There was no, this is Kaylee's box. This is Ethan's box. If they were so concerned about getting it back to the families, you would think that labeling would be a priority. But then again, look at where they approached the investigation. So, you know, and I guess maybe they just put it in an open room and let the families come and claim what they think is their kids. It's wild.
That seems like so counterproductive. Like, why would you at least write, like, okay, this is in room 1, room 2. Like, I mean, at the very least, it's just crazy. And I saw them carry out a canister vacuum, and I was like, that could have evidence of a cleanup in there, but it's gone now, so I guess the vacuum was sentimental.
It was an heirloom. It was an heirloom vacuum.
Yeah, exactly. It was a those are real antique. Those are real, you know, gems.
It had to be a Kirby then. It was the back to the door-to-door salesman shit.
It was the one that the crime scene cleanup left behind.
Yeah, exactly. That was the vacuum cleaner he was holding. Speaking of the vacuum cleaner, I keep thinking the whole fireman comment and like holding a vacuum type object. These woodland firemen, the National whatever fire service, whatever it's called, you know, they have those axes, and when you put like one of those cases on it, or even like the chainsaw cover, it could look like a vacuum type object.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I don't know, JJ, I don't know if you saw like the last video I posted with the guy from the grub truck who has a tie to Emily.
Oh.
I did not.
Okay, well, you got to watch it. And
no, I definitely will. What's the tie we talking about here?
Well, they used to follow each other on Instagram. The guy that got arrested for strangulation, Tebow, he used to follow Emily, and then this Asian girl, Kayla. She was the sorority sister of Kaylee's. She did a couple interviews. She was the one. Kayla is the one whose apartment they were at when they took that group photo with the roommates and Ethan during the day.
Right there by the infamous corner of the undercovers. Right.
So those two, the guy from the grub truck used to follow the Asian girl, Kayla, and then Emily, but no longer does. So I always just listen to that age group. That's a big deal. Like you don't unfollow.
That is a big deal.
You don't follow unless like there's some kind of beef. And I don't know if you know this or not, but Kaylee and Olivia don't follow each other on Instagram either. But Kaylee follows Olivia's husband. Kaylee and Jack D don't follow each other, but Jack D follows Olivia, for example. I mean, Olivia even follows Xana's sister, Jasmine, but like not her actual sister. So that tells me that she's blocked because she didn't even follow posthumously. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. No, that's important information.
To me, like that's a big deal. Yeah.
I almost unfollowed Kane on the break because he didn't put enough ketchup in my pineapple.
I forgot all about my pork sandwich over there served in a dirty ashtray.
You
know,
what little Instagram anomalies. Oh, another one.
It's Jen. Hold on before you forget.
Before I forget.
I have a greasy pork sandwich served in a dirty ashtray. No, I have Chet. That's Chet from Weird Science. When he turns into a big bag of shit, he's like, "How about before?" Anyway, okay, so that seems to maybe our generation an insignificant detail, but it's also very important because it's coming from the mother of a 15-year-old who would be more inclined to notice that sort of detail, and it's important.
And an 18-year-old. So I got, I asked my kids before, I'm like, is it a big deal? Like, would you be mad? And my daughter was like, she's like, I would probably be like, hey, why did you unfollow me?
Well, you don't have to brag, Jen.
That age group, it's taken as an insult, kind of.
I'm sure that you have an endless stream of guys beating down the door, so to speak, for those girls. Are they pretty popular? I'm guessing.
I have a son and a daughter.
Oh, a son and a daughter. Okay, so the guys are coming after your son.
My daughter's not into the boys yet. She's kind of, thank God, she's kind of like
late bloomer. Yeah, it's. Oh wow, you got to watch out for the late bloomers, yeah. Jen. That's going to be a nightmare.
But my son, on the other hand, my son's a little ladies' man. He's been a ladies' man, unfortunately, but no, it's okay.
Is he dating the older ladies? Is he going after the cougars and trying to cash in on this?
Age. Yeah, he's a senior in high school. His same age group, maybe give or take a year. But before I forget, another Instagram anomaly is Jasmine Kernodle, right? Follows all of the victims and like all of their friends and their family members, except Maddie. She doesn't follow Maddie, but she follows a Maddie memorial page. I just thought that was a little interesting too. I wonder like what the beef is there, because there's also a photo of Jasmine and Jake Stryger and like some other people on a boat, and like they look a little cozy together. I just always wondered if there's some kind of, drama.
Are you sure you didn't watch One Tree Hill?
Listen, I'm nosy. I got nothing else to do. No.
Now, did they grow up together, Zaina and her sister?
I don't know. I always wondered that, because
that's a good question. That is
because why wouldn't they live together or like go to the same school together? I don't know. It seemed like a little separate.
That thing you said about the charter school is another important detail.
Oh, Kaylee. Yeah, why was she the only one of the G's kids that went to a charter school? And remember, Steve said something like, oh, like how she had felt she was being punished because they had to wear a uniform. Like, I just wonder, did something happen? I mean, it's probably totally not relevant, but I just want to know why, because it's victimology, It's just relevant.
Did you guys see Musical Contessa's post? She says, yeah, an electric scooter would be a quick getaway, and I've always wondered if it was some type of electric something, because it's so quiet, they're so fast, and they tuck away easily, coming and going. That's a great point, Contessa.
Well, that is a good point, and if we're to believe the murder scene was at 1122 King, and that is where the crime took place and not somewhere else, and the bodies were in that home.
Sure. Allegedly, right?
Yeah, if I was to go in and out of that property the best manner I would see fit, be up and down that hill on the pathway in and underneath that balcony. I mean, there's no other way to it. If you want some sort of dynamic entry into that situation, that's a little bit of a different story. That's more of a stealthy entry. The dynamic entry is apparently they're just leaving the doors open. You know what I mean? So you just walk right in.
Or somebody let him in, like DM let the driver in.
Yep, and that text was code for everyone's in their rooms, the door's open. It's, you can come in. That's what I think.
Either way, I'll go ahead.
No, I think the text that DM sent to Eric asking if he was still driving was code for, okay, coast is clear, everyone's in their rooms or everyone's home, doors unlocked. Maybe just theorizing, I don't know.
It's certainly plausible. But that back door seems that the cover and concealment you get in and out of that back door through the ridge line that it sits next to there next to the apartments there, you get that little hill. Mm-hmm. And then you got all the woods back there with that trail. You can get up to the next roadway within about 30 seconds. So, if you do want to get on that scooter, Kane, that'd have been the best place to find that scooter.
Even just a bicycle. Listen, Brian was doing like 7-mile runs. He was, late at night. There's a path that is about 7 miles from Pullman to right where I think near the Arboretum or something. I don't know, somewhere over there. He could have just rode a bike or ran if he really did this. Like, why would he bring his car? Like, it's just so stupid. But someone
does seem really stupid. Yeah.
I don't understand why you would even bring your car to that back area. You could easily put your car somewhere else and go back there.
Like on a dead end street on a weekend. Like, come on. No.
I honestly
with the
think
cops staked out out front.
It's a good chance.
Right. I do think the timeline that we were told originally is the real one. I don't think it's after 4 a.m. I think it's at the latest between 3 and 4, but possibly even earlier.
I start to wonder if they ever even had any clue what the timeline was. The corpses didn't reveal that, obviously because of the delays in getting to them, and they're changing stories based on survivors that were in the house's stories. It's just so plus they're just so dumb, dude. We can see how dumb they are, and at best they completely blew the investigation.
I don't disagree one bit. They are dumb.
What? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying it, Kane. I don't disagree there, sir. They are dumb.
And people that want to die on that guilt hill, they need to realize that even if you could still think he's guilty and still be pissed about the fact that they're completely spitting in the judicial system. They're not. This is corruption and guilt can both exist. You could still think he's guilty and still be like, hey, what the F is going on here? That's why that's why I feel like Steve has got an agenda. I can't give him the benefit of the doubt anymore, where I think he's just a grieving father. No, at this point it is intentional manipulation of the public. And
yeah, it's like a magic show, right? If you want to talk about magic shows, it's this overarching narrative you're talking about, the guilters narrative that is, encapsulated everyone's minds like it's some sort of fucking weird, disturbing magic show, because they're not asking questions about the corrupt nature of these things or how obscenely just preposterous the things continue to get. That's not even consideration amongst this guilter crowd, because I think to me, it just seems like it's part of some weird magic show about the whole situation.
It's so obvious to me. That's why I'm like, wait, how could anybody think this is okay?
Right.
How could it's so it's such an insult to my intelligence to even think that I would ever believe the crap they're trying to sell. So I don't know how they got so many people to buy in, but listen, I wish I was blind like that, because the world is scary. The reality of this world is really scary.
One idea Nick and I toss about occasionally is the idea that folks are tracking the way the true crime community reacts to things, and sometimes I'm not saying that this is a fake psyop situation. It certainly could be, but sometimes they have psyops in the true crime community just to see how people react.
Yeah,
study it.
Experiments, absolutely.
Yep. Jen, did you not to get off the topic, I just want to know real quick, did you get into the Kylie Rodney case?
No, this is the first case that I ever really followed. I kind of was into the Debbie Collier case a little bit, but not even close to this one.
Gotcha. Because I thought that was kind of, it might have happened, but
I kind of know what happened, Kylie Rodney, but I don't really know what happened.
Definitely think that case was used to fuck
around. People underestimate the ability these young people have to keep their mouths shut.
That's for damn sure, right?
Come on.
No one said it. That's why I keep stressing too there, Jen. No one says anything around these circles.
No one.
No.
They are as tight-lipped as 1%er bike clubs.
Exactly.
I don't. That's the one thing I've said too that I don't get. You need to tell me there ain't one motherfucker there that needs attention so fucking bad. Instead of making my ass clap today on Instagram, I'm just gonna tell the story about what happened at Idaho.
Technically speaking, they're college students, Nick. They could make their ass clap and do that at the same time.
No, but you know what I mean? Yeah, right. That bad needs attention. That hasn't come out and talked about that yet.
There's a lot to lose.
For sure.
There's a lot to lose.
Nobody probably doesn't know anything.
That's it, though, right? That is it, Jen. They know the devil they're dealing with.
And the fact that nobody's, spilled any, details tells me that someone powerful is keeping them quiet.
Well, they just know the outcome, right? They know the outcome is essentially they throw. It's a different life for them. Even if they just weren't part of these organizations, even if they were shunned. Right, socially, it's a different life form.
It's totally it's they can lose everything, and it's scary. Why would you want to speak out when you're not gonna? It's gonna do nothing but make your life hard, if not even end your life. You never know. I mean,
or just ruin it because they've just thrown away all these quote unquote opportunities they've been given.
right. If you look at the
These
student
organizations.
handbook, like the bylaws and stuff for UI, it's so vague and like it's on purpose. For example, it basically says something to the effect of any kind of electronic communications, like, you know, on social media, whatever, text message that goes against university interests. They can take away your degree for that after you've graduated.
Yep.
Like, it's very vague on purpose. Like, it's basically up to the dean of students, I think, to decide whether or not you went against university interests. So, I mean, you could literally lose your degree, you could lose your housing, you could lose your friends. Like, why? Like, your life maybe? I don't think it's unusual to think that they'll keep their mouths shut at all. Jesus.
I think you might need to call an ambulance for Kane. We got a
Drink some lotion and lemonade. Have a nice cold glass of lotion and lemonade.
I need some whiskey on the stat.
No, that you're making some good points, because that is what looms over a lot of these young folks' heads that do know anything, is that them saying anything, they'll immediately be ostracized, let alone maybe face far greater circumstances that they're keenly aware of. I think that what went on here is there's a large volume of folks that are keenly aware of. They might not know the specifics, but they know what went on here.
Yo, but see, now if the thing's fake, though, would you?
You present a good argument. If they know what went on here,
that's
if it's fake, it'd be
going.
compartmentalized, right? So if that's the case, right?
That's why the students are just like, I've heard, but I honestly don't know what the fuck happened because nothing did happen.
That's a solid point. I can't really dispute that, sir. The idea that is the case here. I like it because it is almost the only thing that makes sense to me anymore.
I would love to actually go up to that school and walk around and just ask the kids. Just start randomly asking people. Nobody here knows a goddamn thing about that.
It's the only thing I always come back to with any theory is that what can explain Dylan and Bethany not being harmed, right? And the only explanation I could come up with is they're, someone, either a student or, more than one student, the fraternity, sorority, I don't know. But I think it's pretty obvious they were covering up for this, the frats and the sororities and the school from day one, starting with that 911 call. Because why, now that we know what it, what it is, why would they cover that up? Like, who cares?
Right.
I think one thing
that explains delay and everything.
One thing that's clearly overlooked and is very frowned upon is to conjecture that any of the students would be capable of doing this.
They're more than capable.
I'm so tired of that whole thing. It's like
it's a sacrilege to suggest anyone other than BK could possibly do this. Well, he's a student also. What what sets these other guys aside?
And these aren't like little wimpy kids. Like, a lot of these kids come from like farming families. They've grown up like doing some hard labor. They're tough. They're not scared of some blood. It's not out of the realm of possibility at all. I don't know why people don't realize the world we live in. Like,
whether it's real or not, they do want to project an image of being all hard and gangster, and they can
maybe like hard and gangster, but just like they're just tough.
Well, it's almost like they're trying to act out what they see in the movies. And they all want to be. They all want to be Kane. They all want to be Purges, like in what was that movie?
Malibu's Most Wanted.
Malibu's Most Wanted is my brother's favorite movie. He loves that freaking movie. Not Boys in the Hood, but the other one.
I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about like just muscle strength. Like, just strength.
This watch.
Riding horses.
This watch could have saved 50 more lives.
That all takes muscle. Like, you gotta like have some strength to be able to ride a horse, to ride a bull. I don't know, farm some corn, whatever they do out there. But
hunt. Don't forget.
Right, hunts. Like, these. My point is, they're not like little dainty little flowers.
They're not stereotypical. I don't know. I kind of have a mixed impression of the generation that it is, right? I guess you would call them tail end millennials, right there.
For the most part, but I think that when you look at like the like families that are Idahoans that have been there, native, I feel like a lot of, obviously not all, just I'm generally speaking, but I feel like they grew up different than like kids in Brooklyn, obviously.
Yeah.
They're not going to be scared of a little hard work and some gore.
Yo, my opinion, even those kids' lives look fake on social media.
It's like they came out of like central casting. Someone sent me a message one day, like came out of that central casting. I'm like, holy shit, it does look like they came out of central casting.
Yo, go back to like June of 2023, Land's End. You'll probably find them in that catalog.
Right.
Oh, I just remembered something else. Aubrey, Kaylee doesn't follow her sister Aubrey either. So there's definitely more. There's something in that family that went down, and that's why I really do think Kaylee was estranged to a point. I don't think she was close with her family at all. I wouldn't be surprised if she didn't speak to them at all. And that's why they had no real clue about her and Jack D's relationship, like, because she wasn't speaking to them. That's why they didn't go down to Moscow when they got the phone call, which, by the way, her cousin got it first, not even them, I just feel like something went down.
What was up with all those damn phone calls?
What, to JD?
I forgot who, but like after it happened, wasn't there like multiple phone calls to like an ex, like two girls calling the same?
Yeah. The two of the victims were calling one of their quote unquote ex-boyfriend, who the narrative they want us to believe is that like, oh, they were just taking a break. Kaylee just wanted a break, making it seem like she was, a brat for wanting a break. But anyway, I'm sorry, but no girl that age is going to pick up and move to another city and leave her man if she's happy and in love. Period. Like, they really don't know what the reality with Jack D and Kaylee were. Like, Kaylee has him blocked on Instagram for a reason. Like, they were not getting back together. Like, no girl in love and happy would move away from her man. Let's be real. No.
Did the cops like seem to entertain that whole thing? Like, what's up with the phone calls, or was that just like...
I don't know, because the PCA said that Payne interviewed Jack D on the 13th. But like Payne didn't get there until like 4:00 or 4:30, and according to the G's, Jack was there immediately after they were notified by the sheriff, which was around 4:00, I think. So like, when did he interview him? First of all, like, why? I don't know. Like, that whole story is a whole other rabbit hole. I don't know.
I feel like they didn't really do much investigating with like outside the kids.
Exactly. How could they? Everyone was out of town. It was the perfect storm. You could leave town and not look suspicious. I mean, just statistically, they wouldn't. How are they able to interview the people they should have, right? When probably at least half of them weren't even in town. Yeah. You had 2 big holidays. Like, just how did they even have the time? The interviews they did do, they probably did by phone. I would not be surprised if they just did them by phone. It's unfortunate. They didn't even like try, in my opinion.
I don't know if it's you or maybe I think Heather has a channel too, or maybe I heard this from somebody completely different. Isn't there like proof of like somebody, one of the girls, like another sister or family member's car being in front of the house?
Oh yeah, Heather did a video.
We did a whole show on that. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know for a fact. It just resembles.
Gotcha. So maybe like, that's fucking weird.
Yeah.
We've never really gotten the full story on all those cars, though, right?
Yo, right? I don't know. It's like if all of us were pulled over in a car and there was a half ounce of weed on the floor, I feel like they'd question us more about that fucking weed than these kids got asked about.
I would tell them Kane did it.
But you know what I'm getting at? It's just like, oh, okay, so you guys are both calling the same dude. All right, yeah, that happened.
I wish I could afford that.
Right?
Sorry, Kane, rolling over on you there, big fella. Pulled over with half an ounce of some.
Come on out, Kane. They found us.
There's no honor among thieves. Shit, what was I gonna do? Thank you, Outcast, for the super chat, man. I appreciate it. It's all times are tight and everybody's hard-earned money. Really appreciate it. And that will definitely go towards the fund for the road to Moscow. So that is coming.
You're bald going there. I thought about maybe going to meet you guys, but I'm not going anywhere close to there. Nope. Not trying to get arrested. Nope.
I've had some thoughts on it recently, more than when I first decided to go there. But I think I'll be okay. AR survived it. Twiz survived. Twiz will look out for me.
Yeah, but we talked about some stuff that is a little dicey.
Listen, Twiz is right in there in the mix with us, and he's not as recognizable as I am, though, coming down like a Muppet down the street. But I
Another
think
reason why I don't want to put my face out there, even though you already did.
If AR was able to face Steve G, I think they want this trial to happen, and to be able to see this guy unalived, and then they can start taking their warrior actions. Allegedly, who knows? Outcast, that will definitely more than likely buy a party favor or two for Twizzlestick. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. Sorry guys, go ahead.
No, can you play
Jen,
my
what was
video
the story
for
with the
JJ?
Corner Club footage? Oh, what was that?
Oh no, I was
Go ahead.
asking Kane if you could play that video for you. The new video. I wanted you to see it with the Emily in the grub truck, I think.
The longer I make you wait, the better the anticipation, Jen. We're here at the Purge,
and watch it one way or another. I just figured he'll watch it on here.
We're just getting started. If you really want to see us watch something, let's play Never Have I Ever.
I'm just sick of staring at this fucking creepy face you got me looking at.
What face?
On the background, in the back end, the back room, whatever it's called.
Oh, I keep popping that back up on the screen. The zombie guy.
Yeah,
I keep trying to scare you with it, and maybe I needed to full screen that bitch because this is your doppelganger. If you were made up of pixels and vertical lines, that would be what you look like right there, Jen. I've popped it up a couple times. If you want more, I'll just go ahead and leave it in the corner, and it can stare at you through the whole show and make you awkward.
No, I'm good.
You're at your best when you're awkward. Believe me, I've seen it. I've been there, done that. But yeah, we're just getting started here at the Purge. We've hit the 7-hour mark, which means that we've finally done all the introductions. We've gotten over the pleasantries. Tonight we have Nick from the Occult Rejects. If you're watching in the replay or you're out there live, curled up on your couch, vacuuming your floor, listening to the Purge, make sure you hit up GCD. And somebody put a link for these folks in the chat. Jen, you just shut the whole show down. Did your
I had you on. I'm sorry.
Did something end your roll there or something? Did you do another type of substance that ruined your roll?
Wait, what?
See, that's unfortunate that you don't get that reference.
So
right
unfortunate. Totes unfortunate.
I expected more from a varsity letterman.
You know what's funny? When that 911 call first came out, I was listening to it, and my daughter walked by. First thing she said, she's like, "Is that fake?" she immediately.
Wait, Jen. Nick is from New York. What? The rest of us aren't. Slow it down to Alabama speed for Trish here. What did you say again?
Nick, you understood me, right?
Yeah.
I said,
you son of a bitch.
My daughter walked by and heard it, and she was like, the first thing she said was, "Is that fake?"
Is what fake? That's what I keep missing.
The 911 call.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. That was, like I keep saying, a lot of this case is just gut instinct. And I think we should learn from that and carry it forward. I think we'll be able to wrap things up a little quicker than we did in this case. It's taken 40 different YouTube programs and 7,000 hours of research to decide we were right from the start. What have you learned today,
Yeah, in what world do people think it's okay to completely switch things up? The timeline, where Dylan and Bethany were, the year of the car, Uber driver, private driver, all of that changed taking items out of the house before, someone was even arrested. None of that is okay, people. None of that is okay, Jeff H.
That's what I'm saying. This stuff's all so far off the reservation as far as acceptable protocols or procedures that it's just like you got to ask yourself, like, what the fuck? Like, what is this?
Like, this is really weird. Like, it's not even like just a little. Okay, it's a little not normal, but no, this is like completely like insanity. This is insanity. They don't do that. Even like the Banfields stop, right? You see the one cop leaves the other one alone with 3 unknown males. Like, that's like police protocol 101, right?
None of that whole traffic scene or the release of the body camera footage, none of it made any sense to me.
It makes me feel like it was strategic. I feel like if they released
why
that,
release it, right? Why would
they released it, so that means it was for a reason. Like, it was
because then everyone can scrutinize it, be like, "Oh, did you see them shadows in the back? Did you hear a scream? Did you see a light? Did you that? Did you look at it?" I looked at it, and I'm just like, "This is nonsense. Like, none of this makes sense. What are these guys doing? Security for the hit?"
It was like I almost feel like it was like an alibi, kind of, or I don't know. But I don't know if you saw, I did a video recently about that guy Saeed with the eyebrows, right?
Sure.
His name is spelled Saeed, but on the body cam, he tells the officer his name is spelled Said. So, okay, whatever. A lot of kids give fake names, but my point is, he called dispatch and it checked out. How did it check out? That's not the real spelling of his name.
I saw that. That was very strange. That was very strange. How does it check out?
It was staged.
Because it was Moscow, and the dispatcher's like, words, letters, words.
So isn't there a dispatcher the Joint 911 Center over at Whitman County?
I don't know. I don't know how that works. And I would love to find another 911 call. Is there a 911 call for Kopaka? Because I just want to hear like the script. Just hear and compare them.
That's another. Wow, Jen, you just hit the nail right on the screw. It is Lana did a whole live on the Kopaka thing, revisiting Kopaka. And JJ, weren't we discussing this? I would actually not mind, barring the copyright strike potential from Lana, playing a part of that video and you guys listening in. You guys okay with hanging out for a little longer there, Nick and Tom?
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm good for a solid 30.
Are okay? All right, great. That's then we'll do that in a minute. Let's keep going on because let me.
No, let's play the video there, Kane. What do you got for us? What was the Kopaka stuff? Because really, that is the elephant in the room. That there's no way in my mind that this Kopaka situation is not somehow tangentially involved, at least.
I'll give you the cliff notes.
We can all agree on that, right?
What's that?
Oh.
We can all agree that it seems pretty obvious that there's some connection between this Kopaka situation and the murders.
Well, one of the things
I never really looked into it, the Kopaka stuff, that much, to be honest.
Oh no.
No, that was okay.
That's what got me into Kohlberger, was really that.
It's wild.
That was December 15th, right? The Kopaka thing.
Yeah.
That was the same day Brian got pulled over.
It makes no sense.
So that was the same day Brian got pulled over in Indiana. You know that also on that same day, someone did a FOIA request through FBI for Kaylee Goncalves. Could be another name. Could be someone else with that name. But that was also on the same day. I just remembered that.
Boy, Jen is in turbo mode tonight. I love it.
I've been gone for a week. I'm excited.
The social media aspect to that whole Kopeka case is really weird too. That's it. It's just a matter if I mention another channel on here. I don't know if you guys.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, and that's not even trying to promote, because I do think he puts out garbage now. But Crime Circus, that clown dude. Yeah, total trash. Yeah, that's just my opinion. But when he first started covering this case, he went into that Kopaka stuff and he was showing a lot of stuff with the social media and the account. Yeah. And there was a lot of fucking weird shit. And there was always the Scream thing popping up constantly in people's pictures.
A what thing? What was it?
The whole thing from Scream. You
want to hear something crazy, Nick?
Lots of true crimes going on at the same time.
Yeah.
Well, guess
And it's
what?
like, yo,
That
what is
movie was actually played that weekend as part of a Moscow Arts movie festival.
It was a month before. It was like
It was a month
October
before, yeah.
13th
Okay,
or something.
it was
October 13th.
very well within the realm of within a month, and so
weird.
that's weird
That's
that you
weird.
bring that up. And I always think of the movie within the movie, which the movie was called
Yeah.
Scream, and then the movie within the movie was called Stab. And it does seem, Nick, I don't know how much you've seen of these social media videos, but you have that one particular party at 1122 when the guy is going up behind all the other guests and making that face. Have you seen that one, Nick?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're familiar with them. Most people in here have seen it. It's just disgusting because it's something that, wow, you're going to overlook that, but you're going to try to manipulate bullshit into General Chow's chicken. You know, it's like, where do you find the finger hole? You know, to put the bowling ball down the fucking lane and get a strike for these fucking victims, right? And that was a roundabout metaphor that I did there, but it worked. So
food references
You
are
know
making
what I
me
thought-
hungry, Kane.
You know what I thought was really, really weird? I forgot the name of it, but I just want to add this in. This was just a weird thing. When, first off, 1122, that does add up to 33. K-bar in Gematria also adds up to 33. And whatever the name on the handle that they kept showing in the social media of like some, God, what is that huge knife? A machete. I think it was a machete that they kept on showing that was like in the social media, something to do with Kopaka. That whatever that they were assuming that might have been used for something, the name on there equaled like 33 as well. And I did find that weird. I don't know. I spent a
I'll
lot.
tell you what doesn't sit right with me about Kopaka is this, when I'm saying there's just no way in my mind this is not somehow at least tangentially connected, is the man's 36 or 37 years old, living by all appearances on a college campus, dorm situation there in Pullman over there in Washington State. That building that he lived in is listed on the campus student housing website. So I don't know how that works out. But the fact that it's the same law enforcement folks involved, when I say joint 911 centers, joint SWAT teams, so it's literally the same it's the same law enforcement hierarchy that's involved in the investigation, that's involved in whatever went on with Kopaka. And at the end of the day, why is Brett Payne the lead detective? I have no idea, but it makes no sense on paper. And him and Kopaka know some of the same people from the Army, some of the precise same people.
I think it's a very big coincidence that Gary Jenkins, who was the chief of Pullman PD, and he's the one that interviewed Brian for that position, he retired,
right?
And then then came back as WSU police chief.
Yep.
I just feel like that's a big coincidence. Like, I can't help but get the feeling that maybe that's, I don't know. It just seems weird. And then also think about it. WSU cops quote unquote, found Brian's Elantra, right? Then the person who is saying he's the driver lives 1,200 feet away from Brian, went so hard looking for Elantra, so hard, turned in like 13 of them on December 10th or something, and then stopped looking. But one of them was Brian's, by the way, even though it was the wrong year. It's almost like people from Pullman were like trying to like force feed Brian's name, and then finally said, shit, they're not getting it. They're not calling back the tips. They're not looking into anything. Let's call the FBI. I don't know. Just something like that. Like, it was like people in Pullman had a vested interest in pushing Brian to the surface, but MPD just wasn't getting it. They weren't picking up what they're putting down.
Sure, but Jen, isn't even that part of the narrative you were describing with this private driver part of the private driver, shit show narrative that they describe? Because the character that they present later does not live in Pullman, does not live 1,200 feet away, right?
Right. And
So
the
more
person
of
doing
this
the
nonsense,
interview is
right?
a full-time driver.
Right.
So, and he took a week off after. Like, come on.
Shaggy is
He's
back.
overworked, needed vacation.
So here, let me give you the gist of the Lana live, and we love Lana here. She works very hard, and she did a real squawk of I saw Q in the chat, and squawk came into my head of lives that were hours long. That were she's very detail oriented. She's very everything is comparing the times, comparing the stories, comparing the facts. We just kind of shoot from the hip here and fly as the crow flies. But I think that we get the details there, and they're like the left brain, and we're kind of eroding the right brain out here in Purge land. But the takeaways that I remember most from Lana's aren't as important as the one thing that I think the clown said, as you referred to, Nick, their drip drop. Is from what I remember, and it just popped in my head when you said clown. I said, "What? I'm here to amuse you." So you might not have heard. I don't shine shoes anymore, Nick. You know. But they allegedly heard on some tape. Somebody says they have it. Whatever. Kopaka yelling, "They are trying to pin the murder of those kids on me." Is anybody familiar with that?
Sounds vaguely familiar. I feel like I heard something about that, but I never looked into the Kopaka stuff that much, to be honest.
Guys?
No, never heard it.
Okay, so I'll read it again.
I've heard rumors of such. The whole once again, this whole situation is mired in mysteries. If you listen to the police radio transmissions from that evening, it's not an emergency situation in any regard, and what you're describing is not the scene you hear on there. But then they come out later with a different narrative, and then they're like, "Look at this, look at that, look at this." It's all nonsense, King. It really makes you really wonder what's going on here, huh?
JJ, leave Brittany alone, please. Just come on.
Leave her alone.
Okay, so I'll say it one more time, just for the people that just jumped in the chat. Hi, Rolamana. Very nice to see you, brother. Kopaka yelled, "They are trying to pin the murder of those kids on me." And so let me go back, and I'll get back to that one in a second.
My apologies. That was actually in Lana's video, is what you're saying. It's no longer rumored, is what you're saying.
No, I think she may have brought it up, but it actually came up in another show that I watch. I forget which one. I'm sorry. I believe it might have been Salty Sleuth. Was talking about it with our friend Swifferfly, who we like very much.
Swifferfly. This is a strange name of strange collection of bandits if they weren't YouTube channels.
Well, you got to have a wacky name.
Round up the usual suspects. You got Slippery Fly, whatever you said there.
And it's also very. I almost just lost my shit. Nick, are you playing the organ, the pipe organ back there?
Oh wow! No, I'm good.
I thought I heard Vincent Price walk in.
It was my phone, I think.
Oh, was that you? I knew it came from the New York area.
I thought that was like some. Oh, I thought that was like. A joke.
You know, Nick, your accent is very downtown Manhattan because my brother-in-law grew up there. His dad had a pharmacy, I think, in Brooklyn or one of those heights or something for 30, 40 years. And him and his twin brother speak almost the same dialect that you got. So I'm guessing, I think you live on Long Island, or maybe you live in Jersey. I don't remember. I don't want to dox you. But I know, I don't know where you grew up. Am I close on my accent guess?
Yeah, no, I grew up on Long Island.
Okay. So yeah, it kind of flows out there. You probably spent a lot of time in the city, I'm sure.
More for fucking raves, but not really.
Yeah, when you live in Long Island, you really don't want to go to the city.
You look like a guy that spent a lot of time in the gutter, Nick, I'll tell ya. What do you drive a cab? Oh shit, I'm fucking dying. Alright, so the takeaways from Lana. She did a live about a year ago. This is Lana or Lonnie. If you guys want to put a link if anybody knows that video. It's impossible to find people's videos on YouTube. Anyway, that shows the body cam footage, and you see a gap, like a overlap, like it was a bad cut in a movie. And at that point, up till that point, there is no timestamp. There was like a period where they just like, oh, fuck it. We're going to refilm this. We don't need a timestamp, and we'll just mix it in with the body cam footage. It was literally like that. And it's when they're talking to the black guy that was there. That's right, I said black guy. No, anyway, no, I'm just saying, the African-American fella there, that's such an insult term to me. Anyway, everybody got really quiet right there. So anyway,
I just feel like if you're saying it,
you got a black eye? Someone got a black eye?
If you're just describing someone, like, okay, I don't know, but
you know what I'm talking about. I'm not rich. So anyway,
Wait, I wasn't listening to the beginning. I just walked away for a second. What body camera?
Oh no, let's go back for Jen, everybody, because she wasn't listening. No, what am I?
Somebody got a black eye.
If it's our time and your time, Mr. Hand, isn't it our time?
No, just what video are you talking about? What body cam?
Oh, okay. So at the Kopaka, not the one where he answers the door and he thinks that people are out to get him, but the one that's the actual day. Okay. So in the one that you were in the chat in this video, Jen. So I know you were there. No, I'm just kidding. I
wasn't watching.
I don't have that good a memory.
Oh, recently, yes. I didn't watch it when the Kopaka stuff when it first came out, but I'm trying to catch up with her. Like Lana's been going back into it because I never looked into the Kopaka stuff. I just didn't have enough brain capacity.
I love how fired up Jen is tonight. I really literally have chills.
911 call for Kopaka?
I heard that question. Yeah, I'd like to know. Heather would probably know that. I believe she played it that night, and the 911 call was a very different experience. And the people that turned her in on that turned him in. I'm sorry, on that 911 call. There's a lot of shit around that. That is a whole other thing I'll get into. Let me finish this though.
Okay.
So you have the black guy, right? And he's there, and he's very calm, and he's talking to the cops, and the cops never say, "Put your hands up." They're walking into this strange. What do they call it? Active shooter situation. And they walk right up to this guy in the hallway, 2 doors down from what's going on. And like, hey man. And they say, hey, you guys want me to make you some coffee? I mean, within 2 seconds, dude. And you're like, holy shit. And that's where the cut is. With no timestamp. Okay, so this same guy, and I'm sorry, I forgot his name, and I don't mean to refer to him like that, but it's Chris. Anyway, he tells them his name it's a female name, like Evan or something like that. It's a guy, ambiguous name.
Evan's a female name? Okay.
Nick, you're in New York. Put your hand over her fucking mouth for a minute, all right? Trying to get this out. You guys are great. Thank you, Jen. I love how she hasn't been this fired up since the first show we did. She was giddy as a 10-year-old. All right, so anyway, this, let's say Evan guy, walked down the stairs. Now we need to get you guys out of here. And he's like, what? And the cops, like, one stairwell behind him, he says, what's your name? He says, Evan. And then they go down to the parking lot, and they talk to the people sitting in the car, which are allegedly, I believe, the roommates that called on Kopaka. Now, there's some mystery here. I'll get into that in a second. But anyway, so now they chat with the driver, and blah, blah, blah. And the Evan guy walks away, and the cop says, hey, Chris, where are you going? Or something. And that was his real name. And at no point was there ever a time where he changed the story of what he told his cop's name was, or told him what his name was. And so what they were thinking is that he was a confidential informant of something. And so that was one. The police knew his real name. The cop slipped up. It was a female cop, so she obviously can't talk or drive. So
be quiet.
Anyway, those were two things. What do you guys make of that? Sorry, I went on a rant.
Well, I know with Saeed, like I always felt like he ran up to the cop, like he knew them, like he walked up to them with like a purpose. You know what I'm saying?
He got cued in. He's like, "You're up, buddy. It's your scene."
Right. And also, I just noticed this after I did the video recently. It looks like when he walks up, he's like, I don't know if he's tucking something into his waistband or like hiding something, but he kind of like pulls his shirt down. I don't know. You guys got to see it. You got to watch.
So slow down for the Florida folk up in here. What the fuck did you just say?
In his waistband. He tucks something in his waistband or like pulls his shirt down or something. I don't know.
Who does?
Saeed, as he's walking up to the cop.
Yeah, I always thought that one of them had a weapon, like a long knife in their pants, but maybe I was looking too closely. That's the joke that got my other channel taken down.
Ow. Nice.
Maybe he was just happy to see it.
Oh shit!
Thinking about.
I only do this for Twiz. I do it for Twiz. Monique, thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate your humor and you being here. You're bringing a whole new element to the show, and I love it. And like I said, we're just getting started here on KB's The Purge. If you're new to The Purge, get the like button, hit the subscribe for all these guys here. I have a couple moderators out in the chat that might put a link for you to go, and we'll wait. Go ahead and right-click on it, open a new window, and subscribe now while it's still free. Because these guys are going to be the next Harry and Lloyd. Let me tell you, they're gonna go big. Gotcha. So that's gonna happen, and they always do. Look at Jen; she has 40 million subscribers now. How many views do your videos get? She must be making. I tell you, once you hit the millions, you're gonna have to start flying us around the country to keep all your secrets quiet.
Be quiet.
So no, yeah, we left off with the other thing, and I know you guys are probably familiar with this particular detail, is that in the body cam, when they go into the apartment, there is no furniture.
Oh yeah, I heard that. That's weird, right?
Really?
Didn't Drip Drop do a video where like he proved that Kopaka like lived somewhere else or something, or lived by Brian?
Yeah, that was my problem with a lot of those claims at the time, Jen. There's a lot of wild claims getting made around this Kopaka situation, and it's almost, again, feeds into me as a distraction away from this distraction, because who is this Kopaka guy? Why does he have an empty apartment? Why is this female officer on the scene from the SWAT calling down for someone to bring her coffee? Maybe that's why the other person had some coffee going, because she forgot hers in the car.
Yeah, I don't know. I never watched that video. I just was not ready for that rabbit hole.
Yeah, early on when they released the police radio transmissions, I listened to the hour or so that was released, and I was like, it's not an emergency situation. And as a former SWAT leader, I'm like, this is not a SWAT tense environment. You know what I mean? It's
right.
Whatever you heard on those radio transmissions is just I don't know what it was, but it wasn't what we were told. And again, the lady's like, "Can someone bring me my coffee? I left it in the car."
Like that's what she's worried about. Like,
yeah, that's not a real thing.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of crazy shit that happens in that town and in Moscow and Pullman. Like when you go and like check the local news, like some crazy things go down. I just saw an article where some woman, her boyfriend or ex-boyfriend, like locked her in a storage container, like one of those big shipping containers or something like that.
Twice that's happened, and it happened in it was either Moscow or in Lewiston, where the boyfriend locked her in there for several hours, and I think one of them lived and one of them didn't.
Oh yeah, this woman lived. There was something else that happened recently, not recently, but like it was there was like SAs that happened in Pullman and in Moscow that ended up being unfounded, quote unquote. Like how, like you got multiple people saying things went down. Like how is that unfounded? It sounds like a serial rapist, you know what I'm saying, or SA, or just it's very dark. That town is a lot darker than people realize, and there's been a lot of questionable situations that were labeled as self-unaliving, as accidental, whatever. And people need to realize that decision is made pretty much, I think, by the coroner, if I understand correctly. Like whether or not to order an autopsy or that it was suspicious death. If the coroner says it was accidental drowning in an inch of water, then that's what it is.
For sure.
No autopsy, no ding to the perfect record that they have for the local crime rates.
Not even a report filed after that. They're just like, yeah,
It has like the lowest rate of autopsies. There's like a whole report done recently by like some overseer group. I can find it if you want.
I've always explained that environment you're describing there, Jen, is the Twin Peaks environment. Because I'm not overtly familiar with the show. Yes. I am familiar with the creepy nature of the little town environment in the show, though, to where that reminds me of this kind of environment.
It's exactly like that. It is exactly like that. And especially like Idaho, people don't realize, like, when you're isolated, kind of like landlocked, people tend to not leave. You have like two like distinct groups. Like you have the people that are local, their families have been there forever, and then you have the transient student population, and there's kind of like a little bit of tension between those groups because you're an outsider. And that's also the agenda that Steve's trying to push recently, because they got nothing else to say. Is he was an outsider. He wasn't even from Idaho. I don't know why I just did a country accent, but it's like you heard that, right? I don't know why I did that.
I like it. Do it again.
Got an agenda now, but listen,
say I'm your sister. I'm your sister.
I'm your sister. Kane, I'm your sister. I don't know if I did that right.
Oh my God, I have that. I'm going to put that. I'm going to have Outcast put that on an MP3 loop for me.
Be quiet.
I'm playing. Keep on going. Don't let me stop you, sir.
But yeah, my point is, I'm kind of rambling, but my point is, like, the ties of loyalty in these deep-rooted original settlers, whatever.
It's settlers.
Settlers?
Settlers.
Is it settlers or settlers?
Yeah, you gotta say Monday and settlers.
Settlers. I mean, that loyalty is deep, as well as the beef. If your great granddaddy didn't like my great granddaddy, then I don't like you either.
Oh yeah, big time.
That's just that. It's just different.
My mama called your mama a bulldogging ass bitch.
Yes, exactly.
Was that Two Live Crew?
There, Jen, is despite it appearing landlocked, I recently discovered they have a seaport.
Giggity. They do? And where?
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah, the river system over there in Pullman, they got a seaport. Leads all the way out there to the ocean. But it's made for large shipping containers. So when you would just mention the shipping containers, I'm like, is this one of those
God.
The seaport type situations we're talking about here?
Yeah.
Well, at the seaport they've lost a lot of men.
They got lost a lot of good men there.
It sounded better in my head. At the seaman port, I don't know.
I'm sorry, it's Lewiston, the port of Lewiston, Twiz's favorite town.
I have family in Lewiston. I've been there once.
Lewiston.
Seaport. It's Idaho's only seaport.
Okay.
That just sounds like a dirty word.
You can actually catch a cruise there, Kane. Kane, when you get up there, buddy, you can get on yourself a nice little Alaskan cruise.
If you want to buy it,
I wonder how the strip clubs in Idaho are.
Oh, we've heard about it. We had
Montana strip clubs.
Listen, Jen, before there was you. No, if you remember the host we had, Eva, she had the craziest story, but she was from Ukraine, and she was my cable guy, and and that's the whole thing. But she was brought in by the DOD allegedly, and was stationed in Coeur d'Alene. And she used to tell us stories about the sex clubs at Coeur d'Alene, how she went home for this toss your keys in the hat party in Coeur d'Alene, and how the gyms were overtly sexual. That town is very sexually charged. So I just want to throw that in.
Moscow or Coeur d'Alene?
Kane, did this happen in Coeur d'Alene?
This is Coeur d'Alene, but what happens in Coeur d'Alene, so goes Moscow. But yeah, I don't know that there's... I don't think with the Republican right or the Doug Wilson right that they have their strip clubs are a common thing. Maybe one in Agent J's locker. That's the only thing. That stuck to the wall. That stuck right to the wall. I thought... Anyway... I'm trying to do a Men in Black reference, and I've already been accused of being a racist tonight. Hey, Brian. Good to see you. Wow, it got really quiet. All right, folks, that's the show tonight. I appreciate you coming. We'll keep going here. We can survive the slings and arrows of Outrageous Force and leave. Heather wants to join the... She thinks it's all Mr. Rogers over there at the Christ Church in Moscow. But they run shit. So it's not a strip club town. Twiz could probably attest to it because he's a strip club aficionado. And he probably has like a fast pass to get into anything they offer there. So he could probably tell us. I'm sure you got to remember, a lot of college students drop out, and a high portion of college students are females. So if they're dropping out and living on cheese sandwiches, chances are that they would populate the adult men's clubs, so to speak. That probably does proliferate, don't you think?
I have a video of my son when he was like, I don't know, 9. I don't know. He was young. And I was asking what he thought a strip club was. And he's like, it's a place where dumb girls drop out of college to make easy money.
Get out of here.
But he said it was a list. I just sent it to you. It's hilarious.
Oh my god, he's my doppelganger. We share the same brain. Wow.
The dumb girls. Yeah. Dumb girls. He says girls. It was so cute.
He's 18 now?
I missed him there as well.
So
Yeah.
he knew early on what he was getting into going in there.
Yeah. I took him to Hooters like years ago, right? I made him go to Hooters. He was so embarrassed. It was so cute. He's sitting there like with his hand in his like holding his head, like just looking down, so embarrassed. I'm like, Vincent, it's fine. It's Hooters. You're fine. It's not a strip club.
Have you ever been to a kid's soccer game before? Come on.
Duh. My daughter played soccer.
It sounded better to me in my head again.
Was that a joke? I don't get it.
Yeah, if I have to explain it, Jen, then it's just...
Sometimes I'm slow.
I should have said a girls' soccer game. Then that sounds really bad. You just don't text these kids. That's what you don't do. Shit. I'm thinking to myself... we found out tonight that Willie was a gravedigger, and that all gravediggers have to be named Willie. And there he is right there.
That's correct.
That's
correct.
So, yeah, that's...
Can I ask the chat something?
No. Chat is off limits.
Put a 1 in chat if you think I should, I don't know. I'm going to send a letter, I guess, to the Kobergers and see if they're down with GoFundMe so they can go visit. Should I send them a letter? I don't know how to get in touch with them. Or 2 if I shouldn't.
Well, I think Willie could probably provide
Keep
some
asking
insight
Kane.
on
He
that.
don't answer me. Nothing half-assed. I worked at Hooters too. Shut up. I'm just looking at chat
The original Hooters...
Before I had Hooters.
The original Hooters is... I timed Heather out for 10 seconds.
I don't know.
She's going to have a literal pitch.
Oh yeah, what did you delete of hers?
I didn't delete it. I just timed her out for 10 seconds, and it deleted it for me.
No, it says message deleted by Kane being
No,
the Purge.
no, I timed her out, and that it did that.
1,
I guess
12,
you know I didn't do it.
1,
I'm
1, 1,
innocent.
1.
I'm innocent. Don't dox me. Don't dox me, bro.
Don't clone me, bro.
So she just challenged
Angel,
me.
I was asking if
I wouldn't
if
dare.
you guys thought I should send a letter to get in touch with Brian's parents to see if they would if they're okay with doing a GoFundMe or something so they can go see their son.
Yeah, Willie might be your main on the inside
I
on
don't know how
that
I
kind of
tried
venture there,
looking
Jen.
Willie could, yeah, maybe he could hand deliver the weather. Do you ever,
Huh?
do you ever notice the name
Willie?
of the school? Pleasant Valley. I mean, what
I
what's
don't know
what
if he's
superhero?
in contact with them, but I could just send him a letter. I mean, ask him, but
Wait, you're going in and out a little bit, Jen. Quit slapping your mic around, will ya?
oh, that's why I figured. What? I'm not doing anything. You're doing it.
Okay, whatever makes you sleep at night.
Me.
Hold on, no, it was just cutting out for a second. You're fine. It was probably the internet. What do you call it? The what were you saying though? Repeat what you said. I'm sorry, I missed it.
I don't know. I'm not repeating. I don't do encores.
I see. Oh, okay. I don't. I had a girlfriend like that. She wouldn't repeat anything she said ever. That's fine. It was broken up a little bit. We'll just fill in the blanks, like on the body cam footage for Kopaka. Heather probably has like 50 copyright strikes she could throw on me and shut me down at any time if I ever pissed her off bad enough. But anyway, I was saying that Pleasant Valley is more or less akin to all the superheroes' hometowns. You know, you could, if you made a pie may out of hometowns for superheroes, it would be Pleasant Valley. You know, like Jughead and Archie are from the same kind of town, right? It's just it seems so. It just seems like a wild detail to me that when I first heard it, that's the first thing I thought. Like, is he Superman? Where's the kryptonite? You know, I don't know, but does that make sense to you guys? Like, just the Pleasant Valley thing. I guess it's more common in Pennsylvania. It's something you wouldn't hear here for sure. Maybe that's why it struck me.
I was looking, because if you work at a school, isn't that like public record, like your salary at like payroll, right?
I think so.
Oh, sure.
I couldn't find anything for like a teacher or whatever. I don't remember what their positions were with that last name Koberger, but I did see someone who was like the head person in like a Pennsylvania corrections facility with the last name Koberger. Michael Koberger. It was Michael Koberger. I don't know if it's the same one, but I couldn't find any record of them being paid through like a school, like as an employee.
The way Willie explains, I don't know the background of when his mother retired, but Willie explains his mother's been retired for a couple years, I believe.
I mean, I went back at least 10 years.
Father, though, was an employee, right?
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, I went back, I mean, a long time. I didn't see anything, but maybe I wasn't looking hard enough. I don't know.
That's a good question. I've never looked, so that's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Jen's energy drink ran out.
I know.
You need to drink.
I'm going to have to call her night here as well there, folks. Kane, I appreciate the invite as always, sir. I love the Purge. Big Purging. Jen, great chatting with you. Nick, as always, good, sir.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Want to hang out for a little longer, Nick?
Yeah, sure. Like another 5-10 minutes. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, sounds good. Cool. We'll shut it down after that. I'll probably play my outro with the thing or whatever, and everybody can chat for a little bit. But yeah, no, it's interesting to hear somebody that just your perspective on it, as you know, it's not your main focus, Nick, right? You look into a lot of other stuff. But
he has a life besides this.
Well, he has gathered a lot of shit, and is let me give you a minute to kind of give your take on it, because I'd like to hear that.
Oh, what, the whole Idaho? You talking
Yeah,
about
just
Idaho
the whole potato. If you want, if you would like, if you'd indulge me that.
I honestly think, again, like even the way I looked at, again, actually, honestly, the whole reason I even came across it was because of the co-packer stuff. But I do think the whole thing is, in my opinion, this is going to sound crazy. I do actually think it's mostly fabricated because I do think they're trying to get a reading on people, real-time reactions to true crime. That's just my whole opinion. I know that isn't too much of a long explanation, but I actually think that's what's probably going on. I think other cases that's going on as well. Or to an effect, this may sound crazy. I think hired assassins from voice to skull technology.
From what?
Voice to what?
What?
Oh, like implants?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm completely ignorant on what you're referring to.
Like I think like people are actually like almost like MK Ultra assassins, but now it's just.
Oh, right. Yeah, program. They don't even remember themselves doing it.
Well, maybe not. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's another weird thing to worry about is even like during MK Ultra times, and I think people associated with even the Manson case. Jolly West. I mean, that guy was able to hypnotize people to confess to do things they didn't do. Barbara Snow's even been known to do that. So, I mean, you can even have people confessing to stuff they didn't do anyway. So, I mean, who knows nowadays anyway? But regardless, that's just my opinion. For some weird reason, I think I don't know necessarily with this case. Me and JJ have talked about it. I even think somehow Peter Thiel might tie in with all that stuff. And then there is weird stuff that ties in, with, in a sense, with Peter Thiel, because you look how JJ even goes, I don't know if he's brought it up on this channel, with the Sam Bankman-Fried stuff, that like somehow all that other weird shit that ties into that area. Well, that's a business partner of Peter Thiel's.
Who's Peter Thiel?
He's a guy who's got Palantir and he pre-crime. He's got AI. He's into the voice to skull technology. He is basically like 10 times worse than Elon Musk, in my opinion.
Eek. That's pretty bad.
Have you ever heard?
They're all in bed together, actually. Peter Thiel gave Donald Trump $40 million last time he ran, and he gave J.D. Vance $10 million when he ran. Peter Thiel funded Hulk Hogan's lawsuit against Gawker, because Gawker blasted Peter Thiel for being gay. Nobody knew he was gay, I guess, until they blasted him. And it's interesting who was ripping their shirt off again for Hulk Hogan this last election, for Trump this last election. A lot of people, Peter Thiel, handed money to our health. We're all fucking around Trump this last election.
You think there's any connection with Scott Green, like when he lived in New York? Like,
I don't even know who that is.
Yeah, because he took a huge pay cut. Like, he wouldn't have taken that much of a cut unless it was going to pay back in dividends in the future. You know what I'm saying? Like, there was a goal.
Oh. I don't think it's, I agree with that. Real quick, I wanted to ask you before. Jen, where are you from?
I'm from Miami originally, but I live in Long Island now.
Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, wow. All right. Long Island. Holy crap. Because at first when you said Miami, I was like, why is Kane saying you're going too fast for the people in Florida?
I've been here 20 years, so like I'm a dual citizen of Florida and New York.
When he said that, for some reason, I was like, maybe she's like from Jersey.
No,
I don't know why I didn't
really talk fast. I just think he listens slow, but that's just
no. New Yorkers do talk fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, I got a lot to say.
Well, yeah, she gets fired up and she gets real excited, and she goes rup, 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 and I'm like, hold on, rewind that for a second.
I have so much.
Oh, it's like listening to a Spanish person talk real quick. You know what I'm saying? When you don't really understand them that well with their accent and stuff.
Yeah.
Listening to a New York sometimes.
Listen, I have no one to talk to.
They're like, you sound the same when you speak English.
Nobody in my like real life wants to hear me talk about this case. So when I finally get a chance, I'm like, everything I've been holding in just wants to like diarrhea of the mouth and wants to come out.
There was a guy, and he was in Afghanistan or something. He was a comedian, and he was doing an imitation of an American talking Farsi and how it sounds to them. and he was like yellow. It was like doing a John Wayne with Farsi. It was freaking hilarious.
I can understand, sort of.
Yeah, the guy does it. It sounded better in my head. Tough crowd.
Didn't you have a girlfriend, Kane, that was Iranian, that was Persian?
That was yeah. I almost did, and I blew my chance. She like made the move, and I was like, no way. She was so gorgeous, but I forgot how good a shape I was in back then.
You had Persian food. My father is Persian, so I'm half Persian. That's why I was asking.
Oh really? I didn't know that.
You've had Persian food? It's so good.
I love eating with my fingers, and so that's fine for me.
I mean, not most people don't eat with their fingers, but it's actual food. Do you like it? Like weirdo.
No, I mean, I don't want my house to smell like curry when I die.
That's not curry is Indian. Curry is not.
Unbelievable.
Forget it. You don't know the food.
No, I do know. I have had it, and it is
curry is not Iranian.
What? No, I'm talking about Egypt. My brother-in-law and his twin are from Egypt, and so he's got me hooked on dates and all kinds of crazy shit that I never would. Another big one that's big to Persians is those cookies. What are those cookies that they like over there?
Baklava, you mean?
No, that's Greek.
Well, I mean, it's just Middle Eastern, but I don't know what the cookies are. What kind of cookies? There's a bunch of cookies.
I can't remember the name of it. Never mind. But no, the food with the rice and the meat and the goat and all the stuff is great.
I don't remember eating goat, but maybe.
I'm pretty sure that's a big staple in the diet over there. They don't have a lot of cows. It's a lot of goat.
I think you're thinking of lamb. I think you're thinking of lamb, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I'm talking about like.
Maybe, Khalees. Maybe.
Maybe.
Oh, so good. All right. Let's let Nick finish his wrap up because he's getting sleepy. He took his medicine and he's gonna
finishing up another joint too. Yeah.
Nick, you're in Long Island.
I grew up in Long Island. I grew up in Suffolk County, but I moved to North Carolina now.
Oh, lucky you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I spent the summer in Hampton Bays there, Nick.
Whew.
Really?
And that was a blast when I was 10 years old. Yeah, it was. We had the best. My friend's house was this big, nice house, but it backed up onto a little cliff that was like some bushes, and then the water was right there. And there was a little beach. That's not where you went to the beach. You know, they went to wherever. And when I was there, I saw my first surfer. He had to paddle a quarter mile out. There was gale force winds, and my friend's parents let us go in the water. And the waves were crashing on the shore, just total womp. But you know, we were good swimmers, so we were all right. But I had a lot of great memories around there. Nice people too. But everything is fucking crazy there.
What do you mean?
Like I remember I was 10 years old watching the news, the 6 o'clock action news. And every night it was like, yes, a man went downtown today, walked into a business, and exploded a stick of dynamite. More than that at 11. And it would be like, holy shit, every story back to back when I'm, in the 70s when I'm coming from this peaceful world of Florida, people are blowing themselves up in banks. And I'm like, holy shit, what's going on in the world?
Yeah.
Yo, you know what happened? Crazy shit happened. True story. You can Google it. You Google like Dungeons and Dragons. I don't know. You could Google it and definitely find it. I don't know which way to explain it, but a kid in 1988 got sentenced. This motherfucker lived down at the end of my block. He killed half his family because the Dungeons and Dragons told him.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I guess if you looked up like kid kills half family for Dungeons and Dragons.
Wow.
Wait, I feel like I saw like a website that tracked Dungeon and Dragon related.
Yeah, killing stuff, right?
In prison, apparently the Dungeons and Dragon crew is the Ediphiles or whatever. The Peter Files.
I shit you not, man. When I was in the feds, I did some time in the feds for a couple of years. They played magic cards, they played Dungeons and Dragons, and those motherfuckers still read comic books, man. They still act like they're fucking 12 in the head, those chomos.
Wow.
That's unreal. The prison I was in, those kids, because they act like they're kids. those motherfuckers were even allowed to play with that shit. I couldn't believe it. Because there was too many of them. You couldn't check them all in. But yeah, they were playing fucking Dungeons and Dragons. Fucking kidding me? Fucking Magic card? Jesus Christ. Sorry, you got me. Give me flashbacks of prison. Like.
No, there's like a whole website about I think 60 Minutes did a segment about it, like all the kids that have like unalived themselves, who like had unalived someone else, that were hardcore D&D players. It's a thing.
Yo, and you know what's crazy as shit? You know, this is the craziest shit. I don't know, there's something up at the house or just really bad luck. Like 2 years, maybe 3 after that happened, the kid's house was on like a corner street and there was like a light there in a deli. A fucking car drove through the house and killed the rest of the people.
Get out of here.
What?
Oh, you're like...
Get out of here.
Are you kidding?
That is freaking wild.
I remember that shit happening. Fucking car through the fucking house. Yes, and killed the people. But yeah, for sure.
Dungeons and Dragons made him do it, huh? Yeah,
the first time, yeah, that's what he said.
That may be a portal. Maybe they're unleashing demons on themselves doing that shit. Who knows? I played Dungeons and Dragons as a kid, though. We were the originators of that shit. My best friend growing up found the whole game thing in the back of a fucking KB toy store one day. And then the next thing you know, everybody's fucking playing it in the neighborhood. That was a big sensation. And the hardest part about it was telling your parents you were gay. Oh, shit. Hey, good night, folks.
I just got that.
That's the worst part of it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. I meant that about rollerblading. I'm sorry. Forget it. Anyway.
You're good.
So, yeah. Go on, Jen. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I posted on the Internet Archive. There was like a pamphlet that was made for like law enforcement and like parents and stuff about the links between D&D and witchcraft, unaliving yourself, and violence. It's for educators, librarians, pastors, police, and parents. That's what it was made for.
I draw all my power from my 37th level wizard. So, if you know, what's wilder is you have games like Dungeons and Dragons and that are online games, and you build these characters. Skyrim, for example, and these kids build these characters for years, and then they can sell this character to play the game for somebody else to play the game under their name for like $5,000.
What?
Yeah, no.
My daughter spends so much money on these stupid games. It's crazy.
Oh, does she do the in-game buy-in stuff?
I don't know. She does like what's that game that everyone always play?
Candy Crush.
Fortnite.
Oh, Fortnite. Oh, yeah. You can.
I don't know.
That's funny because they knew when they released that it was going to be the big money maker because it was free. They're like, here, no, you can have it for free. You're going to have all these in-game purchases that we're pretty sure you're going to want. So go ahead, get that. And if you remember back when it was really getting hot, they had like 12-year-old girls turning tricks on camera for shit with that game. It was wild, dude.
Wow. Yeah, all these like virtual skins and this and that is like, it's crazy the amount of money that she wastes on that. I mean, it's her allowance. I don't care, but it's like you don't even have anything tangible to show for it. Like you just, what the hell? What the hell is a skin? I don't get it.
Yeah, you're right. It's like an alter ego building up.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. You ever hear about like that game Second Life? How people get sucked up into that and basically.
No, what is that?
It's like Second Life. That's hilarious from Hot Club Time Machine or Hot Tub Time Machine 2. He was
supposed.
He tried to rob a bank in the game, and he had to serve time in prison. The kid, So he's like, "Why you waste your time? Why don't you just start a new character? You're in prison. All you do is sit there and do push-ups all day. And he's like, listen, man, in real life too, or whatever it's called, you got to pay the price for the, or if you do the time, you got to do the crime. Do you remember what I'm talking? Anybody? Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's like it's just like I think it's like a place where you just build a character and like kind of. I haven't played it. I did have somebody on my show years ago who basically said they got like sucked up into it, and like they were actually like kind of like blown away how they let themselves, because they were like another fellow podcaster conspiracy theorist, and they were like, somehow I let that shit get a hold of me. But they even said that like they started coming across some like shady shit. Like there's definitely and it's known now though, I think since then there was definitely like sex trafficking and like drug dealing and money laundering going on through that game and everything.
Yeah, for
like,
sure.
Because she, as crazy as it sounds, went and got a job to make money as being a stripper in the video game, and because of that, you start actually meeting just as seedy people in the game as you would in that lifestyle. I'm sure.
Yeah,
I'm sure even sicker, probably.
Yeah, because now you can hide behind the screen. Yeah.
It becomes your life.
Yeah, yeah.
Have you heard of the like the FBI did put out like a warning for parents like I don't know a year ago or something about this group on Discord that was like basically these people were sick and their whole intention was not actually motivated. It was really just to get these kids to do their bidding just for like clout. Like, oh, I got this girl to carve my name in her leg. They were like blackmailing these kids to like, kill your hamster on live stream, or I'm going to call your school and tell them about the nudes you sent me, just like stuff like that. It was really nefarious because it was just for fun. They were like tormenting these kids and like, a couple of them like unalived themselves. It was really bad. And it was just for clout, like just to brag about what they were able to groom them to do. It was really scary.
That's the big thing that's happened here. I need a drink.
The kid that started the group was like a teenager when we started. He's got locked up for it, but it was, I forget what it was called, but it was really scary. You guys got to watch your kids. Like,
well, I think really, that's what Delphi was all around anyway too. This whole that whole circuit, it works in a circle. They have their chat rooms where they set shit up. They have the games where they lure in their victims. And then they have the secret places like the High Bridge where they meet and whatever they fucking do, these sickos. But Official was like, I have a Masonic temple right down the street. And if you look in your town, you probably will see one too. Hey, Wes H, what's up, man? But I have one right across the street from my old high school, Clearwater High School. And it's always been an innocuous building. It's yellow brick, and they just have the glass doors in the front. I've never even given it a second. I've always looked at it like the Flintstones Buffalo, the Water Buffalo Lodge, where guys just go to get away from their lives, and they they're playing 88 Fingers Louie's, playing Happy Anniversary in there or something. And now growing up, I driving by it the other day, I saw the Masonic symbol, the compass and whatever, and I'm like, holy! It really kind of struck. So I was like, maybe I should do a live trying to see if I can get somebody to walk me through it and talk to me about it in there. I imagine that I can't imagine that it's that secret. But let's find out. I mean, just because it's my town, I feel it should be like, yeah, come on in, whatever, welcome in. You want to be a Mason? Okay, sure, you got whatever. And so here's the front, here's the back, here's the secret area, whatever. And here's the holy underwear. But I thought, I'm glad Offie brought that up, because I'm interested in doing that. And thank you for reminding me on that. Anyway, thanks for listening. Go ahead.
How long does it take, like, ballpark to like reach the high up, number?
Well, some
33.
some people can never get there, and that was one of the things that in that Mason video that I played, is that people have gotten to the 32nd level and never been invited to go to the 33rd because they didn't have what they take. Even at the 32nd level, they don't know what's behind it, what the whole operation is about. And you have to be a certain type of person. And yeah, if that means a lot to you, they'll let you work your way up, but they judge you the whole way. So it could take some people, a year, and it could take some people 40 years and they never get there. I think would probably be the best answer. What do you think, Nick? That's more of a question for Nick, though. Sorry.
I would actually agree with that. Yeah, I think it could depend on plenty of different things. I knew people who were Freemasons, and they were in it for a long time before they even started moving up and getting into like any type of like ritual acknowledgement or occult acknowledgement at all.
I think money probably and power probably play a huge role.
If your grandfather did too, like if your father was.
See that? I think that will make a difference. Yes, I do think that will make a difference.
Yeah.
If your father was a master mason,
A Lewis.
That helps.
It's called a Lewis.
Lewistown.
A Lewis is the son of a master mason.
Well, I always say Lewistown in Idaho.
Lewiston.
Yeah.
Lewistown.
So yeah. All right, Nick, you want me to kick you out of here so you don't have to politely walk out the door on me?
Yeah, that works. Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Get out of my chat. Get out of here. No, thanks for spending your Friday night and Saturday morning with us. And I look forward to having you on again, man. That was a blast. You brought a whole new dynamic to the show. And make sure, folks, that you sub up, whoever's out there left here at 3 in the morning, to Nick at the Occult Rejects. Join us on Fridays and Wednesdays. It is a blast. So, all right.
Good night, Nick.
All right, good night. And again, thank you very much. And I had a blast with all of you. So I'll definitely have to have a chat again.
Always a pleasure, brother.
All right. Later.
See you later. All right, Jen, I guess it's down to you and me. I guess we're alone now.
And there was one.
I think we're alone now. Meow, 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 meow. Chelsea's always saying, tell me why. Chelsea Whitaker over there. Damn, I'm running out of voice. But I still have a lot more to say. I drank another gallon of coffee, so...
Okay, so, hold on. I want to get your opinion on, I still want to figure out what the hell that thing on that pole is in the backyard of 1122. Like, what if it was like a cell simulator thing or like a disruptor? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't see at this point how it...
Like, what is it? I just want to know what it is. Anybody? Anyone?
I told you 100 times what it's an antenna.
For what, though?
It was before they had cable, before they had satellite.
There's a light that's on. That's not... No.
Okay, well, guess what? You know what? Now I'm not even said what I'm going to say.
I should send it to...
it's
what's
a
his name?
stingray.
Send it to my Ray and see.
Euros and Kane.
Weird wires in the house, and like then you have the thing in the I don't know. I feel like it's
you're Jen. I get it. I know what you're saying, but I finally put 2 and 2 together, and if I could take my camera outside, I would, because my neighbor. My neighbor has one of those HD antennas. That's how you get the free ABC, NBC, CBS garbage, right? And he has one just like mine, but it has a little light on it. And so it's a powered one. I guess they're going to get a better signal with that. This is all they had. You have to think, rural Idaho.
On the roof, because the backyard used to be wooded, heavily wooded. So they wouldn't put a utility back there. They would just put it on top of the roof. The roof is higher up than that pole. So that doesn't really make sense. If it was from way before, I don't see it.
Well, I mean, a lot of people still have the old TV antennas here, like they had in the 70s,
Right,
with
on top of the house.
that looks like, and on the, yeah, and so
No one on
it
the
just,
pole.
it may be something that's a legacy thing that was left there that nobody took. I don't feel like it's any kind of like, if they were using, you do bring up a good point, Jen, because here's the thing. You are saying that your bottom line on that deal is that you're trying to conjecture that they were broadcasting like a voyeur dorm or something like that from 1122.
Maybe, yeah.
Okay,
Maybe
so
like a college girls thing.
exactly, and I'm right there with you. And I think a lot of us are.
And it doesn't have to be actual, by the way. It could just be you just want to watch them iron their shirt or drink coffee. Like, it just could be everyday stuff.
It's okay if girls say sexual on the show.
I don't know if YouTube likes it. Does YouTube like it?
I don't know what YouTube likes.
I don't want you to get in trouble.
Don't
again.
ask me about YouTube. It had nothing to do with sexual. I'll tell you that. It was sexual healing, baby. So along that line of thought.
Mm-hmm.
Once we got the transcripts from the messages, the pieces that we got about the messages between Bethany and Dylan.
Right.
What was revealed? One of them was using Yik Yak, which is a locally only broadcast internet application. So you hit the nail right on the head. You were just on the wrong battleship.
Yeah, probably.
I think why else would you have at that point? What else are you using that thing for than to only communicate within your 5 to 10 mile area? I know Amy Conway always says 5, but now the app says 10. I don't know what it was at in 2023 or 2022, but the range now is within your 10 mile radius. So if you're talking about some app that people are consistently using, are you following me on my train of thought?
Yeah.
So I think that your theory right there, you're looking for hardware when the answer is in software.
I mean, I'm more so looking for a reason, like something at the scene that could not be moved was guarded. Do you know what I'm saying? Because, like, how many other crime scenes do you see where, like, why wouldn't they just board it up and put a fence around it? Like, why do they have to have someone there 24/7? And it was always on that side of the house. It almost seemed like they were protecting something at the scene that could not be moved for safekeeping. You get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And that's why there was such a rush to knock it down. And that's why they were saying possibly the house was the target. Like something.
Yeah, they wanted to take out something that was going on in the house. They wanted to eliminate that from the conservative area.
Something like that, yeah.
Maybe, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't know, though, what it's all about. But I would say that it is a very researchable topic, that it has legs. And I think it's proliferated more. I see it in the chats. People talking about these girls had somewhat extravagant lifestyles for above and beyond the average college student, the struggling college student. They had anyway, it seemed glamorous clothing to go out with. They always dressed in the latest fashion. Now, as far as I know, they could have shopped at thrift shops, budgeted their mad Greek dollars and all that. But it does appear that they had somewhat of an extraordinary, if not extravagant, lifestyle around that time in general.
Yeah, I agree.
And so you have to follow the money there, because where did that money come from? Because people don't give shit away. You know, I tried. And
One thought I've tried. One thought that keeps coming in my head about Kaylee, for example. I'm not convinced that she really did actually live there. Like, I don't think she was one of the 6 people that signed the lease in June.
Right.
I don't buy it. It makes more sense to me that she was possibly living maybe with Jack or maybe with someone else, a boyfriend or something, and something went down, and she was staying with Maddie temporarily, maybe.
Oh
'Cause,
yeah.
like, why was she sleeping Maddie's
Yeah.
room?
Why
Like,
do you have so many texts back and forth, so many calls?
right? Like, and how I don't buy. I don't
Yeah.
care what they say. The whole they used to sleep together in the same bed when they were kids. Like, of course they did. They didn't have their own rooms under the same roof. They were sleeping over at their friend's house. Like, where else would they sleep? I don't buy that narrative. I don't see why Kaylee would leave her dog alone and sleep in Maddie's small ass bed when she had a bigger bed. I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
Couples fight, dude, and it's very possible that played into. I don't know, man. There's
If Kaylee was the type to call over and over and over again, then she probably was the type to go right next door and knock on his damn door. I would have. I mean, why didn't she?
It's literally, yeah, I don't know, maybe you're in your nightgown and you want them to do the work because guys, if you're wearing boxers, just pair a pair of shorts on
If you want
and
him
some
to do the work, then you're not
flip-flops.
going to call him. Then you're not going to call him that many times. You're not going to show him that you care. But if she was calling him that many times, I just feel like that's it's important.
There was something important, whether...
Right.
When did those calls end from Maddie and Kaylee?
Right before the body cam, or right after, within like a minute of the Banfield body cam, if I remember correctly. Did you see the video I did? You can hear like a scream or something right when Saeed walks up to the... I know there was that other scream that everyone heard, but I didn't hear anyone talk about this scream. This was right at the same time as the call to Dylan called Maddie, I think, or Maddie called Dylan, or Bethany, or one of them. I don't know. At like 2:54, something like that. It was all within like a few minutes, and that's why I feel like that original timeline is the real one. Like, too much happened.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it's starting to look that way more and more, and it's again what we heard in the beginning, what we felt in the beginning was the beginning of the investigation. That's where we never... Everything else has been a derailment or a distraction or a sidebar or a side road that they've taken us down. They tried to take us down this primrose path, but more or less all along the way we never bought it. You can tell that there's no honesty coming from these people that were delivering these speeches, and supposedly they tried to wrap it all in a blanket of making you feel secure and better, when at the same time it was terrifying because you knew they were full of shit. 'Cause, I mean, people sense that.
They have the nerve to come out and say, only come to us for verified information and facts. We're the only source of verified information. Meanwhile, everything they said was a fucking lie, literally.
Yeah, who has the balls to say that? And I mean, it's not like I'm talking out of my ass, because you can look at the PCA for yourself,
right?
And try to, even in a team full of Saturday Night Live writers, imagine coming up with that story from what actually happened.
I mean, it's one thing to hold information for the investigation's integrity. Okay, I get that. But like, to blatantly lie to the public, but then, but you got to leave us this time. No, you don't. You just keep your mouth shut. You don't, make an intentionally lie, and that's what they did. Sent everybody in a wild goose chase.
For example, though, let's look at one little aspect of it.
Okay.
Why, and this was the very breaking headline from top to bottom till the middle of 2024 at least. Mm-hmm. 4 college students taken out in their beds in an off-campus house that while they were sleeping. Why was it important to say that they were all sleeping, and why did they proliferate it, and where the fuck did they get that fucking idea from?
I swear, like, you're in my brain sometimes. I was just thinking, like, recently, like, Steve G in particular always makes a point to say they were in their beds, they were sleeping in their beds, they were in their beds. Like,
Right.
It just, I thought it was just me.
Well, that's a lie, because even with Massive or Mabut, because clearly now we know that Dylan saw Xana. So if she saw her and she didn't go into her bedroom, then she was in the hallway, in the doorway. Now I know it was a small room, but she saw her laying there on the floor. And this is the world's bloodiest crime scene. But
Right,
that is not indicated by anything we've heard yet. That it was this horrible thing, that the officers were suffering PTSD.
Right, they did special counseling for it.
And
but-
she can literally la-di-da right through it and go and hang out in her roommate's room and get on Indeed and Yik Yak and TikTok. I mean, tell me where you created that fairy tale, guys. That's all I want to know.
Here's the thing. Okay, let's just say she was that oblivious. You still call 911 first if your friend's unconscious, even if you really
Exactly.
didn't do it.
Yeah, somebody's on the floor and they're not moving. Even if I walk away, which I wouldn't do, I would go run to render aid immediately. Any adult knows that. And then if I did decide I needed to walk away, I'd be 911 right there. I mean, I wouldn't hesitate. I'd be calling 999. I'm like, Britton, get over here. Help us with this DNA.
Or why wouldn't she go to the third floor and ask her big sister in the sorority?
Yeah, what should we do? Xana's passed out. Oh, wait, you're passed out too. It's wild.
And that tells me she knew that they weren't not capable of helping because they were no longer breathing. Like, period. I'm sorry. Like, the letters that was read at the memorial about Haley and Maddie from Dylan and Bethany said something like, "Oh, like you're like a second mom, and I look up to you." Blah blah blah. Okay, so why didn't you go to your second mom and say, "Oh, hey, our other roommate is not moving"? Like, why would you call someone else? So none of those scenarios make any sense. I'm sorry. Like, no. Period.
Well, not to change the subject, but I think that this is something that you've looked into also. Do you remember that to-do list that Kaylee wrote out?
Yeah.
I thought so. What were some of the talking points in there, and do you think that anything is relative now to that?
I don't even think. I think that's bullshit too, to be honest. And now that I feel like there's an agenda being pushed by the G's and all these lies that are surfacing, I'm not even convinced. I just feel like it was so like, oh, how convenient. It completely, it like cleared, maybe not cleared, I don't know what the right word is, but it made the relationships between Kaylee and Jack look better. That Kaylee lived in the room upstairs. Like, why would someone write like room alone upstairs?
There's another thing, yeah, like it wouldn't look good if Kaylee was there and she slept at Jack D's.
Right, it was like sleeping. I just feel like it was like a little too neatly wrapped in. It was to push a narrative, in my opinion. I'm not even convinced it was real because, like, where's the rest of the letter? I want to see more journal entries. Like, come on, no, I don't buy it. But maybe I'm just becoming paranoid, and this case is just making me like think everything's fake, pretty much. But I don't know.
Outcast is cracking me up.
I'm not even looking at chat.
It made me forget what the fuck I was gonna say. Shit. Oh god, where was I? Oh, I wanted
to make an ice cream flavor, frozen chalk phase ice cream.
I think we need some orange creamsicles up in here tonight.
Frozen chalk phase.
Listen, what has to eventually be released, I hope. I think it will, because we've gotten a lot more than we ever thought we would, right? And sooner, for sure. But one of the things that we've talked about before is you brought it up earlier is the corner club picture from the video. When the video is released, we can see the interactions between the players or the victims and the other people around them during that night, because Jack D is there, right? Jack Showalter allegedly is there.
How convenient. Everyone's standing in one, in the same frame, and everyone has their backs turned. Like, come on. I think that picture is totally altered. The timestamp looks funny. I don't know.
Well, the main takeaway that I got from your viewpoint on it was that it was a football Saturday night. And the bar was more or less, except for where they were standing, empty. You would think it would be
and it was the last home game of the season. There was a local on Reddit that was saying how, like, basically it's like shoulder to shoulder, like no room on a day like that.
And it seemed like they had it kind of to themselves in that side. Right. That's why I'm interested in seeing the video, because it'll give us a more 360 perspective.
And whose coat was Maddie wearing? I'm sorry.
Oh, that has gotta be...
That was a man's coat. I'm sorry, that was a man's coat, period.
That is absolutely... And it's a linchpin in this case, and it may have been lost forever. When you see that picture of those guys, and they're like... When you see a clue right outside a crime scene, but it's Miller time, and they throw it back down, it's like, golly, man.
Even if that wasn't her coat, let's just say it wasn't. I still want to know whose coat it was.
Yeah.
That was a man's coat.
Well, yeah, it was looked just like that coat, and it's right there where the band field was, right?
Yep.
So that, maybe, I don't know. There's a lot of I'm going to get Rolo excited again.
The start talking about stuff, right? The video's all pixelated, so it could just be that, but like when you look at the video of when they're picking up the coat by the hydrant, like that bush or whatever has like a bunch of like red, I don't know, flowers or berries or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
But like I don't see any on the band field, but it's all blurry, so maybe it's there. I don't know.
It would have been nice had somebody done I would have loved to have gone there and just did a video tour and taken every aspect of around within a mile area of the crime scene. It would have been interesting to see the foliage, and
I'm not convinced that video is like really from that night.
Honestly. That Twiz actually went to Moscow without me.
You did.
He broke his promise, but that's okay. He went to 1122, and he said that it's way more tiny than than the impression is from what you've seen. That area, like, you can't drive two cars on that road at the same time.
Right.
Okay, and
like, so all places to pick, why would you pick like a house on a dead end street, like right next to a bunch of apartments, like a higher concentration?
That's what I keep saying. It's more or less
busy weekend.
Yeah, it's a dead end street, dude, and
then drive your car and drive right in front of the house, like
no. The car thing is out. The car thing is 100% out, and if they're gonna really try to present this, what is it, Russell Road or whatever footage, and try to say it's him, they're gonna be able to blow up the picture and be like, look, Brian's car has a hump in the back. This car is straight. It's not his car. Boom. Shut that down. What do you think? How long do you think that this case is gonna go on in court?
Who knows?
Because if you have to explain what DNA is on every day that they have DNA discussions to the judge, it's gonna take a shitload of time to go over all the facts and remind him how to work a telephone.
Why don't they have like a certification or something like that? Like,
well, there should be a written standard,
right?
That
they
go by.
Lawyers.
But in some cases they want to allow this, and in some cases they don't, and then they want to allow that. It's like playing the hokey pokey game with people's skin cells, you know? And okay, so in a case where there's, say, possession of something, right? And it's just the corner of a baggie, okay? That's an insignificant amount of a substance that can't even be weighed on a scale. And this is the same sample that they're using of some of Brian's skin cells. That's not a testable amount. Yet they're saying that their test is dead on balls accurate.
Yeah. Then show it. Like, period. Listen, we touch DNA. Period. It's a contaminated crime scene. It's not blood. Listen, it was blood, semen, or saliva. Maybe not saliva, but blood and semen. You got my attention then. You got my attention.
She was a stripper previously, folks. No, I'm just kidding.
But, like, you know, there's guilty DNA and there's innocent DNA. You know,
Well, there's irrelevant evidence DNA, which this definitely is. And it's not going to stand up in an appeal, I think. That's the problem, is they want to build this weak case, and then they're going to lose it in the appeal regardless, because any death penalty case, there's always an appeal. It's automatic. It's automatic.
Brian said he looks forward to being exonerated. Like, I swear sometimes I feel like, okay, is this a bigger picture, and is he like a willing participant for whatever reason?
Yeah, like maybe they told him.
Knowing that he's really not going to get prosecuted, like knowing that they're just going through the motions. I don't know.
Well, I wonder, it all seemed like a big surprise to him. I mean, if you're joking with the officer that's taking you to Idaho and saying we should just go out for coffee sometime later, I think you don't kind of grasp the levity. But, you know, yeah, like you said, maybe somehow somebody told him, okay, you're just going to have to get arrested, go through this, and then we'll let you go. Or he knew that more than likely, he knew that his phone records would exonerate him. That's where I think it lies. Because, like,
speaking of phone, what's with the second phone number that was on? It was I think it was a PA area code, or maybe it was whatever it was. It was on the WC website, like on like the grad student on their like the page with all their info. You saw that? Did you see the post? I posted it a while ago. It was a different phone number for Brian.
Heather is kind of a satyr on that fact.
I was wondering why didn't they get information on that? Like what?
Yeah, well, when you talk about phones, why did the officer ask for his phone number? Now, I know this is something they're doing more often. You do not have to give your phone number to a cop for any reason. There's no reason for them to ask for it. But if you give it to them after they ask you for it, it's not against the law.
Right.
So it's not like you're complying with a mandatory request. It's like, you know, you have to show them your license if you're driving, if you don't want to get in trouble anyway. And, you know, but you don't, if you're walking on the street, I don't have to give you my phone. I don't have to give you my phone number. I can film you in public. I can, you know, and it's like, 60 days definitely turned into a long stint, P. Fox. And it's like once they had him in there, you know, you can put Katy Perry in space, but you can't free Brian Kohlberger. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just I don't understand why the simple fact that the minute one lie or incorrect statement, I'll give them that, was found out to be in the PCA. You know, the minute there was one lie uncovered or false statement, that's it. It should be thrown out. Start all over again. Like, period. I don't understand why.
Yeah, if you have something, rearrest them later with something.
Right.
Because that's what most detectives will not arrest somebody unless they feel they have a top to bottom case.
Right.
And it's, you know, because they're going to get yelled at by the prosecutor or the DA or whatever it is for bringing in something that's flimsy. Why do you bring me this flimsy piece of shit? Here, that seems to be celebrated. That, you know, they can lie. And now, Jen, almost every single damn thing in that original PCA is bullshit. Absolutely bullshit. And they won't admit it, and they double down on the lies. And thank you, Leslie and Billy, for that very generous super chat. I'm on the road to Moscow. I would love to pick you up on the way, Jen, to Moscow. If I wasn't flying, I'm sorry, I can't whisk you away. But you're
in your private jet. You know, it's really scary to know that this type of thing can happen, and it's because there's no consequence. Like, and I think it all really stems down. It starts with the fact that, you know, like, cops are allowed to lie to you when they're doing their interviews, you know, I totally disagree with that, because I feel like it blurs the line between like a noble cause, like, you know, it's okay if we bend the rules here because, you know, we just got to get a conviction, like that type of mentality. And even if it's not done maliciously, it still becomes ingrained in just their thought process. Like, it's okay to lie on stand because it's okay to lie in the PCA. Yeah, you know, it's a little white lie. We got to do it. It all starts with them being able to lie in that interrogation room. Like, it makes it okay in a way. And then there's no consequence, really. Like, it's very rare. Is there any kind of punishment for, you know, prosecution or law enforcement or anything like that lying in court?
Well, there is, but when you do the investigation on yourself, the result seems to be they always say we didn't detect any foul play, or we didn't detect any problems. And, you know, there may be a hush-hush whisper behind the scenes, but for the most part, they all stay in line with each other because they don't want to be the next one to go down.
The simple fact that MPD has a documented history of falsifying evidence and corruption, just that simple fact should hold them to a higher standard, and they should not be allowed to hide anything. It should be like, sorry guys, you guys are liars. So, you know, like, there should be a different set of rules for a department with a history like that, you know?
We just got a New Zealand donation from a Kiwi out there, TNL. I don't know what New Zealand 349 is, but thank you very much. It's probably $1,000. We're gonna split it, and I'll take you to steak dinner, Jen. Thank you very much. And also, thank you, Brian's Ramblings, for the membership. I think you gifted one earlier, and I was in the middle of all this stuff. So thank you for being here tonight. We love having you. I always miss it when you're not in our chat. So thank you for being with us. Anyway, remember he kind of took over for me as the character for a while. Jen, Brian's Ramblings, when I kind of took some time off, he kind of came in, and there was a couple other guys that have come and gone. There's been a lot of people in this community that were very outspoken that have come and gone.
Dude, what happened to Thought Riot podcast? Like, seriously, what happened to them?
I think it's like Heather said, that they were sponsored by somebody, because remember how I was saying they had like a $10,000 a month budget for advertising and all this, and it was coming from some kind of sponsor.
Like, they just blew up. They had just hit like 80,000 subscribers.
Yeah, you would think that if somebody's sponsoring you, they want to protect. I didn't know that they got that high in subscribers. They were great. I love Brendan and Malia. They were both really smart. They had a great banter. Malia was easy on the eyes. Brendan was cool skateboarder dude, and really, really on point. They were ahead by decades on a lot of this shit on this case. And I think that Heather and I and you, well, not me, but you guys brought them in a lot of the directions they went. So they really did owe their viewers a lot more than they gave us in an ending, unfortunately. Yeah. But there may be more to the story than we know.
There's got to be more to the story, because I mean, come on, it takes 2 seconds to be like, hey guys, sorry.
Could you imagine if they came back? Like, how? What?
I don't know how I would feel.
You want to talk about it, but you want to talk about a marketing strategy? Is if you poof come back out of nowhere? Maybe
that's what you need to do.
Yeah, maybe I need to disappear for no. People forget about me. That's why I was saying.
Oh.
People forget about me in a week. They're like, "Oh, Kane? Oh yeah." But anyway, let
If they
me.
came back, I'm a little butthurt. I'll be honest. I don't know if I would. If I would. I kind of feel like I don't know. I'd be like, hey, now you want to come? Oh, now you want to come back and talk? I don't
Well,
know.
that's what I'd hoped. This is why I kept this very Idaho for very Tin Hat Theory show. Not really, but fact driven, and I tried to deliver a straightforward message with my pretty face. And that is why I wanted to attract back the same chat. And that's funny, OCD Shaggy pops up as soon as I say the same chat.
Shaggy.
Because that was 90% of that show. Of course, they were great. But 90% of the show was the chat itself. And that's why I wanted to keep pushing and doing lives and bring everybody back. And the only people I miss out still would be what was her name? Maria. What was her name? She had the wolf problem with the dog. A few people. Isabella. So I can't. There's so many names that I can't even remember now. Especially Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice was the shit. He couldn't spell red, but he could chat all night long with you, right, Heather? Heather thought that Beetlejuice from the Howard Stern show was the real Beetlejuice in her chat. Go on for a second, Jen. I'm going to grab some juice out of the fridge real quick, okay? You mind holding it down? Thanks.
Sure, no problem.
I'll be right back.
Sorry, I just took a bite of food. Anyone remember an interview where Christy was like, she was saying that she turned on the news. This was prior to the sheriffs coming and knocking on the door and notifying them on that Sunday. But she turned on the news and she saw the King Road house. If anyone remembers that, please link me, because I have notes that I wrote that down, but I can't find the interview again. And I don't think the house was shown on the news before 4:00. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't know why she would say that. I feel like that was bullshit. Let me read chat. It is the real one. Oh, maybe, Brian. Maybe they got sued. That could, maybe. Two people lost. Heather said it's a real Beetlejuice. So, does anyone know where Brendan worked for, like the feds or something, right, Heather? What do you guys think about the Olivia and dating Kaylee's brother? I think it's a distraction, total distraction. Oh, and okay, thank you, Tax Max. I'm glad that someone else remembers it because I sometimes I think I'm losing my mind. Exactly, Leslie and Billy. Like, plus, okay, one thing that bothered, not just one thing, it's one of the many things, but when I saw the G's go to the Vandal Healing Garden, like dedication or whatever, the opening, um, I just was like, in my head, I'm like, okay, they didn't go to see Kaylee, help her move in or move out, or parents' weekend, or when they got multiple phone calls saying she was not alive, but they come there for the healing garden. I just feel like that was, no, I didn't like that. That was icky. Like, why wouldn't they have ever been to that house? Like, I don't know. I really don't think. Sometimes I feel like Haley didn't even wasn't even raised by them. I feel like Kaylee was like raised, I don't know, with her aunts or something. Maybe that's why she's the only one that went to a charter school. Tax Max, are you talking to me? Are you shitting me? Okay, what Kane's gone, I can ask you. Exactly, Amy. Exactly. And they got multiple phone calls. multiple. Like, but you go down there for the Vandal Healing Garden opening. Like, come on. No. The only way I could wrap my head around that is if, in fact, Kaylee was estranged from them, and maybe they just didn't they didn't know where she lived. I don't know. Because it's just weird. Yeah, Olivia and Steve Jr. are dating. True story. It's on her Instagram if you go look. Wait, she was outside. Wait, hold on. I'm trying to catch. Hold on. Who? Wait, shit. Wait, who is outside a smoke shop? Shit, hold on. Who was outside of the house when she picked them up and they went to the Washington smoke shop? Wait, I'm lost. Listen, that whole Dylan being trans story, I don't know. I mean, maybe anything's possible now, right? I mean, I don't know. Wait, she deleted it, Leslie? Heather, I agree. It was something's off with that. Like, I mean, listen, if the story that Steve's trying to say is really true, like, oh, like he was looking through her Instagram or whatever and found that she was following Olivia. If that's really true, listen, Steve only chose her, Olivia, because she's pretty. I mean, I'd bet anything. He just seems like the type. Christy told a story that they went to the smoke shop with the girls one day. Really? I never heard that. Interesting. Yeah, I'm trying.
How you doing there, Jen? You hanging in there?
I'm trying to read we're talking about the whole, about Olivia, Chronicles of Olivia and Kaylee's brother Steven dating now, right?
They're dating now?
Yeah, like they're like they came out like their little, smooch fest on Instagram, like some picture. I think it's a distraction from all this shit being dropped in court.
That says a lot. Wow, she's dating the family member.
The junior, Steve the third. He's
you're an Idaho 4 rep here, and you're sleeping with the help, or vice versa.
Yeah.
That's fucking wild. Oh, I kept meaning to bring up that, and I kept playing those slideshows, but I kept meaning to bring up the image of the car that I think JJ was referring to. Remember we did the Photoshop of the video.
I think it was Nick with the blue car.
Yeah. Oh, was it Nick? Yeah. I thought it was interesting that he brought it up. It was a blue Honda.
Well, it's funny.
I think
the guy with the long hair, the grub truck, right? He commented on TikTok. I have it saved somewhere, where he said the girls were picked up in a blue car by a couple guys that seemed like they knew them.
Yeah, it's funny how they walk off camera, and it's like they walk off into oblivion. Like we see that one. Well,
if you look at like the shadows in the reflection in the window, it looks like a struggle. Like it looks like something is like someone's being thrown in a trunk or something, and like everyone kind of like turns and looks in the direction. And I swear I hear it. I don't know if anyone else does. I did a video on it, but you hear, as soon as they walk away, you hear a woman's voice say, "Oh my God," and then Kaylee, and then you see like the struggle of the shadows moving around.
That's another good one to put for Outcast for him to clean up the audio on, maybe.
Oh yeah.
And
now at the girls walk away, there's two people in the Twitch chat that both ask for the timestamp. Like there's like a chat bot that if you put like time with an exclamation point, it gives you like the local time. Two different people in that chat both request the timestamp the minute the girls walk away. I don't know, that seemed weird. That's how I know the timeline's off by a couple minutes, because it's timestamp, but it makes me feel like, is it intentional? Are they trying to set up a certain timeline, you know?
By changing the appearance of the time, but yeah, it's not real. No, of course. I mean, I don't know. I think here's the thing. On the one hand, you're going to call these investigators idiots, but in the second time, we give them a lot of credit for being able to cover shit up. You see what I'm saying? So it's contradictory that way, and that's why I say that they are selectively smart. And whenever they are exposed, they already have an alibi, a cover up on it, and they actually
here's the thing.
Are able to turn it around.
They kind of like built the story as they went along. Like I really believe that when they were asking, for example, when they're asking for like the any little CCTV footage from any businesses or houses. Between 3 and 6 a.m., right? Why only 3 to 6 a.m.? Why only in that one little area, this, map they put out? I think it's because they were trying to see, like, what cars are in the neighborhood. Okay, great. We need someone with a white car that drives a white car. So it was like they try to, like, figure out what they could put together first, and that's why they were so tight-lipped. And I don't know. That's just what I feel.
I pulled up the picture. I don't know if you can see it. No,
not yet.
Of the blue car that we photoshopped.
Oh yeah. The one that you get mad at me because I couldn't see it.
I got so mad at you, and I was wrong. It's so funny in these chats. Whenever I get mad at somebody, I'm always wrong. I have to eat crow. The only time I ever flame out was when I'm totally wrong. Which one am I?
It does look like Steve.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
The apparel for sure, and clearly that could be Olivia in the front seat. Heather's convinced it is. I don't know.
What's funny is if you look at the G page, it's like 3 weekends.
I'm sorry. Wait. You broke up. You broke up
like
right
out
there.
At a bar drinking.
I'm sorry. Say that again. You broke up in the middle of it. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, if you look at the G's that were post. Can you hear me now?
No, we lost you again.
They were posting like the past few weeks. What? Are you messing with me?
You're okay now.
Hello.
You're fine. It was just cutting out for a second.
The G's are posting. The G's are making posting all these pictures over the past month or so, like every weekend, out at bars, right, getting drunk. And in my head, I'm like, this is what they're doing with y'all's money. I'm just saying.
Sudsy's laundromat. You see Bubbly Waters?
What's that?
That's you got me on that one. I'm not familiar with Sudsy's. And by a king, like a king of.
Oh wait, is it the one with the blood?
What are you saying?
Wait, Mill Street? No, I don't know anything about that.
I'm not familiar with that one at all. I missed that, Bubbly. Are you back home? Would you like to come up? Here's the chat thing. Or wait, no. Anyway, I can get it. If you need it, I got it. It's there.
Oh, the laundromat. Wait, Bubbly, there was a laundromat. They found blood on the wall or something. Is that what you're talking about? I don't know much about that at all.
That's funny. Bubbly Waters is talking about a laundromat. It's sometimes you gotta fake a laugh just to make me happy, Jen.
No, that was good. That was good.
But bump. Bubbly Waters found the killer. You'd like to come up? Okay, great. That's fantastic. Here we go. All right.
Yay!
Yay! A new dynamic, a new element, and she's always. I always call her
Brian,
the
I agree.
collector.
Brian said it's the biggest night of the semester, and the only people there are the folks in 1122. I agree. Like,
yeah,
the chances that they had to get together are way more likely than not.
Yeah, you would expect Hunter to be tagging along, or one of these guys. I don't know. It might have been Saturday night. That's it. I'm shutting it down. Everybody goes home and sleeps it off.
I don't buy it.
I think there were other enhancement party favor elements going on there to keep people going that late at night. When you're still madly texting at 4 a.m.
I'm sorry. I'm talking aloud.
Go ahead.
I'm reading chat and talking aloud. My bad. I'm gonna type it. I'm sorry.
No, you can say it. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was done.
No, the last 24 said something about the weird video production company. What's the weird video production company? Tell me. Are you talking about the
camera in the backyard thing?
Oh, that one. Oh yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know. We'll let Bubbly get up
funny?
here.
Everybody keeps saying, "Oh, that house in the corner on Taylor 733 had a tripod in the window." And I saw the picture finally, and I'm like, dude, that's the Google Maps car that drives by.
Is it really?
It's not a tripod. That's the Google. And listen, I'm open-minded. I'm open-minded, but that was the Google Maps, like the thing on top of the car.
Thank you, Brian. I appreciate it. So yeah, there's the link for you, Bubbly. If you missed it, here it is again.
That said, I was reading official said Brian's car was a Nissan or whatever. There's like a Daily Mail. I mean, it's Daily Mail, granted, but there's an article where it said they were looking for Nissan Sentras. I think. I don't know.
Well, I wonder if I created a monster now, Jen. You're holding the show down on your own, and now you're gonna.
I haven't been in chat.
No, while I was eating my sandwich, you were doing a great job. I'm saying I think I created a monster. Now we'll finally get you to be able to go live once you get your headset thing.
Now I know why you always want somebody else on here, because it's kind of awkward just talking to yourself.
Well, a lot of people have actually said, like, why do you even have people on? You're more entertaining by yourself. And I'm like, well, I like the dynamic because there's nobody else to laugh at my stupid jokes otherwise, because once in a while I'll get some smiley faces out of Heather, but beyond that.
I cannot believe it's 1 morning. Crap.
I know.
I love Neeks Peaks. He kind of disappeared around the same time as Thought Riot did, if I remember correctly.
I think she's back going at it again. She's kind of hit or miss, but she does have a lot of followers. She has some pretty good lives. I enjoy her tea lives, where she talks about tea. I like tea a lot.
Really?
Yeah, I'm from Florida, but I like it iced. She likes the hot stuff.
I love her channel.
But, if you can get some good loose leaf tea, she had a blue tea or something one time I was watching. It was nuts.
To make sun tea, she's like put it out to like brew in the sun. For that.
Probably blueberries or something
Sweet
like that.
Sweet tea is good.
Another one who...
Brian's Rambling said, it blew my mind that Maddie's stepmom signed off on her plea November 6th. Okay. I can't hear you.
You keep breaking up. Is your Bluetooth thing dying or something?
No, I'm not on Bluetooth. I'm just on the computer. I don't know. I'm probably hacked.
Maybe somebody is sending us sabotage bots or something like that. There are creators that do that, Anyway, here, go there, Clive. Go here, go there, Clive. Clive? What?
What?
I don't know. Bubbly Water.
Oh, Kane, you're confusing Neeks Peaks with Nika. Those are two totally different channels.
Am I? Oh, okay. Maybe I don't know
yeah.
that.
Neeks Peaks never misses, in my opinion. Always hits.
Well, what I was gonna say is that Annie Elise needs to call me. She could call me anytime. I'll put my number in the chat if she wants to call me.
I don't even know who that is. I'm kidding.
Annie Elise is, you know who that is, right?
Yeah, but I'm not giving her airtime.
She's thank you, but she's adorable.
She's a sellout. I'm not giving her any airtime.
I don't care.
I don't know who that is.
It doesn't bother me one bit. I could get over it in just a minute. I'll scold her a little bit, and then everything will be okay.
Really, the Neek.
No, I know who Neeks Peaks is. I knew who you were talking about.
Yeah.
I was playing around.
Brian said Kane would fall in love with Nika. You would. She's pretty. I've seen her before. I don't really watch.
I fall in love with any girl that pays attention to me, and Heather's broken my heart 3 times already. Yeah, that's my biggest problem. So you've missed the hearing stuff, man, and oh man, that's it. I'm fired. She's the producer, so I guess it's over, Jen. You're gonna have to take over here. I think they liked having you themselves a little better than our peanut butter and jelly banter. Here, I'll give you. I think I have one more bite of my sandwich. Hold on, you go for a minute.
You're still eating?
I'm just kidding. I'm not.
You know, where's Bubbly?
I thought she said she was coming up in the chat, but I put the link. Maybe I need to pin the link for her. Maybe she's getting her hair did real quick before she comes up. Yeah, if you'd like to join us, Bubbly Waters, there's the link, and we'd be happy to have you up here if you would like. I'm not entertaining enough for Jen anymore. I thought that might be me. I get the weirdest bird chirping noises outside of my window all the time.
Are birds supposed to be chirping like this time? I thought they don't come up to like the daytime or dawn or something.
Well, Shaggy, that's my exercise. I just always keep eating. And that's how I burn the calories. So it seems to be working.
He's a grazer. He's a grazer.
I'm not a mazer. What was I going to say about the hearings? The hearings, guilty.
Bubbly,
we need you, Bubbly. Come on.
Hold on, I saw something that I was gonna show you, but hold on.
Giggity.
Those
aren't real birds. Remember that whole birds aren't real? I love that one, dude. I saw somebody at the head shop with that T-shirt on, and I almost freaking fell in love with her.
Hold on. I don't know what the fuck it is. Never mind.
Hey, Bubbly, you're having trouble with the link? It makes me have to go to something in Chrome, and anyway, just a bunch of shit to even talk. I don't follow, but anyway, so it maybe try it in a different browser, maybe a half browser.
What if she calls you? Could she call you on the regular phone or no?
Yeah, she doesn't have my new number though. I think my old number is charged up. I'll have to email that to you, but yeah, maybe try to if you have something other than Chrome, it might work. I don't know. I think all you have to do is just activate your microphone, and that's under the settings, and there's 3 little dots in the top right, I believe, in Chrome. I'm sorry. Yeah, I wish we could have her up here. If that doesn't work out, that's her choice. Hopefully she can do it, or I'm sorry it didn't work. Either way. Anyway, so
you can do it.
What
do it.
What about the fight?
Yeah, there definitely had to be a fight, in my opinion. There had to be something.
Why is that so played down?
Hold on.
Oh, when is it 420? It's not 420 today, is it? It's 419 today. It's 420 Eve, you guys. May the 420 be with you. What did Chanel say? 420 is universal hitters.
I was trying to close it
Oh,
up.
universal hitters. I don't even know that. What were you saying? I haven't been on camera this whole time.
I have to close the window because the birds were so annoying.
Who was?
The birds.
Oh, the birds were really. They maybe you're Janet Leigh, and they're surrounding your house right now.
Yeah, maybe.
Do you know that Janet Leigh couldn't take a shower for the rest of her life after filming the movie Psycho? Unless
Really?
somebody was like in the room with her and she had to leave the shower curtain open. That it traumatized her that much, man.
Yeah, I mean, I would be traumatized too, probably.
Yeah, there was a lot of blood. There was a lot of blood there. But I don't know. I wonder when you start talking about the films surrounding the whole thing. You have the film festival the month before, and you have a general air of this sort of crime tourist or crime serial killer fascination among these college students, and it played out in weird ways with the guy. That is the grossest video. It disgusts me because he's literally doing it behind the girls, and this is something that's never going to be ever submitted into evidence. It's irrelevant, but it's something that if one of these guys was involved, you'd be like, how are we so stupid that we missed that when we've watched it 100 times? You know, that this is the character of a lot of these students. They play themselves as these aw-shuck country boys to their parents and everybody else, but their real fascination is with death. You know?
I mean, and there's also like a lot of superstition and traditions and all of that is.
You don't have to, Bubbly.
Motivator. It could be a very strong motivator.
I think those are for like. I'm sorry, Bubbly had a question. And the icons.
Setting icon bottom. And like make sure your audio's on.
Yeah, that'll either mute you or unmute you, and
no, there's a little wheel. There's a little cog thing. I had to click mine and turn. It said no audio. I had to turn it.
Yeah, to click the wheel and make that.
Yeah, and like fix the settings. So try.
Yeah, because mine's disabled video, but my mic usually it goes to the default. So just try entering the studio here, and we'll take it from there and see if we can hear you and stuff. It should automatically do what it's supposed to do. I'm excited to have her on though. Thank you for getting past the technical difficulties there. Yeah. I like that. Yeah, you make sure you take one if you haven't in a while to celebrate 420 for the good way. But yeah, it's very that's exactly right, P Fox. It is extremely that atmosphere of that even with the victims, there was that humor with the what does Miss Potts call it, the fruit tossing contest with the machete. Where they're splitting the fruit and throwing it up in the air or whatever. There seems to be just a kind of like an accepted or almost a popular mentality with it. Yeah, fueled by rage, and fighting definitely drives that kind of stuff, and there's definitely. We've proven that there's a fighting atmosphere there. That is a large part. Look at their windows. The giant Muhammad Ali poster. That's a banner. That's telling you who we are. I'm the baddest. I'm the alpha boxer.
They're known for that. I just posted an article in Substack that I just
there's Bubbly. Hi, Bubbly. Can you hear me?
Bubs. Check it out, you guys, or Heather. I just posted it. Not for you, Kane.
Okay. There she is. Hi, we hear you now. There you go.
Bubbly.
Welcome on. Bubbly Waters, everyone. The famous Bubbly Waters. Do you want to pet my cat?
No, my cat's looking. She's going, "What the fuck's going on right now?"
You're
She's
supposed
like,
to say you want to pet my P word. I'm not saying it.
"No. I'm
not saying that word.
Come on now,
Kane likes
keep it nice in here for Bubbly. Have some respect for the lady.
I'm sorry, I'm not a lady.
Welcome in, Bubbly. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. I can't believe you guys don't know about Mill Street. I'm fucking shocked. He's my friend.
You're catching me off guard. Yeah. Refresh my memory, maybe. Give us all. Maybe some people in the chat aren't aware either.
So Mill Street is. Can you still hear me? I just turned down my tablet. So you good still?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine. Mm-hmm. It's a little muffled, but it's okay.
Let's see if I put this in a bit better. I don't want two earbuds in. Does that sound better?
That's a little better. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so now I feel like I'm inside my head. Okay, two earbuds in. Okay, so Mill Street is where Kaylee and Olivia live in Coeur d'Alene, while during the COVID time,
Oh.
So it's on the same road as Maddie's grandma, Ben's mom, I believe, or maybe it's the sister, but it's a Chile. Her name's Kim Chile, right? And they live across the road, maybe four houses up. But right next door to the house where they lives a woman named Angela King, and her husband passed away, though. He got in a motorcycle accident coming back from Montana. He got killed. But they're into real estate, they're into all sorts of stuff, and they own Sudsy's laundromat, which is where that stuff with the blood was found. So
what is from the laundromat?
In the police reports, in the Moscow police reports, there was someone reported that blood was found on one of the columns in the laundry room of Sudsy's laundromat.
And they actually filed a report?
Yeah, believe it or not.
That's amazing. And there was blood on the walls there? Is that what Jen was saying?
Yeah.
Wow. And this was on the 23rd or the 13th. Is that right?
Let me see what day that was on. Let me pop over there and see. I'll just look it up real quick. I gotta get out of this one here. Hold on. The tablet's not showing me something different. Let me look it up. Wants me to keep. Okay, hold on.
No, take your time. It's fine. We're not in any hurry to go anywhere. We're just. I just finished the introductions. We're only 9 hours in. So.
Well, that house where they live, the owner, you guys. I can't believe Heather and Jen haven't dug into this. This is crazy. I mean, you're gonna find stuff. I don't even like posting it. I have videos on it still in my phone. I haven't put up, so I just kind of stay away from it.
So Bubbly, wait, it was cutting out before. The last name is King, you're saying?
No, so the house let me just the house next door is an Angela King lives in that house, but the house that the girls lived in is owned by a different guy, and he's a billionaire, put it that way.
Okay.
Got lots of money.
This is in Coeur d'Alene or Rathdrum or?
Coeur d'Alene, yep.
Okay.
Yeah, let me find it for you. Hold on, I gotta get my land glide up here. Second here.
Have you heard of a company called Apex Pro Remodeling or something? The guy's name was Damian King or something like that.
That kind of rings a bell, but I haven't. There's so much more. That's just so connected to this. This is where I've been getting into. Is a little bit deeper than I should probably go. Right?
It gets scary, right?
Very scary because I don't know
if I should post this. Maybe not.
And I don't. I typically don't. But yeah, it's kind of scary. I mean, it's not kind of scary. It is very scary.
Very.
And that's what people don't understand is that you can't just put some of this stuff out because Well, I mean, they're taking my videos down right and left. They've taken pretty much all of my Demetrius videos down, and not only just taking them down, but I can't even get into them. Like normally on my side, I can go in and see the video myself, but nobody else can see it. Once they do that, they're not even there anymore. They're gone.
Oh, they're
Gone.
deleted, not just private.
Yeah, but
Oh.
yeah.
Sorry, I was mute. I was Swamp Rose there. I made a post today, and after I posted it, I couldn't see it. And then the other day, I did a live, and it went live, and I had 0 views, and there was nobody in the chat. And I'm like, well, I was doing a tour of the Learjets. Maybe you guys will catch it in the replay. Thank you, Tanel, and thank you. Is that Mikey who left the super chat? Thank you so much, you guys. I really appreciate that. The and then when I hit done, because it was a vertical live, I hit done, and then I came back to my dashboard and I couldn't see it. But on my phone it still said processing. So there's been some wild stuff as far as videos go, and creators doing malicious things recently. You may have heard to other people, and it's not that you didn't warn me ahead of time and give me a full-on heads up of what was coming, but these are the tests that we pass in route to where we're going, because I guess some people are more interested in games than anything to do with solving this case. That's the only thing I can't picture what outcome benefits them by attacking other creators with these type of things, other than their differing opinion, which isn't being heard. Because I was talking to Rockford about it. You don't punch down. Nobody punches down. You're trying to punch your way up. You're wasting your time. You know what I mean? And it's also like I was saying to Twiz the other day, is you never get stabbed in the back by an enemy. It's always your friends that stab you in the back, right? And I think that's very relevant here somehow. But go on with what you're saying. I'm sorry, I got it on a tangent.
No, that's good. That's fine. I got it wrong. So actually, the Kings live next door to Chiles, which is the, I don't know if it's the aunt or the grandma. I think it's the grandma actually, or I think it's Ben's mom, Ben Mogan's mom. So, do you just want? I'll just give you an address. And you can just look it up. Do you have Landglide, Jen?
No, I downloaded it, but I just deleted it. I have to re-download it.
Oh God, I love that freaking app. That app is awesome. Oh my God. So the house, remember they used to live on Mill Street is Kaylee and Olivia lives. It was 364, and it's on West Mill Street.
Were they did they grow up in different houses or something? Like, what's the story with that? Do you know?
Well, there was a part in there, and it's really odd, but you can catch it through the Facebook, and it's where it's like basically sounds like Kaylee and Olivia just connected again, because Olivia is saying, well, thanks for inviting me over. The place is really cute, and so on and so forth. This is what they're talking about through Facebook.
Oh,
and
I remember that. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, that was weird. Like, I don't even get it. I mean, I don't know half that shit either. I don't know. I just know what I see on here and tried to connect it. Like last night, I just connected that when whatever happened with the sorority girls and the Kaylee, because and Maddie and Vanna, because it stopped, the likes stopped being liked on the Instagram stuff between what date was that? July 26th. Hold on.
Yeah, something definitely went down.
Was there something on that date that we know of that happened?
don't know. I don't know. I just found this. I just got to connect last night. It was and it was through a girl named Emma. She travels all over the place. That girl is everywhere. Destin, Japan, Switzerland.
Tiger or something. She was on. Didn't she do like a 48 hours of those?
Not that one. That one I almost thought that Kaylee was actually dating. Like she actually.
I feel like such a stalker that I know all these kids' names. Like
I know
way too much about them.
Way too much. Way too much.
Yeah.
Oh, real quick before I forget. So going back to your what you said about Facebook and Olivia and Kay like reconnecting. Olivia had reposted something that she had written to Kaylee on her 16th birthday, and there was a couple like comments in there that were standing out to me, and one of them was like how Kaylee welcomed her in her home and didn't ask questions or something to that effect.
Okay, maybe I got it wrong. Maybe that's what it was.
Okay, because
there was something about something being cute. You really got it set up cute or something like that.
Yeah, it seems like Kaylee was like raised differently or not in that same house or something, because she's the only one that went to the charter school. Like, I just feel like there's a lot more to this story, as far as the relationships.
Yeah, I totally agree. Totally agree. So, do you look up the Idaho Secretary of State businesses? Do you look through those?
Sometimes.
Okay, I mean those are like the Bible to me, man.
Yeah, the corporation info.
Oh my God! I just found one last night, so I'm looking up. Okay, all right. Let me tell you.
I'm like balls deep in property records. That's been like my thing now lately.
Which one is it?
The property records. Like, you really have to dig, because like they'll change the names, just like a little bit, and you find one name out, and all of a sudden you got like 10 other names to look into. It's a lot.
Right. Well, have you noticed that the business that are changing on 9/12 of 22?
9/12/22, no. Of 22? Something else happened that day. Why does that day sound familiar?
Like the crypto. So I'm thinking what happened is whatever these businesses are, either there was some agreement in the beginning, something very strange, because they change over and they all go to one place, right? There's
which businesses are you talking about? Like the
banks. The banks.
Oh, the banks.
Listen, let me, before you get too far, have you seen have you heard of the Binance Bank? Binance?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And so when you talk about related to crypto, you have also the FTX scandal in the fall, happened the Friday before, on November 11th, 2022. That's when that all came crashing down. I just wanted to interject that. Go on, I'm sorry.
Well, you think about the date of the noise complaint, right? So they say that Kaylee, I have to take one of your earbuds down. It's driving me crazy. Hold on, let me put it. Okay, does that sound bad?
No, you're fine.
Okay, I'm going to put my earbud in the case, so you're not hearing anything. So is that better? Does that sound better?
That sounds a little clearer. Yeah, it's like you have your hand over the microphone. Do you have a phone case? Yeah. Oh, is that what it is? The phone case?
No. I don't have. I've got my earbud in.
Okay, it's just
yeah.
It sounds. We can hear you though. Can you guys put a 1 in the chat if you can hear Bubbly? Okay, guys, please.
Well, I want to talk. Like, I'm on my phone doing this. I didn't do it on my tablet, which was when I usually go on other ones, but it's not this. That's on StreamYard. Those things. So when I'm on my phone, when I'm looking at it, all I see is a face on here. I don't even know how to get to chat to where I can answer questions.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe you could have the chat open on your tablet. Is that possible?
Yeah, you just have to be on YouTube, but then mute the YouTube.
Yeah. If you want to do that. But you're hot as hell right now. Go on, please. Whenever you're ready. And so, but whenever you come back.
Did we lose her? We might have lost her.
No, she's probably trying to pull up the chat on her tablet. Oh no, we did lose her. Maybe Well, come back here. I'll post the link. You're right. Thank you. Good call. I'll post the link for her to come back in, and maybe she just wanted to switch out. Tax Max and Tanel say they can hear her. Okay, so that's we'll switch it up.
Yeah.
It just sounded a little bit muffled to me here. I'll post the link for her, just in case again, and a couple of. I could pin it at the top. I guess. Let me see how you do that. I guess right here, and there's the link. It's supposed to be a Q of A or Q&A or whatever, but wait, it didn't even show the link. Isn't that weird? What YouTube just leaves out. It's now I can't even see the chat. Okay, now they're coming back. That's wild. I don't know. It seems that the technology companies are the most inept at providing technology.
Wow. Can you hear me? Because my screen just went blank. It's just blank. It's just black.
Did it really? What?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Mm-hmm.
Completely. I'm gonna take a picture. Completely black.
Did you time out? Did you
I can't see anything.
time out? Did you time out?
Oh, no. It just went back. But like the whole screen was like just black just now.
Well, maybe somebody sent you
And
some
now-
sabotage bots.
I'm telling you, I'm hacked.
So yeah, what happened?
Oh, there you are. Hey, no, her computer went out.
Hey.
You got bumped. People don't have anything to do better in their lives than to sabotage a show. I guess it's just discussing a case.
Well, maybe a stuff that maybe stuff we really seriously should talk about, because I don't talk about it. I don't make videos on this. I do. I mean, I've got some videos on it, but I'm not necessarily the ones I'm posting. I mean, I've got, it's like following these. If we're talking billions and billions and billions of dollars, you guys.
Yes, and when margin calls, you got to pay. And so
Wait, can I ask Kane?
Well, she let
Real
her,
quick.
Get
What does
her.
it mean? No, wait. It says number of outbound connections 4. There's not 4 of us here, is there? Who's the 4th person?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
Unless
I don't know. It says number of outbound connections 4. Or
maybe,
number of
maybe my tablet's trying to get on there. Hold on.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe the tablet. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I just want to ask.
How do I turn it off?
No, it's fine. I just saw that there was only 2 audio streams outbound, but there's 4 connections. I just thought it was weird.
Okay, that might be because I tried on my tablet first, and I couldn't get it to. I don't know. Maybe I did get it connected. I just don't even know.
Who knows? Whoever's watching, you're welcome.
Okay, so yeah. Okay, so if you're interested in see, this is where it's been taking me like the depths. Like I'm talking like not like the frats and all that kind of stuff, sure, but and all of that's connected to EcoShield, hands down. I mean, I found a link last night that blew my mind, and so so what I did last night, I thought, let me go see what hotel in town. Oh, actually, what it was I was on my landline, and there was a address that it saved in there, just an address, and I was like, oh well, no, it was on my report when I was looking up a report, and it wouldn't let me go out of it. It just kept popping back up, and I'm like, okay, well that means I've got to probably look at it. Maybe that's what it means, right? So I looked at it, and that address is a Ridge Road address, and on that particular address, the owner of the houses, the frat houses on Blake Avenue, the new owner of the LLC, the old King Road LLC, him, and there's another person too. They all lived at that address, and now they're basically got that whole area owned by them, right? So when I
Owned by
looked
who?
by the people that own the frat houses on Lake Avenue, and then the houses, the King Road houses that used to be owned by somebody else, but now they're, because Etsy got rid of them, right?
Right.
Okay, so now they're owned by Eagle Investments and those guys, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well that it just, when you keep connecting and connecting the addresses and the connects right there, it takes you to a certain person. And he and this other guy that owns the frat houses on Blake Avenue, which is where I think a lot of this went down. So it's definitely Linda Lane cul-de-sac and Blake Avenue is where I think the movement and stuff went down. And it's weird that now they own that whole area. Like it's literally they own like, I mean, there's like maybe how many people you guess own that whole area? I mean, this is definitely a religious property war, but there's these groups and they own so much of that town. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So it connected once I looked at that address, and it sends you to another address because it's not the address where the person is, the one that owns that LLC or whatever. It'll take you to another address, and it's not owner occupied, not owner occupied. And it'll just keep sending you to addresses till you get to the end where owner occupied, and that's as far as you can go, right?
Right.
So as it's taking me through this, it takes me to an address downtown Moscow, and right next door to it is the Moscow Hotel. And I'm like, what? The hotel. We hear about them going and staying at a hotel, right?
Right.
Right.
Right. So I'm like, okay, this is messed up. And I'm thinking, wow. Okay, have you guys seen Cluminati's video about the Instagram post?
With all the girls, like
no,
the drama between them or something.
No, if you don't know if you don't know what I'm talking about by me just saying that, then you have no clue what it is. Let me go find it real quick, and I'll put it in the link. You got to see it. Now I've got 3 freaking videos out on it. I've also got a video in the works on it that I've been working on, but I keep getting stopped because of the connect and because of how deep it is. Right now, I don't know if you guys remember or not, but do you remember where it said that in the beginning that Enon's mom and dad owned the Moscow Hotel? Do you guys remember that?
No, I never heard that.
I never heard that. No. Huh. Wild.
Yeah. No, I don't know if that's true. Obviously, they don't own it now. But let me get to Cluminati here. Now, I used to listen to Cluminati all the time before she does what she does now. And she's got a lot of freaking good videos, you guys. But this particular video is, can you find it? It is
Are you looking for a Cluminati video, or one of yours?
I'm looking at it right.
Okay, because I'm not gonna play a Cluminati video without permission from her with my recent activities and the recent developments that have happened since I don't know her. I'm just saying up front before you go looking for it.
Okay. So let me give you the lowdown.
If you haven't heard, yeah. If you don't mind, just give us the cliff notes, I guess, if you remember.
No problem. So first, it starts out. I'm going to play it on my tablet so I can walk you through it as I'm going. It starts out, she finds this Instagram post. And this Instagram post is by a person named Cold Dead Curled Fingers.
Oh, I remember that kind of. Okay,
Ooh, I think I've heard that. Now go ahead, yeah.
Okay. So I'm still trying to find the video here. Hold on. There it is.
That's wild.
The video is called What in the Actual. Okay, let me get past all this stuff. Pause here and do that and do this. Okay, so now let me get here. So it starts out this Instagram post. So this person has 3 posts, 0 followers, and is following 5 people. And you guys heard about Trey Patterson, right? We've all done videos on that dude, right? Dude?
Yeah, I remember him.
Refresh my memory on Trey Patterson. I'm sorry.
Trey Patterson had a very dark videos, and you just have. It's hard to explain. You just have to see them. They're just very dark, and they didn't say directly they're connected to this, but they just alluded to it. Basically, am I saying that right, Jen? I don't really know exactly how to talk about.
Is that one that we played already on the show, Jen?
No. I don't even know how to explain it.
No, I have some videos I made about him. I have a few of them on my channel. So, and I do have some of this one as well. But okay, so let me keep going here. So the name, the account name is so the icon on the front of it looks like, you know how Kenny from South Park, he wears that yellow, that orange coat or red coat, and it's all cinched up around his face, and you only see like two eyeballs.
Yep.
South Park. Okay, well this is, it looks like that icon like that, but there's like basically 3 eyeballs. Well, 4 eyeballs you can see, but it looks like there's 6 eyeballs altogether. 2, 2, and 2 is what the icon looks like. But it says Cold Dead Cruel Figures. That's the name of the account, and it's the name under the account is Trey Patterson. So let me get past here a little bit. And this was posted, I think it was like she found it like the day of, or it was very, very close to. And so let me get to the next post. So the next post was a, I'm trying to, okay. The 5 people that he's following, which I've done my duty going down these, and they're very, this is why I'm having a hard time with this. One of them is Kaylee, following Kaylee. The other one is called That Compare Guy. The next one is Boise Bucket List. Then you've got Gaslit Stars, and then you have a woman's name. And I looked her up, and it's really interesting. I don't know how to, I thought about actually contacting her and seeing what this is about, because she's not really connected to anybody that I can see in this case. But she's alone. She's a woman that travels alone. She must have had a bad relationship or something like that. Anyway, so that's that. The Gaslit Stars, that place takes me to a tattoo shop, which is interesting. And that tattoo shop is very popular in that area. In fact, I think it's called Matt's or something like that. That Compare Guy, that one I can't really go into right now. You guys have to just find, that one's one I can't really talk about. And Boise Bucket List, I really haven't delved into that one too much either. But the Gaslit Stars, that, I think it's called Matt, something with Matt Tattoo anyway. But the door, once you follow that address and you go look at the door on the building is not what it says it is. It's just, the whole thing is just whack. I mean, I don't even know. Okay, so the next post on here is where it's just a little, it looks like a header on like a memo, but it says Kaylee on the top. And I'm trying to fast forward here so I can follow this correctly. Oh, so now the next post, the first post is, it says Cold Dead Curled Finger, and then it says First Night. Just First Night. That's all it says. And then the next one is a guy. You can tell it's a guy. He looks like he's sitting like in a recliner chair. Because basically, from looking at his angle is what we're looking at. So on his lap is a cat. And he's got his hand around his cat's neck. And the cat looks like it's being basically strangled, right?
I remember that.
And the caption on that read something, let me find it. Something like, hold on.
Is this a post?
An Instagram post.
Oh, I thought it was a video. I thought it was a video. I'll show a post.
Trey Patterson had the choking cat picture on Facebook too.
Right. Exactly right.
I'll show a post. So, if somebody could post a link to that, if somebody has it there, I'll show that on the screen. I'm sorry, I was confused by that one. Sorry.
Well, I'll email it to you.
I'll just link. I can link it in the right with it. I mean, I can share it with you right now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find it. Give me one second.
We'll view it while I talk to you guys. Cause that'll be that way we don't have to switch. I'd have to switch browsers to be able to do that.
Gonna play her video on yours?
Oh, I thought you were saying it was just a post.
No. It's,
yeah.
I think the post is up, and
I'm sure. I am quite sure that Cluminati would give half a fuck if I played her video, but still, in light of recent events, you understand.
Yeah.
Just
okay,
yeah.
So let me finish. So the next one says the name of it, Cold and Curl Fingered, and then it says the Grove Hotel in Boise. Okay. The next post about the cat, when he's got his hand around his neck, it says a brittle neck, but it was necessary to keep her still for a moment. So the next post is the one where it says, it's very interesting, and I've followed it, and I'm telling you, I believe it's true. I believe this post it says a lot. The actual here. Okay, so the header on this like memo pad, it says so behind it looks like someone had painted a bunch of like strokes of a paintbrush with all different colors, and then it's got a white like sheet of paper over it, and it says Instagram at your name _ facts _ and then it says Kaylee in big letters, and it says good luck. So the next post is
wow. I don't remember that.
Okay, so the next post is, and this one's really freaky. Okay, so there's an Instagram video, a link that you can click on, and what that link takes you to is a Instagram post about BMWs, X6s, right? And then underneath that it says you will not have a live perpetrator, Moscow. Just let it go. You don't know Claire. Now Claire is spelled like her friend Claire. The Claire that they have the pictures with, the Claire that's in the pictures at the house.
Yes. Didn't she? Is she the other one that got the tattoo or something? Right.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. So now Claire is you know how it showed Vanna with Emily all the time, right? They were always connected. Now it's like Emily's like so big with Dylan, Stephanie, and all those guys. Right? Like, but Emily and Hunter, I believe they're involved. I just have. I've always have, because in the very beginning, the first thing I heard was that the house was being surveillance. That when the people there, and they said it was her best buddy, Vanna's best buddy, which was Emily, and that they were, whenever they go take a shower or whatever, that they were digging into their tablets and their phones and getting information off of them, and then relaying the messages wherever they were relaying it. And that was Emily, right? And then the body cams came out, and then you see Hunter there, and then you see Emily and Hunter together, and it was very strange, how it all was starting to kind of mold into each other. And so, but Claire didn't really show up in there. I mean, you'd see her here and there, but she wasn't like, huh? Am I echoing that? Oh yeah. Okay.
There's two bubblies in the chat right now. I think I can hang up on you somehow. Here. Yeah. Okay. I disconnected the second bubbly. Let me turn you up a little bit.
You're on the right one. Okay, good. Ooh. Oh God, two of me. Oh, that's not a good thing.
JJ's always complaining that I'm cloning him. He's like, "You're not cloning me again, Kane, are you?"
Well, that's my whole issue. Like with Moscow, my first initial things I thought were agriculture first, of course, and then of course the Eco Shield, dealing with all that and being in through, the university and all that stuff. I don't know why more people haven't looked into Eco Shield. I mean, it's crazy.
That remember that video with JLR and the guy from Eco Shield in that alley?
No.
Really? Oh, wow.
I remember that, but what about Eco Shield? No, I remember which video he's walking down. He was scared walking down there, right? But
yeah.
But I didn't hear him. Eco Shield.
That's what he said the guy was, and the guy was like fucking with him before that.
Oh, Samir?
I'm not sure what the guy's name was. There was two of them in the alley, though, and JLR walked right by them.
One of them Middle Eastern?
I'm not sure. I know one guy was like just your standard Idaho issued guy. The other guy was just kind of in the shadows, I think, if I remember. I didn't.
Huh. Well, what I thought he was walking down was the barbecue sandwich shop that's down there, because the guy that owned that was a SO, and he's actually, no, I don't think he owns it anymore, but he recently was arrested. In fact, another SO from the Queen Apartments, he's in jail right now. Barley's roommate's in jail right now. You've got Joshua Couch is in jail right now, which he's the one on the SO list that never showed his picture. In fact, when I made a video of that freaking thing went up and it was down in like seconds flat. Man, that
You gotta be kidding!
fast.
In seconds, wow.
Yep.
And then also Xana's ex-boyfriend, you did a video on.
Mason.
Was, and I saw you were going through his arrest history, and I'm like, birds of a feather, and if you're dating this guy at a young age, it kind of destroys the pretty and perfect narrative. As much as I love Xana, and I want her to be perfect, apparently when you're dating the dealer,
Yeah, I know.
And he was in the same fraternity as what's his name? The kid that died.
Hudson Lindau.
Yeah, I think, or maybe there was two. I haven't gone that rabbit hole really.
What Bubbly? Have you gone any further on Hudson Villa or Hayden Villa? As far I haven't had a whole lot of follow up on him, and
I've got videos on him. He was up in my comments one time bitching about something. I'm like, hey, look everybody, it's Hayden in the house.
Are you kidding? Really? That's why. Whoa.
He was not happy. He's a wrestler. He won a bunch of awards. They think he's hot shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He does seem to be above the law in his own eyes. I think he has a very. Anyway, I'm not going to sit here and talk shit about him, but I think people have made their own judgments there.
Right. They're literally that town. They breed it. Well, you breed them. I mean, you think of the alumni. Like I found this blog one time, and it was about a sorority house. It was about an annex house, a satellite house, which is what this is. It's a satellite house. It's an annex house. It's an off-campus party frat house. That's not a sorority house. That is a freaking frat house. And in fact, they say that there aren't any such thing as off-campus sorority houses because if there was a sorority house and it had more than 2 girls in it, then they would call that a brothel. You saw my video, I take it.
Yeah.
I remember that one too.
Okay, so now think about when that noise complaint happened that day, you've got them walking up to the frat house, right? And the cops are talking to the frat guys. And you know how they said, you know the drill, right? You know the drill. Well, sure they know the drill. Because it's like how I feel is the cops doing what they're doing, right? I mean, because they're involved, hands down. I don't care what anybody says. They're damn straight involved.
Agreed.
That they hold those public meetings, and those are in the police reports. It says public meeting or whatever they call it, and it's you can tell when it's going to happen because it's right after all the stuff's ramped up with the frats. They're out there slashing tires, they're breaking mirrors off, they're TPing places, they're shooting air guns at people, they're just on a rampage, right?
Running amok.
And it's usually when there's a delivery in town. Like you can the police reports tell it all, even though there's no report taken. You can follow the pattern. Since I've been doing it for so long, it's like the pattern is there's a shipment coming in, and I don't know. Have you guys read Among the Bros? That story, that true story of the frat thing that the trial just wrapped up when this happened, when the Idaho War happened, literally within days. And that is amazing read. It is a true story, and it's about a fraternity that were rug dealers, right? And it's an amazing story. In fact, there's so many connections in that story to this one. It's nuts. right down to the Chrysler 300. Man, it's a challenge. Charges like they all had a certain car they drove. How they distributed this stuff was they would empty out chip bags and like Skittles bags, and then they'd fill it with that, and then they'd put the stuff back in there and use a seal-a-meal and seal it shut, like it was just a bag of chips. And they got all their stuff.
Then we give them credit for, honestly.
Oh, I know. And you know when they popped these guys, they had millions of F pills of bars. They had X bars, right? They would get X bars from China, I guess. And he called them sidecars. He said, yeah, the X bar is a sidecar because you can take it with anything. He says, but the problem with those is that they're so addictive, which I've always heard, very addictive type thing. But that what it does to you, if you don't have it, or I can't remember the exact part of it, but I remember what he said it did. It slows you way down, stops your speech, it almost stops you from breathing, will put you into convulsions, like they say, if you hear in these reports where someone's convulsing or they're frothing at the mouth, just weird stuff, right? That is all basically X bars, is what I'm reading from what that story told. And I didn't know that before. I didn't even know what an X bar was. Now I've seen like a little baby teeny ones, I've never seen like a bar of it. I'm like, that's weird. Anyway, apparently they're there. And these guys were high end. These guys had money. They didn't have to do this. They all had their sports cars. They all went to the little, beach houses and stuff. And they just kind of got off on it, I guess. And anyway, when a person did get killed in that one, it was they had nicknames for all the frat boys, because all the pledges. The pledges were their mules. They were the ones that went out and got the stuff from the people. They did the dirty work, and it was the pledges in order to get into that fraternity. How about that?
And that's how they probably keep them quiet, because it's like, listen, you did something illegal. Like, if we go down, you go down type vibe.
That's how I figure. Like, say with Hitler right here. I was actually, this is on a video I just made. I just talked about this on the video that I haven't posted yet. Take Hitler for example. He's from a fraternity, right? Mm-hmm. Now, when you're being pledged, and Hell Week happens. Hell Week is where you were to go and search for and bring the White Cross. And after the White
Cross, right? It's kind of like a scavenger hunt?
Kind of in a way. But they hand them an envelope that's sealed. And on the outside of the envelope is a map. And on the inside is what your instructions are to do, or to gather, or whatever it is you're supposed to do. They don't know. They don't ever know. And think about that on this night. Think about if you got one of those envelopes on this particular night. How freaking scared would you be, man? I'm telling you what. Anyway, so then this all starts at around 10 o'clock is when it usually happens. And then by 3 o'clock is when it starts wrapping up, and then they do what they call the Black Supper.
We're familiar with that one.
Yeah.
Okay. So, with all that was happening that night, it kind of feels like and I don't know if you remember this in the beginning also, that one of the hazing things that these guys do is they make sure that there's one of the guys that's pledging is sober, and they make him drive him around. Like all the drunk guys, this guy had to drive him around. Now I heard it was Jack K. is who's the one that was the first initial one that I heard was the driver, was the one that picked him up. But then again, when I first looked up Gower, I think I was probably the first one. Chaos Theory actually put pop my name on one of their videos, because I guess they found, I don't know if they found my video where I was talking about it, but I don't know of anybody else who was looking at it. So I looked at him really early on, and I remember finding some stuff that, so where he works at like the Bound place, those like Paris Hilton, the places that their parents put you, those ranches that basically tear you down.
Yeah, like a Scared Straight type thing.
Yeah, something like that. But these are even worse. Like literally, they have you on antidepressants. They keep you there. It's for money. It's all for money. And that's what all this is boils down to. Basically, what this boils down to right now, this is insurance. Everybody has an insurance company. They all have either a construction company, an insurance company, or a real estate company, and they all work with each other. This is, and with amongst the schools and universities. And I found that out through Kane West. Kane, but he doesn't own a insurance company. That's not his. There is the Kane West, but it's not. It wasn't a really nice, beautiful, big building, but now it's not. It's in a little rambler house, and what it's connected to is basically it's connected to the Boise University as a. What I got out of it was a place where you go talk to them about getting your student loans and your, those things, your funding, right? And I thought that's really messed up because my first initial thought was that's freaking ripping them off. Because that's what happened to me when I went to school. I had that happen to me. Like the people that I had signed up to with this school I was going to, they weren't giving. We're waiting. We're not getting any money. We're starving students. Oh, it'll be here. Just give it a little bit longer. We're halfway through school, right? And come to find out, they were ripping us off. They were taking the money on many of us, not just me. And so when I first saw that in here, my first thought was, wow, they're just ripping these kids off right and left. And then you hear the noise complaint when they walk up and they say, well, we just turn them into the school and then they do whatever they want. They'll take their funding. They'll lose their housing, Are you guys still there?
Yeah, no, we're blowing us away. We're spellbound right now.
Okay, I'm not looking at chat. I don't have anything that even shows chat on any of these, so I'm just looking at it. I have no idea. I see a face on one of my things and my Illuminati video on the other.
No, I think you've enchanted everyone in the chat is listening very intently. And like I said, I have the A-listers of chat in here tonight especially. Thank you everyone for joining us tonight. Melissa says it cannot be put down. The sink drain in toilet cannot go in our street drains nor be left on the ground, grass, pavement. It doesn't matter. I'm not sure what she's talking about now. I don't know.
Talking about the foundation tub, right? Is that what you're talking about? Foundation, the Xana post.
Oh, the comment she made.
Yeah.
I think that was like literally. She meant literally the foundation, like
the sound. It's yeah. So
the basement.
So man, I'm telling you, I just had some connects last night that just blew my mind. And it was literally. This is how I find them. I just stumble on them, right? And because I don't give up, I just keep digging down this one hole. I go down because it's hard. It's interesting too to find things like this, and not necessarily do I want to find this ugly stuff this stuff, but every time I find something and it's all of a sudden it's disconnected, this person, I'm just like, no way, you got to freaking be kidding me.
It all comes down. It's crazy.
Yeah, and then I just sit and I'm just literally my head is just like numb, basically, and because it's hard for me to understand how anybody can do this to anybody and do it for these purposes and to benefit themselves. And that's where it boils down to when I was saying about so when these freshmen out there are being hazed or the Hell Week and they've got to do this dirty deed, right? They've got to do something dirty, something illegal, something corrupt, something not nice in order to show them that they can trust them, right? Or whatever. That's how they get the last part of it, the Hell Week. So
when is Hell Week?
It's the last, usually like in November, like it's
the beginning of the first semester, the spring semester.
Okay.
Oh, well, Hell Week is like after you're pledging, and it's like it's when you go through all the hazing part. Hell Week is when they choose who is going to make it, who makes it into the fraternity, right? That's where they choose. That's bid day, basically. They, who makes it in, and that's Hell Week. Like literally that week before that happened, they put them through such vigorous crap.
It's disgusting what they do. Actually, the homosexual stuff that they make them
Oh my God.
do and what they make them drink. Use your
Oh my God.
imagination.
And the girls are even worse. The girls are terrible. I mean, it's
the girls.
Oh, some of the girls. Sometimes the frats will ask the sororities that are connected to them to decide what they'll do, right? And oh my God,
Oh wow,
this one
that's nuts.
I don't even like to talk. This one makes me sick to my stomach. Like I literally can't even talk about that one. But so basically, it boils down to, in my opinion, why there was cameras and stuff there, why there was things, because this documented. It's documented what they do because now they've got them, right? They've got them on file. Now, this is a dream I had right at, like, it must have been, I don't know how many weeks into this case it was, but I had this dream and it scared the crap out of me. Basically, I was in Green's home. I'd never even seen what it looked. I never even seen what it looked like before. I had no idea. It was at night. I was, I don't know. I wasn't sneaking around or anything. I can't remember how I got there, but I was there. And all I remember is opening this one door and this one long hallway. It must have been a fever dream. You know, fever dreams, like you stack things and they fall down before you can get to the top. Those crappy fever dreams are awful. That this long hallway, and on each side of the wall, there were file cabinets all the way to the top. And they all, when you pulled out the drawer, it just kept coming out. And they were all the names of all the students and all the things that they had done, and then when they were called, just like the the prosecution, that how they get them to work for them, right? Informant is you've got something you need to do for us now. We let you off on a plea 11 or whatever, right? We gave you a lighter sentence. Now you've got to do something for us. Well, this is how this happens too, because they're going to be called upon one time or another when someone else is in trouble, and they're going to remember that time when I did this for you. Well, now it's your time to do this for me, and that's kind of how I feel about Hitler. Kind of feel like it's his time. He's supposed to be doing something for somebody, and I feel like it's been that way all the way up the chain. And once they're done doing their thing, they're let go, retired, or whatever they need to do. You're done. You're good. You're golden. You're our brother. You're your true brother.
Yeah, I agree.
Nobody's safe. I don't care who they are. You can think you're the safest person that's done everything. You've bent over backwards for these guys, whatever. You are not safe. Nobody is safe. If you're the man for the job, no matter how many jobs you've been the man for prior to that, you're the man for the job. You better do it. Because if you don't, we got your ass in this file cabinet, in this house, this lockdown.
Speaking of jobs, I was thinking, like, Brian, his degree was like in like psychology, right? And like criminology. Like, when did he learn anything about cloud forensics? Which is like pretty technical based on as far as I can tell. Like, it seems like a totally different like route of education. Anybody know?
I don't know. I haven't dove into that so much because I don't believe he had, if he had anything to do with it. My brain keeps going back to that call, and people say that T-Reb, one of his friends, did that call. It was a fake call about that guy that called in, talking about the frat guys that wanted to know about.
Yeah.
Well, that call, if you listen to that call again, that sounds like Mark.
It does sound like him. I agree.
And the guy that T-Reb brought on that said he did it didn't sound like him at all.
I agree.
Like that guy. And so, what if these guys? You think about you going to a new place. Well, first of all, let's go back to who the people are that have been laid to rest now. You've got, Jason Gray, who was a double criminology major, in both criminology and in the criminal social psychology. Him, and he was in what frat house? He was in the same one Caden was in. Caden is a conflict journalist. He's going to write about these things that's happening, just like what's happening.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Conflict, yeah. You're going to write about these in your Argonaut paper. He was, he was good at. Yeah, and now you've got, and then think about, all the other people wrapped around this. You got, a lot of the frat boys, their sisters have now graduated with a degree in criminology. One of Mabbitt's In fact, there's some.
Josie Lauterin is a criminal justice major.
Yeah, there's a lot of them, and a lot of women. Okay, so you've got Mabbitt, who's got. I'm not sure on her side married, but they're I don't know if they're half black or. But anyway, they're sports fanatics. 2 boys and a girl, and he's graduated from law school, and he's already an attorney. And then you've got you got how about this? How about Sydney Adams, sidekick bartender? She graduated with criminology major. Not only did she graduate with criminology major, but she has been working with the Senate, 2 different senators to be exact, since she was a knee high to a grasshopper. When you can be a page, before you can be 12 years old, you can be a page running papers from office to office for them, right? To get up in there if you want to learn to legislate. So then you got Jake Alt. He's a big guy up in Eco Shield. Mm-hmm. He's all up in the Senate. And then you got Dave Barry. He's got pictures of Green. He's with, he's in front of the McClure, the building McClure, where they do all that. Well, you may all know who McClures are. Well, one of them was there, Jen McClure.
Yes, I did a whole video about that whole McClure connection. And like, and listen, there's a McClure that was like a lobbyist or something. I posted I did a video. It's in there somewhere where he is connected to Givens Pursley.
Yeah, for sure. Hands down.
So,
I mean, they have a big building. I mean, McClure's give a lot. I mean, they got a lot of money on there, right?
Going way back to like the early 1900s, there was like links. The McClure family has been involved in politics going way back generations and been involved with UI way back generations. Yeah. Very, very tied in.
You got the Shoops, right? Now Shoops, he's a big guy in the Eco Shield. He's one of them that's in there. Mm-hmm. He has never even gone to that university. In fact, he didn't even go to college, and maybe
wait, who? He never went there?
And when their building was there way back, that used to be a dormitory. Now it's like their art building and their theater building or something like that, which is interesting in itself. Wow. Right? Theater building, art building. No, he's never gone there.
Interesting.
So, and Jesse Holochek. You see, the picture of them at the dance that I've always posted, where they're all standing there. You've got Dana. Well, it's in that one picture Dana, Bethany, Mason Bangs in there. You've got, how about this? You might not even know about him, but Ben Dunning. He's one that's been on my radar forever.
I don't.
He drives a white Elantra. So it's like, yeah, there's so many connects, but so literally, it's like I've always said, right? Literally anybody in this town could be who did it, right? Whether it's like, just knowing about it or, knowing something about this, right? Because everybody's so connected. And I say, they're one romp away from the short bus, literally half these families. I mean, really seriously. I mean, there's Farley's marrying Farley's, man. I mean, if you want to get right down to it, it's nuts. It's just nuts.
It's a lot like you say, Bubbly, with and thank you for being on. You're blowing our minds here tonight. We have Bubbly Waters as a guest tonight. Thank you for joining us, everybody. And when you start back with Hell Week and the Black Supper, okay? It's the same thing that you see in the Hollywood thing, and I believe in any secret society. The first thing they gather on you is blackmail. Mm-hmm. This gives them the power to shut you up and make you do anything. And so when you have so many interconnected things, somebody has something on almost everybody. And
and all those people are, you've got you alone, you've got you by yourself, and then all those other guys, what are they going to take? They're going to go by themselves, or they're going to join the club, and they're all going to be against you. So no matter what, you're screwed. You better join in, and you better shut the fuck up, right?
And that's a given. Yeah. They program them. Everything is specifically designed to be psychologically manipulating. Like it's intentional. they do certain things repetitive and chance. It's all done specifically to kind of brainwash, create this environment of loyalty.
I think
Guys,
a lot of people see through the bullshit on it, of course. But that, like the alma mater type stuff and the little handshakes, that continues on later through life. But what I wanted to say about when you're talking about the blackmail, and you specifically referred, if I heard you correctly, Hitler, right?
Well, because he was in a frat there, right? And he was a partner in Givens and Pursley,
Sure, but
So-
what my point is I don't know if you've noticed in the hearings here, especially since the new Zuckerberg DA has arrived into town, I felt at some points in that hearing watching Nye and watching Hitler, there was reaction to what looked like the callings of a third base coach to a runner. He's doing the eye points, the nose, grabbing the ear. Yeah, thank you. And I don't know if you've noticed it, but a lot of times Hitler's reaction is this, and everybody's like, "Oh, he's overwhelmed by the case," or he looks down on the. I think that they're directing him to do shit that he doesn't want to do, because this is such a false narrative that he's like, "Oh my God, I can't believe I have to say this right now, but this guy's over here telling me to steal third." And, and it's like, you, even at that level, now, whenever you talk about politics now, you have people, when people pull strings, it's because they have power. One great way to have power over you is blackmail. So, if you've done a favor for the chief or the sheriff, now they owe you. They owe you, and it's just a hand washing the other hand, it seems like, all along. And that's the only way that I can figure that a town is this silent, that you have so many go-alongs to get-alongs, and they'll perpetuate a fantasy and a fairy tale, even when the truth is out there, almost in the open.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, and it's like that town. Well, Stepford Wives. It's just you just go about your business day. Don't mind anybody else's business. Just mind your own. Keep your nose clean. Stay on the up and up. I mean, look at even the drug dealers are getting the court. When I'm going through these court things and listening, the people that are cited in there and the reports on them, and there's like 30, 40 at a time, and arrest, and they just let them out. They let them out, and they let them out. And domestic violence is one of them that's huge. Like
very well among law enforcement too, especially. Yeah, but what you want to talk about 30, 40 people? Let's talk about Timmy Reed again. Let's go down that road, right?
Yeah, but his dad. So they even halted that benefit they were supposed to do, that big old whatever they call them that they, the frats and the sorties do to raise money for these site, or like Cancer Society, things like that. Well, this guy, Reed's dad, that dude's dad was one of the biggest the guys that put forth most money to this particular charity, and
donated
they called
I don't know.
Yeah,
they have the Summerfest, and it's his name. His name is Nick Reed, and he owns a pizza parlor, a few pizza parlors in Lewiston. In I think the town's called Mason or something like that, and one near Moscow. I forgot what the name of the town was, but he works out of the one in Lewiston, I believe. And I've tried to contact him, but yeah, they are 5th generation vandals, and
exactly.
Here you
like
have.
I said, nobody's safe. Nobody is safe. Period. 5th generation vandal. Get that? Probably donated half of their pizza joint to the to games. Brought bunches of them to games. Baked it up. Brought it after a game. Done this type of stuff. Donated all the money. Like literally, they're one of the biggest funders for that particular spring event that they did. And look what they did to them. They couldn't even Like they sent out 7 or 8 football players like a couple days after that. They traded them out just like that. They just move fast. Why do you think X not there? X not there anymore. I mean,
Wait. Hold on, New York. You talk a little fast there. What did you say?
That wasn't me.
Not you. I'm talking to Miss Bubbly. I'm projecting on. I'm projecting onto you, Bubbly. Did you say that they traded some of those football players away?
Oh yeah. Immediately. Yeah, they got down to business fast. So when they said that they had to research and find out, look into this and with the case and find out who did what, and but they couldn't because there were so many there, they couldn't pinpoint who did it. Well, they already sent several of them out already at that point.
That I never heard. They do act fast. Damn.
They do it very fast. And then of course he is no longer the coach at University of Idaho. He's in New Mexico now.
Right. He got a $1 million contract in New Mexico. Right.
Yep. Because he was a good boy. He was a good boy. He traded those boys out just lickety split, right?
Yeah. I love you, Bubbly. He was a good boy. That was the video. Did you see the video I played at the beginning of the show? It was in there. That is so fucking funny.
I was actually shopping. Like I go grocery shopping, or I mean, go tanning or do whatever. I have it playing, and I don't. And a lot of times, I'll listen. I won't come in and chat because I don't like disrupting a chat when you go in there and I'll just say, "Oh, hey." And I love it that people say hi and all that stuff, and I love that part. But I feel like it disrupts something sometimes, and so like a lot of times I'm just listening, and I like to pop in and say hi, but then I just feel like, I mean, it just feels sometimes it just doesn't feel like it's a good part to do that. But a lot of times, like I said, when I'm grocery shopping, I got an earbud in my ear. Because I'm always working. This is my job. These kids need justice, right? Every one of them in that town that didn't deserve any of this. And
no, you're right though. The chat in this show is where it's at. The chat is definitely where it's at. But it's like listening to an audio book. You're just doing, you're just kind of doing research for your own. It's like you just said, it's your business. That town is your business. And
those four are my business. Now more than that. Now Brian and all of it, and everyone else that had an untimely unaliving, unwarranted, unfreaking real.
Well, you, me, and Ann Taylor make 3 that seem to give a shit about these students at all. I wouldn't say Shushley Buckets or Bill Thompson give a flying fuck, a part of my French kids go to bed, about these victims if they're not willing to investigate the alternate perpetrators themselves and bring them to light. Then they're offering no justice for the family or these victims.
Well, I kind of feel that Anne, okay, you got to think about it. She's also an alumni, right? And this is kind of how I feel
who's an alum? Oh, Ann Taylor. Yeah. Oh, okay. I'd like to hear this. Yeah.
So I kind of get the feeling that the reason the frat thing hasn't been brought up is because she's got to give them something, right? In order to get her what she deserves, because she obviously has worked her ass off. I can't believe how she's even gotten, literally, I wouldn't have any hair left. I would have been pulling it out. I wouldn't have anything. I mean, imagine the stress that she must, I don't even know how she sleeps.
The biggest stress probably came when what did she do? She kind of stepped down from her position as a public defender to keep defending Kohberger. That's taken a lot of heat from what I call the triangle of the judicial system, because they're so all used to working together. She trained under Bill Thompson, and they bring a suspect in. They expect them to take a sentence or to plea deal, and they arrange it all in a front. And so when you break up that trilogy, there's going to be stress all over the place.
The boys ain't going to be happy. Maybe having a few golf games and talking about it amongst themselves, what they're going to be doing, and come to a conclusion. And, well, you see what the conclusion is. They're doing everything they can to, I mean, just idiotic. How can anybody believe this crap? Literally, how can anybody in their right mind? Obviously, they're not listening to these hearings. They're not. They don't know what we know, right? And that's the part. Like, I can't even talk to anybody about this because people just don't get it. Not unless you're there and like what we've seen on a day in, day out. And but I feel like Anne basically has to give them something, and I think that might be what the frat thing not talking about it might be, is that she's got to give them something, right? Which I don't know. Weighing it out, what do you do? Because we already know that it's not going to stop. It's been going on for decades, centuries. That's been
Right.
like that from the beginning. It's not going to stop.
That's a good point. Well, I always feel, and I make this point over and over, that Anne is really smart, and it does appear that she's strategically entrapped these people into perjuring themselves, and it's gonna expose. But then again, with all of the motions, her record, if she was on a baseball team, she would have been kicked off. Because, and he literally finished the thought out. She's 0 for 20. Her batting average is like .001 as far as victories go. And I always feel not only are her arguments timid sometimes, I feel like she leaves just enough hole in the piece of cheese to call it Swiss. That he's able to cite something that it appears that she overlooked or whatever and shoot down her arguments. And so that might be just my opinion there.
Well, think about this. Think about being the woman, because they don't look at, like, when they're talking like wives and stuff there, like when it comes to the frats and the sororities, they basically kind of pick them. You're in this frat, you're in the sorority that belongs to that frat, you make it, you lay it, you make babies, you do. You get beat up a few times or whatever. He goes to screw somebody else, whatever. Deal with it. Just the way it is. You chose that. So it's kind of how I feel about this. And is that she chose to be in this position, right? And you run with the boys, you better lay with the boys, and you better abide by the rules. And when it comes to something like this with her, maybe those 20 times weren't her doing. Maybe that was their doing. Maybe she was brilliant in these times. We don't know, because maybe that's why what happened with those losses. Is they did their good old boy thing. I mean, what we've seen so far is crazy. Judge. I mean, the things that kind. Oh my God, all of them. But there's one person I was going to bring up. Who the hell was I going to bring up? It's the women. Let me put it this way: not only the women have a big part in this, the wives and all that stuff, because on the property, guess whose names are on these things? It's the women, not the men. Because when it comes right down to it, if there was a higher up above them eventually one day, which probably will never be, because they're their own country, basically, in my opinion. They do things the way they want to do it. But if somebody else came in, they would, and was on the up and up, they'd look at that town and be like, what is going on here? Oh my God. Holy crap. Man. Yeah. And there's one dude that owns this company, this corporation that is out of Boise. And let me tell you, this place where all these business that I was talking about at the beginning, where all these end up at, and there's one chunk. They're right on the river. Everything's Amera, so Amera beef, Amera shore. It's on Shoreline Drive, so shore. Everything. Literally, it is like, I mean, what's the perfect way to get out of there with whatever they're dealing with, import, export, blah, 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 is not being right on a freaking river. And every one of these companies, I'm telling you, they have a hospital right next door, literally, every one of them. And that's scary in itself, because that just makes me think of one of the whole other scenario. Well, we all kind of believe, most of us anyway.
Speaking of hospital, that there's a connection with what's his name?
Kane.
Kane, French, Tish. I don't know how to say his name. And Gritman, he was like, I don't know, like a board of director or something like that.
The Central Intelligence or Information Tech. So he was the one.
Yeah.
He was the main guy. So he's got. Here's what we got here. We got Green the fixer. They brought him in to fix, right? Why else would they bring him in? I mean, they already had the dean of students freaking leave after 4 months because he couldn't. What is his quote? He couldn't protect. He couldn't protect the students because
he couldn't do his job because they weren't letting him.
Yeah, those are his words.
Yeah, I remember that. Ooh, woo!
And listen, you're getting paid like good money for that job.
At the time, that seemed insignificant, but boy, is that a statement right now? An outgoing president saying that. Now, listen, Bubbly, I don't want to steer you off course, but I want to lead up to a point of contention I've had with Mr. Twizzlestick there. And this isn't necessarily related, but it goes that way. As far as I understand, to be able to practice law in the state of Idaho, you have to get approval from the state of Idaho. And do you have any thoughts on as far as how come some high-powered, up and coming or philanthropist lawyer hasn't stepped in on this case, at least if nothing else, as we've seen in every other major media case in the history of CNN has done? Why not in this case? Do you think that Idaho themselves are not allowing them in?
Probably. Well, just look what they're not letting in. I mean, he can't have anybody, be his alibi. Like if he was at somebody's house, nobody can step forward. He's his own alibi. He can't even. I mean, that's got to be against the law. Right?
Well, furthermore, Bubbly, sorry, Jen. They're making such a strong issue about his family going there.
That makes me ill. That makes me so sick to my stomach. Well, that just goes to show you just how they feel about family. When you think about that with family, that just brings them into more of a strength, in my opinion, what they're doing. They know what that family means to it. They know what the cameras and the people are going to see, knowing that family is behind him. They don't want him to see that. They want him to be by himself. They want him to break. They want him to crack under pressure. Whether it doesn't matter what he does. If he cracks and starts crying because he just can't handle anymore and he didn't do it, he doesn't know what to do, blah, 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 he's a freak. If he doesn't crack, he's a freak. No matter what, he's a freak, right? Because that's what they've laid out.
It's the Salem witch trials all over again. Yeah, if they drown, they're not a witch.
Yeah, it's like he didn't make eye contact, so he's arrogant, or he did make eye contact, so he's arrogant. It's like it's just something. It's always something.
Well, did you see him the other day in court? He went to put his hands together, and it's something I know a lot of people are doing. I know they're not Masons, but they'll just put their hands, here's a church, here's a steeple. Look at all the people. Here's all the people.
Yeah. I actually saw your video on that one, and I hadn't zoomed in. I had planned on zooming in on each individual quadrant that we can see on the court cam and watching them through. And then when you showed that, I was like, holy shit. I mean, that couldn't be more obvious.
Yeah, but he immediately took it down. Like when Brian did it, he immediately stopped what he was doing, because anything like that, he's going to get judged for putting his hands like that. I mean, now, when we're talking about putting hands like that, yeah, we've seen some people do that, definitely. But I also know that sometimes people do it for comfort. It's just a feeling, and like pressing your fingers together, like the resistance to it,
sure,
from one to the other. Like especially if you've been sitting there, how long he's been sitting there, and he sits all day. When does he get exercise? The guy looks like he's not doing well. In fact, he looks better this time than he has the time before. That time, he looks terrible. But you got to think about, like, when you're out and about like that, he has to watch every last living thing he does. And especially now they brought the autism, the spectrum thing. Now it's even worse, right? And so what do? You can't even be yourself, because even being yourself, even if you're, totally innocent, is everything you do. Either way, you look terrible because of what they've done. And that is, to me, that is the sickest, ugliest thing. Just, I can't imagine what that must feel like. I mean, being eyes on you all the time, no matter what you're doing. Whether you're doing good, you're helping a guy in jail with his papers, trying to get some law info him, teaching him some stuff. No matter what, you're not helping because of that. You're helping him because you got to get this out of him. Well, maybe he's not. It's just, no matter what, they're going to make him look like terrible, and it's sickening. I, I don't know how they sleep. I don't know how those guys sleep, and I don't know. My goodness, literally. And what do their kids think? I mean, think about their kids growing up and seeing that. If I saw that with my family, I'm such an empath that I would. Well, now, just you feel me. I'm getting all tongue tied just because of feeling this feeling that I'm talking about right now. Just makes me want to just throw up. I mean, it hurts.
It's definitely shameful. But my next step in that line of questioning there was that one point that J.J. Vance, and he's got a couple great insights I want to throw out later, but one of them is that as a generalization, Brian Kohlberger does not stand a chance in an Idaho courtroom, as things stand now.
Yeah.
And you can hope all you want for the trial, but you have to go by what's happened. You have to look at the track record so far, and he doesn't give the defense a chance to even finish their arguments before he's played devil's advocate. And I think a lot of times it's straight off the cuff, just shit that pops into his head, not thought out, not informed, but he just wants to tear into their argument and confuddle them. And that's a word that just keeps popping into my vernacular lately, is confuddled. Because that is his modus operandi. And if she could work around that, so not only does he not have a chance, and this is where me and Twiz butt heads, is that, in my opinion, just the long and short of it is that Brian Kohlberger will probably not even live to see the trial, or the end of the trial, or the end of the year. Either way. Because, and Twiz's argument is, no, Kohlberger's not that important. And I'm like, I can't think of anything more important, because A, if he passes away, you can't try a dead man and they can be like, well, we had all this stuff on him, but we didn't get the chance to show you. So that seals their whole shenanigans. And then secondly, if he gets exonerated or dismissed or anything, he comes out of that with this whole defamation thing against 1 million people. That, he could take the town down. So that would be the second thing that I would think that would be important. So I just think it's going to end up a Jeffy Epi thing. Oh, oops, the cameras are off. We told you we had bad systems here, and nobody fixed it, and the gangs are crazy, and oops, Kohlberger's gone. And judging from the way he looks at the last few hearings, he's emaciated down to like 95 pounds. And if they have a vegan diet at Ada County, it is probably beans and rice or canned corn or something. And they're probably like, yeah, we took a chip in it today. Enjoy that one. I put my stuff in it. What are the guards saying to him?
Can't even imagine.
He's probably terrified even to eat. So one way or the other, whether they make it look like he hung himself, or they, or they actually send somebody in to do it. And there are people that have gotten GoFundMes that have expressed this type of violent desire that now with these GoFundMe's would have, what does it cost you, $500 to take somebody out in a prison? You know?
Well, and if you look at the people who are right now sitting in the Lake Charles County Jail, well, get this. One of the dudes that's sitting in there, his first offense he ever did, when it blew me away when I read this, was a fraudulent 911 call. I was like, what? And of course, he also has contempt of court, badgering or intimidating a witness. There's a lot of those sitting in the jail right now. Now, I feel like they're collecting people. Obviously, they're collecting people. You guys know Justin, right? Justin, of course, with all of his talk. You know, we all know who Justin is.
Nobody knows who Justin is. When I bring up Justin, everybody's like, who? I don't know. I'll tell you what. If you listen to the end of Justin's little rant about Dylan, he throws some tidbits out there. If you listen to the full thing, most people concentrated on the Dylan's trans thing. But
I used to correspond with him. I know a lot of stuff, but it had to be a point where it got a little bit too much, and then he started coming at me because I'd say something on a video or something, and he was telling me I'm lying or whatever. I didn't care. I knew what I'm doing my thing, you do yours. But one of the guys, he named 4 people in the very beginning that did this, right? He named 4 people. Now, do you remember who those 4 people were?
Wait, what 4 people?
4 people that committed these. He named 4 people who he thought did it.
Oh no, I don't. I haven't watched that in a year and a half at least. I'm sure.
Well, one of them was Fry.
Right.
One of them was Scott Cleary, which is Hannah Cleary's brother.
Wow.
One of them was Cody Funk, who is the coroner for Grangeville and Cottonwood. And Steve Fry actually used to have that job. Steve Fry is the one who, the morning of November 13th, brought his son Kyle back to the frat house. He's the one that found the brain on the dumpster, but decided not to turn it in until the 15th. That's when he decided to give the information to the cops.
The what on the dumpster?
What looked to be a brain on the dumpster of Sigma Chi.
Oh, I never heard of that.
What the what? Hold on.
What? You guys?
I don't remember that.
I don't either.
Well, there's a report. I got a video of it. There's a report, and I actually had the report. It shows it in there. So yeah. So, and that's Fry, F-R-E-I, and Kyle is a Sigma Chi guy, and he goes to the U of I. Anyway, he was bringing his son back home from wherever they were up. You know, maybe he played it safe and didn't stay there that night. I don't know. Anyway, bringing him home, dropping him off, early afternoon. And when he pulled up to Sigma Chi on one of the garbage cans or dumpsters, he saw what looked to be a brain. Well, he would know. He used to be the coroner before Cody Funk was the coroner. And now he works for St. Mary's Hospital, which in like the basically organ type donating stuff, things like that. Grangeville for the last
Residents, maybe?
Exactly. So Grangeville for the last I can't remember how many years, but they've got the award, the paper or whatever for the amount of organ donors getting organs to other people, I guess is what you want to call it. Yeah, whatever. So that's their claim to fame.
You know why Sigma Chi was so mad about that brain? I heard this the other day. They were mad that they were mad that they took the brain because that was the only one they ever had.
Yeah.
You'd like that one. Jeez,
yeah. Okay,
that is wild, bro. What?
So wait a minute. There's one more guy. And this particular guy, his name is Joshua Couch. Joshua Couch is an SO. He has been he never had his picture up on the list where you go into the report and you see they always have the offenders up there and you see all their pictures and what they blah blah blah. And let me tell you, in Moscow there are a crapload. My God, there are a ton of them. I mean, most reports you look under, there's like these 3 or 4 or whatever. You just scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll. Now, the people that are amongst these, the people that we all know about, are their brothers and their sisters, and it's crazy. The family connects that are on this SO list. Well, here's Joshua Couch. He didn't even have his picture up, and that's a video that was taken down because I had seen a Sheriff Grady video. I know you don't like him much, but this particular video was of these guys that got popped for trafficking children, and one of the frames didn't have a picture in it. And Grady said, "Bet you guys are wondering why there's no picture in here." Well, I'm going to tell you why. He says because this guy is under federal protection. They've got him already locked up. That's why his picture's in here, because they don't want you to know that. And so I put that on part of my video, because never has he had a picture under that list. Well, guess who's sitting in jail right now? They're collecting people. And he was the last one that Justin mentioned. There's 4 of them, right? He was one of them.
Well, you know, Hudson or hey, what's the girl's name? Hannah Cleary. Her brother was at the grub truck, right?
I don't know. I don't think he was.
I think he was. That I've heard that many times, and I know I can point to you exactly what he was in the group of people behind. I want to say I heard it on your channel, but maybe not. He was in the group of people behind Hayden Villa.
No.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm wrong. I could have sworn that somebody said that Hayden or Hannah Cleary's brother was at the grub truck.
Oh, a lot of people have said that. In fact, there's a group of people there that I still bothers me. There's a couple different groups, but there's that one group where it looks like Hannah is with this guy. I mean, it looks like it's crazy how much it looks like her. But I don't think he was definitely not there. I mean, there were so many people there. It's like I see more people now I'm recognizing right and left in here. That blows my mind. Like after this new document let out, oh my God, did your brain just about ready almost blow out of your head after all these documents? I literally would just sit there sometimes and just couldn't even move because I just felt so, my God. It's like everything old is new again. It's like everything.
Well, I keep going back to, I don't know if you caught us talking about it earlier, is that everything we heard in the beginning and all our gut instincts in the beginning, I think were the path to follow. We were right from the very start, and they distracted us with smoke and mirrors.
Well, it's like Lana on one of her videos when she's digging into the Linda Lane stuff, and she's like, "Oh, look out! Are those fires back there?" I was kind of giggling. Anyway, after the fact, she's like, "All right, you Linda Lane freaks, you can get your freaks." I'm just like, so now I call myself, guess what, you guys? We're Linda Lane freaks. We're freaks, you know? Because guess what? How lucky for them that they can just go look at our videos and see everything that we've done, right? You know, because literally, I call like the Bible on that. You got the grub truck, you've got Banfield, and you've got Linda Lane, and the body cams. Those are the Bibles to the murders. I mean, literally.
That I think that the Banfield was very much security detail.
Oh yeah, so that but they didn't know it was going to be a schematic. They didn't have that clue. They didn't look that far in advance. They didn't know this was going to blow up like this, and they didn't know that their officers were going to be so stupid. You know, with some of the things they did. You know, but every day, and we were looking at these. There's something else that pops up in there that we see that we didn't see before, and it's all. So when you talk about Brian, I've been worried about that myself, but I don't feel that yet in me. I feel like I don't feel like he's going to be safe, but I don't feel like he's doomed either. I'm kind of in a neutral place at the moment for how things are going to play out. And I have to almost keep that way with me because otherwise I'm going to get sick, and I know I will. Because my body just can't handle that kind of stuff. But I feel that there's got to be something. There's a crack. There's fractures right in all this. There's little fractures everywhere. Just like the road that starts cracking. Well, let's see. Just like the road down Taylor Avenue. You can tell the roads that got stuff underneath them, the tunnels and stuff, because they're the roads that have to be fixed all the time. Because they're the ones that get corroded easily because there's nothing underneath them to keep them firm and solid when people drive back and forth on them, right? And so these are cracks in the system. And this one in particular because we're all pushing, right? We're all standing on that foundation right there that's got these cracks in it. And not only are we standing, we're jumping up and down. We're running left to right. We're jumping. We're running in circles. We're doing whatever to get our point across. Pretty soon, that's going to cave in. And so we just got to keep doing what we're doing because we just have to, because like I said, the more the merrier, whatever.
Well, the mainstream media certainly isn't doing it for us, but I think when you talk about the cracks are forming in the foundation and now everything is leaking out like a sieve, which I was just remarking to Jen, are you still there? Did you fall asleep on us, hon? She's probably taking a piss. Okay.
I'm here, but I'm gonna go. Actually, I'm gonna go. I was just waiting for you guys to finish talking.
Oh, sorry, hon.
I'm exhausted.
I think Ann Taylor is the one putting the cracks in the foundation, because although I will give you credit that they have referred to YouTube specifically in the hearing several times, so the attention has been drawn. We're not as insignificant of a speck as it appears, or has it how true crime sleuths were viewed in the past. Now it's something that's taken seriously after Making a Murderer and Don't Kill Cats or Don't Fuck with Cats. All that stuff where shit's gotten solved by people outside of the whole situation, and so we've shooken things up as a whole.
Yeah, exactly.
But
I'm out. Love you guys.
All right, Jen. Thank you for being here.
Good night, everyone.
Say good night, Jen.
Good night, Jen.
Yeah.
Good night, Bubbly.
All right, we'll probably wrap it up. It's getting on 5:30 a.m. Holy crap! I was thinking 5, Bubs. But you're blowing my mind, and I can't. I'm sitting on the edge of my seat here. I've had Jen on probably for 6 hours or more, so she's had enough. But what were we talking about again?
And
the cracks, right? And what was I gonna say? If the whole shit show falls apart, where do we go from here? Is the question,
That's the whole thing. Well, we go to save whoever's going to be put underneath us, because that's the thing. Like when they pulled Cole up, the guy Cole or whatever. I'm just thinking, oh my God, he's going to be a Brian, right? And that's sign up and start. No, I don't live in Idaho. I used to. I was born in Idaho. But and I got a story about Idaho. I mean, in Idaho, from the day I've always been scared of Idaho, even when I was a little kid. You guys, I always had that feeling. I did not want to be there, and I'm so glad we moved out when I was at a young age. But my brother didn't get so lucky. My oldest brother, he got pulled into the system over there, just sneakily like they do, to get somebody to take the rap, and he got out. Luckily, got out only because he had a good parole officer and let him go out of state and be underneath my mom's care. And he's never been in any trouble, not even at all. But he couldn't get out of trouble over there because every time he got out of jail, they would find something else to put a rap to just throw him back in. Didn't matter what it was. He didn't even have to be in the area. That's how they do it over there. And he was in for years. I mean, we're talking half of his life.
It's not like when you're arrested, your family can go, no, he's a good guy, he didn't do that. You can't. It's like they say that you did, and you have a record, especially on top of it. Then you could just get. I could see where you'd get on that merry-go-round, which is a terrifying thought. I'm sorry that. I'm glad he was able to get out of the clutches of that one.
Yeah, for sure.
I imagine in Vegas there's a lot of the same activity there because it's Vegas is actually a small town, right? It's a nice place, you know, and it's got the whole vacation thing. But as far as the locals go, it's kind of just a suburb, and you have the little desert there, and they like to do the thing. And a lot of places are like that. I don't know. I'm babbling now. I'm losing.
No, I agree. I agree with you. And there's every town has its thing. Like this is not the only town that has. I mean, Pullman might even be worse than Moscow, to tell you the truth, you guys, because the connects. And this definitely that night that was all planned. Literally, that's all connected. I don't care what anybody says. That is hands down. And
well, I think Pullman's way dirtier, and I think, we just had the police chief, when you talk about domestic violence, get taken out by his girlfriend or whatever for that, whatever the real story is. And then you have a lot of grapers over there. You had the guy arrested in Moscow a few days ago for stalking and all that. And anyway, one thing I wanted to mention is Operation GCD podcast. JJ Vance was saying that the fraternity at Pullman, I think, Pullman, or Washington State, is the same one that Hayden Villa was a part of, had something to do with, but Steve G. Jr. is a member of that frat. And they were recently arrested for some type of distribution. And I think that's where they were printing. They were printing their own pills. That's what it was. They had a pill printer, which is like impossible to get. And they were churning out the pills, and that's 7 miles away, dude.
Oh yeah. So I don't know if you guys ever saw this. I found this article. This was the crazy. I don't remember how I found this. It was just nuts. But they were talking about students at Wazoo that the cartel guys would get to, and they would. This one in particular person that was talking. I don't know. I think it was a guy. Pretty sure it was a male. But how they made them do this, and then when they make these batches of the stuff, and then they'd have to press them, that they would give it to, they test it on chickens, and if the chicken just didn't keel over and die, then it wasn't strong enough. They would make have a bigger batch, and I guess the batches. And it was the kids going through the science, the chemistry majors and shit in the university.
Well, the thing is, they'll tell you this, is that if you won't do it, the next guy will. And you so desperately want to be in that fraternity for whatever your motivation is, that and then they have you. It's like you said, they have you for life, dude.
Yep. You can hold guns to their head, make them stay there, never not sleeping, and just make them like they wouldn't even get a break. They would just stand over top of them.
In a dumpster?
No, in wherever they had them to make these batches of stuff.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. And
yeah, who knows? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. They were students. This one that was talking was a student at Wazoo. He got out after, I don't know how many years. I think he said he was in there maybe 2 years or something like that. Anyway, he ended up getting out and being safe, but not, he said he's seen many of them just get shot just right there on the spot.
What?
Shot.
Where?
Yeah, they like shoot a finger off, and they would do all sorts of stuff to him.
What?
Crazy.
That's mob shit.
Yeah, it was a crazy blog I was reading. It was nuts. I mean, it was through. I think I got it through because the Justice website, where I just happened on that one day, and I was like, "What am I reading?" Because there's just report after report after report of all this stuff, and I'm like, "Where is this Department of Justice?" Right, that website. Holy crap! That one just scares the crap out of you if you go read that thing. I mean, literally, you're like, "Wait, who are these people?" Oh boy.
Well, their whole riz is that gangster vibe, and the whole horror, murder, serial killer fascination is just like a hobby. And when you talk about soldiers now, that's like soldiers in a cartel kind of shit right there.
Well, did you see that last video I made with all the Instagram stuff with all the guys on the bar stool of U of I? Of all the stuff they...
No, I haven't seen that one.
Oh, dude, you gotta put that on. That sucker's crazy. Oh my god. It's nuts.
You've given me enough for a whole nother 3 shows. I think just being on here the couple hours that you will. And thank you for purging with us, as JJ says. Excuse me, I got the hiccups. I feel like a lot of the stuff that came out of your mouth tonight, there was a lot of new shit to both me and Jen. I think people in the chat also as well. And it's something to be looked at. With the Justin thing, here's another thing, and I don't know if we've ever talked about it or if you've ever heard me talk about it, is in one of those press conferences, Justin is appearing as a reporter at the press conference. You saw it? Okay, good. Because I say that to everyone, and they're like, who's Justin? And it's nice to finally hear somebody be like, oh, yeah, I saw it. Is that the same one where the reporter that wasn't a reporter and later died was at?
I think that might have been the same one. Yeah, that was Destiny Martin.
She was on the end, like if Fry is facing the crowd to his right, on the very end with a notepad. Right? Am I right?
Wasn't going to give that one up. She's going to wait there until he paid attention to her, which is good because she said something that will blow you guys' minds. That's going to connect it to all the way to the Idaho that I've been trying to get this video out, but it's so. I ended up getting like this video that's like gigabyte, and I'm like, God, I can't upload one that's a gigabyte, full gigabyte.
I hate that. Yeah.
There's so much entailed with this particular.
What question was it?
When she asked about the weapon and if she thought that it could be a female or someone in ROTC.
Oh yeah, I remember that question. That was her. Okay.
Mm-hmm. She also was on the team that went in the second time around when they did the extended scene, and she was one of the ones that was out there searching with them. She was on that little team there, and the G's talk about that one. They didn't like that very much when they did that. Extended the crime scene.
Oh, well, did they ever search for the knife? A lot of people have asked so many times. Hey, Amy Conway's trying to listen, but she's zoning off. I think we're all kind of fading out. Yeah.
My voice was I'm a little bit zoning myself.
Hey, listen, after you try doing it for 9 hours, I suffer for 3 days after this, but it's okay because I love doing it. And after I do a show this long, I'll wake up from a dream or whatever, and I'll still be talking, like I'm on the show, and I'm like, you guys, and blah blah blah.
You're like me when I post my videos and I just keep talking.
Yeah, you're like, okay, that's all I got for today. It's like another half hour. You're like, okay, well, keep going. Oh, that's awesome.
When I literally fall asleep, I've caught myself, and I've kept it in the video. Because I thought it was so freaking.
I remember that one. That was the best.
I was talking about rainbow and shit. And I was
me and Chickbait both fell asleep in one of Dinky's lives. It was like one of his late night lives, and I guess we both were snoring. I snore pretty loud, actually. Not to chase away any potential mates out there, but yeah, you might want to sleep in a different room sometime when I'm there.
Well, when I'm like listening and something, like I've had to watch myself, so I'll be making a video. I've deleted full videos before because my finger touched the freaking screen and my video just went goodbye.
That's hilarious that you left it. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and leave it in there. But the thing is like you've given up a shit ton for this case, and every creator has. But the people that watch and the people that leave comments and are in the chats are not only what drive you to do it, but they also have given up just as much as we have to be here, because there's not one person in the chat here that doesn't wake up and the first thing they do is check YouTube to see what the latest is on the case. And that's the last thing they do at night. And you don't see that. I've never seen that anywhere. Maybe, like, not really, but in surfing, maybe, because there's a lot of dedication there or whatever. But, I mean, it's not like you're, like, on the edge. Is there waves today every day? Where it is here, it just keeps...
I don't think I'm keeping them on the edge of their seat, though. I think they're falling off their chair because they're falling asleep.
Oh man! All right, we got to shut it down. I got to call it at some point. I had more stuff. Would you like to come back on again sometime here in the next few days or in a week or so, whenever I recover from this long live?
Yeah, right.
That would be awesome. Yeah. You're always welcome. I would love to have more talk, and I'm gonna watch that video, the Barstool one. You must have over 1,000 videos now, right?
Well over 1,000. So there's 2 videos, one back to back, because one of them they copyrighted me on because of a girl was sitting on top of a guy punching him, and they didn't like that; it was too violent. So I took that out. The second one, and there's still a little teeny clip I think left in it. But anyway, there's 2 of them. They're basically the same. The second one actually has more. It's got better content, I think, in it. I mean, there's doubles of it from each video, but I think that's a better one. Anyway,
I have to get caught up on that. So, what's the thumbnail for it, though, you said? Like, yeah, like, right, I remember. Like, 1 of 1,000? You know, I have to let the chat go, because honestly, I would say 75% of the people that have been watching, I've been watching since the beginning, and they're here till the end, dude. I feel like I hold them hostage sometimes. But I still don't do ads on my lives and stuff like that, so it makes it a pleasant experience still. I'm sorry, go ahead.
You want me to share it in your right now, so you have it with you right there? I could do that. Okay. Okay. There it is. There it is. Okay. Love you guys all. I'm gonna go night night too. Well, kinda. Can't go yet. I got a couple things to do.
Yeah, I still got a couple things that probably won't get done, except for maybe brushing my teeth, and that'll be about it. But thank you everybody for being here, and that is our show for tonight. And thank you, the lovely bubbly waters, Miss. You should be, if you were in England, they would have princessed you, or what do they do with ladies? They don't knight you, but you would get tapped by the queen, I'm sure.
They would good night us for girls. Good night us.
All right. Well, we'll catch you on the next one then. And thank you everybody for being here. Thank you, Bubbly.
Night.
Good night. Good night. Good night. And I'll let the chat run for a little while I go brush my teeth and stuff, guys. So thank you again.
Kick me off. Shut me down. Shut my ass down.
All right.